Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write sample code to select browser depending on parameter given in TestNG XML file. Let me answer this and practically demonstrate for you. So first, we need to create a parameter in TestNG XML file which can pass the browser name to the TestNG test method. And after that particular test method receives this parameter value as a browser name from TestNG XML file, based on the received browser name, the automation script need to run in the test method on that particular browser. For that, what we have to do in a practical way, I'm going to demonstrate in this session. For that, I'll first switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project. Okay, so I'll first directly go to the TestNG XML file. Let me open this TestNG XML file. So here in this TestNG XML file, already there is one parameter. I'll remove this and I'll create a new parameter here. Parameter name is equal to, I'll just give the name as browser. I'll say value. Let's say value, I'll give it as Edge. Okay. Edge browser I'm giving. That's it. So this is what I have to do to create a parameter in TestNG XML file. Okay. Once this is done, go to the class where the TestNG test method is available. Okay. And here, beside the @test annotation, not beside, on the top of @test annotation, write @parameters annotation. Okay, mention this @parameters annotation on top of @test. For the mouse, import this parameters annotation from TestNG. After that is done, now put a square bracket. In that, put curly braces. Okay, if in case you have multiple parameters, curly braces will be useful. Okay, but anyhow, whether it is one or two doesn't matter for me. I generally prefer putting curly braces. Inside that, I have to provide the name of the parameter. The name of the parameter is browser. I'll copy and paste it here. That's it. Here I'll simply say string. I'll say browser name. Okay. Now here I will write the logic. If this browser name dot equals, if it equals to Chrome, then I'll write the logic like this. Webdriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay. Now hover the mouse, import it. Hover the mouse, import this from Selenium library. Else if this browser name dot equals, if it is equal to, if it equals Firefox, in that case, I'll write down WebDriver driver is equal to new Firefox driver. Now hover the mouse on this Firefox driver and import it from Selenium library. Else if browser name dot equals it is equals to Chrome, Firefox, let's say Edge. Okay, then I'll write down WebDriver driver is equal to new Edge driver. Okay, if any other browsers are there, for each and every browser, you can write this else if blocks. Hover the mouse on the Edge driver and import it from Selenium library. That's it. Okay, so this much logic is enough for now. And after that, I have to write down driver dot, but this driver will not be accessible here because every driver is local to that block, either if block or else if block. So I have to make it global. So I'll declare this WebDriver driver here on the top, that is outside the if else if blocks, and here double declaration I'll remove simply like this. Okay, and the next thing is I have to initialize it here with some null or something. Then here I can access now driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get, give any URL, For example, I'll take this application URL, that is omaya.blogspot.com URL. Copy this and paste it here. That's it. Now let's see. So let's see whether we are getting the browser name from this TestNG XML file, and once we receive that, on that particular browser only, the script is executing or not. Okay, I'll simply directly go to the TestNG XML file and run this. Right click, run as TestNG switch. So the script should run on the Edge browser now because parameter value is provided as Edge. On Edge browser, the script need to run now. Microsoft Edge WebDriver. Okay, you see this is Edge browser, guys. Bing option is also coming. You can click here and you can see this is Microsoft Edge. On the Edge browser, the script has run. What if I go to the TestNG XML file and change it to Chrome and run the script? This time the script will run on Chrome browser. Not run on the Edge browser, rather it will run on the Chrome browser. You see on the Chrome driver, okay, on the Chrome browser, the script is running. How to confirm? Click on three dots, go to help and say about Google Chrome. Okay, done. Now, what if I go to this and change it to Firefox and run this? Right click, run as TestNG switch. This time the script will run on the Firefox browser. See, the script is running on the Firefox browser now. Okay, this is the Firefox browser. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how will you analyze the failures after giving a run in TestNG? Let me answer. In TestNG projects or frameworks, after you run the tests, how do you analyze the failures? Okay, you will get some failures. Okay, some tests will fail after running the tests in TestNG projects or frameworks. But how do you analyze them? Okay, if some test fails, how do you analyze them and figure out what is the reason behind the failures and all those stuff? The first way is to go and look into the report. Okay, a TestNG report, or in TestNG projects, we also may generate some other advanced reports like extend reports, allure reports, etc. Okay, whatever the report that is generated by this project, in that report, we have to identify the failed tests. The report will clearly state that so and so test got failed, so and so test got passed, so and so test got skipped, and so on. Okay, first we need to identify the test which got failed from the report. Then we have to see why this particular test got failed. Okay, now in the advanced reports or in the TestNG reports, you can clearly see what caused the failure under the test itself, failed test itself. In the report itself, you will get some message, okay, like exception details or what is the reason for the failure. You will get there. Okay, we have to check for the failed assertions. Okay, is it the reason that one assertion in our TestNG test got failed because of which the TestNG test got failed because of the assertion or not? We have to see. Okay, then stack traces. This is also same, like the details for the failure. Okay, so will be provided in the form of a stack trace, like so and so line in so and so code, and for so and so class got failed at this particular location and all. So we have to investigate the stack trace. That also will be available in the report. Okay, assertion details will be available in the same report. Stack traces, like where exactly which line in the code has exactly caused the failure and all, also will be available in the report. And nowadays in advanced reports like extend reports, we can attach the logs to the same report along with the screenshots also. Okay, by looking that screenshot, by looking at that logs, even in TestNG report also we can customize and add the logs and screenshots by investigating all these things. By looking in the report, okay, the report will contain all this stuff. Okay, with some tests marked as failure, and it will give the details of why the test got failed due to assertions or something. Stack traces, at which point of line the step or in which method the test got failed. Logs and screenshot, check logs and screenshots which are embedded in the reports. By looking at that also, we can figure it out, like what caused the failure for that particular test. And after that, we can also check the test code. Okay, whatever the code we have written, we have to see it. Okay, so if required, we have to debug the code. Okay, we have to debug this. Okay, we have to check the test code and debug it. Okay, if you are not able to identify the problem in the code, okay, we can debug the code to see in which line the problem is coming and what is causing the problem. We can do a debugging thing. Then check output console. In the output console also, some details will be like we can add print statements here and there to figure it out as part of debugging and all. Okay, by looking at the check output console also, we can analyze the failures. We can check our test data that is being passed, okay, to the test script of that particular test. Because of the test data also, the test may fail. For example, if you have a test regarding the login with valid credentials and somehow the valid credentials got expired or whatever it is, because of which the test is failing. So we have to cross check our test data to see whether the data is correctly passed or not. Okay, proper data is being passed or not. Okay, check test environment. Sometimes we may use a wrong environment, okay, which is having a a different version or something, or which is not working properly to run our scripts. So there's a possibility that the environment we have not provided properly or not configured properly. On a bad environment, we are running the scripts. Many reasons may be there. We have to investigate, okay, why the failure happened. Okay, we'll get the test as failed, okay, but why it's failing? The analyzing investigation need to be going on, okay, because of the data or because of the wrong environment or poorly configured environment. Okay, we have to figure it out. Okay, what is the root cause? Check any dependencies for failure. Okay, sometimes one test will fail because of another test. Okay, so without logging, you cannot perform a lot of operations, right? Like for example, without logging in, you cannot log out. Let's say there is a test related to logout that got failed. You cannot say that logout functionality is not working fine. Okay, since you are not able to log in, you are not able to log out. Okay, we have to see if there is any dependent test because of which the current test got failed. Okay, that is also an investigation. And sometimes everything will work properly in your local machine. Okay, but once it is configured to run the scripts in continuous integration pipeline, right, like a Jenkins, GitHub, Git, and all those stuff, right, the scripts may fail. We have to investigate, okay, what's going wrong. Okay, in CI/CD tools, is there any configuration or setting problem because of which the scripts which are running in the local machine are not able to run in the CI/CD. Okay, so there may be several reasons for this. So you have to investigate that and identify the exact root cause of the problem. Okay, these are few things that you can analyze, that you can use for analyzing why a particular test in the TestNG project got failed after running. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we run a test without using TestNG? Let me answer. The answer is yes. We can run a test without using TestNG. Okay, there are other ways. We can run the test by simply using the main method. If you are using Java programming language, okay, if you create a class, inside the class you create a main method. Inside the main method you write all the automation script test code and you can run it. Okay, there is no need of TestNG to run your code. With the help of normal main method in Java, we can run the test. Okay, or we can use any other testing framework. Okay, like TestNG is a testing framework. We have several other testing frameworks in the market, like JUnit, another testing framework. So in place of TestNG, you are going to use JUnit and run the tests. Or you can also use Cucumber. Okay, so for BDD implementation in the automation projects, we generally go with Cucumber tool. Okay, so if you have Cucumber, okay, so we can run the test. Okay, Cucumber can be integrated with JUnit. Okay, without TestNG means we can integrate Cucumber with JUnit and run the test still. Okay, that is also way. That is also another way. Okay, we can run the test using Cucumber. We can run the test using JUnit. We can run the test using the normal main method in the Java. Since this question is not realistic, but if this is really asked in the interviews, then you have to say something like this, so that just to showcase your knowledge that TestNG is not the only way to run your test. There are other things in the market to run the test, like normal main method in the Java code, and with the help of other testing frameworks like JUnit. In place of TestNG, you are going to use testing framework like JUnit. By using it, we can run the test, or we can also implement BDD in our automation projects with the help of Cucumber tool, and by using that also we can run the test. And Cucumber can be again integrated with alternative testing framework like JUnit to run in batch and all those stuff. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is, can we run a test without TestNG? The answer is obviously yes. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, why to use TestNG with Selenium Webdriver? Let me answer. In Selenium automation projects, we use TestNG for getting several benefits. Like with the help of TestNG, we can control the flow of the execution of the automation scripts, that is Selenium automation scripts. Okay, this is possible with the help of different annotations: @test, @BeforeMethod, @AfterMethod, @BeforeClass, @AfterClass. Like this, many annotations are there in TestNG, using which we can control the flow of the execution of the code. The order in which the code need to be executed can be changed with the help of these different annotations. What need to be executed first, what need to be executed later, all things can be decided with the help of annotations. Then we can enable the parallel execution. At the same time, multiple automation scripts need to run in order to save the execution time. Okay, so that is possible with the help of TestNG. Has a mechanism where we can enable the parallel execution of running the automation scripts at the same time, to save the time. And prioritizing the test. If you have multiple tests and you want one test to be running first and the other test to run second, after that another test, you want a particular order. In that, you can prioritize them. TestNG will provide a mechanism where you can give priority for this test to run one after the other. So after this test only, other test will run, like that. So verify test. You see, the purpose of testing is to verify whether it is working fine or not. If it is not working fine, we have to fail the test. If it is working fine, we have to pass the test. So TestNG provides a mechanism to verify the test with the help of assertions. We have several assertions in TestNG, using which we can either pass or fail the test as part of verification. Then we also have this parameterization mechanism, where instead of having this data, hard-coded data in the individual automation scripts like application URL, browser name, etc., instead of providing them in the individual automation scripts, we centralize them in TestNG XML file, and from there we can pass it to the TestNG test methods. So that is possible in TestNG. And then in TestNG, with the help of TestNG, we can implement data-driven testing. For example, there is a single test, but that test need to be run with multiple sets of data. For example, there is a login test and there are 100 credentials, usernames and passwords. We have to see whether all these 100 usernames and passwords are working fine or not. In that case, you don't have to create hundreds of tests for each and every data set. Rather, you create only one test and make it in such a way that you pass the data from another method to this test method, and this test method will be called the number of times the number of sets of data are there. That is data-driven testing, which is possible with the help of TestNG in Selenium automation. And also, we can enable or disable the tests from running. So if you want a particular test not to run, you can disable the test from running with the help of TestNG features. We can group the test or categorize the tests. We can group some tests into the smoke testing category. We can group some tests into the sanity testing. We can group some tests into the regression testing category, and so on. That is possible with TestNG. And in TestNG, we have something known as listeners. So based on, these are TestNG listeners. So if the test fails, if you want to take a screenshot only for the failed test, then with the help of listeners, only that particular listener method will be activated, which will be activated when a particular test fails. And in that method, we'll write the code for taking the screenshot and attaching the screenshot to the reports, etc. So like that is one of the benefit of the listeners. We can implement TestNG listeners where they will react to the events triggered by the TestNG test. Okay, if a particular test fails, an event will be triggered and appropriate TestNG listener method will be activated, and in that we'll write the appropriate code for taking the screenshot, etc. And also with the help of TestNG, we can generate the results reports. Okay, so Selenium by default doesn't have any capability to generate any test results report. So by integrating TestNG with the Selenium, then only we can get a report. Okay, that is TestNG report, in which we can clearly see which test got passed, which test got failed, and so on. So these are the major things that are possible by implementing or using TestNG with Selenium Webdriver, and there are many more, but these are the major ones that I covered in this session as part of the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain data provider in TestNG using an example. Let me answer and practically demonstrate this for you in this session. Okay. First of all, what is data provider in TestNG? With the help of this data provider, okay, it is an annotation, guys. Okay, data provider is nothing but an annotation, @data provider annotation. If you specify this annotation above any method, that method is supposed to supply the data to the TestNG test methods. That's what is a data provider. But how to use a data provider in TestNG? With an example, if I have to practically demonstrate, for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project and we have this class. Inside this class, I'll create a method, some test method, sample login test or whatever it is. Okay. And here I'll say string, otherwise I'll say email, comma, or string username, I'll say. So string username, string password. Okay. So this username, password are the parameters to which we need to pass the data, but not single data, multiple sets of data we need to pass. Okay. And I'll convert this normal method into the TestNG test method. Okay. @test annotation, I'll write over the mouse on this, and you will get this import statement, import this test annotation from TestNG. That's it. Now this method got converted into the TestNG test method. Now in this method, I'll write a code. Okay. Instead of writing the real Selenium automation code, I'm writing some normal print statement. Guys. Okay. Don't want to waste the time. I'll simply say logged in using, assume that you have logged in. Okay. So assume that there is a Selenium code for logging in. Okay. Using this username, whatever the username here, and plus this password, whatever the password that is received to this method. So this is the TestNG test method. To this method, I would like to supply multiple sets of data. For that, we need to create the data provider. Public void supply data method. Just give any name, whatever you feel. Okay. Just some name you give for this method. And to convert this normal method into the data supplier or data provider method, we have an annotation in TestNG known as @data provider annotation. Okay. Here the question, explain data provider in TestNG. It's nothing but, first of all, it's an annotation, TestNG annotation. Over the mouse on this and import this data provider from TestNG. Now this method has become a data supplier method because of this annotation. Now we can supply the test data to any of the test methods from this data provider method. Okay, this not only this TestNG test method, any TestNG test methods you can supply the data from this method. Okay, now I want to supply the data, so I need to create the data, right? For that, I'll create a two-dimensional object array like this. I'll say data is equal to, I'll give a shortcut representation of the array. Inside this, I'll represent multiple sets of data. Let's say 3 sets of data are more than enough, I feel. You can give even 10 sets of data if you want, okay? Then, for example, 10 sets means 10 curly braces you have to write inside, okay? Here I'll write Arun, comma, 3, okay? This is a username, this is a password. And here Varun, here I'll say 456. Here Tarun, comma, 789. Like this I'll write. Okay. Now I'll simply say return data. And this is a return type should be two-dimensional object array. Okay. Because we are returning the data which is of two-dimensional object array type. Now the method is ready, and this method is going to supply the data. But to which test method? I cannot say this test method, because is there any connection between this TestNG test method and this data provider? No. But how to make the connection? For that, I'll do one thing. Here, I'll just name this data provider. Okay, there is an attribute known as name attribute, using which we can name the data provider. I'll just name this as a data supplier. That's it. Okay, that's it. Data supplier. Now, to connect this data provider to supply the data to this particular TestNG test method, here after the test annotation, there's an attribute known as data provider attribute. Data provider is equal to, I have to give the name of this data provider, that is data supplier. That's it. Now the connection has been established between the data provider annotation and this TestNG test method. This method is going to supply 3 sets of data to this TestNG test method. And if you run this test, this TestNG test method is going to run 3 times. You see, 3 sets of data are there, means 3 times it's going to run. With the first set of data, it's going to run for the first time. Logged in using Arun 1, 2, 3 will be printed. Logged in using 1, 4, 5, 6 will be printed in the second run. And Tarun 789 logged in using will be printed for the third time. Let's run this test and see what will be the result. The same test will be run multiple times. And at the rate data provider is nothing but an annotation. Okay, you see, pass it 3 times. You see the same test, sample login test got executed 3 times with 3 different sets of data, and you got the print statement printed like this, logged in using Tarun 788. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is explain data provider in TestNG with an example or using an example. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain how does TestNG allow you to state dependencies. Let me answer. In TestNG, we have a predefined attribute known as depends on methods attribute, using which we can make one test method depend on one or more or multiple test methods. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project. In that project, we have this class. Here, I'm going to create some test methods. Public void sample1. You can give any name to the methods. I'm just giving sample1, sample2 like that. Over the mouse and import this annotation from TestNG. Copy paste. Just to save time, I'm just copy pasting and creating multiple methods. Sample2, sample3, like this. Okay. Now I want to make this particular method depend on either 1 or 2 methods. That's up to you. For that, which attribute I have to use? Depends on methods attribute is equal to, okay, here if I have to give multiple methods, I have to give curly braces like this. Okay, I have to give multiple method names. If I want to make this test method depend on multiple test methods, I have to write the curly braces. In that, we just mention double quotes and give the names of the methods on which this method need to depend on. For example, this method need to depend on sample1. Not only sample1, this method should also depend on sample2. Okay, fine. Now here what I'll do here is I'll make this method, one of the method fail. Okay, if one of the method fails, then automatically this method will be skipped from execution. Okay, because it will not be executed. It will be executed only when both of these methods pass. Okay, because this method is depending on these 2 methods. For example, first case, I'll just make it a positive case. Sample1 method, sample1 got executed. Okay, like this I'll write. Same print statement I'll write here. Sample2 got executed, I'll write. And here I'll write down sample3 got executed. Okay, this is the third method. Now, in this case, these test methods are not going to fail. There are no statements inside this 2 test methods to fail them. So they are going to automatically pass, and this method also will run. Okay, I'll simply say run all and see. everything will run. Sample 1 will run, sample 2 will run, sample 3, which is depending on sample 1 and 2, also will run. You see, total 3 tests got run. Sample 1, 2, 3. First sample 1 got executed, then sample 2 got executed, then sample 3 got executed without any problem. What if in one of the test methods, I'll fail it? Okay, for example, if I fail this particular test method, int I is equal to 9 divided by 0. This will give you an exception known as arithmetic exception. Because of that exception, this particular thing will fail. Or I can write some assert statement saying assert.fail or something. That also is fine. Okay. Now, if I run this, what will happen? Let's see. Sample 1 will fail means automatically the method which is depending on this sample 1 will not be executed. You see, 1 got skipped. 1 got passed, 1 got failed, 1 got skipped. You can see the output here. Sample 1 got executed, but it got an exception because of which it got failed. Okay, it got failed. I'll show you properly again. Sample 2 got executed. There is nothing in the sample 2 to fail, so it got executed properly. This is sample 1 got failed. You can see it here. Sample 2 got passed, but because of one of the test method on which the sample 3 is depending on has failed, sample 3 got skipped. It has not been executed. You see, sample 3 got skipped. You can see the same thing here. Sample 1 got failed, sample 2 got executed successfully. Sample 3, which is depending on these two methods, out of these two methods, one of the thing is failing. So sample 3 got skipped. It didn't get executed. Skipped because one of the test method has failed. So this is how we can make one test method in TestNG to depend on one or more TestNG test methods. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, list 2 different annotations which are present or available in TestNG but are not there in JUnit testing framework. Let me answer. As you already know, TestNG and JUnit both are different testing frameworks. Okay, and TestNG is kind of powerful or more powerful than JUnit, and it is a next generation testing framework. We know that. But when you compare the annotations that TestNG has with the JUnit annotations, what are those annotations which are there in TestNG but are not available in JUnit? Let me show you now. Okay, these are the list of annotations which are there in TestNG but are not there in JUnit. First one is like a data provider annotation. Okay, so for data-driven testing, we use this annotation in TestNG. We don't have that annotation in JUnit, and we have this @listeners. Okay, LISTNERS spelling is right. This annotation we have in TestNG. Okay, which listens to the events triggered by the TestNG test methods, but we don't have such annotation in JUnit. And we have @factory annotation, which will create the instance of the multiple instances of the same class, which we have in TestNG but not in JUnit. And we have @parameters annotation, which can be used for parameterization purpose, where we can remove the hard-coded data from the individual test methods and pass it as parameter from the TestNG XML file to the TestNG test methods, but that is not there in JUnit. We have these annotations @before test and @after test, which are not there in TestNG, JUnit. Before suite and after suite are also not there in JUnit. Before group and after group annotations are also not there in JUnit. Okay. And apart from that, the last one, before method and after method annotations are not there in JUnit, but are there in TestNG. But alternatives for this before method and after method are there in JUnit. That is, we call them as @before in JUnit. @before method is known as @before in JUnit. @after method is known as or called as @after in JUnit. Okay. So hope guys, here the question is asking for only two differences, but two different annotations that are there in TestNG which are not there in JUnit. But I came across all this list of annotations which are there in TestNG but are not there in JUnit. You can pick any of this two out of this list and give answer as a, okay, give it as an answer for this question in the interviews. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to download TestNG JAR file. Let me answer. If you go to the official website of TestNG, you will not find anywhere a link to download the JAR file of TestNG. Okay, let me show you that practically. So TestNG.org is the official website of TestNG. And if you go to the download page, and if you scroll down from top to bottom, you will not see anywhere a link to download the jar file. Rather, you will find this Maven dependency, Gradle dependencies, and all those stuff. But there's no place where there is a link or a section where there is a link to download the jar file of TestNG directly. Then how to download it? If it is not possible from the official website of TestNG, from where I need to download the jar file of TestNG? For that, we need to go to the mvnrepository.com. Okay. So mvnrepository.com and search for TestNG. And when you go to this, when you get the search results and when you get this TestNG from org.testng here, you see, click on that and go to the latest version, whatever the version you want, just click on that version and it will be on that version page of the TestNG in the mvnrepository.com. And here also you'll see Maven dependencies, Gradle and all those stuff. Along with that, you will see an option here known as jar. Just click on that. Your download will start. Okay. You see, this is a way to download the jar file of TestNG. You cannot download the jar file of TestNG from any other place. So you have to go to the MVN repository and go to the version of TestNG for which you want to download the jar file of TestNG, and then here click on the jar option and it will get downloaded here. You can go to it got downloaded in my downloads folder. You can see it here. It got downloaded here. Okay. This is a jar file of TestNG. But if you use this jar file in your Java projects and configure them with this TestNG library and run the TestNG test, you are going to get an error. Okay. Still you are going to get an error. This jar file need to be accompanied by one more jar file. Okay. So for that, you have to type JCommander. Okay. Whenever you are using the jar file of this TestNG downloaded directly from MVN repository, also download one more jar file related to commander, JCommander. Okay. Just search for this JCommander in MVN repository and you will get something like JCommander from com.bust. Click on that. Whatever the latest version you have, click on that. And here also you'll find a jar option. Click on that. It will download. Okay. So along with this TestNG, use the JCommander. Otherwise, you're going to get some errors. Okay. So yeah, this two has to be used together. Whenever you are downloading the jar file of TestNG separately and using in the Java projects, okay, and creating the TestNG test and running them, you are going to get some errors. So to overcome the errors, you have to use this JCommander and configure the project along with this TestNG library. So hope guys, you got an idea how to download TestNG jar file. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is parameterization in TestNG? In TestNG, we can achieve parameterization in two ways. The first way is by passing the data from the TestNG XML files into the TestNG test methods with the help of this parameter tag and @parameters annotation. That is one way to achieve the parameterization in TestNG. This is one way. And other way to achieve parameterization in TestNG is by using this annotation known as @data provider annotation, where using which we can supply multiple sets of data to the same test method. Okay. So there are two ways in which we can implement parameterization in TestNG. Let me practically demonstrate these two ways for you now. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project. And in this, we have a sample class. Inside this class, I'll create a TestNG method. Okay. Public void, I'll say sample test. Some name I'm giving for this method. And here, I'll just provide the annotation known as @test so that this will be converted into the TestNG test method. Import it. Now here I would like to write some Selenium automation code. Webdriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay. The semicolon here. Over the mouse, import this WebDriver from Selenium library. Import this Chrome driver from Selenium library. Now say driver.manage.window.maximize. Then say driver.get. And here provide the application URL. Let's give this application URL, that is omai.blogspot.com. Copy this and paste this. Here we are hard coding the URL. Okay. So if I run this test will run. Okay. But here the URL is hard coded in the test method. Like this test method, there can be any number of test methods using the same URL here and there. And tomorrow, if that particular URL changes, if the client changes the URL of the application, okay, then we have to go to the individual script and update the URL in every test. The script is working fine though, but the problem is with the hard coding of this, okay? We should not be hard coding this URL in the test method. Okay, like this test method, there will be hundreds of test methods. If they use the same URL and repeatedly they use, and tomorrow the URL changes, have to go to every individual TestNG test and update the URL here. That is a high maintenance process. So how can we overcome this process? Simple. We can do one thing, that is we can create a TestNG XML file. Okay, for this, in this project, I'll create a TestNG XML file, right click and go down till you see TestNG and say convert to TestNG. You see a TestNG XML file is getting created directly under the project with this configuration. So here already you see this demo class where this TestNG test method is already noted down. Click on finish. A TestNG XML file will be created. Open that. And here we have the test tag. And below the test tag, you write down, you create a parameter tag. Parameter, give the name as any name. I'll just name it as URL and value as this URL of the application. Instead of hard coding this URL here, I am centralizing in the TestNG XML file like this, okay? And self-close this parameter tag. That's it, done. Now come back to the demo.java. And here, instead of hard coding this, what I'm going to do is, here on the top of @test, I'll write @parameters annotation from TestNG. Over the mouse, import this from TestNG library. And here, circular bracket in that curly braces and provide double quotes and give the name of the parameter. URL is the name whose value is this URL. Okay, give that here. Now this URL will come into this parameter. Okay, to this parameter inside this method. This URL will be retrieved from this TestNG XML file and will be passed to this parameter of the sample test method. Now provide that app URL here. That's it. Now we are not hard coding the URL anywhere. So now if I run this sample test from this TestNG XML file like this, this URL will be passed to that TestNG test method because of this @parameters annotation and all. Okay, and the script will run properly. You see, let me run this TestNG XML file. The URL value will be passed to the demo.java TestNG test method, and the script is going to work fine. You see, to open the application URL, this confirms that we have successfully parameterized the test with the help of that. Okay. So the first way to implement parameterization in TestNG is to use parameter tag in TestNG XML file and along with that @parameters above the TestNG test methods. Now there is one more way to implement parameterization in TestNG by implementing the data-driven testing with the help of @data provider annotation. Let me show you how to do that. For that, I'll simply remove this and create a new test, public void sample login test. Okay, I'll write like this. You can give any name here, that's okay. And I'll write @test. Okay, @test. I'll convert this normal test method into the TestNG test method. And after that, here I'll create two parameters, string username, comma string password. Now here I'll write a print statement. Here I can write a Selenium automation code also, but just to save time, writing the print statement, logged in using plus this username and plus password. Like this I'll write. Okay, done. Now to this test method, I would like to pass the data. Okay, I have parameterized the test method already. You see, two parameters I provided, and I would like to pass the data. That is even one or multiple sets of data to this TestNG test method from outside. For that, I'll create one more method. It is the data supplier method. Supply data method. You can give any name for this method, whatever your choice. And here, but on the top of this method, you have to write an annotation from TestNG known as @data provider annotation. Import it from TestNG library. And you can even name this data provider. Name is equal to, you can give the name to this data provider method. That is a data supplier or whatever you feel convenient. And this method need to supply the data to this any of the test methods. Here only one test method is there. I would like to supply the data from this method to this test method. For that, I'll create a two-dimensional object array like this. Data is equal to provide curly braces. Inside the curly braces, provide again curly braces. How many curly braces? It depends on you. Like how many sets of data you want to pass, that many number of curly braces you have to provide here. Okay. So here first I'll say Arun. Here say 1, 2, 3. I'll say Varun. And here say 4, 5, 6. And here I'll say Tarun. And say 7, 8, 9. Okay, like this I'll say return data. The semicolon. The return type is two-dimensional object array. Two-dimensional object array. That's it. Okay. Now this method is going to supply the data to any of the test methods. But how to make the connection? Beside this @test annotation of this TestNG test method, you have to write data provider attribute is equal to the name of the data provider. That is this data supplier you provide. That's it. The connection between this data supplier or data provider and this TestNG test method is done. Now, since there are 3 sets of data, the same test method is going to run 3 times. For every set of data, it's going to run. Okay. Now run this TestNG test method. It's going to run 3 times, every time with a different set of data. You see, the test got run 3 times. You can see that sample login test got run 3 times with different sets of data every time. Okay. Logged in using Arun 1, 2, 3, logged in using Varun 4, 5, 6, logged in using Tarun 7, 8, 9. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is how to implement parameterization in TestNG. There are 2 ways to implement parameterization in TestNG. One is using the parameter tag and @parameters annotation. Other way is to implement data-driven testing in TestNG projects with the help of @data provider annotation from TestNG. Okay. By using these 2 ways, we can implement parameterization for different purposes in TestNG projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are assertions and what are the different types of assertions that we have in JUnit testing framework? Let me answer. First of all, what are these assertions in JUnit or any other testing framework? Okay, so using assertions, we can verify the tests. Okay, without assertions, we cannot decide whether that particular test is passing or failing. If the assertion fails, the test will fail. If the assertion passes, the test will pass. Okay, it's like verification things. Okay, after testing everything, we have to verify something. For example, if you have logged in using some valid credentials and you are on the login, after login, you're on the home page or some dashboard kind of page, okay, that the user is allowed after login, and we'll verify whether we are on that particular kind of page that the user need to be after logging in properly. Okay, that verification can be done with the help of assertions. Okay, so sometimes we provide invalid credentials and we get a warning message saying these credentials are not valid. We even have to verify whether we are getting such kind of message. If you're not getting the message, using the assertion will fail the test. Okay, so either JUnit assertions or TestNG testing framework assertions, we can either pass or fail the test. Okay, that's what assertions are. To verify a particular test in any automation script, we go for assertions. So in JUnit, we have different type of assertions. Okay, so like TestNG has some different type of assertions. Similarly, JUnit has its own set of assertions like assert equals, assert not equals, assert same, assert true, assert false, assert null, assert not null, assert throws, assert array equals, assert timeout preemptively, assert fail. Okay, normal fail actually. Okay, so like this, we have different types of assertions in JUnit. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. What exactly are assertions and what are the different type of assertions that are available in JUnit testing framework. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different JUnit annotations which are mostly used while writing the Selenium automation scripts. So here they're asking about mostly used, not all the list. Okay. So mostly used JUnit annotations during Selenium automation. So here are the mostly used JUnit annotations that we generally use during Selenium automation. The first one is @test annotation, which is the main annotation you can say out of all. If you want to convert any normal method into JUnit test method, this annotation is required. Okay, in this method, which is annotated with @test, you write the Selenium automation code for performing the test. Okay, whatever the test that you need to perform, verify login functionality, whatever that code you have to write here, Selenium code you have to write inside the method, which is annotated with @test, and the method will get converted into one of the test case or test. Then @before annotation, next one is, okay, so if you have some setup code like launching the browser, okay, maximizing it, opening the application URL, let's say such kind of setup code, okay, that also you have to write inside a method. And that method, if you want to run before this JUnit test method, then @before, okay. And TestNG also we have similar kind of annotations, guys, okay. Instead of before, we have @BeforeMethod in TestNG, but in JUnit we have @before. That's the difference. So setup code will go into the methods which are annotated with @before. Like a setup code example is launching the browser, maximizing, opening the application URL, deleting the cookies, etc., etc. Then this one more thing about @before annotated methods is that they run before every test method. For example, in a class, there are 5 test methods. Before every before each and every 5 test methods, this @before setup code will run. For every test method, this setup code is going to first run, then test method. Setup code, then test method, like that, okay? Coming to the @after, okay? So opposite of @before, that is closure code, okay? So what can be the closure code in Selenium automation? Like closing the browser, okay? If you want to close the browser after the test is done, okay? Then @after. And as I mentioned, so if you specify this @after before a method, okay, that closure code will run after each and every test method. If you have 5 test methods, after each and every one of those, okay, each and every test method, this @after closure code will run, okay, 5 times. For example, @test, @after, @test, @after, like that, okay. So for every test method, this method will run, okay. Now @BeforeClass. Unlike before and after, which run for each and every test method, BeforeClass and AfterClass are not going to perform like that, okay. They are going to run only once. BeforeClass is also meant for setup code, but for all the test methods, only one time it will run. Here, before will run every time for every test method, okay? But BeforeClass only one time for all the test methods inside that class. Before none of the test methods inside the class get executed, only one time @BeforeClass setup code will run. Once all the test methods inside the class, finishes, execution finishes, then at the end, @after class annotated method will run that contains the closure code as usual, okay. Now coming to the @ignore, this will ignore the test from execution, okay. If you want to skip a test from execution, if you don't want to run a test, then just add @ignore above the test method, and that is not going to run. Remaining all test methods are going to run, okay. If you have 100 tests and in that only one test you don't want to run, in that case you just provide this annotation on that specific test method, and except that test method, remaining all test methods will run. And finally, the last one is @run with annotation from JUnit. Okay, this is for a different purpose and mainly required when you are running the different files, class files as a batch. Okay, for example, login tests are inside some login class. Okay, let's say register related tests are inside the register class. Search functionality related tests are inside the search class. Multiple classes are there, and you want to run all these classes together. Let's say, okay, in that case, you can use @run with to create some kind of runner class, which is going to run all the classes. So mainly @run with we generally use in Cucumber projects. Okay, Cucumber. If you are using Cucumber with JUnit, with Selenium and all, okay, So in that case, we generally use @run with, guys, because in Cucumber projects only we need this @run with annotation. So and under the @run with Cucumber options, one more annotation from Cucumber JUnit will use, and that contains all the options where the feature files are there and all. That's a very big topic, guys. Okay, don't want to go deep, but this is for batch execution of the script. Simple words. Okay. So hope, guys, you got the idea about the majorly used or mostly used JUnit annotations during Selenium automation. Okay, these are the list. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to execute the TestNG tests in custom order without using or taking the help of TestNG XML file. Let me answer. If you are not going to take the help of TestNG XML file, then still if you want to run the TestNG test or execute the TestNG test in a custom order or your own order, then how it is possible? In TestNG, we have an attribute known as priority attribute. Okay, using this attribute or by specifying this attribute beside this @test annotation, we can achieve this. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample TestNG project. In this project, there is a class. Okay, inside this class, I'll create some tests. I'll create one test and remaining I'll copy paste just to save the time. Public void, I'll say sample1. Okay, and I'll copy this, just paste. I'll just name it to sample2. Or else I'll do one thing, I'll just write a print statement also. System.out.println. Sample1 got executed. Okay, done. Then now I'll copy paste and here I'll mark it as or rename it as sample2 here. This is sample2. And when it is run, here sample2 got executed will be printed. Now, similarly, I'll copy paste this one and change the name again to sample3. Now we have 3 test methods. These are normal methods. These are not even the test methods anyhow. Okay, we'll convert them soon into the test methods. So I'll write down @test annotation. So for the mouse, import this @test annotation from TestNG library. Import it from TestNG library. Similarly, add @test annotation here and also here. That's it. Now run it. Okay. So right click, run. Let's see in which order by default this multiple test methods inside this demo class are going to be run with the help of TestNG. Okay, let's see the order, default order. Okay, after that we are going to customize it anyhow. Let's see in which order they will be running. First sample1 got executed, then sample3 got executed, then sample2 got executed. Okay, these are order by default, they are getting executed. So, but I want a custom order. Okay, I want the sample1 to be executed first. I'll say priority, or else we'll do one thing. Okay, we'll do one thing. I want sample1 is getting executed first by default, so I want it to be executed last. Priority is equal to 3. I'll say, okay, here it's not capital P, it's lowercase p, guys. Okay, just a small mistake. And here, what about 2? When it is getting executed by default, 2 is executed at the last, but I want that to be executed in between. So I'll just mention for 2, I'll say priority is equal to itself. Okay, in middle it should be executed. Whereas sample3 is getting executed in middle, but I want to get it executed in the first. Okay, the first position. Okay, first sample3, then sample2, then sample1 I want. Okay, custom order I am saying. I'm talking about custom order. In whatever the order you want, then you can take it. Done. Okay, priority is equal to 1. So whatever the test method which is specified with priority 1 will be executed first, then priority 2 will be executed second, and then priority 3 will be executed last. So we are customizing the order of the execution of the TestNG test. And here in this thing, I'm not touching any TestNG XML file. for customizing this order. I'm simply using an attribute known as TestNG library attribute known as priority attribute to get this done. So first 3 will be executed, then 2 will be executed, then 1 will be executed. 3, 2, 1. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is it possible to pass the test data through TestNG XML file? If yes, then how? Let me answer. First of all, is it possible to pass test data from TestNG XML file? The answer is yes, we can pass. So how then? With the help of this parameter tag and @parameters annotation. Now let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample project. In this sample project, we have this class. Inside this class, I'll create a TestNG test. That is public void sample test. Okay, like this I'll create. Now on the top of this method, I'll write down @test annotation. Hover the mouse on this @test and import this from TestNG. That's it. Okay. Now inside this, write some Selenium code or whatever the code, let's say. I'll write down something like this. Webdriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Now hover the mouse on this WebDriver and import this WebDriver from Selenium library. Similarly, import this Chrome driver class also from Selenium library. After that, write down driver.manage.window.maximize, then say driver.get. Okay. So driver.get. Here I need to pass the URL. So I can hardcode the URL here. I can hardcode the URL here. For example, what I can do is I can go to this application. I'll give the URL of this login page. I'll give the URL of this login page. Copy this URL of the login page and paste it here. So firstly, I have hard-coded the URL. And after that, I would like to enter the email address and password here. Inspect this email address field. It has an ID. I'll copy the ID attribute value of this email address field and write down the code like this. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator of that field and say dot send keys. Here I would like to hard code the email address. I would like to hard code the email address as I would like to take this one. Let's see whether it will work fine or not. I'll copy paste for now. And here I'll inspect this password. I'll copy the ID attribute value of the password field and write down driver.find element by dot ID locator of that password field and say dot send keys and password is 12345. Okay, 12345 is the password. And then I would like to click on the login button. Okay, here 12345, and then I have to click on the login button, inspect, and it doesn't have an ID attribute. So let me create an XPath expression for this. So for that, I'll simply say Control F, and I'll copy this login, and I'll create an XPath expression /input @value is equal to login like this. It's locating this login button. Copy this XPath expression of the login button and simply say driver dot find element by dot XPath. Provide the XPath expression of that login button and say dot click. This is a sample Selenium automation code I have written. So in this Selenium script, if you observe, we have hard coded the URL of the application. Tomorrow, this URL may change. Okay. For now, this is only one test method we created, but tomorrow, as part of the real-time project, hundreds of tests are, okay, even 1,000 tests we may create. And in every test, if you hard code the URL like this, and tomorrow if the client changes the URL or gives you a different URL, then you have to modify the URL here, not only in the single test, but you have to go to each and every test method and modify the URL, that is of high maintenance task. Not only that, here you are hard coding the data also, test data also. Okay, whatever the valid credentials and valid password that you are giving here for logging into the application, okay, these credentials may change tomorrow. Okay, so this may work today, but tomorrow if the valid credential changes again, you have to go to the appropriate test methods and update the test data here. Okay, so that's again another problem. So whatever the thing that is, here we have hard-coded the URL, hard-coded the test data. So what can I do if I don't want to hard-code them? Rather, I would like to centralize this your hard-coded URL or test data in a separate file or something. Then one of the ways with the help of TestNG.xml file, okay, I can delete this. I can create it again if I want. So delete this, and if you can see this project, in this project, we have this test package. Under that, we have only one class. In that class, we have this test method. So right click on the project and select TestNG and say convert to TestNG. It will create the TestNG XML file directly under the project. You see this demo test package under the demo file is there. So this is how the TestNG, okay, TestNG.xml file can be created. Now, how to pass this URL, hard-coded URL or test data, instead of hard-coding them here, how to remove the hard-coding and, pass them from the TestNG XML file. Here, the question is it possible to pass the test data from TestNG XML file? The answer is yes. And with the help of what? With the help of these two things, parameter tag and @parameters annotation. So how? First, we have to go to the TestNG XML file, and here under the test tag, just create parameter name. Give the name. You can give any name. I'll give the name as URL, and I'll say value is equal to, and give the value of that particular URL. In this script, what is the value we have? The value is this particular value. I'll copy this value and I'll paste it here. Okay. Not only that, I'll create other parameters. Parameter name is equal to. So here, this is nothing but the email. Okay. Copy this email data, and here I'll say email. Okay, some name I'll give. Value is equal to, I'll give the email address. Okay, that I would like to pass from this TestNG XML file to the test method. One more parameter I'll create. Name is equal to, I'll say password. I'll say value is equal to that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was the password, right? So I'll give the same thing. Okay, this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a password. Now, for receiving this URL, this email, password from this TestNG XML file to this TestNG test method. So here, beside this @test, you have to write something known as parameters. Okay, this okay, so it's not the one. It's not the correct place. Here we have to write. Okay, sorry, it is an annotation, right? It is an annotation. It's not an attribute. So on the top, you can write parameters like this. You have to write over the mouse on this parameters annotation and import this from TestNG library. After that, provide circular bracket. In that circular bracket, provide curly braces. Because we have multiple things, so curly braces is required. We have multiple things that we are passing from the TestNG XML file to this test method. So here put a colon and say first one is URL. Okay. Here you can copy paste also if you want URL, the name of the parameter in the TestNG XML file, comma, one more parameter. The name of the parameter is email. Copy this and paste it here, and comma, again colon, and the other one, that is password. Copy this and paste it here. That's it. URL, email, password. Okay. Now here create the parameters. String app URL, comma, string email address, string, okay, password. Like this, you can give different names. These parameters no need to have the same names that are specified in this TestNG XML file. But this URL will come into this app URL. This email will come into this email address. Password will come into this password. Okay. From the TestNG XML file, this value of this URL will go here, and from there it will travel here, and we can use that. Okay, app URL, you can, instead of hard coding it, simply write down the app URL here, and instead of writing the email address, write the email address here, and instead of writing the password, write the password here. That's it. Done. We are good. Okay, that's it, guys. So first of all, let's see whether it is working fine or not. We are able to log in or not manually. It's able to log in. So I'll log out here and run the script to see. Okay, I would like to run the script to see whether this particular URL and test data are being passed from this TestNG XML file to this test method. For that, I need to run the TestNG XML file only. Run as TestNG suite. The test method in the demo class will be called, and this data will be also be passed to that particular test method. Let's see. So it has opened the application URL. Then you see we got logged in. That means everything is working fine. URL is being passed. The test data is being passed from the TestNG XML file to the test method. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to run specific kind of test cases or tests using TestNG. Let me answer. In TestNG, we can group the tests, okay, into different categories. For example, we can group the some tests into smoke testing category. We can group some tests into sanity category. We can group some tests into regression or anything. Okay. And if you want to run a specific kind of test which is related to that particular category or group, okay, we have to use this something known as group stack. And under the group stack, we have to use run tag. Under the run tag, we have to use include. And all this can be mentioned in the TestNG XML file. Let me practically demonstrate how to run specific kind of tests using TestNG with the help of these groups, okay, in TestNG XML file. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample project. And here I'll create some test methods. Public void sample1, I'll say, okay. And here I'll write a print statement to see. So I'll say sample1 got executed. And here I'll add the test method. I'll convert this into the TestNG test method. So I'll write this annotation from TestNG, import it. Now copy this and paste it. And again, paste it. Okay. Here, change it to sample2. Here, say sample2 got executed. And here also sample3, I'll say. Sample3 got executed and sample3. Like this, we have 3 test methods. I would like to group them. Okay. How to group them into different categories. For that here, I'll say groups is equal to, okay. Groups is equal to, you can even put curly braces if you want to mention multiple groups for this single test. Let's say this one is smoke, comma, let's say sanity also. Okay. And what about this one? Let's say this one is groups is equal to curly brace. I'll say this one is only sanity, not smoke. And this one is only smoke, let's say. Groups is equal to curly brace, or without curly brace also you can do if you have only one. But here it's better to provide. Okay. Tomorrow, if there is a need to add more groups, group names, we can do that without any problem. Okay. So like this, I have created. Okay. Smoke, sanity, and only sanity and only smoke. Okay. So now if I want to run the test from its particular category, okay, as a question speaks, specific kind of test cases. Like let's say I would like to run only smoke tests. The first one is falling into the smoke and the last one is also falling into smoke. Okay. So if I want to run the test related to smoke, okay, then what I will do is I'll go to the TestNG XML file. I can create it again if I want. So right click on this project and go to TestNG and say convert to TestNG. A TestNG XML file will be created under this project. And this thing, click on finish. And it got created here. Open that. And here under the test tag, write down groups. Under that, say run. Under that, say include the group. Which group? From which group you want to run the test? Include name of the group is equal to, let's say, smoke group. Okay, only the test from the smoke group will run. So if you see the demo.java, the first one is into the smoke category and the last one is also into the smoke category. Okay, so sample 1 and sample 3 should run, but sample 2 should not run. Okay, I'll run the TestNG XML file and see only sample 1 and sample 3 should run. Sample 2 should not run. You see, sample 1 got executed, sample 3 got executed, but sample 2 didn't get executed. So that's how we can run specific kind of tests or test cases using TestNG with the help of groups. Okay, so one more attribute was there. Okay, here you can see the attribute in the demo.java. That's the groups attribute. And here we have the groups tag under that run tag, under that include tag. Okay, so here groups attribute also. Okay, we have to use attribute. So hope guys you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the alternatives for @BeforeMethod and @AfterMethod TestNG annotations in JUnit? Let me answer. First of all, JUnit and TestNG are two different testing frameworks that we can use in our Selenium automation, etc. But the annotations in TestNG, okay, look different from the annotations in JUnit. For example, the annotations that is @BeforeMethod and @AfterMethod in TestNG testing framework, okay, are not named as same in JUnit testing framework. Okay, so @BeforeMethod, okay, in TestNG is nothing but @before in JUnit, whereas @AfterMethod in TestNG is nothing but @after in JUnit. Okay, here BeforeMethod is there in TestNG, here only before is there. Here afterMethod is there in TestNG, whereas only after is there in JUnit. Okay, so hope you got the answer for this question. Alternatives for BeforeMethod, afterMethod are @before and @after in JUnit. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how TestNG annotations inside a class get executed. Let me answer. First of all, let me list down the different types of annotations that we can specify or write inside a class. Okay, what are the different TestNG annotations that we can write inside a class? So different annotations of TestNG that we can write or mention inside a class. So we can mention @before switch, after switch, then before test, then we have after test, then before class, then we have after class, then we have before method, then we have after method. Okay, then we have test, and many other annotations are there, like data provider, okay, and so on, etc. Okay, I don't want to go depth. Even I don't even want to mention this data provider here. So generally most used okay, annotations like this. Okay, so how TestNG annotations inside a class get executed. Okay, so if you explain about these annotations that I have listed down here or written here or specified here, then it will be fine. Okay, first, out of all these annotations, before switch annotation will be executed first. Okay, when you run a particular class, in that class, if you have this before switch annotation, that particular annotation will be running first. Okay, the method having this before switch will be running first. What about after switch? It's completely at the last. Okay, after everything inside the class get executed, then after switch. Okay, not even a class, it's after the test methods in all the classes that are there inside the switch. Okay, if you go to the TestNG XML file, in that switch tag, whatever the test and the classes are mentioned, after all the test methods inside that suite are completed, then only after switch will be executed. Here before switch will be executed first before any execution happens. Okay, so only once though, after switch at the end. Okay, complete at the end. No matter how many classes are there, here we are talking about only one class. There may be multiple classes having multiple test methods, but that doesn't matter. Before switch will run only once before all the test methods inside all the classes get executed. Okay, once all the test methods inside all the classes get executed, then finally after switch will get executed. Then what about before test? You see, if you go to the TestNG XML file, in a single suite, we can have multiple test tags or test tags mentioned. So before every test tag, this before test will be executed. After test will be executed after every test tag. Okay, but only once. Only once for test tag. Before test tag once. After test tag once, like that. Okay. So we have to specify this before test, after test in one of the classes inside that particular test tag to get them executed. Okay, then only they will be executed. Then we have before class and after class. Okay, so this is the order: before class, after class. They also will be executed only once. Before class will be executed before any test methods inside the class get executed. Okay, after class get executed after all the test methods inside that particular class get executed. Okay, particular class I'm saying only once. So then before method will be executed before every test method inside the class. If you have 5 test methods, before method will be executed every time before that each and every test method. After method will be executed after each and every test method, like that. Okay, so this is how the TestNG annotations inside a class will get executed. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we execute test cases in order without using TestNG? Let me answer. First of all, you already know that TestNG is a testing framework. It's one of the testing framework. Apart from TestNG, okay, we can also use other testing frameworks like JUnit. Okay, we also have JUnit testing framework. Okay, so if you want to execute the test cases in order with the help of TestNG, it's very easy. Okay, it's very easy to execute the test cases in order with the help of TestNG. There are two ways. One is like at the class level, you can use an attribute from TestNG known as priority attribute. Okay. Beside that, @test annotation of TestNG, in the circular brackets, you can write priority is equal to 1, priority is equal to. So by doing that, based on the given priority, the test methods will get executed in order. Other way is like you can go to the TestNG XML file, and in that, whatever the order in which you specify the test tags or classes inside that methods and all, right, in the same order, the test will get executed. Okay, these are the ways in TestNG to execute the test case in order. But the question is something different here. Okay, can we execute the test cases in order without using TestNG? If not TestNG, is it possible or not? You see, if you are not using any other testing framework apart from TestNG and you are not even using JUnit, then it's not possible. Okay, by default, if you are not using any testing frameworks like JUnit, TestNG, then it is not possible. But if I have to answer this in such a way that what if not TestNG, if JUnit? There's another testing framework similar to TestNG known as JUnit in the market that also you can use with Selenium Java automation and all. Is it possible there? Yes, it is there, but it's not as simple as what TestNG is providing. Okay, so in JUnit also there is a possibility, but not to the extent what TestNG provides. Okay, in TestNG it's very easy to execute the test cases in order with the help of that priority attribute or with the help of ordering them in TestNG XML file. Okay, But in JUnit, to get the test executed in order, it's not simple. You have to use this @fixed method order and okay, method sorters dot name ascending. First, you have to provide this. Okay. And okay, above the class, you have to provide this annotation from JUnit, and in that you have to mention method sorters dot name ascending. And inside that class, whatever the methods you are providing, right, you have to make sure that whatever the test method that you want to run first, make sure it is in ascending order. Okay. So based on the ascending order of the names of the methods will get executed still in order. But it's not as simple as TestNG. In TestNG, it's very simple using priority attribute. But in JUnit, you have to write this stuff and name the methods. Okay, you cannot write your own method names. Okay, so you have to customize them in such a way that alphabetically you have to write the method names so that they will get executed in order. So is it simple? Means it's not simple, but the answer is yes for this question. Yes, it is possible with the help of JUnit testing framework. In JUnit testing framework, okay, we have this mechanism, but not as simple as TestNG, but it is possible. Okay. So this is the answer. This is how I will answer. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to parameterize tests in JUnit. Let me answer. So to answer this question, I need to practically demonstrate this for you in a step-by-step manner. Okay, so this is the entire code that we have to write. I'll simplify it for you during the explanation and practical demonstration. So what we are going to do first is we'll start from scratch. We'll create a new project, file new, and simply select this project option. You'll get this new project in Eclipse IDE and search for Maven, and you'll get this Maven project option. Select that, click on next. Once you get this, just again click on next without changing anything. So here you will get all the different archetypes or templates that are available. So let's wait for a while. Once you get this Maven, just search for Maven. Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start. Okay, like this you search for. Then you will get this multiple things. You have to select the Apache one. So I'm using the latest 1.4 at your time. If you get any other latest version, you can go with that, or you can go with 1.4. Okay. So 1.4 or above, you have to go with. Click on next. And you will get this dialog where in the artifact ID, you have to give the name of the project. That is JUnit demo project. I'll just give some group ID, JDP or something. Okay. This matters. This you can give anything. And here package name, I'll say JPack or something. Click on finish. A Maven project will be created in a while. So creating Maven, and you'll get this kind of console. Okay. Just observe the console, guys. You'll get all these messages. Let it go on. Okay. And finally, it will ask you to type Y. Okay. Just type Y here and press enter. That's it. Build success will happen and Maven project will be created. You see, this is a Maven project which got created. And expand that. You go to the pom.xml file. By default, you will get JUnit. Okay. So with this archetype, whatever I have given while creating this Maven project, that is Maven Quick Start, archetype Quick Start, and Apache one, right? By default, you will get all this stuff in the pom.xml file. You don't have to do much thing. So you can also see a dependencies, and by default, you already got the JUnit. If you didn't get the JUnit here, the simple way to get the JUnit is to go to the MVN repository, open the pom.xml file and go to the MVN repository and search for JUnit. So just search for JUnit here. You will get JUnit. Normal JUnit, you just select, click on that. And here, the latest version, whatever you have, you can take it. Okay. So I'm okay with whatever that is coming by default. 4.11 is coming by default. I'm okay with that. Okay. So if not, you just go to that whatever the version and copy from there and paste it here. Okay, under the dependencies. Like that, you can get the dependencies, and once you have the JUnit dependencies added here, expand this SRC Java. We have a package. Don't worry about the package. Delete this file, which is coming by default, and right click on this package. Create a new class. I'll just name this class as demo class. Click on finish. That's it. Now inside this class, okay, I need to create parameterize the tests inside this class. Okay, so to parameterize the tests, the first thing that we have to do is, you can see on the top, on the above the class, you have to write this run with annotation from JUnit @run with. This is the first step, @run with. Okay, pour the mouse on @run with and import it from JUnit library. Done. After that, put circular brackets, and inside the circular brackets type parameterized.class. Okay, that is the thing. Parameterized dot class. That's it. The errors are gone. Now this class is eligible for the test methods inside this class are eligible for parameterization because of that annotation. Now what next? Next thing is that you create something like a constructor. Okay, you just create some constructor. Before creating the constructor, create some variables inside the class, like int value, or okay, otherwise int a is equal to int a. Okay, int a, int sorry, here semicolon should come, then int b you say, and say int result use. Okay, that's it. 3 items. Int this one is otherwise this is expected result. Okay, expected sum or something. Okay, expected result or expected sum, whatever it is. So you write like this, three things you write down. Okay, int a, int b, int expected sum. Just for example case, guys. Okay, you don't have to do whatever I am doing. Okay, now create a constructor like this. Public constructor won't have any return type, and name of the constructor will be same as the name of the class. And here write down the same thing, int a comma int b comma int expected sum. Now you see the parameters inside this constructor are similar to the parameters of this class, variables of the class. To differentiate the class variables from these parameters of this constructor, I would use this keyword in Java. This dot a is equal to a. Now this a is nothing but a parameter in this constructor, whereas this dot a is nothing but the variable in the class, like that. Okay, so this dot b is equal to b, then this dot expected sum is equal to expected sum. Okay, done. This is a constructor we have to create. This is a step-by-step process, guys. Okay, first we have to write the annotation, then create the variables, required variables that you would like to parameterize in the test method, and then you have to create a constructor and initialize this class variables with the help of these parameters of the constructor. Then what next? Then next step is you have to pass the test data. Data. Okay, so we have to pass the data to the whatever the data, multiple sets of data we have to pass. Okay, multiple sets of data we have to pass. So how to pass multiple sets of data? For that, create one like this, public static. Okay, like this data kind of, you can give some name like data, and the return type should be collection of object array, single dimensional object array. You have to strictly follow this, and on the top of that you have to mention this annotation @parameterized.parameters kind of annotation, and inside that you have to return multiple sets of data. Okay, like that. Let's do it. Public, don't forget about static. If you don't write the static, you will get an error. Okay, collection, Java collection of object, single dimensional object array, and here give the name for the data supplier method, data I'll say, and like this. Okay, for the mouse, import it from Java. That's it. And on the top of this method, we have to write the annotation like parameterized dot parameters. I think I have gave the correct one. Let's see. Dot. Yeah. Parameters only, right? Parameters. Yes, parameters. There are two things. One is parameter and another one is parameters. So give parameters. Okay. Now, why it's giving the error, we have to return this. Whatever the return type is there here, that need to be returned. Okay, so let's return that. Return what? Arrays dot as list. Okay, arrays. You have to convert that arrays to list as a list. And inside this list, create an array. You are converting the object array as a list because its collection is there. Okay, so new. Don't worry too much about what I am typing and all. This is how we have to follow in JUnit. Okay, there's no other way. Okay, so here create the two-dimensional object array. There's a shortcut for two-dimensional object array, as everyone knows. If you want, you can take it here. Okay, put a semicolon here. That's it. And here, write down how many multiple sets of two-dimensional array data you want to pass. Okay, so here, if you want to pass, let's say 3 sets of data, just write 3 curly braces. Okay, this is two-dimensional object array. One curly brace is already there, and inside that again curly braces, shortcut representation for two-dimensional object array. Okay, that you are converting into arrays at the list at the last using as list and all. So here write down the 3 values that you have to pass. First one is the value to the A we have to pass, the value to the B, then expected sum we have to pass. For example, if you give 1, 1, so the expected result should be what? Let's say expected sum should be what? 2. 1 plus 1, 2, right? For example, if I give 5, minus 3, then it should be 5 plus minus 3 should be 2. So here if I say minus 1, 9, minus 1 plus 9 is 8. Okay, like this. So this data will be passed. Okay, this multiple sets of data will be passed. Now the next thing is, finally, the next thing is, okay, we have to create a test method. So let's create the test method as shown here. Let's create the test method. So public void sample test. Okay, sample test, and convert this normal method into the JUnit test method. For that, @test annotation is required. Import it from JUnit. Then here inside it, you have to do the calculation. Okay, so you are saying what int result is equal to, okay, calculator you are saying 1 minute, let me explain. So this is not required. You don't have to use this predefined class and all. I will make it more simple for you. Simple. Int actual sum. Actual sum is equal to, here on the top you can see A and B. Okay, this parameters the parameters or values are being passed to this constructor anyhow, and they are getting assigned to this A, B, and all this stuff. Okay, these are the class variables, right? I can access them anywhere. Okay, throughout the class I can access this A, B, and all those stuff, and say A plus B. That's it. Simple. Int actual sum is equal to A plus B. Now I have to make sure whether this actual sum is matching with the expected sum. Okay, here you're also passing the expected sum, right? It should pass. Okay, for that we have to use assertions. Some JUnit assertions like assert equals is there. Assert.assert equals. We can write assert from JUnit. We have to say assert equals from JUnit. Okay, JUnit. You can go with this one int. Okay, assert equals from JUnit. So it got deprecated. The method is deprecated. So let me see what else we have. Assert. One minute. So the problem here is we have used a wrong one. This should not be the import statement. We have to use a different one. So write down assert first of all. Let's see what will happen. Again, it's the same thing. Assert Then after that, hover the mouse on assert and see if you are getting any import statements. No, assert dot. From here, okay, instead of, you see there are two things coming. JUnit framework assert is coming or JUnit assert is coming. You have to take from dot. Assert equals from, where is that one? Let's go with something. Let's see what will happen. This one is now imported from arg JUnit assert. That is what is expected. Now here, first one is expected. So here expected should come. Where is expected? Expected sum is here. This dot expected sum. And actual is calculated here. That's it. Okay. If they both match, the test will pass. How many times this single test method will run? It depends on how many sets of data we are parameterizing or passing. Okay. So this is how it has to be done. Okay. This is how it has to be done. Any other steps left out? No, I think so. Let's run this test and see how many times this JUnit test will be running. 3 times it should run and 3 times it should pass. Okay. Because when you are adding, you are getting, you give proper results here. So expected results are proper. 1 plus 1 is equal to 5 plus minus 3 is 2. Minus 1 plus 9 is 8. Everything is correct in expected sum. But actual sum is also will come proper. A plus B, right? So logic will be good and fine. Now let's run it. Right click, run as JUnit test. Let's see what will happen. You see 3 times the test got run. Sample test got run for the first time, second time, and for the third time. Every time it got passed. Every time it got passed. So we didn't get any console output, but in JUnit, results tab, you can clearly see the sample test method got run how many times? 1 time, 2 time, third time. Okay, with different sets of data, and every time it got passed. What if I give a wrong result here? For example, 7. Minus 1 plus 9 is 8, but I'm expecting 7, which is wrong. So this time if I run it, one failure will come. Okay, one time it will fail. You see, first time it got passed, second time it got passed, but third time it got failed. This is failed. Okay, so that proves that we have successfully parameterized the tests in JUnit. So hope guys you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. Okay, with this example and all, you can tweak and all those stuff. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is an assertion, its drawback, and how to overcome this drawback? Let me answer. First, we'll start with what is an assertion. Whether you take TestNG testing framework or JUnit testing framework, we have something known as assertions. So in the TestNG test methods or JUnit test methods, we use these assertions to verify the tests. Okay, to verify the tests whether they are working correctly or not. If they are working correctly, we can pass the test. If they are not working properly, then we are going to fail the test. So how it is going to be possible to verify a particular test to see whether it is working correctly or not with the help of assertions. So this is what are assertions. There are different type of assertions. Okay, if you take TestNG testing framework, we have different type of assertions like assert equals, assert not equals, assert true, assert false, assert dot fail, and so on. Okay, using this we can either pass or fail the test. Now you understood what are assertions. Now let me explain the drawback or the problem with the general assertions. The general assertions are by default assertions are hard assertions. That means, for example, there is a test. In the test, across the test, there are multiple assertions here and there. Okay, in between some assertions are there. At the end of the test, there are some assertions. In the beginning of the test, some assertions are there. What if some assertion somewhere in between of the test or in the beginning of the test fails? The test will stop at the execution. It will not run the remaining steps in the test. Okay, after the assertion in that particular test fails, which is nothing but a hard assertion fails, it will throw an exception, and because of that exception, the test method will stop the execution there itself at that particular line, even though there are more lines of code to be executed as part of the test. Remaining lines of code in the test will not be executed. This is a problem or general problem with the general assertions, which are generally known as hard assertions. Then what is the solution to overcome this hard assertions problem? We have something known as soft assertions. Okay. Apart from hard assertions, even like libraries like TestNG, testing frameworks will also provide soft assertions. Okay. There are some predefined classes in TestNG for implementing the soft assertions. So if you have multiple assertions in a single test and some assertions are not that much, just verifying the title, and such kind of assertions are there. They should not be stopping the remaining code from execution, right? Because of the exception occurring when the particular title doesn't match for the page, and that is not the important part of the test. Okay. For example, if you are testing the login functionality and you are verifying the title also, if the title fails, that test execution will stop with hard assertions. That's the problem. But if you are using soft assertions for such kind of normal assertions, then even though that particular soft assertion statement fails also, the test will continue the execution. The remaining code in the test method will run. Okay, and at the end of the test, after all the code in the test runs, all these errors or failures or assertion failures, soft assertion failures will be reported in the output. Okay. So that's the advantage of the soft assertions. To overcome the problem with the hard assertions, the testing frameworks, we have to use soft assertions. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you customize HTML report in a TestNG project? Let me answer. If I get this question personally in the interviews, my answer will be something like this. Okay. So in this case, HTML report means I generally use extent reports. Okay. It is also an HTML report. In my real time, I have used the extent report. Okay. So because extent report is kind of advanced when compared to the TestNG report. So in my past projects and all, I have used extent reports only. Okay. So nowhere I have used the general or default TestNG report, but I have used extent report. So let's be genuine. Okay. Let's explain whatever we have done in our previous projects. So my answer will be something like this. So how did I customize that extent HTML report in my TestNG framework or project? With the help of iTestListener interface from TestNG. Okay. So what I will generally do is I create a class, a user-defined class, okay, for listeners' purpose, and I'll make that particular class implement this predefined interface from TestNG library. This is a predefined interface from TestNG library, iTestListener, okay. I generally use iTestListener, okay. So I'll practically show you how that is all possible, okay. So here, if you see, we open this, Eclipse IDE. Here we have a sample TestNG project or framework, whatever you say. In this framework or project, you see, I've implemented some listeners. Okay, I created some user-defined listeners. You can see our listeners, my listeners, any name. Okay, so any name you can give to this user-defined class, and I'll make this class implement this particular predefined interface from TestNG library known as iTestListener. You can see that iTestListener is a predefined interface from TestNG. If I hover the mouse, you can see it is from TestNG library. When you implement this iTestListener interface, okay, what happens is this listener interface has some predefined methods, okay, that can be overridden by this class which is implementing this interface. Okay, so what are those methods and how to override them? For that, you simply in Eclipse IDE go to the source and select override implement methods. Then it will give you the option iTestListener, and these are few methods which I have not implemented. Apart from this two, I implemented a lot of already using. You can see all these methods, right? These are all coming from iTestListener interface. Okay. So apart from this, there are two more which we can implement if we required. I didn't require that, so I kept it there itself. Okay. the unimplemented or unoverrided remaining predefined methods from ITest listener are being shown here. Whatever the things that I already added to this class are not coming there. Okay. If I remove all these things, so you can get there. Okay. For example, if I cut this for a while, if I cut this part and go to the source and say override implement, you see all the predefined methods are now coming. Okay. Now if again, let me add them. Okay. So like this, I implemented, you see, when a particular, execution starts, then what we have to do, it should create a report. Okay. When you run the tests in this particular project, a report should be created. Which report? Extent report. Okay. So like that I have done in my real time. Okay. So because this is directly, I'm getting this to check my real time thing in my real time, whatever the work I have done in my real time project. So I'll be sticking to this kind of answer. Okay. So like this, using the predefined methods from the ITest listener, I have implemented some on start where we have generated or created the report. Okay. So this one I extend report dot somewhere in the framework I created. There's no need to worry much. It is returning some object of the extend report. Okay. Extend reports. And then when a particular test starts, okay, so after the report got generated, when a particular test, there will be a lot of test methods here, okay, a lot of tests which will be running as part of this project for each and every test, okay. So we are creating the test in this particular extend report, and we are adding some logs to the report, okay. So some info log saying that execution started, this particular test execution started like that. For example, if that particular test passes, okay, if the TestNG test passes, then this result will get some information that the test got passed, and with the help of that result.get name got successfully executed, and stated.pass I'll say. I'm adding a log simply, okay. And on test failure, this is very important, guys. Okay, this is how I am actually customizing this extend report in my case. So when a particular test passes, I don't want to do anything apart from this logging thing, like saying that the test got passed. But when a particular test fails, then there is a lot of work. We have to take a screenshot. Okay. For that, this is the code I have written. Okay. For that, this is the code I have written to take the screenshot and add that screenshot to the extend report along with the logs. You see, whatever the screenshot is there, that I'm adding to the extend report. In the extend report itself, you'll get the screenshot. This is how we can customize. By default, in extend report, you will not get any screenshots of the field test and all. By creating this kind of class and implementing this ITest listener, by writing this code inside these methods and all listener methods, that is going to happen. When particular test skips, then what we have to do? When the complete execution of the test or whatever the execution you have done in this project got it completed, then we have to flush all these things into the report and automatically open the report. Up to you. Okay, so like this we can create this kind of TestNG listener methods from ITest listener interface, and they will be automatically invoked. Okay, when you run the test, okay, based on the events filed from the TestNG test, like test started, test finished execution, or test passed, test failed, test skipped, whatever the events that are getting filed, based on that appropriate methods will be triggered and in this listeners class. Okay, and accordingly the things will happen and the report will get customized. Okay, and we'll give the path of this listeners, okay, where these listener methods are implemented in the testng.xml file. Here somewhere we have this testng.xml file, you can see. So the path to this my listeners will be provided here in this testng.xml file. Okay, like this. Okay, with the package name dot my listeners. Then when you run this testng.xml file, automatically when the events are filed by the test methods, this testng listener methods will be invoked and automatically appropriate code will be run and the report will get customized. So this will be my answer, guys. Okay, if I get this question in the interviews, this is going to be my answer. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. And if in case you need this project, okay, framework or project, what I have covered in this session, then you can simply go to my GitHub, guys. Okay, so just search in Google GitHub space Arun Motori. Okay, and you'll be taken to this link, Arun Motori GitHub link. And where once you go there, you will see a lot of stuff, and just here there is some link actually, tutorials ninja hybrid framework, and yeah, this is the one. Okay, so this is the one you can take. Okay, so tutorials ninja hybrid framework repo. Okay, so this has that all the stuff. Okay, so extend reports and all the stuff, src, Let's see whether everything is there or not. Main listeners are there. Everything is there in this. You see, this is a thing you can find in my GitHub profile. Okay. So fine. So if you want to have this link, I'll provide this in the mind map so that you can find it easily. Framework. You can find the framework at this link. Okay, you can go to this particular GitHub link and find the framework if you want that. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you manage rerunning only the failed test cases in your test automation? That is Selenium test automation. This is possible with the help of TestNG, guys. Okay, in TestNG, we have some predefined interfaces known as iRetry and annotation transformer. Okay, with the help of these two interfaces, it is possible for us to run or rerun only the failed test cases. Okay, in TestNG automation projects using Selenium and all those stuff. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate this for you so that it will be easy for you to understand. So what is mean by managing rerunning only the failed test cases? You see, sometimes your automation tests, okay, may fail, but not really they are failing. They are failing because there is some, server problem, application server, there is some problem, temporary problem, okay? While the scripts are running, the application server, which is hosted somewhere else, is having some problem, temporarily only, okay? After that, it was working fine. When the script is running, there is a problem in the server because of which the script got failed. That is one reason. Or there may be some situations where poor network, okay, internet problem, okay, the internet in your machine has been fluctuated while that particular script was running. Again, it got recovered and all. But the problem here is, if you don't give the second chance and third chance for this, or any number of chances for this test to run, okay, we may not know whether these tests are really failing or not. But how to give the second chance or third or any number of chances for the failed test to run again, so that to eliminate our doubts that they got really failed rather than failing because of there is some application server problem or network problem. For that, we have to rerun them. Okay, only the failed test cases we have to rerun. Passed test cases, there's no need of running again because they are already passed. But failed test cases, we have to run again to cross check, double cross check whether they are really failing or not. Okay, multiple times we can rerun. How many times depends on us. Okay, depends on the logic we are writing here. We can decide how many chances for the failed test to run again or rerun again is depending on our logic. So there are two interfaces here using which it is possible. iRetry analyzer and annotation transformer in TestNG. So let me practically demonstrate them for you. So let's switch to Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project, which is already created. Okay. And in this project, we have one class. Only one class for sample is there. I'll just, otherwise let's have them. I'll just remove them. I'll just make it clean. Okay. There are some test methods. You can see there are multiple test methods. How many are there? 1, 2, and 3 test methods are there. 3 TestNG test methods are there. So let's fail one of the tests intentionally. Okay, let's fail one of the tests intentionally. For example, the first test, let it pass. Okay, the second test, let me fail it. Okay, what I will do is I will simply write down assert.fail. Assert.fail from TestNG. Okay, so when this statement is executed, automatically their test will fail. Okay, this is intentionally we are failing. Intentionally failing this test. Okay, so what about the third test? It will pass. Okay, third test will pass. First test will pass because there is no such thing like it is going to fail. Intentionally, I'm failing here just to showcase like if it is failed, you see, out of these 3 tests, only 1 test will fail. Only the failed test should rerun. Remaining passed test should not run multiple times. Okay, multiple chances should be given for the failed test. Okay, so that there may be a chance where this failed test may pass. Okay, because of network problems or application server problems, temporarily the test may fail in real time. But to give the failed test a chance, okay, we have to implement this iRetry analyzer and annotation transformer things. First, we'll start with iRetry analyzer. Later, we'll go for the annotation transformer. Okay. So what I will do here is I'll create one more package here. Package. I'll say listeners or whatever the name you want to give. Okay. Listeners or whatever the analyzers, listeners and analyzers. Like that, you can give anything. I'm just giving some random name. Under this, I'll create a class, user-defined class. My retry, our retry, any name you can give. Analyzer. Okay, this is user-defined class. You can give any name, but I'll make this class implements an predefined interface, a predefined interface known as iRetry analyzer. iRetry analyzer. Okay, I'll make this class implement this iRetry analyzer. Hover the mouse on this and import it from TestNG library. Okay, once you implement them, there we have to override some methods from the iRetry analyzer. For that, what we can do is we can simply hover the mouse on this iRetry analyzer and say add unimplemented methods. So here we got one method, an overridden method. This method is coming from the iRetry analyzer predefined interface of TestNG. Clear this stuff. And now here write some logic. Okay, in this write some logic. So I'll do one thing. I'll write something like this: int count is equal to 0. Okay, how many times the test has run? That is count. And I'll say int. Okay, how many chances we have to give? Okay, how many chances you are willing to give? So I'll say retry limit. Okay, retry limit. How many times or chances? Retry chances or limit, whatever the name you want to give, you can give here. I'll just give 3 chances. If a particular test fails, okay, I'll give 3 chances for it to run and prove itself that it can pass or something. 3 chances I would like to give. Okay, now here I'll write the logic. If count is less than retry limit, okay, count is less than retry limit, that is less than 3, then I have to give a chance. Okay, then I have to give a chance. So for it to run. So here I'll be writing, I'll just increase the count plus plus, and then I'll say return true. Return true. When you say return true, okay, it has been run, something like that. Okay, when this particular limit is reached out, we'll come out of that, okay. So this again this retry will be called, and again the count will be 1, and kind of if it is false means we have to return false. So retry thing will pass. Okay, will stop like that. Some logic is okay. This is the logic we have to implement. Okay, with the help of iRetry analyzer, this is the logic we have to implement. I'll copy this logic, or I'll do one thing. Just make it proper and copy this and paste it for you somewhere. And say code. Here I'll write the code. Here is the code that I have implemented finally with the help of all this stuff. This is something we have to write. Okay. So now, once this logic is implemented, now go to the demo.java. You know that this particular test method is going to fail or may fail. So here, beside the test annotation, I'll use one attribute known as retry analyzer. Analyzer is equal to. Okay. And I need to give the path of this class, that is listeners dot my retry analyzer. This is a user-defined class dot class I have to mention. So we don't know which test method will right? This test method may fail. This test method, now it will pass, but it may fail in real time. This test method, now it may pass, but it may fail in real time. We don't know. So it's better to provide retry analyzer for all the test methods, not just, we don't know, because which test will pass, which test will fail, we don't know. So better we write like this. We specify this retry analyzer and path of this my retry analyzer, where we have written some special code to give multiple chances for the failed test to run. Okay. So like this we'll do, and now run them, run all these test methods. Okay. Let's see how they will run. Okay, there's a problem with the logic. Sample2 is keeping on getting executed. Okay, because it's keeping on failing, so it's keeping on getting executed. So there is some problem with the logic. So I'll stop it. And you see, this one should be given some, you see, sample1 got executed only one time, sample3 got executed only one time, but sample2, which is failing, is getting executed this many number of times. Okay, this many number of times. So it should be given only, and it's skipping actually. It's not failing actually. It's skipping. Somehow it's getting skipped. Okay, but it's not failing. Okay, so it will skip because it's given multiple chances. Okay, so fine. So how to overcome this problem? Let me see what logic problem I have made in this. In count is equal to 0, retry limit. If count is less than retry limit, count plus plus, then return true. I am saying count plus plus happened, but let's see what is the problem I have made. Okay, there is one problem I can see. These variables should be declared outside this method. Guys. Okay, that is the only problem. Otherwise, it used to work. It has to work. It's not working because these variables are created inside this method. They should be outside this method. Okay, so that's the reason. So let's run. Click on run all. Let's say this time how many chances will be given for the failed test. Let's see. You see here, you can clearly go to this results tab and see for the passer test only one chance. Okay, because there is no need to run them again. They have run only one time because they are already passed. But for the test which is failing, sample2 which got failed, before it got failed, it has been given 3 chances. Okay, first time it got failed. Instead of failing it, it got skipped. It has been given a chance and has run again. Again, it got failed. It got skipped and it has been given another chance and it has run again. Again, it got failed. So instead of failing it here, again, one more chance is given. Total 3 chances are given. Extra 3 chances are given. And finally, after last chance also, it got failed. So finally, it has been marked as failed. Only the test which got failed is given multiple chances to run. And it depends on how many chances depends on the logic we have written. Okay, this is the logic. They have corrected this logic where these variables need to be outside this method. Okay, I thought they should be inside, but they should be outside the method. Otherwise, the things are not working. Okay, fine. This is the logic. But you see, we will have in real time, we'll have a lot of test methods. And for every test method, do you have to manually go and write this retry analyzer or specify this retry analyzer for each and every test method? Is that a good idea? No, we don't know which test will pass, which test will fail. So anyhow, we have to mention this, but it's not a good idea to write it everywhere. So I'll remove it from here. From the individual test methods, I'll remove this line to specify the to give the multiple chances to run them if there's a situation where these test methods will fail. So instead of specifying that attribute there, retry analyzer attribute there, what we can do is we can implement one thing. Okay, that is create a new class and you can give any user defined name like my annotation transformer. Okay, annotation transformer, our annotation transformer, any name you can give it. Okay, this is a user defined name. Click on finish and make this class implements a predefined interface known as I annotation transformer. Instead of specifying this retry analyzer is equal to listeners.myListenerAnalyzer.class for every test method, we'll simply create this class and make it implement this I annotation transformer, I annotation transformer like this. Okay. Import this from TestNG library, and whatever the methods of this I annotation transformer are there, we have to override in this user defined class. For that, just click on the source, select override implement methods, and here same transform method is there in I annotation transformer interface, but we'll take the last one, having the constructor method and all those stuff. Take the last one, click on OK. Whatever the code you are getting, just clear it out. Okay, now take this annotation and write like this. Annotation dot, okay, set retry analyzer. Like this, you have to write annotation dot, this annotation attribute, parameter dot set retry analyzer. Here we have to give the path of the my retry analyzer. Instead of giving the path of this my retry analyzer in each and every TestNG test method, just write this line, and inside this write down the path listeners package name dot listners dot my retry analyzer dot class. Like this, you have to mention. Instead of specifying this particular path, this thing in every TestNG test method, just mention this only in this method, predefined method of this annotation transform in this class. And now the next thing that you have to do is, after this, next thing that you have to do is create TestNG XML file in this project. Right click, TestNG, convert to TestNG, and this TestNG XML file is getting created directly under the project with this thing where demo class is mentioned and all those stuff. Click on finish. Once the testng.xml file is created, open that. In the testng XML file, write down, okay, the parameter thing. Okay, sorry, not parameter, sorry, listener thing. Okay, listener. I have to write something like this. Okay, implement the listeners here. Okay, add path in the listener tag. Listener class hyphen name is equal to, where are this? Where is this? My annotation transformer, right? In my annotation transformer, we have written this line. Okay, so we have to call this. Okay, we have to give the path of this in the TestNG XML file, so that this will be applied. This retry analyzer and this my retry analyzer will be called can be applied for the test methods multiple times and given chance for multiple times for the failed test. Okay, for that we have to give the path of this my annotation transformer. So here I'll write down list and listeners dot, under the listeners we have my annotation transformer. Okay, and don't make any spelling mistakes here. So there's a problem coming up. Listener class hyphen name listeners dot my annotation transformer. Okay, multiple annotations font. Okay, maybe this one is provided at a wrong place, maybe. Okay, there is a mistake where this listener tag should be part of listeners. Under the listeners, we have to write listners. Okay, in between the listeners tags, you have to mention this listener. Okay, which contains a path to this my annotation transformer. Now, in order to run the test, you have to run this TestNG XML file, which will invoke this my annotation transformer. My annotation transformer will invoke my retry analyzer for each and every test method in this project. Okay, you don't have to mention that retry analyzer attribute for each and every test method. Rather, if you implement this I annotation transformer thing with the help of transform method and set this for every test method, TestNG test method, that is done. But we have to run with the help of TestNG XML file because we have mentioned the listener and part to this my annotation transformer in this listener. Okay, now run this, right click, run as TestNG switch. Only the tests which are going to fail will be given multiple chances. Sample 1 got executed only one time, sample 3 got executed, but sample 2 were given 3 extra chances. What if I failed one more test? Let's say if I go here and I'll fail the first one, assert.fail. Even the first one also I'll fail. Okay, in this case, what will happen? These two test methods are failing. So this will be given extra 3 chances. This will be given extra 3 chances for running, whereas the last one will pass, will not be given. Okay, that this is to prove that for every test method by default, okay, retry analyzer is applied because of this annotation transformer. Okay, let's see that this time 2 test methods should be given multiple chances because they are going to fail. Intentionally, I was failing. Okay, I'm failing. Just go and see the results here. You see, only sample 3 got run 1 time only, but sample 1 got executed how many times? 4 times because 3 extra chances. Okay, even though it got failed, 3 extra chances were given before it finally fails. Whereas sample 2 also before failing were given extra 3 chances, but sample 3 only 1 time. Okay, that means that retry analyzer, okay, is applied multiple times. I mean, throughout the project. Okay, throughout the project, it is applied for every test method, even though for every test method, you have not mentioned retry analyzer is equal to listeners dot my retry analyzer dot class. You have not mentioned here. Rather, with the help of this my annotation transformer, you just wrote one line, just this method here, and in TestNG XML file, you mentioned that in the listeners path, and then run it. That's it. Okay, in real time project, this is how we implement or manage to rerun only the failed tests multiple times. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. And here I'll write the code. Okay, I'll just mention the code for that this thing also, my annotation transformer also. Okay, copy this code and so that you can refer. And after this, one more thing is there. That is listener tag, right? Listener tag, TestNG XML. In TestNG XML, you just mention this. Okay, in TestNG XML, you have to mention something like this. Okay, I'll just mention this thing. Just provide this TestNG XML file for you, content for you, so that you can imagine. Okay, here listeners you have to add. Fine, guys. Okay, so with practical demonstration, I have answered this question for you: how to manage rerunning only the failed tests in TestNG Selenium automation projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how will you install ReportNG in your Selenium automation projects? Let me answer. First of all, this ReportNG is similar to TestNG. TestNG is the library. Similarly, ReportNG is also another library. Okay. So to install ReportNG, so we need to get the library. Okay, how to get the library added to our project? So there are ways, like we can go to the mvnrepository.com and get the dependency tags of ReportNG and add them in the pom.xml file of the Maven project. Okay, I'll cover everything in this session in a practical way, so in a step-by-step manner. So here are the steps. First, we'll create a Maven project and all those stuff, and I'll show you how to install or add ReportNG library to our project and all those stuff in a step-by-step manner. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID. I'll create a new project. I'll say file new, select this project. Here I'll search for Maven and I'll get this Maven project. Click on next. In the next dialog, you'll get this. Don't change anything. Click on next. Here, in a while, some archetypes will be retrieved. Let's wait for the archetypes to come here. So now type here filter for filtering the different archetypes. So for the required archetype, just filter by typing Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start like this. Okay, and you'll get this or Apache Maven archetype. Okay, click on next, and here add the project name ReportNG project. Okay, RP. Just give some group ID, some random group ID, and give some package name. Doesn't matter much. Click on finish. A Maven project will be created in a while. Okay. So before the Maven project gets created, here some build process will go on So this was not there earlier, but now it's happening. So we need to type Y here. Otherwise the project will not be created. Just type Y here and press enter. You see build success and the project will be created. You see this project got created. Expand that. And in this project, go to SRC test Java, expand that. We got the package and we got some default class created. Delete that class. It's not required. create a new class, right click, new, say class, and name it anything. I'll just simply name it as demo class. Click on finish. And here write down public void sample test. Okay. Some name you give. Okay. So I'll convert this normal method into the TestNG test method. For that, I'll add @test annotation from TestNG. Hover the mouse on this. You see, you are getting some JUnit and all, but you are not getting TestNG because by default in pom.xml file, JUnit came, but TestNG didn't come. Okay. If you open the pom.xml file, if you have created this Maven project in the way I showed you with the selected archetype, then you will see this dependencies section, and there is some JUnit dependency which is not required for us. Okay, delete that, save this. Now go to the mvnrepository.com, open the browser, and go to mvnrepository.com and search for, instead of JUnit, we need TestNG, right? JUnit I deleted. So here simply search for, it's kind of slow, guys. Application is slow. Now search for TestNG. Just search for TestNG. Click on search. Then you will get TestNG here or TestNG. Click on this. You'll be taken to this page. Take the latest version, latest stable version, and copy this dependency tags of for Maven, because we created the Maven project in Eclipse ID. Copy the dependency tags of Maven. Just click here, it will be copied. Come back here and add the dependency of TestNG here. Okay, paste it. Just simply paste it here, it will be done. Now click on save. Now go to the demo.java, hover the mouse on @test. This time you will get this import statement from TestNG library, import it. Now here simply you can write some Selenium code if you want, WebDriver, driver, or normal Java code also you can write, no problem. Chrome driver like this, just write some sample Selenium code. This will open the Chrome browser actually, but when you hover the mouse on the WebDriver, you will not get any import statement because Selenium is also a library. How to add the Selenium library to this project? Again, go to the same mvn repository and search for Selenium space Java. And you'll get the Selenium Java. Click on that and go with the latest version, whatever that is available. Copy this and go to the pom.xml file and here under the dependencies, paste it again. Okay. Now Selenium, latest version of Selenium, I am adding whatever the time you are, at your time, whatever the latest version of Selenium is there, that you add it and save it. Okay, so let it be done. Now go to the demo.java, hover the mouse on this WebDriver. Just hover the mouse on this WebDriver. And you should get the import statement. If not, just try it again. This time you got. And hover the mouse on the Chrome driver and import it from Chrome driver class. Then maximize the browser window, driver.manage.window.maximize, then say driver.get. So give some URL. This much is enough. I don't want to write some lengthy code here. Okay, I'll just open the sample. I'll just take you to the sample application. Copy this URL and just come to this Eclipse ID and paste it. This is a sample script, just assume, okay, that you want to run as part of the TestNG. Now, guys, if you run this code, you will not get any ReportNG report, okay? You'll get TestNG report by default, okay? Because we have not added the ReportNG to this project yet. It's still a TestNG Selenium project, okay? Now run this. If you run this, what will happen is the TestNG test will run. It will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser window, and open the application URL in the browser. That's it. Okay, the test is completed, and you'll get the TestNG results here. And apart from that, refresh the project. You see, before refreshing the project, there is no test output folder. After refreshing the project, you can see here. Just refresh the project, you'll get the test output folder. Under the test output folder, you'll get this index.html, which is nothing but the TestNG default generated report. So open that in web browser, it will open here. Okay, TestNG report will be opened. This is a TestNG report. Okay, but I want to add ReportNG and generate the ReportNG report. Okay, how to do that? Instead of TestNG report, which is coming by default, when you add the TestNG library to this project, I want to get the ReportNG report. Okay, now the things start. So for that, you need the ReportNG dependencies. Okay, these are the steps you have to follow. We need ReportNG dependencies. For that, again, open the browser, go to the MVN repository, same website, mvnrepository.com. In that website, you search for ReportNG. Instead of TestNG, you search for ReportNG now this time. And you will get this ReportNG or TestNG. A TestNG reporter plugin, ReportNG is coming. This one you can take, okay? Or let's see which one you have to take. There are two things. So which one we have to take? We have to take from our TestNG or uncommons. You have to go for org uncommons, guys. Okay, click on this first one and go with whatever the version we have. Latest version, latest stable version. Under the Maven, you can copy this dependency tags of the ReportNG and again come back to the Eclipse IDE and open the pom.xml file. And in that, again, go to the dependency tags and paste the dependencies here. Tab. Now save this. Okay, so dependencies. Now ReportNG dependencies. This is how the question is clearly asking. How will you install ReportNG in your project? This is the way. By adding the dependency tags into this pom.xml file of the Maven project, we generally install or add the library of ReportNG into our project. Once that is added, what we can do next? The next step is that to generate the ReportNG reports and all, instead of TestNG reports, we have to add this listeners, okay? So by default, we don't have to remember this. You can simply copy paste if you want, okay? So these are from the ReportNG library. You can see here, okay? So under the listeners, add the listener tags. And here class name you give as arg uncommons ReportNG.html reporter, arg uncommons ReportNG JUnit XML report. Whatever you mention, that kind of reports will be coming, okay? So I'll be adding manually for you so that for that we need this TestNG.xml file. So let's right click on the project and create a TestNG XML file. Go to the TestNG and say convert to TestNG. A TestNG XML file will be created with this demo class referring where TestNG test method is there. So once we get the TestNG.xml file created here, open this. And here, what you do is just under the suite tag, add the listeners tags. Okay, listeners. LISTENERS. Under the listeners, add the listener tag. LISTENER. And say class hyphen name. Name is equal to. So arg.uncommons. You can go to the pom.xml file to see what you have to add. So here under the dependencies, you can clearly see arg uncommons.ReportNG. Okay. Arg uncommons.ReportNG. Okay. Slash. That's it. That's the first thing. Okay. So here you need to get the HTML reporter. So after ReportNG, you just add .html reporter. Okay. So HTML report will be created. If you want to generate few more type of formats of report using ReportNG, like instead of HTML, along with HTML report, if you want to generate some JUnit XML report, then you need to add this. Okay. Here ReportNG. Here you say instead of HTML, you write JUnit XML reporter. Okay. So these two reports will be generated. Now save this. That's it. Okay. This time when you run the TestNG.xml file, the same test inside the demo.java will run, where it will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, open the application URL. But in the test output folder, you will get the ReportNG. I'll delete this test output folder so that you can see the things fresh. Now that test output folder is not there, let me run this. Right click, run as TestNG switch. It will run the TestNG test method inside the demo class. And after that runs, you will see a ReportNG report getting created. Okay. Let's go as you did. This is a script we have written. Close it. Okay. So it got passed. Now you see it got passed. And now simply refresh the project now. And you'll get the test output folder. Expand this. You see, you got two things. Okay. HTML. And other one is XML you got. Okay. JUnit XML report you got. HTML report also got. These are from ReportNG, not TestNG. Okay. So we need the HTML report. For right click, open with web browser. Then you will get this. This is not working properly. This is the way to do it, guys. But the ReportNG report is not coming properly. Okay, there is some problem with them. So, but this is how it comes. Okay, this is the way to install. Okay, but no one is using ReportNG nowadays. Okay, we have some more advanced reporting mechanisms like extend reports and all. But if you still get a question in the interview regarding the ReportNG, how to install and all, you can mention that we are using extend report, which is an advanced and beautiful report when compared to the TestNG or ReportNG. No one is using ReportNG nowadays, but this is a way to add ReportNG libraries because this is way old and it's not working properly now. Okay, so but you can see the report generated, but it's not showing the results properly. That's okay. That's a out of the box problem. But the answer is this: how we can. Okay. So with practical demonstration, I showed you how to add the ReportNG library to your project or how to install ReportNG in your project. But if you get the question, you just answer it. But in real time, we don't use this ReportNG much. So no need to worry about whether we are getting the results in the ReportNG reports or not. These are outdated kind of stuff, you can say. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between @BeforeMethod and @BeforeClass? Let me answer. First of all, both this @BeforeMethod, @BeforeClass are annotations in TestNG. Okay, @BeforeMethod is one of the annotation in TestNG library, and similarly, @BeforeClass is another annotation in the same TestNG library. But what is the difference between these two annotations? You see, you can specify these annotations before the methods. Okay, above the methods. Okay, when you say public void some name of the method, before that method body starts on the top of that line, you mention this annotation generally. Okay, TestNG annotations. What if you specify this annotation before a method? Then what will happen is whatever the code you write inside that particular method for which this @BeforeMethod annotation is provided, okay, that code will act like a setup code and it will run before every test method in that particular class or whatever it is. Okay, if there are 5 test methods, for each and every test method, BeforeMethod will run. Okay, so in that single class we have 5 test methods, and this @BeforeMethod annotated method having setup code will run before each and every test method in that class. What about BeforeClass? Unlike BeforeMethod, this also will contain this method annotated with BeforeClass will also contain the setup code, but it will run only once before the class or any test methods inside the class gets executed. Okay, but BeforeMethod will run before every test method. BeforeClass will run only once, okay, before any of the test methods inside the class gets executed. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this project, guys. Let me close all this stuff. So where we have this sample TestNG project, and I'll open this one of the file, and here we have the demo class. In the demo class, what about this one? I'll just remove this. Okay, so we have 2 classes. So one is demo class, other one is demo2 class. Okay, don't worry about that. We have 2 separate classes. That's fine. And in one of the class, I'll pick one of the class. Let's say demo class, and here I'll write down public void setup method. Okay, setup method. Some name, some random name I am giving. You can give any name here. And here I'll just mention @BeforeMethod annotation like this. And I'll import this BeforeMethod annotation from TestNG, and here I'll write something like system.out.println setup code got executed. Okay, in real time we write the Selenium setup code. Okay, but that's fine. Here, just to save the time, I'm just writing this print statement. Fine. So in this case, what will happen? So in this case, if I run this demo, okay, demo class, this BeforeMethod will run before every test method. How many test methods are there inside this demo class? 1, 2, and 3. So before every test method, this setup code will run. This BeforeMethod code will run. Okay, setup code got executed, and one of the test method will get executed. Setup code got executed, another test method will get executed. Setup code got executed, another test method will get executed. Let me run it. Right click, run as TestNG test. You can see that the setup code is going to get executed before every test method inside that demo class. Setup code got executed, the test method got executed. Setup code got executed, another test method got executed. Setup code got executed, and another test method got executed. Sample 1, sample 2, sample 3 test methods got executed. Now, what if I change this before method to before class? Now, here is something different will happen in this case of before class annotation. The code is still the setup code, but the thing is, this before class will run before any of these test methods inside this class got executed. That means only once, okay? Before any of these test methods inside the class got executed, before class will run before, okay? Only once, but. So you can see that setup code got executed, and remaining 3 test methods will get executed, okay? So that's the difference, guys. So run it and just observe what's happening. Run this class and see that the setup code will run first. And after that, all the 3 test methods will get executed. Setup code got executed. Sample test 1 got executed. Sample test 3 got executed. Sample test 2 got executed. So hope, guys, you got the difference between before method TestNG annotation and before class TestNG annotation in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to select an option in list box field using Selenium, that is Selenium Webdriver. Let me answer. In Selenium Webdriver library, we have a predefined class known as select class, and using the predefined methods or commands of the select class, we can easily select an option in the list box. First of all, what exactly is this list box field? Let me show you practically. I'll take you to one web application, sample web application, omai.blogspot.com. And here is the list box, okay? It can also be called as multi-selection box field, okay? So it's kind of something, a kind of similar family related to drop-down field. But what is the difference between this list box and this drop-down is in drop-down, you can select only one option at a time, okay? You see, if you want to select a different option, doc4 is gone, doc1 came. And if you want to change this option to another option, you see, only one option at a time we can select in the drop-down field. But coming to the list box or multi-selection box field, here we can select multiple options. Manually, if you have to select these multiple options in the list box field, you have to press and hold the control key on your keyboard and click like this. Okay, you can select multiple options, but in a drop-down field, you can select only one option. But how to select these options in the multi-selection box field or list box field using Selenium Webdriver? In Selenium Webdriver, we have a predefined class known as select class. Using its predefined methods, okay, we have to create an object for the select class, and by using that object reference, we can call some methods, and by calling that methods, okay, we can select the options. Okay, I'll show you the different ways of selecting an option in the list box field using Selenium. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample project configured with TestNG, Selenium, etc., etc. And here we have the main method. Here I'm going to write some code. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver like this. Okay. Now I'll hover the mouse and import this WebDriver from Selenium library. Import this Chrome driver also from Selenium library. And I'll say driver.manage.window.maximize. Then driver.get. And here I need to provide the application URL where the list box field is available. So this is the application URL where the list box field is available. I'll paste it there. And now I would like to inspect this multi-selection box field and create a web element out of it. Inspect this and create a web element for the multi-selection box field. It has an ID. Copy this ID of the multi-selection box field or list box field. And here I'll write down driver.find element by dot ID of that list box field. Provide the ID locator of that list box field. And here say some list box field element. Okay. Like this, I'll create a web element over the mouse. The return type of this find element is web element. That will come here. Now, once this is done, next thing is I need to create an object for the select class. Select is equal to new select. Like this, I need to create an object for the predefined class in Selenium Webdriver known as select class. Hover the mouse on the select class and import it from Selenium library. And here, the constructor cannot be empty. To this constructor, you have to pass either the drop-down field or the list box field that you want to select an option from. So in our case, this is a list box. I'll copy this list box element and paste it here. The error is gone. And after that, using the object reference of the select class, we know that we have passed the list box field. Okay, in that list box field only the options will be selected. Select by visible text. Okay, this is one command. The select predefined class, we have this command on select by visible text, where you just go to the application and see, let's say I would like to select Audi, AUDI. Okay, give that Audi here, Audi text here. That's it. Okay, with the help of the visible text, the option will be selected, Audi will be selected. After that, I would like to select another thing based on the index. So you can still use the select by visible text again for other options also, but I would like to cover all the other commands available for selecting an option in the list box field. So we also have something known as select by index. With the help of index also, here index 0 means the first option, Volvo is the 0 index, 50 is the index 1, Honda is the index 2. So index 1 I will give, that is fifth. Okay, if I give 1 means it will select the fifth option. After adding, fifth is getting selected. Now then, one more command is also there for selecting an option in the list box field, that is select by value. Okay, this is the last command we have. And here we need to give the value. So how to give the value? For example, I would like to select Hyundai. Inspect this Hyundai. And this Hyundai, this is the HTML code of this Hyundai option in this list box field, and it has a value attribute with some value. This value we have to copy. Value attributes value we have to copy. And here we have to, in double quotes, you just paste the value attributes value of that option. That's it. Now run this code and observe that in the list box field, Audi, the other one was the second option, whatever second option was there. Okay, that is this fifth, and Hyundai will be selected. Last three options will be selected, guys. Okay, just see that last three options will be selected one by one. Audi, Swift, Hyundai got selected. So hope guys you got the idea how to use the select class, predefined class in Selenium Webdriver for selecting an option in the list box field, and what exactly is the list box field. Everything is covered in a practical way in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between @BeforeMethod and @BeforeTest annotations? Let me answer. First of all, these two annotations, that is @BeforeMethod and @BeforeTest annotations, belong to TestNG library. So what is the difference? If you specify these annotations before a method, then what is going to happen? If you specify this @BeforeMethod on the top of a particular method inside a class, this method is going to run before every test method inside that class. Okay, no matter how many test methods are there inside that class, this @BeforeMethod specified method is going to run as a setup code. Okay, to run the setup code before running every test method. Okay, if there are 5 test methods, before every test method, 5 of the test methods runs, this before method will run. Then second test method, before it runs, before method will run. Before the third test method runs, before method specified method will run. Like that for every test method inside the class, before it runs, the before method will run. Okay, before method specified method will run. What about before test? It will run before all the test methods which are specified inside the test tag in TestNG XML file. For example, here, this is a TestNG project. Here we have the TestNG XML file. Here we have 2 test tags inside this TestNG XML file. So before the test methods inside this one of the test tag runs, okay, if you have specified this annotation, before test annotation in one of the test methods inside this test tag, then before any of these methods, test methods inside the test tag runs, that particular method specified with the before test is going to run. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample TestNG project. What I will do is I'll just go to, here you see, if I run this TestNG XML file, test.demo will run, test.demo2 will run. These 2 classes will run. Demo contains 3 test methods. I think so. Yeah. What about the other one? 1 minute. The other one is demo2. demo2 contains 2 test methods. So what I'm going to do is in the demo.java, here, I'll create a test method, public void. I'll create a setup code kind of method, okay? A method which contains some setup code, okay? So public void, I'll say sample method for setup, like this I'll say, setup code running. You can give any name, no problem. I'm just giving this lengthy name, that's okay. And before this method, I'll provide before method annotation. So this before method annotation, when specified before this method, makes this particular method run before every test method. Okay, how many test methods are there? Sample test 1, sample test 2, sample test 3. Before each and every of this test method runs, this before method is going to run. Hold the mouse on this and import it from TestNG library. Here, write down some, okay, sample print statement just to see whether it is running or not. Setup code has run. Okay. Setup code has run. How many times this setup code has run will be printed in the output console? We'll see. Before every test method, this setup method will run. There are 3 test methods. So before every of these test methods, this setup code has run. Sample test 1 got executed. Setup code has run. Sample test 2 got executed. Setup code has run. Sample test 3 got executed. Like that, it will work. Okay. Let me run this. Let me run the TestNG XML file. I specified the before method only in the test.demo class. I didn't specify here. So only for these 3 test methods, before each and every of the 3 test methods in the demo class, only that setup code will run as a before every test method. But here I have not specified, so it is not going to work. Right click run as a TestNG suite. Just see the output for each and every test method here in the demo class. Before that, the setup code will run. So there is a problem. What's the problem? Let's see. TestNG exception. Okay. Okay, 2 tests in the same suit cannot have the same name. Yeah. Here I have to say test 1. Here I'll say test 2. Okay, if you have the same name, it's not going to allow. That is a problem. Okay. Run as. You see here what's going to happen. You see, before sample test 1, setup code has run. Before sample test 3, setup code has run. Before sample test 2, setup code. But for the other 2 test methods which are inside the different class, okay, that is not working. Because before method is only specified in the demo class. Okay. Now what I'll do here is I'll just specify this instead of before method, I'll just mention before test. And this before test is only mentioned inside the demo class. Okay. This before test annotation is mentioned before a method only inside the demo class, which is part of which test? This test 1. But in test 2, it is not specified. So only for test 1, it is going to work. Before any of the test methods inside the test 1 test tag runs, the setup code will run once. And after that, all the methods inside this, all the methods. Here we can have multiple classes also if you want. Okay, like this also, it's okay. Okay. In one of the class inside this, in one of the test method in one of the class of this test tag, we have this specified, okay, before test. So it will run before this test tag, okay. So after that, all the test methods inside this classes mentioned in the test tag will work or run, okay. So only one time it will run in the beginning. Before any of the test methods inside the demo or demo 2 will run, setup code will run. You see, setup code has run. Remaining all test methods got executed from both the classes that are mentioned inside this test tag. If you have any other test tag, it will not work there. Okay. So for example, here demo 3, I'll say demo 3. Okay. So first I'll mention demo 3. Sorry. That I'll just cut this and paste it here in the order so that this test 2 will run first. And before this test methods inside the demo 3, what is there in the demo 3? Let's see any test methods are there. No. Let's create a test method, public void. Public void sample test 6, whatever it is. Okay, at the rate test. For the mouse import. Inside sample test 6. Otherwise, sample test 6 got executed. Got executed. Let's see. Now, if I run this TestNG XML file, but that particular thing, that is this before test annotation, is specified in one of the classes. Okay, in one of the classes of this second test tag. So it's not there in the, it's not specified in the any of the classes of the first test tag. There is test2 test tag. It's not there. So setup code will run only before the test methods inside these two classes. Okay, of this test tag. Whereas here it is not going to run before. Okay, so run it. Sample test 6 will run first. Sample test 6 got executed. After that, you see, only for the second test tag, the before test method got executed. Okay, in whichever the test tag you provided, before all the test methods inside that particular test tag, this before test annotated method will run as a setup code. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is an iframe and how to handle it using Selenium Webdriver? Let me answer. First of all, what exactly is an iframe? Iframe is one of the HTML tags, guys. Okay, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, which is a language used for creating the web pages by developers. In that HTML language, there will be different markup tags. Okay, for paragraph, we have P tag. For images, we have IMG tag. Like that, different web elements on the web pages will have different HTML tags as per this HTML language. And iframe is one of the tag for iframe purpose. Okay, if you want to create a web element on the web page as an iframe, then we have to use the iframe tag in HTML. I'll practically show you everything. Just wait for a while. Okay. So what is the purpose of this iframe tag in this HTML language? Using iframe tag in a single page, we can embed any number of web pages. Okay. We can create any number of iframes in a web page, and in that web page, you can embed different web pages either from the same website or from a different website. Okay, if that is allowed and all those stuff. Okay, so I will practically show you how to write some HTML code and use this iframe tag to embed the web pages inside in a single web page. Okay, for that I'll show you. So what I'm going to do here is let's say I'll take one page, guys. In a page, I'll try to embed other pages from different websites. You can also do from the same website also, but like this, this is one website, this is another website page, this is another website page, I will do, but you can also do from the same website, different pages also. Okay, in a single page, you are embedding different multiple pages. That means in a single view, you are able to see multiple pages. Okay, so this is possible with the help of iframe tags in HTML. So for that, I'll first go to the downloads. In the downloads, I'll just clear out everything. Okay, and freshly, I'll create some text document. I'll simply name it as iframes demo. Okay, like this iframes demo, I'll just name it .txt file only for now. I'll open it. It will open as a text document. I think it's opened only once, right? Yeah, fine. Now here I'll start writing the HTML code. HTML, just I'll increase the font so that you can see. So /HTML, and inside this HTML, I'll write head tag, /head, and similarly I'll write body tags, body child tags, /body. So this I'm doing this for you guys to understand what exactly is an iframe. Okay, first I'll write I'll just give a title here. I'll say title iframes demo by Arun. Okay, last title, like this I'll give a title. Then the body tag, Okay, the body tag, I'll just write some text. Okay, so by default, I'm not using any iframes anyhow. Only one page will come initially. So this is some sample text like this I'm typing. I'm not using any iframes or something here. For now, let me save it. Save as, select save as, and the same location. You can save this file at any location, guys. Okay, so I'm using downloads because it's kind of clean in my machine. I'll remove the .txt extension and just save it as .html extension. And here also save as, type as all files and click on save. Now, if you see here, an HTML file will be created, .html file. It will be recognized by browser. If it's not recognized in your machine, simply right click and say open with and select any browser that you want. For example, I will select Google Chrome. It will open in the Google Chrome browser. Okay. It will open in the, you see, this is some sample text is coming. Google Chrome browser, this is some sample text is coming. That's fine. So this is the thing, and you are also getting the title iframes demo by Arun. Whatever the title I gave here in the text, you see iframes demo by Arun is coming on the title of this page. Okay, and this is the text coming here. Now, in place of this text, I would like to embed some web pages. Okay, so multiple web pages I would like to embed. I'll remove the text, and in place of that, I'll write iframe tag, iframe slash iframe. Okay, so do something src, I guess, if I remember, and just give some URL of any web page. For example, I would like to embed my website, QFox.com. Copy this website URL and paste it here. Okay, let's see whether what's happening first of all. Save this and refresh this page. Okay, refresh. Remove this now and refresh this page and see whether QFox.com is getting embedded here or not. It's getting embedded, but the problem is the height and width of this iframe is not good. So I'll just go back to the text document and I'll just change the height and width of this. So I'll just add some extra attributes. Height. Let me reduce the size. Height. I'll give that height as it's a 700 and width as let's say some 300. Let's see what will happen with this. Now save this. I'll just reduce this. I think you can see. Again, go here and refresh this time. The height got changed. You got the appropriate height. 700 pixels is the height and width is 300. You can increase the width if you want 350 or something. So that you can, it looks good. Refresh, you see 350 is like this. Okay, you can see the page properly now. And similarly, you can embed this is another website page that I am embedding in the single page. Like this, multiple website pages you can embed in a single page. So I'll do one thing, one more. I'll copy paste instead of typing and wasting your time. I'll copy paste the iframe again, and I'll just change the value of this src. I'll keep the height and width as it is, and I'll take another website. Let's say this time I'll take omaya.blogspot.com. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. Now let's see what will happen. I'll save. Come back here, refresh. Now you got two iframes. With the help of iframes, you are able to embed the other website pages or same website pages in the single page. In a single page, you are able to embed multiple web pages. These web pages, again, I am repeating, can belong to the same website or different website. Up to you. Okay. The decision can be taken by you. I'll show you one example where the same website page is being embedded in real time. No need to worry much. So here, one more website page. Let me embed a few more websites or website pages inside the same page. This time I'll take Selenium by Arun. Selenium by Arun's website blog. This is the website. Copy this URL. Come back here and just paste it here. That's it. And one more thing, I'll take Selenium 143. 3.blogspot.com. Copy this and paste it here. That's it. Now save this and see what's happening. Once you save it and close it, just refresh here. You see you got 4 website pages embedded in a single web page. This is all possible with the help of HTML tag known as iframe. Hope you are able to see the iframe, right? These are the iframes. So now you understood what is an iframe. Okay, if someone asks you what is an iframe, you can say that iframe is one of the HTML tags whose purpose is to embed another HTML page inside a single HTML page. Okay, one or multiple HTML pages can be embedded in a single HTML page with the help of iframes. And it is an HTML tag. That's the answer, straightforward answer. But now the other question arrives is, how to handle it using Selenium Webdriver, how to automate or handle using Selenium Webdriver. I have to demonstrate. Before that, I told you, right, one of the website having an iframe, and it's not embedding the website page of a different website. Rather, from the same website, another page is being embedded. So the simple classic example is W3 schools. So I'll just open the browser and take you to the W3 schools something. Let's see. And go to the tutorials and select HTML here otherwise. And go to one of the thing and say try it yourself, one of the page and say try it yourself. Here, if you clearly observe this page, guys, okay, this has two sections, right? This section, this section, this section. And right click here, you see this is a frame. Okay. You see, whatever the changes you are doing here, page title, Arun, I'll say means, and click on run means the result is coming. I think this is a title, right? Title you cannot see. Maybe this is a heading, Arun, I'll say. Run this. You see, this is a heading, Arun is coming. Whatever the changes I am doing here, the result is coming here. So cleverly what W3 schools have done is, whatever the changes you are doing, the result they want to show in the same page. So for that reason, this is the same page. This section is part of the same page, but this one is another web page inside the same website where the result outcome of this HTML code is coming. So what they did is to make us things sophisticated and help us in checking the result in the same web page. They have embedded the result page in the same page. This page belongs to the same W3 schools. This page belongs to the same W3 schools. Okay, but here iframe is being used to embed another web page of the same website in the same page, single page. Okay. Hope you got the example of you can either embed the web page of a different website or same website. Okay, depending on your needs. Now, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to automate these iframes with the help of Selenium WebDriver. For automation purpose, I'll take one example website page, that is Internet Heroku app. Okay, I'll just go to this Internet Heroku app and I'll get this first result, the internet you just click on. After that, you scroll down and click on some frames related link will be there somewhere. Yeah, this is the one. And here we have iframe. I'll just click on this iframe. This is an example of an iframe. So what I just want to do with Selenium is I would like to clear this particular text. And in place of this, I would like to type my name Arun Moturi here. Okay, that is the requirement. How to do that? Very simple, right? It looks very simple when I see the page. So for that, I'll open the Eclipse IDE. Let's wait for the Eclipse IDE to launch. As you can see, the Eclipse IDE has been launched, and here we already have some sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL. The application URL is going to be this application URL where iframe is available. Now, what I want to simply do is I would like to clear this particular text, and in place of that, I would like to type my name. So I'll simply right click inspect and see what's happening. So this is the one, this one I have to locate. I have to create an locator. It doesn't have a direct thing. So what I'll do here is I'll take the help of this ID and create an XPath expression. So like this, something like this, control F, / body @ID is equal to, and give the ID locator and say /p. Okay, copy this, and here write down driver.find element, I dot, I'll say ID, and say dot clear. I would like to clear the text with the help of clear command in Selenium WebDriver. Again, I'll just take the same thing and say dot send keys. I would like to type my name. Okay, after clearing the about text, default text, I would like to type my name Arun Moturi into that field. Okay, this is what I wanted to do. Let's see whether that will happen or not. Right click run as Java application. You will see that it is not going to happen. Rather, you are going to get an exception. Guys. Okay, let's just see here what's going to happen. No such element exception kind of exception will come. I'll explain the reason why. Navigated to the page. Now it has to clear the text and type my name there. Nothing happened. This text is still there and my name has not been typed. So curiously, if you go and see the output, you will get this exception known as no such element exception. Why you got this exception? I'll tell you the reason. Okay. So here, let me explain you. So what's happening is, let's say this is your house and this is your friend's house, let's say. And in your friend's house, there are some rooms like this, okay? Okay, like some rooms are there and your friend is available in this room, let's say, okay? And here is the entrance for the main house and every room has some entrance, let's say, okay? And doors are closed, obviously. And you are here and what you have done is you wanted to meet your friend. So you started here and you traveled and you get into your friend's house, but you are not able to find your friend because your friend is not available here. He's inside a room. This room is like an iframe here, okay? Embedded web page like iframe. So if you try to find your friend outside these rooms, you will not be able to find, okay? This room is like a web page and you will not be able to find the element on the web page, okay? Whatever you're trying to, automate, right, handle, right, that is not available on the web page. Rather, you have to walk inside the room where your friend is available. This particular room you have to enter. To this particular frame you have to enter. How to enter into the frame? Then only this element will be visible and these operations will be done. To enter into the frame, we have to locate that frame on the web page. So here, if you see here and just right click here, inspect, somewhere some frame is there, okay? You can also right click and say frame source and everything is coming. And just scroll up and somewhere you will see the iframe and it has an ID. Copy the ID of the iframe. And simply, it's very easy when you have an ID for the iframe, right? It's very easy. Driver dot switch to dot frame of, and here you need to provide the ID, okay? In double quotes, provide the ID of that iframe. That's it. After switching to the frame, these operations will be done. Now run this, right click, run as. You have to switch to the frame in order to handle the elements on the iframe, embedded web page or iframe. You have to switch to that particular frame and then perform the operations available on that particular iframe, inside that iframe, okay? This time the operation will be happened because we have switched to the frame. Just observe the default content will be cleared on the web page. I think it's not gone yet. Is there any problem still? Yes. Still it is a problem. No such element exception. Maybe there is a mistake I have done. Dot. I think I have gave the ID, right? Let me check what the mistake I have done. Is there anything other on the top of this? Sometimes things happen. Where is that iframe? This is iframe. With the help of ID, I was able to switch the iframe, right? Copy and driver dot switch to dot frame. You see here, name or ID, they are saying clearly, but that is not working. ID, I give the ID, is the ID of the frame, and that should work. After switching to the frame, it has to work. Maybe this XPath or something, is there any problem? I don't think so. Let's try it again. Sometimes it happens. Temporary glitch may be there. Let's see it this time. Okay, it's not working still. Right, it's not working. Okay, very bad mistake I have done. This is an XPath expression. I am talking about ID here. Okay, that is the reason, guys. Okay, just make it XPath. Make it XPath. And I'll just comment this out without switching to the frame I have to show, because earlier also I used ID. Okay, then also you'll get no such element exception. Okay, now you'll get no such element exception because you are not switching to the frame. I commented this line. Here I should be using XPath. I was writing ID, okay, by mistake. I was confused, like why it was not working and all, but it will work now. Okay, so this time you'll get an exception because we were not switching to the frame. The line for switching to the frame is commented out. This is not going to work out. We're going to get the exception that's expected. Now uncomment this line where we are switching to the frame with the help of the ID of the frame, and then we'll perform the operations on the things. This time it is going to work. Okay. Sorry for that mistake. Here ID should not be there. XPath should be there because this is an XPath expression. Okay, let's take launch. This time it will work because we have switched to the iframe and then we are performing the operations on the element inside the iframe. So let's switch. You see, this time it has cleared the text and typed my name. So it's working fine. We didn't get any exception also. And there are multiple ways of switching to the frame. With the help of ID, ID of the frame, we can switch, or if that particular frame has a name locator, we can, in place of this ID, you can give the name locator. If that particular frame doesn't have either ID or name locator, we can create a web element for the frame and pass that web element here. Any of the ways, okay? Multiple ways are there. You see, in our case, we were lucky because, there was an ID for that iframe. Okay, I'll tell you again clearly, okay? So here, you see, if you see this iframe, there is an ID. If the ID is not there, then you will check for name locator, if there is any name locator to locate this iframe. If ID is not there, name is not there, somehow you have to create an XPath expression and create a web element. Okay, driver.find element by.xpath, give the XPath expression for locating this iframe and create a web element. And that web element you have to pass here inside the frame without double quotes. Okay, then it will switch. Okay, if ID is there, fine. If ID is not there, name. If name and ID are not there, web element. Okay, that's the way. Hope you got the idea. Okay. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you count the total number of rows in a web table using Selenium? Let me answer. In Selenium, we have a command known as find elements command, to which you have to pass an appropriate XPath expression which can return the number of rows in a web table. Okay, let me practically demonstrate how we can do this. Okay, with the practical demonstration, you will understand how to use this find elements and XPath expression. Okay, to find or to count the number of rows in a web table. Okay, so for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where already some Selenium automation code is written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL. So I'll take you to the application URL where the web table is available. omai.blogspot.com is application URL. In this application URL, somewhere here we have a web table. How many rows are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. Okay. We have to get that count of the rows. That is 5 should be printed in the output console. For that, what I will do is first I'll inspect this table. And this particular table has an ID. Copy this ID and create an XPath expression here. /table @ID is equal to, give the ID of the table, and table got located. Under the table, the rows are there with TR tags. TR, here also some rows are there. You see in the under the T body also TR are there. I can give double / and say TR. Now how many count came? 5, right? 5. This particular XPath expression is locating all the rows in the table. You can see on the UI, for now it's located the first row. Now if you see second row, third row, fourth row, fifth row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the UI, you can see guys, okay, total 5 rows got located. So the rows got located, but the count will not be given. How to get the count, I'll tell you. Driver dot find element. Instead of find elements, you have to take find elements, because this XPath expression is returning multiple elements. So by dot XPath, give the XPath expression. Okay, and the find elements will return you a list of web elements. Okay, so here I'll say rows. Okay, rows, and over the mouse, the return type of find elements will get added here with this approach. Over the mouse and say create local variable. You see list of web elements. List belongs to the Java collections framework. In the list, we have a predefined method. Okay, in Java, list is a collection. It has a predefined method known as size. Using the size, we can find how many rows are there. So system.out.println, system.out.println, number of rows in the table are, okay, here I'll write the logic, plus this rows, which is a list of web element, dot, I'll say size. That's it. Size is a predefined method of this list. Okay, it will find the size. And after that, simply close the browser. Driver dot quit. That's it. Now run the code. You will get the number of rows printed in the output console. This is the logic we have to write, guys. Okay. With the help of driver.find elements and appropriate XPath expression, okay, we can create the list of web elements, and then using the list predefined method size, we can find the count of the rows. You see, number of rows in the table are how many? 5. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write an XPath to find all the hyperlinks on a web page. Let me answer. It's very easy to write an XPath expression to find all the hyperlinks on the web page, because in HTML, the hyperlinks will have the tag known as anchor tag. Stands for A. A stands for anchor. Here A. Okay. If you have to find all the hyperlinks on the web page, you have to simply write this XPath expression that I have written already here. /A. It will find all the hyperlinks on the web page. This is the XPath which can find all the hyperlinks on the web page. For example, if you want to find all the images on the web page, /img tag. Okay, because images in HTML will have img tag like that. Okay, so hope you got the idea. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. Further, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some sample Selenium automation code which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and here we need to open the application URL in the browser. Okay, let me open the application URL. Let's go to one application like Internet Heroku app. And let me click on this link. You see there are a lot of hyperlinks on this page. From here to here, there are a lot of hyperlinks. I would like to find how many hyperlinks are there, and I would like to do a lot of stuff on these hyperlinks. So simply guys, if you want to find how many hyperlinks are there on this page with the help of XPath expression, I don't even have to write a script here. We can easily find it out. So how means the better way is, one way is like right click inspect and say Control F and say /A. Here you write the XPath expression like this. It is saying 46. We don't know whether this count is correct or not. If you want to get the exact count, then you have to install an add-on or extension. Okay, the extension is known as selector sub. Why I'm saying is, it may not only search for anchor tags, but in between some A kind of letters are there, that also will be counted sometimes. It will search for A. That's the problem. Okay, this will search for A. So if A is there, instead of tag some attribute or something is there, it can find it out. Okay, that's a problem. So it's better not to use the default Google Chrome DevTools and provide the XPath expression to find the count of the hyperlinks on this page. Instead, let's go with a proper add-on or extension known as Selectors Hub. Selectors Hub. This is the official website of the Selectors Hub. Go to the selectorshub.com, and here you got the first plugin, that is Selectors Hub. Click on select this one, and it will take you to the web page. A lot of things are there here. That's fine. Go here, Selectors Hub, and then here select the Chrome, because I'm using the Chrome browser now. And it will take you to the Google Chrome store for the Selectors Hub. Click on Add to Chrome, add extension. In a while, the Selectors Hub add-on will be installed in my Chrome browser. Okay, it's getting installed. You can see that it got added. You cannot see it here, but you can click here and say pin so that you can see it here. Okay, just better to restart your browser once after installing. It's better. It's a good practice. After installing any extension, you better restart the browsers. Okay, again go to the same website, Internet Heroku app. Click on this link, and now earlier using the Google Chrome DevTools, we got 46 as a number. Let's try to see what Selectors Hub does. Inspect this. You'll get the Google Chrome DevTools here, and just see the under elements, see the subtabs, styles, computer layouts. The last one will be Selectors Hub. Select that, and here type the XPath expression /A. Press enter. Here also 46 is coming. That means whatever the Google Chrome DevTools was suggesting the number, the count of hyperlinks is same. Correct. Okay. Now using programmatically, how to do this is copy this URL and paste it here, and create an XPath expression driver.find element. Instead of element, you have to say find elements. Because why? Because this is an XPath expression which is returning you multiple elements. Okay, so give by.xpath, provide the XPath expression /A, copy this, paste it here, and this find elements will return you a list of web elements. Those are nothing but links. Hyperlinks are links. The return type of this find elements is list of web elements. It will come here like this, list of web elements. Now list belongs to Java collections, and there is a predefined method in the list collection, that is size, using which we can find how many links are there. System.out.println total number of links on the page are colon and say plus, just give this links, which is list of web elements, dot size usage. Size is the predefined method of the list collections. Okay. Now, after that, quit the browser. In the output, this output will be in this statement will be printed with the count as 46 and all. Run this, right click, run as Java application. Let's wait for the script to run, and we can see the output clearly after running that a total number of links on the page are 46 will be printed. Okay, total number of links on the page are 46. So, hope guys you got the answer for this question. But this is very simple answer. You don't have to write this code. I just made it more explanatory in this as an answer for this question. But in real time, if you get this answer question, you just write this XPath expression and show that that's enough. Okay, you don't have to mention all this stuff that I have mentioned in this session. Just straightforward answer is /A. We'll find all the, it's an XPath expression for finding all the hyperlinks on the web page using Selenium. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different XPath types and which XPath type you have used in your projects? Let me answer. There are two XPath types. One is absolute XPath, other one is the relative XPath. Absolute XPath means complete path, full path, starting from the root element to the required element. Okay. Whereas relative means shortcut or direct path. Okay. So this one is kind of lengthy full path, whereas this one is a shortened shortcut or direct path. But in real time, which one out of these two you have to use in your projects or you have used in your projects? If such kind of question comes in the interview, we have to say that relative XPath, which is the shortcut or direct path. Why? Because relative XPath is reliable. Okay, reliable means more reliable, you can say, because of some small changes or some code changes done by developers on a web page, the impact on the relative XPath expression changes is less. Relative XPath won't change that much, whereas absolute XPath, because of some small change also, this path changes, and because of which the old path won't work. Again, we have to regenerate a new full path so that we can locate the element. In case of relative XPath, even though small changes are done on the application by developers or code changes or whatever it is, okay, the chances for the relative XPath to change because of those changes is very less. Okay, so that's why relative XPath is more reliable and they can accommodate to the changes. Okay, and they won't change. So you don't have to recreate the relative XPath every time. But absolute XPath, small changes, you have to keep on creating fresh XPath expressions every time. That's why people in real time use relative XPath expressions. I'll show you or explain you with a practical example and demonstration so that you will get an idea, okay, how relative XPath expressions are more reliable than absolute XPath expressions. Fine. Okay. So what I will do here is I will take you to one application. I'll just the application is omaya.blogspot.com application. Okay. And let's say there is a button here, button 2. I'll inspect this button. So beforehand, make sure you have the selector sub add-on installed. That will help us. Okay. So you can even use a Google Chrome DevTools here, but selector sub is better. How to install means very simple. Go to selectorsub.com. Okay. Go to selectorsub.com. On the home page, you will see the selector sub. Click on install, and you will be taken to this page where you see a lot of browsers. If you are using Chrome browser, just say install. You'll be taken to the Chrome store. So in my case, remove from Chrome is coming because it's already there. Okay. In your case, add to Chrome will come. Just click on add to Chrome, and once it is added, pin it here. You can see it here. After that, you can restart the browser once. Okay, so that it will work well. So in my case, the selector sub add-on is already there, so I'm going to use that. If it's already there and you are inspecting a button here like this, under the element, some subtabs are there like styles, computed layout, event, listeners, and all. Here we have last option as selector sub. Go with that selector sub. So do one thing, right click here, selector sub, copy, okay, absolute XPath. You see there is an option like copy absolute XPath. You can copy this and go to the notepad and paste it here. Okay, this is a absolute XPath. Now what I will do here is I will do a small change as a developer of this application. I'll do a small change where I will move this button from the left side to the right side of the page. Now the button is on the left side. When the button is on the left side, we got this absolute XPath expression full path as you see from the root element, the path is coming to the till the button. Okay, so complete path is there, but there is a problem. That is when the button is on the left, it is like this. For a small change, I will move this button to the right side. So I have the interface with me where I can move the buttons here and there. So just for a demonstration, I'm doing this. I'm just moving it to the right side and save this. Once I saved this, okay, now I'll refresh the page. Okay, now the button has come to the right side. Now right click, inspect this. Don't inspect, right click and say selector sir and say copy absolute XPath and now paste it here when it is on the right side. Now compare this both absolute XPath expressions. Till here it is same HTML1, HTML1, body1 is same, div4 is same, div2 is same, div2 is same, div2 is same. Let's keep on moving. Okay, div2, div2, here div1, here this one is div4, this one is also div4. But here there is a change, div2, div3. The small change, you see, because of this small change, this old absolute XPath expression is no more going to work. You have to, once you move the button to the right side, you have to regenerate the absolute XPath expression because it got changed. This one is not going to locate that button, right? Because it got changed here. A lot of things got changed here. You see div3 is there. Here div11, div9 got changed. Like that, some changes happened. So that's the problem with the absolute XPath expressions which are not reliable because the maintenance is high. Every time you run the script because of this absolute XPath expression, if your script is failing because older XPath expression is there, now changes happened on the application. Now we have to identify the problem that this is all because of the absolute XPath expression and modify the absolute XPath expression with the latest one, and the script has to work. That is a headache for us. Rather, what we can do here is instead of absolute relative, if you use right click here and say selected sub and copy relative XPath. I'll just paste it here. When it is on the left side, this is a relative XPath. You see how short it is, how direct it is. Okay, you don't have to start from the root element like this. Now, since I have the control, I'll just move this button to the again back to the left side. When it is on the right side, when the button was on the right side, this was the relative XPath expression, and when the button is on the left side, okay, when the button is on the left side, refresh here, the button will come to the left side. Where is that button? Yeah, this is the button. When it is on the left side, right click here and say selector sub and say copy relative XPath, and now go and paste it here. And now compare these two XPath expressions, which are relative XPath expressions. Nothing changed. This is what I am talking about. They are reliable because of some small changes, UI changes or code changes on the application. They are not going to get changed. Okay, they're going to be most of the cases less chances for changes, guys. Okay, 99% they are not going to change. That's the main advantage. Okay, so that's why in real time we prefer relative XPath expression. So the interviewer who is asking this question is also expecting the same answer from you. Okay, so you have to say that there are two types. There's a full line shortcut and all, and relative we use in real time because of this reason. Okay, with practical demonstration, I have answered this question for you now in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to explain one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, an element has an ID that is BNG underscore 123, but its number is changing. Here 123 is changing, they are saying. Then how to handle it? So the answer is we have to create an XPath which is dynamic in nature. Okay. So even though this particular number changes also, this XPath should be able to find that element. Okay. So how that is possible and all, I'll tell you or explain you. So whatever the ID they have given, let me write it down here. Let's say ID is equal to whatever the ID. PNG underscore 123 is ID. Okay, so now if you use ID, and tomorrow if the ID changes like this, okay, if the number in that ID changes like this, ID is equal to PNG underscore, if it changes to 456, okay, this ID locator won't work. Your script will fail because this number is not constant. It is changing here every time. Frequently, if this number is changing, it will become very difficult for us to use the ID as a locator for locating that element. And because of that reason, multiple times your script will fail and lot of maintenance headache will be there. Okay. So how to overcome this? To overcome this, we can use XPath expressions. Okay. And that too, which are dynamic in nature. Dynamic XPath expressions we have to use. How then? I'll create an XPath expression like this, /star, let's say. Okay. So because we don't know the tag name, right? In this question, that a tag name is not there. So in place of the tag name, I will say asterisk, and it can be any tag. And here, instead of writing @ID is equal to PNG underscore 123, instead of writing like this, what I will do is here I'll do a small change. Instead of writing like this, I'll use contains function in XPath expression, and here I'll say @ID comma, and here whatever the constant part is there, I'll write that BNG underscore. BNG underscore is a constant part. Number I am not going to provide. Okay. So either this way or one more way is also there, because you see this constant thing is in the beginning of the XPath expression. So /# starts with is another function. Here also we can write @ID. This is starting. So we can either use contains. I generally prefer using contains. It can be, the number can be in the beginning, middle, or end. Doesn't matter for me with contains, but starts with means the number should be at the end and the beginning portion should be constant. Then only we can use starts with. Either of these ways you can use. Okay. These are the two ways we can use for this particular question. Okay. For this particular question, these are the two ways to solve the problem. Okay. These are the two ways to solve the problem. Either contains or starts with, you can use in this example. Let me practically demonstrate with a real example. So for that, I'll open the browser. We'll go to the incognito mode. I'll take you to the facebook.com page where you can see there is a login button. Inspect this login button. This login button has, just observe that it has an ID. You see this login button. When I inspected this login button, this HTML code got highlighted. It has an ID, guys. Okay, copy this ID. Okay, and this ID is not constant, guys. You see, I'll just copy this ID and somewhere here I'll paste it. Okay, this was the original ID. Now let me refresh the page. Now again inspect this login, and this time let's see what is the ID. Copy this ID and paste it here. Is it same or different? You see here PB is there, yes, CA9 came. Again let me refresh. Again it will, ID is there, copy this ID. Now just paste it here. You see this ID is changing. Here last two letters are not constant, they are changing. In this case, how can I create an how can I locate that login button every time, even though some portion of this ID is changing? Whatever the solution I told you, either you have to use contains or starts with. I prefer contains every time. Okay, so I'll say Control F, / button, @ID, and this is ID, right? So instead of writing like this, I'll say contains. Okay, contains @ID, comma, give that constant part of the ID. Don't give the entire ID. I'll just remove the thing. You see now it is locating, but after that it will change. So it's better you remove the thing that is changing. Only the constant part you keep it. Either starts with or contains you can put. And no matter how many times you refresh the last two letters, even though they keep changing, Control F, and this locator is going to work still. You see, but if you are not using contains, and if you are simply saying @ID is equal to, and give the entire thing like D9 in this case. Now D9 is there. Now it will locate. This time it will locate. Where is a mistake? I think the circular bracket, I guess, extra circular bracket. I have to remove. Okay. You see it's locating. This XPath expression is locating. But once I refresh, Control F, now press enter, it will not locate. Because here D9 is no more. AM is there. Here D9 is there. Okay, that's the problem. So we have to put the constant here, and we can either use starts with, starts hyphen with, because the ending part is changing. So constant is in the beginning, comma, can change it like either starts with or contains you can use for locating this. You see, then now it is locating. Now refresh it here. No matter how many times you refresh, no matter how many times the different ID comes, it will locate. Either starts with or contains function in XPath expression you can use to make the XPath dynamic and locate this and handle this kind of situation. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we retrieve the label text of a hidden button using Selenium? The answer is yes. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For demonstration, I'll take you to one sample application, that is umaya.blogspot.com. On this application page, when you scroll down here, there is a hidden button that you are not able to see here. Okay, in the HTML code, the button code is there, but here on the UI of this application page, the button is not visible because it is a hidden button. Whereas this is not a hidden button, but here under this hidden button label, there is a hidden button whose HTML code is there. So let me inspect this label because I cannot see the button there. And when I inspect that label, this is the HTML code of that label. Under that label, we have this button. You see, input. This is a button which is hidden here. Okay. So why it is hidden? There is an attribute known as hidden. I can do this temporary change where I can remove this and press enter. The button will be available, displayed here. This is a temporary change. If you refresh, again the button will get hidden because these changes are temporary. Okay. So you see what is the label that is there on this hidden button? Hidden button is the label. This label I would like to retrieve. How that is possible? Okay, let me refresh this so that button is hidden. You can see that button is hidden now. This is HTML code, and luckily this button has an ID. I'll copy this ID, and I would like to retrieve the label of that button, which is there as a value of this value attribute of this HTML code of this button. Okay. So how to do that? For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser and then for maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL in the browser. How to open the application URL in the browser? I'll copy this application URL and paste it here. Once that is done, okay, once the application URL is opened in the browser like this, now what we can do is we can take this ID locator of this button and simply say driver dot find element I dot ID, provide the ID locator and paste it here and say dot get attribute, and in double quotes put a semicolon here and get attribute, and here value, name of the attribute you have to copy, that is value is the name of the attribute, and paste it here. It will retrieve the whether the button is hidden or it's not hidden, doesn't matter. If you have this access to the HTML code of this hidden button, then by locating that particular hidden button, we can retrieve the value of that or label on that particular. Label is nothing but the value of this value attribute. So I have used get attribute and provided the attribute name, which has a whose value is nothing but the label of the button. Okay, here I will simply say get attribute will return you the string, which is nothing but the label of the button. I'll simply say string button label is equal to, and here I'll print it out. Okay, here I'll print it out. Stum.out.println. I'll simply print down control space, and I'll simply print this retrieved label of the button and simply say driver.quit. Even though the button is hidden button, we will be able to do that. We can do that. Okay, the answer is yes, we can retrieve the label of the hidden button. Okay, so right click, run as Java application. This Selenium code will run, which will open this application URL in this Chrome browser after maximizing, and then it will retrieve the label of that button with the help of this get attribute command. In this case, in other case, we may have to use a different command anyhow. So this is one of the example I'm giving to prove that even though there is a hidden button, we can retrieve the label of the button. Okay. It's not only button, guys, any element, hidden element, we can access or perform operations on the hidden elements. Okay, you see the label of the hidden button got retrieved and got printed in the output console. This proves. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the return type of driver.get window handles in Selenium? Let me answer. The return type of this command, that is get window handles in Selenium Webdriver, is set of string. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. And here we need to open the application URL. Let me open this application URL, that is omaya.blogspot.com. Copy this URL and paste it here. Once you open this application URL in the browser, only one window is there. Now I'm going to click on this link, which will open another window. Here, multiple windows will be there at this point after clicking on this link. Let me inspect this link. And we'll get the HTML code of this particular link. Here we have the link text. Copy this and write down the code like this. Driver dot find element by dot link text by dot link text. Provide the link text locator and say dot click. Say dot click like this. Once you click on this link, you see there are two windows available. This is the default window and this is the child window. Now, how to capture these two windows, multiple windows, with the help of this command known as get window handles command. So I'll simply write down driver dot get window handles. I'll use handles. Okay. So it will capture at this point of time after clicking on this link. There are two windows. Both the windows will be captured by this get window handles command. And the return type, as I already mentioned, is set of string is a return type. Okay. So I'll simply say window IDs is equal to over the mouse on this. And when I say create local variable, the return type of the get window handles will be automatically coming here. That is set of string. So the answer for this question, that is what is the return type of this get driver.get window handles, is set of string is the answer. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, in a web page, how will you ensure that the page has been loaded completely? Let me answer. There is no direct such command in Selenium Webdriver to check whether a page has been loaded completely. So what we can alternatively do is we can wait for a required element on the web page. Okay, we can explicitly wait for a particular element that is okay on which we want to perform the operation on the web page, rather than okay ensuring that the page has been loaded completely. Simply wait for the required element on the web page that you need to perform the action on. That solves the problem. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser. Here we need to open the application URL. Let me open the application URL. Let's say this is the application URL, selenium143.blogspot.com is the application URL. So this is application URL. So I want to see whether the page has been loaded completely. So actually, if you know, Selenium will wait, okay, before performing any operations on any element on this page, any element on this page, Selenium will wait for the web page to load completely, okay? Then only it will perform the operation on the element. So how to ensure that the page has been loaded completely? By explicitly waiting for a particular element, okay? So what I'll do here is I'll check or ensure whether this page has been loaded completely. For that, I'll copy this URL and paste it here. And after loading this URL in this page and in this browser, to ensure that the page has been loaded completely, I'll wait for any element. For example, I would like to wait for this what is Selenium link. Inspect this. And this comes out to be a link text. Copy this and so you have to wait for this element, right? So do one thing like this you can do. So first you write WebDriver, wait, explicit wait. WebDriver wait is equal to new WebDriver wait. Then put a semicolon, import this WebDriver wait from Selenium library for the mouse and import this from Selenium library. And after that, here as a driver, comma, say WebDriver wait is equal to new WebDriver wait, driver comma. Here write down that waiting time, that is duration dot of seconds. In seconds, I'll give the time of seconds and I'll give the time as, let's say, 10 seconds maximum time. So the page has been loaded. Okay, till the page loads, the Selenium will wait. Okay, Selenium will wait for the page to load. And then if it has waited for this element, means if the element is there, means automatically the operation has been done. I would like to click on this link. Okay, so wait dot until expected conditions dot visibility of element located. Here I'll give by dot link text. Okay, I don't even have to click on the link. Okay, if it has waited, means if it has waited for the element, means if there is no error timeout exception coming, means this we can ensure that using Selenium script we have waited for the page to load entirely. Okay, we can wait for any element, okay, that we need to perform the operation on. So by waiting like that, explicitly waiting that, we can ensure that the page has been loaded completely. Okay, without waiting for the page to load entirely, Selenium will not perform any operation on the element. That's the logic, a simple logic, okay, that you need to understand. The answer is somewhat tricky, but this is the way to explain. Okay, so just wait for any element that you need to perform the operation on. And if the Selenium has really waited for that particular element, means the page, it is ensured that the page has been loaded properly. Okay, completely. Now run the script. Right click, run as Java application. If there is no exception coming, means it has been ensured that the page has been loaded completely. Okay, with the help of explicit waiting mechanism, we were ensuring that. It will maximize, it will open the application URL. The Selenium will wait for the entire page to load. And if there is no exception here, that means we have successfully ensured that the page has been loaded successfully. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between build and perform methods in actions class? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, actions is one of the predefined class which contains the commands, like lot of commands like build, perform, many other commands, okay, which can be used for simulating or automating the mouse and keyboard actions. Okay, so here the question is all about what is the difference between build and perform methods, okay, of the actions class of Selenium WebDriver. Coming to the build command, it is used to create the chain of actions. If you want to perform multiple actions on an element, okay, for example, if you want to hover the mouse onto element, then again from there you want to hover onto, again you want to click on that element, okay, multiple actions are there, right? Not only hovering the mouse and mouse left click also you are doing, multiple actions are there. Such kind of multiple actions, okay, can be chained together to work together or to combine and work together. Who combines it? Build command will combine it, but it will not execute them. It will just chain them. It will link it, combine it. But coming to the perform command, it is going to run the commands, okay, which are chained by this build command. Okay, so let's see these things practically so that you will understand more. Okay, first I will start with the perform command. Without using build command also, we can use perform command when there is only one action. Okay, if only one action is, what is the use of chaining, right? If you have multiple actions to be performed, then we have to create a chain of actions. But if you have only one command, one action to be performed, then simple, we can run that particular action, single command, no need of chaining. Okay, then we can use perform. So what will happen if you don't use perform? That is also another thing that I'll cover here. So here I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and here for opening the application URL in the browser. Let me open the application URL in the browser, like omega.blogspot.com is the application URL. Copy this and paste it here. Done. Okay. So once you go to this application URL, I would like to move my mouse onto the blocks so that blocks will be highlighted and these block options, these menu options will be displayed for us. And you can see this highlightation of the blocks. Okay. Once I hover the mouse, this is what I want to do. So for that, what I'll do is to make that happen, first I need to create an object for the actions class. Actions is called new actions like this. Put a semicolon and hover the mouse on the actions and import this actions predefined class from Selenium library. And here you need to pass the driver. Okay, this Webdriver's driver you need to pass here. That's it. Now write down actions dot. There's a command. Okay, predefined command in actions class to hover or move the mouse onto this element. That is move to element command. Okay, and here we have to give the web element to which we want to move. What is the web element? The web element is nothing but this blocks. Inspect this blocks element and create a locator for that web element for that. ID is there. Copy this and create a web element for that blocks menu option by.id. And in double quotes, give the ID of that blocks menu option. And this is blocks menu. Okay. Element or whatever it is. Hover the mouse and say create the element. Okay. Web element will be coming. The return type of find element is web element. This blocks menu, put it here. Okay. Now, do you think this move to element command will work and my mouse will move on to this blocks? It will not happen, guys. Okay. I'll tell you the reason later. First, let me run this and see that my mouse is not going to be hovered on the blocks menu. Okay. There is the reason. Then only one command or one action is there. That is move to element action, which need to move or hover the mouse onto the blocks menu element, but it is not going to happen. You see, nothing will happen. You see, blocks is not highlighted or menu options are not coming. That means the simulation has failed. Okay. The reason behind that is to run these actions of this actions class. Okay. To run move to element is one of the predefined method to perform one action. Okay. Mouse action on this from this actions class, or there are keyboard actions also. So other keyboard actions, but move to element for mouse actions. So how can we run this or execute this actions of this actions class with the help of this command known as perform? Execute the actions or chain of actions. One action can be there or chain of actions also it can execute. When you say dot perform, then only this activity will be performed. Okay, mouse activity or action will be performed. That's the purpose of the perform command. Okay, of actions class. Okay, let it run. You see, this time the mouse, you will not be able to visually see my mouse moving here and there, but internally the mouse has moved and hovered onto the blocks menu. You can see the blocks menu got highlighted and we can see the options. That's good so far. Without perform, this is not going to happen. Now what I will do here is, after going here, I would like to hover the mouse onto another option, that is Selenium Rerun option. Okay, here. Okay, for that I'll inspect this. And here I'll inspect, otherwise inspect this option, and this looks like some XPath expression I have to create. Copy this text between the tags, /a/span of text is equal to view the text of that option. And now you see it is getting located. Okay, if it is there, it can be located, guys. Okay, copy this. It's locating actually. You can see Selenium Rerun option under the blocks is located here. Okay, only one element. So create a web element for that. Driver.find element by .xpath and provide the XPath expression and put a semicolon. And here is Selenium by Arun option. Okay. And here is a web element. The return type of find element is web element. And now what I'll do is I'll say actions dot. Similarly, move to element. I will say which element. Once I move to blocks, from there I have to hover the mouse or move my mouse onto the Selenium bio. So the Selenium bio, I'll give it here. Not only moving, but also I want to click on this. I want to click. Okay, I want to click on this. So I'll say click. This is mouse left click, guys. Okay. Now here only one action was there, so only perform is required. Now here multiple actions are there. Move to element is hovering action and click is mouse left click action. So combination is there. These two should happen. Okay, together. We have to chain them together. In order to chain them, we have to use this build command. Build method or command is not going to execute or run this two action commands of the actions class, but a chain they will be linked together or combined together. Okay, like as a group, they will be merged together. Okay, to perform together kind of build. Build means attach these commands. And now I'll say perform. Build is only for attaching the multiple commands, okay, to run together. Whereas dot perform is going to run these actions, okay. So that's the thing, guys. That's the difference between build and command. When you have only one command, there is no need of build. When you have multiple commands or action commands, then we have to chain them together. In order to chain them together, we need build, and to run them again, we need perform. Either it is one command or chained command, doesn't matter. Perform is required to run them. Otherwise, they are not going to run. So let's see here what is going to happen this time. It is going to hover first on the blocks menu. After that, Selenium Byron, it is going to hover, and after that, it's going to click on that Selenium Byron and will be taken to the Selenium Byron block page. Just see and observe. It will first hover the mouse on the blocks, then Selenium Byron, and it will click. All these things happen. Okay. So execution is being done by perform, and chaining is being done by build command. Hope you got the answer for this question in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what will happen if you use Thread.sleep in Selenium automation? Let me answer. First of all, Thread.sleep is using for waiting mechanism, okay? But it is not directly recommended because Selenium has its own waiting mechanisms like implicitly wait, explicit wait, and in explicit wait, we have two types, normal explicit wait and fluent wait. Those are kind of smart waits. But Thread.sleep is something from Java that we can use in Selenium automation, even for waiting purpose. But what will happen if you use this Thread.sleep waiting mechanism of Java in Selenium automation? I'm going to explain in this session. So there are few drawbacks. Okay, it's the last option. Okay, you should consider this Thread.sleep for waiting mechanism in Selenium automation for waiting for the elements as a last option. It should not be your first option. First option should be either implicit wait or explicit wait of Selenium Webdriver library itself. Whereas Thread.sleep Java mechanisms, waiting mechanism, Selenium automation should be your last option. If there is no other way, then only go for Thread.sleep for waiting. Okay. But what will happen? Why I am saying that it should be the last option? Okay, to be considered for waiting for elements in Selenium automation. The reason is fixed wait time. Fixed wait time means, for example, if you use this Thread.sleep and give some 10 seconds, let's say, then blindly it will wait for 10 seconds, even though the required element is coming on the page within 3 seconds also, but the extra 7 seconds are wasted because blindly it will fixedly wait for 10 seconds. For example, in some situations, the element comes after 10 seconds. There is no use of waiting 10 seconds, right? So after 10 seconds, the script will fail because the element is coming after 10 seconds. It's not a smart wait, it's a fixed wait. Okay, because of which this brittleness in scripts will happen where the elements may come before time, after time, and the waiting mechanism is fixed with Thread.sleep, because of which sometimes we are wasting the time, which will impact the performance. Okay, fixed wait is wasting your time. For example, element is coming only in 3 seconds. Okay, if you have waited for only 3 seconds, that would have been done. But you gave 10 seconds, so extra 7 seconds have been wasted, because of which performance got impacted. Your scripts have run very slow. Okay, because fixed waiting mechanism has been used here and there, and it's kind of not a smart waiting mechanism. Okay, it's if the element is coming in 3 seconds, then it's not performing the operation. It's waiting and wasting seven other seconds for you. Let's take a real world example. You have to meet your friend. Okay, you have set up a time. Let's say at 4:30 p.m. today, let's meet. But what happened was your friend came 30 minutes before. He was there, or he or she was there at 4 o'clock at the destined point. You also came, unfortunately or fortunately, you also came at 4 o'clock. Okay, but your meeting time is 4:30. So, do you meet your friend or you will wait for 4:30? That's the problem. If you are using Thread.sleep, you have to wait for 4:30. Okay, even though you can see your friend and he came, you came, okay, but you are not meeting. Okay, that's not a good idea, right? So, but Selenium weighting mechanisms like implicitly weight, explicit weight, under explicit weight, normal explicit, and fluent advanced weight. These weights are kind of smart weights. They know, okay, if the element comes, I don't have to wait for the entire time. I have to go and perform the operation. That gives us the flexibility to give even 100 seconds also. If the element is coming in 2 seconds, 98 seconds is not going to waste. So this brittleness problem is also solved. Okay. If the element will come in 10 seconds, you give 20 seconds. What's the matter? It is not going to waste. If the element is coming after 10 seconds, also no problem. Okay. If the element is coming before 10 seconds, it will not waste the entire time. Okay. So when there is an unpredictable wait times of the elements to be displayed on the page, okay, in such cases, fixed waiting is not a good idea, which will either impact the performance or which will increase the brittleness in the scripts. Okay, the scripts will fail because the element is either coming late or something like that. Okay, or the performance will be impacted because element came way before, but you have not performed the operation. So that's why Thread.sleep in Selenium automation. Thread.sleep is from Java, guys. And in Selenium automation, it should be considered as a last option. If nothing of the Selenium waiting mechanism weights are not working, implicit, explicit are not working, then you should go for Thread.sleep as a last one. Okay, last item. So practical demonstration I'll do for this performance impact and all those stuff where it is wasting the time and all. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser. For maximizing the browser, here we have to open the application URL in the browser. Okay, let's open the application URL in the browser. This one. Okay, copy this and paste it here. Now, what will happen if I don't wait? I'll show you first. So there is a button, guys. This button is coming on time, no problem. But when I click on the button, the options are not immediately coming. You see, they are coming with a delay. Again, let me show you. Once the moment I click on this button, the options are not coming. I clicked on it. The options have not come yet. They are taking some time to be displayed. Now I want to select the flip card option. This is a challenge. Okay. So for that, what I will do is first I will inspect this drop-down button. I don't have to wait for the drop-down button because it's there on time. And this has a class attribute. Copy this locator of class attribute here. Okay, this class attribute value you just create a pivot.find element by dot class name, provide the class attribute value and say dot. Okay, click use it. Okay, you just mention click. Once you click on this drop down, the options will come, but they are coming with a delay. But without considering the delay and all, I'll blindly go and inspect this flipkart option. It is a link text, anchor text between the text is there. I'll directly click on that driver.find element by dot link text and provide the link text and try to click on that. In this case, what will happen? You see, till here, no problem. Till here, no problem. You'll open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, open the application URL. It will wait for the entire application page to load. Okay. So Selenium actually will not perform operations until the page loads. So it keeps on waiting for the application page to load. There is no waiting mechanism required for the page to load completely. Okay. So Selenium automatically waits for any particular page to load completely. Once the page is loaded completely, this drop down button is already there. So it don't have to wait. It will click on the drop down button. And now it will try to click on the flipkart option where the problem steps in, where Selenium will not be able to see the flipkart option because flipkart option is coming after a delay after clicking this drop down button, because of which the script will fail by saying no such element exception. Selenium is not able to find this flipkart option, so no such element exception will happen. Run this. Till here, no problem. Drop down button will be clicked. Okay, let the script run. Drop down button will be clicked. But you see what's going to happen. We'll maximize the browser. You click on the drop down button. Drop down button has been clicked. Now flipkart option will come, but you see it's not clicking. Flipkart option is not being clicked because when Selenium was trying to click the flipkart option was not there. So Selenium has already given you an exception known as no such element exception. It was not able to find the flipkart option. Okay, that's the problem. So what we have to do? We have different ways to wait for this flipkart option. For example, if you have used Thread.sleep, what will happen? I'll tell you. Here in this case, if you use Thread.sleep and give, let's say 10,000, that is milliseconds actually. 10,000 milliseconds is equal to 10 seconds. Import this. Now, if you run this script, what will happen is Selenium will fixedly wait for 10 seconds. Even though the flipkart option comes in 3 seconds also, the extra 7 seconds will be wasted. You see, with a delay, it will click on the flipkart option. That is the problem with Thread.sleep. Okay, just observe here. It's not a smart wait. It's from Java. Thread.sleep is from Java, and it is a hard wait. If you have given 20 seconds, it will be even more torturous, because after clicking the drop down button, even after the flipkart option came with a delay also, after 10 seconds, you see, still it's waiting. After 10 seconds, it has clicked on the flipkart option. 7 seconds. Flipkart option came in 3 seconds, but extra 7 seconds, it has to hard wait. Okay, that's the problem. Okay, but that's the problem, guys. Okay, so we have to replace the Thread.sleep with WebDriver wait. WebDriver wait is equal to new WebDriver wait. Okay, and here put a semicolon over the mouse on this. Import this WebDriver wait from Selenium. Here say driver comma duration dot of seconds. Duration dot of seconds. Here you give either 100, 1000 also, no problem. Any much you can give. If the flipkart option comes in 3 seconds, it will not waste your 97 seconds. Okay, so it will immediately perform the operation. How means here wait dot until expected conditions dot visibility of element located by locator. We have to give that by locator here. That's it. And put a semicolon here. It will be done. You see, we are explicitly waiting for flipkart option. Not only explicitly, implicitly also are smart wait. All the waiting mechanisms in Selenium are smart wait, unlike Thread.sleep in Java. Okay, so even though you gave 100 here, no problem. Okay, if the flipkart option comes in 3 seconds, it will only wait for 3 seconds. Extra 97 seconds, it's not going to waste like a Thread.sleep. Run this, you see that how fast it will be. Once the flipkart option arrives, with a delay also, it will immediately select the flipkart option on the page. Yes, observe here. You go to the page, click on the drop down button. Once the flipkart option comes, immediately it will click on the flipkart option. You see, without any delay. It's not wasting your time. It's not a hard wait or fixed wait. So because of which the performance impact will not be there with Selenium waiting mechanisms. But with Thread.sleep, performance impact will be there. Since we have given 100 seconds, if it is taking more than 10 seconds, we have given enough time. No problem. It's very flexible. Okay. So it will wait only until the element is there. Okay. Brittleness problem is also gone. That's why Thread.sleep should be your last option, because of its fixed waiting time mechanism. Okay. And we should prefer Selenium WebDrivers waiting mechanism, which are kind of smart. And the last option should be provided for this Thread.sleep if those Selenium waiting mechanisms are posing some problems. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between Selenium Grid and Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. First of all, Selenium Grid and Selenium WebDriver are two different components of Selenium. Selenium is not a single tool, guys. Okay, Selenium is not a single tool. Instead, it is a set of components or tools. We can either call them as components or tools. What are those components which comprise this Selenium? There are three components or tools which form Selenium. First one is Selenium IDE. Then we have Selenium WebDriver. And the last one we have is the Selenium Grid. These are the three components of Selenium. In this question, okay, we have to explain the difference between these two components, that is Selenium WebDriver and Selenium Grid. So coming to Selenium WebDriver, okay, you can use Selenium WebDriver to run the scripts on a single machine. Okay, Selenium WebDriver is a library which contains a lot of commands to perform different operations on different elements on the web pages. Okay, we can automate whatever we want. If you want to click on a button, if you want to select a radio button, if you want to type text into the text box field, Selenium WebDriver has such commands. And using that commands with some programming language like Java, using Selenium WebDriver, we can write some automation code, okay, which can automate our tests. That's what Selenium WebDriver, and that too, the scripts can run only in a single machine. What's the problem with a single machine? If you are using a single machine and if you have enabled the parallel execution using some testing framework, like say TestNG is one of the testing framework using which we can enable the parallel execution in the single machine also. Okay, with Selenium, Java, and you are also using TestNG. When you use that in a single machine, multiple browsers will launch. Let's say you selected to launch like let's say 6 to 7 browsers like this. At the same time, these 7 tests are running. So what happens is the performance of this machine will go down. Sometimes this machine may crash also because so many browsers running the automation scripts at the same time for different tests simultaneously at the same time because of this parallel execution using TestNG in a single machine. A Selenium WebDriver can only run the scripts on a single machine. So what happens is a load on this particular machine will increase because of this many browsers instances, and because of which either the scripts may run very dead slow, or the machine may crash also, or the performance of this machine may go down. Okay, because the resources will be consumed like that. They will not be enough for this many number of browsers. So there came the solution known as Selenium Grid. If you use this Selenium Grid with the help of Selenium WebDriver, individually Selenium WebDriver can run the scripts only on a single machine. But if you add this Selenium Grid configuration to the Selenium WebDriver, then something magical happens where you can configure something like this. For example, this is your machine. These are some other machines in your network. Okay. And this is your laptop, let's say. Now, with the help of Selenium WebDriver, okay, we can distribute the automation scripts to run on these remote machines, not any single machine. If you are running on its individual single machine and enabling the parallel execution, what's happening? The performance of this machine is going down and the scripts are executing very slow, and with a delay we'll get the results instead of. There's no use of enabling the parallel execution in this case with Selenium WebDriver. Okay, but coming to Selenium WebDriver, if your requirement is to run the scripts in a parallel way, with the help of TestNG, you will enable the parallel execution here also. With the help of TestNG, you will enable the parallel execution here. Your scripts are there here. Okay, your scripts are here, and because of the parallel execution and because of this Selenium WebDriver here, because of the Selenium WebDriver, your scripts will be distributed to different machines having different operating systems, different browsers, different configurations, etc. Okay, like that. They will be distributed. And because of TestNG, they will be running parallel at the same time. Okay, Selenium, this is Selenium Grid, guys. Okay, I just told Selenium WebDriver here, Selenium Grid here. Okay, because of the Selenium Grid, the scripts will be distributed across multiple machines like this, and because of TestNG, they will be running parallel in these machines. And since one or two browsers are running on this individual remote machines because of Selenium Grid, okay, they will not impact the performance of these machines. Okay, if this many number of, then performance of the machine will definitely degrade. But here in this case, with the help of Selenium Grid, we are able to distribute the automation scripts across multiple machines. Here, Selenium Grid is not enabling the parallel execution. Instead, TestNG is enabling the parallel execution, where Selenium Grid is distributing the scripts to run on remote machines, different remote machines having different operating systems or same, whatever it is. Okay, it is capable enough. But individually, Selenium WebDriver cannot distribute the automation scripts across multiple machines or remote machines. Okay, with the help of Selenium Grid only, Selenium WebDriver can distribute the automation scripts across the multiple machines which are connected over the network like this. And in this case, we enable the parallel execution with the help of TestNG because of these three items like TestNG, Selenium WebDriver, Selenium Grid, right? The scripts will run parallel at the same time on multiple machines, and that will reduce the execution time. So here in this case, just to conclude, TestNG will enable the parallel execution. Okay, TestNG is used for what? Parallel execution. Okay, whereas Selenium WebDriver for what? Selenium WebDriver for creating and running automation scripts, Selenium automation scripts. Okay, then what about Selenium Grid? Selenium Grid for distributing the scripts, distributing scripts across multiple machines. Okay, distributing scripts across multiple machines. Okay, like distribution is done by Selenium Grid, parallel execution is enabled by TestNG, execution of the scripts and the creation of the scripts is done by Selenium WebDriver. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to select a checkbox field present in a grid. Let me answer. I'll show you one of the website where these checkbox options are present inside a grid. I'll copy this URL and open this browser. And you can see a grid of checkbox fields, okay, on this page. You see, jQuery grid checkbox selection, whatever the technology, it doesn't matter. It's a grid of checkbox selection. So you can see here, there are a lot of checkbox fields. They are like in a group or a grid or like a set, okay? So you can select multiple options here. For example, I would like to select this three options, Chai, Chang, and Ikura. Three options I would like to select, okay? So how to select such checkboxes in a grid? It's very simple. Using the normal click command, we can select the checkboxes. But here, every checkbox, cannot be located individually. We have to take the help of this product name to identify this checkbox and then select. We have to create a proper XPath expression to locate the checkbox field based on the product name, etc. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Selenium automation code, which is already written. Let me clear this stuff. Here we have some sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser, and here for opening the application URL in the browser. So I'll open this application URL in the browser like this, okay? Once you open the application URL in the browser, now I would like to select these three checkbox fields, okay? These three checkbox fields I would like to locate. First, I'll inspect this checkbox field, which is having the product name as Chai. So when I inspect that, I'm getting this, this has a HTML code. Okay, this particular thing has HTML code. So is there any direct way to locate this? Is there any Chai kind of text here? No, right? So what I'll do here is, here we have the Chai kind of thing, and this is the input text box field. Okay, this is a checkbox field, and this is a Chai kind of thing. Okay, so what I'll do here is I'll copy this Chai and Control F /td text is equal to text function is equal to, like this. I'll create a kind of XPath expression. And square bracket. It will locate this one, but I need to locate this input with the help of this one. So for that, we have a preceding sibling with the same TD / preceding sibling / TD. It is locating this one. Under that, we have the input / input, I'll say. Okay, copy this, and now come back here and write XPath expression driver dot find element by dot XPath, give the XPath expression and simply say dot click. Now, if you want to locate this one, if you want to select this Chang related one, simple guys, very simple. Here, copy this line, paste it here, and in place of Chai, put Chang. Just put this Chang here. That's it. Again, if you want to select the last checkbox field having some different name, that is, Ikura, copy that. And here in place of Chai or Chang, place Ikura. That's it. Now run this code and you'll see that all the checkbox fields, okay, in that particular grid, okay, will be selected with the help of the simple click command, okay. Multiple checkbox fields can be selected, as we already know in Selenium automation. And in this grid also, the multiple checkbox fields can be selected, okay. We have simply created a kind of nice, XPath expression which can do the job. You see, Chai got selected, Chang got selected, but Ikura is not selected somehow. So maybe element click intercepted exception. Let me try it again. Right click run as Java application. Let's see what's happening again. Maybe we need to scroll a bit down for that particular application. Okay, it's loading. Once the page loads, Selenium will wait until the page loads. Okay, you see there is this one is coming in between actually. So what we can do is I'll inspect this accept cookies once and see what is there. Accept cookies, inspect. Okay, does it have any ID? Yes, it has an ID. Copy this ID. And first let's accept the cookies here. And then we'll select the option. Driver.find element by dot. Sometimes what happens is some other elements will come in between. Okay, so we have to get rid of that elements to avoid that kind of exception known as element click intercepted exception or whatever it is. Dot click, simple click command to select that accept button. Here we are getting accept cookies, right? I'm just clicking. Once I click it, it will go off. Then let's see whether it is selecting or not. Okay. So right click run as Java application. Let's see this time what will happen. Don't know whether that. Yeah, let's see what will happen. Anyhow, the page is taking time, so till the page loads, Selenium will wait. By the time if the accept cookies comes, we need to click on that accept cookies. Once the page loads, accept cookies. Now you see everything is working fine, no interruptions. So this is how, guys, we can we can select a checkbox field or checkbox fields which are present inside a grid or in a grid. Okay, together. So with practical demonstration, I have answered this question for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what will happen if you don't use perform method with actions class methods? Let me answer. If you don't use perform method at the end of this actions class methods, then they are not going to work. Let me practically show you this. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, then maximizing the browser, and here we need to open the application URL in the browser. Let me open any application URL. Let's say this is the application URL. I'll copy this URL and paste it here. So what I want to do is I want to move my mouse onto these blocks. Okay, I want to hover the mouse onto these blocks. So to do that, we have move to element kind of command in actions class. Let's use that. Actions is equal to new actions. And here I need to pass the driver of this web driver. This driver I need to pass here in the constructor. And then hover the mouse on these actions and import it from Selenium library. Then now say actions dot move to element. I need to provide the web element to which I need to move the mouse. So here, these blocks is the web element I would like to move the mouse. When I move the mouse, these blocks will get highlighted and its options will come. So when I inspected these blocks, here we got the ID for these blocks. I copied the ID. Driver dot find element by dot ID, provide the ID locator of that blocks menu and create the web element here. That is blocks menu element. Okay. And the return type of the find element is web element. Over the mouse and say create local variable web element. And this blocks menu element, you pass it here. Okay. Now, if I simply provide a semicolon here, whether this command of the actions class will work or not, it is not going to work. Let me show you. Nothing is going to happen now. Okay. The mouse is not going to move on to that blocks menu option. Can clearly see now because we have not ended that move to element command with dot perform method. Okay, without dot perform, nothing is going to happen. You see, my mouse is not hovered onto the blocks menu. Blocks menu has not been highlighted. So what we have to do then? Here, we have to end this command, or if there are multiple commands, also not problem. We have to end them with dot perform here. If you don't provide perform, the question is asking about that. What will happen if you don't use perform method with action class methods? Action class method, one of the action class or action class method, actions class method is move to element is one of them. And this will work only with when you end it with dot perform. Okay, if you don't use dot perform, this command is useless. Okay, that's what is answer. You have to answer this thing in the interview as an answer. This time you see my mouse will hover onto that blocks menu and it will get highlighted and you can see the difference. You see, my mouse has been hovered onto the blocks menu this time because we have used dot perform. If you don't use dot perform, that actions class method, that any actions class method, not only move to element, any actions class related method is not going to work. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain how you can switch back from a frame in Selenium automation. Let me answer this question. At same time, let me practically demonstrate this for you with an example. So if you want to switch back from a frame, then either you have to use parent frame command to switch to the parent frame. For example, there are nested frames. Parent frame is there in the child page is there in that page. Some frame is there in that frame. One more inner frame is there like that. Okay. In that case, from the inner frame, if you want to get back to the top level frame or its parent frame, okay, that is called as switching back from a frame only, right? So we have to use parent frame command. Or if you want to switch back from either the inner frame or the top level frame to the page level, back to the page level, then you have to use default content. Okay. So let me explain this in a diagrammatic fashion. For example, there is a page. In the page, there is one frame. In this frame, there is one more frame. In this frame, there is one more frame. Like this, some frames are there. Okay. This is a page. This is the page I'm talking about. This is some frame 1. This is frame 2. In that, one more frame. Okay. These are like nested frames, right? So now let's say using Selenium automation from this, by default, when you start Selenium automation, your focus will be there on the page. But if you want to do any operations on the elements on this particular F1 frame, you have to switch to this frame. Then only the elements will be visible to Selenium. Okay. Now the elements are there in this inner frame of this F1, child frame of this F1. In that case, first you have to switch to this F1 frame, and from that frame you have to switch to the F2 child frame. Now, if the elements are there in this inner frame of this F2, child frame of this F2, then from this F2 frame, you have to switch to the one more inner frame F3. Okay. So if you have to go to the F3, you have to start from page to F1 top level frame and its child frame. From there to the inner child frame. This is the path you generally follow. Okay. Going forward. But here the question is all about coming back, switching back. Okay. Coming back. Here you are going forward, but you have to how to come back. You're getting in, but how to come back? To come back, there are two ways. You see, if you are in this frame, in complete inner frame, and you can go back, switch back, go back to its parent frame. Okay, from F3 to F2 you can go. That is possible with the help of parent frame command. Okay. Now from this again you can go back to from F2 to again F1 you can go again. That is also possible with the help of parent frame command. But now from this top level frame, top level parent frame, if you want to come to this page level, we want to get the focus of Selenium to the page level, but page is not a frame, right? So here you cannot use switch to dot parent frame, you cannot use in this case because that is a page that you are switching to. So you have to use default content in this case. Okay. So here you have to use default content from frame to the page level, default content. Not only from here to here, for example, from this frame directly to the page also, you can use default content. Okay, from the top level frame to page also default content. From this inner frame, one of the inner frame to the page level also default content. If you want to switch back directly from the low level inner frame to the page level directly, here also default content we have to use. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you with an example. Here we have an example, guys. Example URL. This is not the one. Let me change the example URL here. So this is the example URL, guys. Let's go .in frame. Let's see whether that page is working or not. Let me take you there. Let's see. Yeah, it is working. It's loading, guys. You see in this, this is a page level. This heading is all available on the page. For example, this frame heading is available on the page. Okay, and here entered here. Let's see how the things are there. Inspect this, and you can clearly see. Inspect this thing like email kind of thing. Let's see. This email thing is inside a frame here, iframe here. And this frame is inside another iframe. You see this frame, this frame is inside this frame. Okay. Somewhere. Okay. So there are multiple layers of frame. Okay. Iframe, under that one more iframe is there. Okay. Maybe this one. We have to see. Okay, this frame. For that we can use selector sub add-on also. If you have not installed selector sub add-on, it's very easy to install, guys. That will make our job easy. Just go to selectorshub.com. In understanding these frames, it will be very difficult from the HTML code in case of nested frames. So go here, go to selectorsub.com and selector sub, XPath and selectors plugin, click on install. And once you do that, you'll be taken to another page where you need to select the browser. So let's get in here. It's a page is loading slow somehow. Once you are taken to this page, different browsers will be there. Then Chrome install option is there. Click on install and it will get installed. You can simply pin it out. Just pin it. You can see it here. Okay. Selector sub add-on will be installed like this. That will make our job easy, guys, in case of nested frames. So since I already have installed, so you don't have to. I don't have to do anything. So the thing here is, after installing the selector sub extension and all, then simply simply you restart your browser once, okay, before doing anything. So do one thing, just inspect any element here and go to the selector sub here. And you can clearly see that this email is inside the frame. Selector sub is clearly saying that it is inside the frame. Okay. So which frame? We don't know, right? Which frame we don't know. The frame XPath. Okay. Class has background white. Some frame is there. Where is this? I think this is inside an iframe. I think that's not the one. Yeah, this one. Under this frame, inside this frame, this iframe, this email address field is there. And when you select this iframe, again it is saying that this iframe is also inside another iframe. Okay. What is that? That frame has ID is equal to first FR. Scroll up. This is the frame, ID first FR. Okay. Inside this frame, one more frame is there. In that frame, email is there. Okay, like that. And whatever that is outside this box is a page. Simple. Okay, now you got the idea, right? And so what we are going to do here is, I'll take this, I'll practically demo. I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL. I'll copy this URL, apply code, frame, paste it here. Once that is done, now I will be at the page level. First, I'll print the page heading. What is the page heading? Frame is the page heading. Okay. I would like to print that. Let me inspect this. For this, I don't have to switch to any frame because this heading is on the page level. Inspect this. And it's nothing but h1 tag is there. Let's see. Is there anything? H1. Yeah, h1 is the thing. /h1. If I say, I'll get it. Driver.find element. Driver.find element by XPath or by tag name. You can also do that. /h1 /h1 dot. This one is get text. The semicolon. Let's see. This text between the tag is frame, right? That will come. So here I have to say get text, lowercase letters actually. Done. This will get you the page heading, string page heading. At the page level you are. Okay. And this I'll print it out. System.out.println page heading. Okay. Now from here, I'll switch to this frame where I have to fill up the first name and last name. I need to fill up this first name and last name. So I have to get into this frame. Okay. This is one frame actually. So how to get into that frame? Right click inspect here. And if I remember that has an ID, that frame has an ID. Go to selector sub. You see this, this frame has an ID. Okay. This frame I have to switch to, so that in that frame we have this first name and last name. So copy this ID. First I have to switch to the frame with the help of its ID. Driver dot switch to frame of, give that ID of the frame. Once you switch to that frame, now you can enter the first name field and last name field details. Okay. First name, here input name locator is there. Copy this and here I'll write down driver.find element by name locator. I'll enter the name dot set keys I'll say, and I'll give my first name as Arun. This is done. Similarly, I can enter my last name here like this. Arun I'll enter, and last name, inspect this. This also has a name. L name is a value, and write down driver dot find element. We are inside of one parent frame. Okay. And last name dot set keys, and here I'll say Moturi. my last name I'll give the semicolon here. From this, now I want to enter the email, but this email is inside its child frame. There is one more frame here. Under that frame only, this email is there. Okay, you can see here inside frame. What is a frame where this email is available? Let's say inspect, and it will give the frame details as a class thing. Just scroll up. Somewhere frame is there as a class as background white. Okay, this is a frame having the class. So I have to create a web element for this frame and switch to this frame. So what I will do here is I'll just create a web element for the frame. Driver.find element by dot class name, give the class name value, and this is nothing but the child frame element or child frame, whatever you want to write for the mouse, and say create local variable. Now if I want to switch to the child frame, driver.switch to dot frame of, give that web element that is child frame element here. That's it. Put a semicolon here. Done. You have switched it to the child frame. Now enter the email address. Enter the email address. How to enter the email address? Now once you switch to the child frame, you can enter the email address. It has a name email. Copy this and simply I'll write down driver.find element by dot name. Give the name locator and dot send keys. I'll give my email address. arun.muturi@gmail.com. Okay, his email address I'll enter. I'll just give some thread.sleep. Why I'm doing this is after 3 seconds, I would like to clear this particular email. Whatever the email I entered into this, I want to clear. Okay. Dot clear, I'll say. I'm in the same frame, child frame. I'm clearing it. Okay. Now, before moving out from this inner frame to the outer frame, I am whatever the email address I entered here, I'm clearing it out. Now, similarly, I want to clear the not only the email but also this first name, last name, which are in the parent frame. For that, first I have to driver.switch to dot to switch back to the parent frame. I have to use parent frame. Okay, this is the one of the way to switch back to the parent level where now you have the control on the first name, last name, and the first name is already there here. I'll copy all these two things, and in place of this send keys, I'll say dot clear, and here also dot clear. Put a semicolon, and here thread.sleep, and here give a gap. Okay, clear. That's it. Both clear. When both are clear, I'm just giving some sleep time so that you can see like in which frame you are moving back and all. Now I want to get back to the page level. For that, driver dot switch to dot default content. I have to say. Now once I move to the default content, I can get the page heading. How to get the page heading? So here somewhere I have written the code, right? This is a code. Copy this, paste it here. And the page heading 2, page heading 2. That's it. So before doing that, I just use some thread.sleep. And finally, I'll say driver.switch. Okay. So we can see that what's happening. Are we switching into the frame and switching back outside of the frame, backwards and all? I'm just doing it here. Okay. Right click, run as Java application. Let's first page heading will be printed, the output console, then we'll switch to the user. After we are in the child frame, parent frame. After 3 seconds, we have to move to the child frame. Nothing is happening though. Is there an exception? Yes. I think this is not working. This is not working. So 1 minute, there may be some locator mistake. Dot switch to child frame. Okay. So let's see how to switch to the child frame now. Let's take this. And sorry, not here. Here. Like this. Select a sub. You can clearly see it's inside a frame and with a class. I think I'll use the same thing. Copy this frame XPath. This is a frame. This is a frame, right? Is that inside any other frame then? Directly, this is inside this frame. It is saying frame XPath is this one. So copy this, and here I'll write down to switch to the child frame. I'll say by.xpath. I'll say by.xpath instead of that by.xpath. I'll say. Let's see whether we can switch to the child frame with the help of this XPath. Let me run it again. Rightly run as Java application. Yeah, it's working now. You see, it has entered the email. After 3 seconds, it will clear the email, and it will, after 3 seconds, it will go to the parent frame and clear. Then it will, and after 3 seconds has done. You see, the page level headings are also printed in the beginning and at the end. So this is how we can traverse in and traverse out. Okay, with the help of frames. For switching back, we have to either use parent frame command or default content. Sometimes, if you want to directly go, you don't want to go to the parent frame directly, you want to go to the page level directly. That is also possible. Okay, it's not compulsory that from the child frame you have to go back to the parent frame. That's not compulsory. If you don't write this here and you don't want to go to the parent frame and directly want to go to the page level, okay, this is also possible. Okay, directly you are jumping from the nested inner child frame back to the page with the help of default content. Okay, so not only from the parent frame to the page, from inner frame to the page also you can jump. Okay, you can switch back. To prove that, I have removed some code. If you first enter the name, last name, it will, you see what's happening. It will clear the email. It will not clear the first name, last name. You see, that's the thing. You see, it was able to switch from the inner child frame to the directly to the page level with the help of default content. So hope guys you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to close browser pop-up window in Selenium Webdriver. Let me answer and practically demonstrate. So first of all, let me show you how does this browser pop-up window looks like. For that, I'll open this browser and take you to one sample application, that is omea.blogspot.com. And on this, there is a link. Okay, open a pop-up window. When I click on this, I'll get a browser window pop-up. Okay, this pop-up window will come. Fine. So you see how to, the question here is how to close this. Okay, when you open this browser pop-up window, how to close this? That's the question. Let me explain it in a diagrammatic fashion. After that, we'll go with a practical demonstration. You see, you are on a page. Okay, by default, when you open any application, you are on a page. On that page, there was a link, small link. When you click on the link, another window came up. Okay, this link, when you click, has resulted in opening in another window. At this time, how many windows are there? First window and child window. Okay, the default first window and from it another pop-up window has been emerged. Now, you may think that Selenium, once this pop-up window opens, Selenium focus will be here, but the answer is no. Selenium focus is still here itself. We have to manually switch this focus from the original default window to this originated window, okay, emerged window. Okay, so there is a command like driver.switch to, and then we have to switch to this particular window. Okay, to this new window we have to switch. So then only the Selenium focus will come from here to here. Once that is done, you do whatever the activities and close the window, and then you can come back to the original default window. For that, again, we have to switch. Even though this is closed, we have to switch to the original default main window, and you can perform the operations here. Okay, so this is how the things will be done. So let me practically demonstrate this. For that, let me clear this text out. Okay. And here I'll just clear this URL also. Now, whatever the application I am taking is this omai.blogspot.com application. Copy this URL and paste it here. Okay. Now, what we have to do here is, here first, when you open this application page URL, only one window is there. That is the main window. Okay, to capture the window ID of this particular default original main window, we have a command known as driver.getWindow. Instead of handles, we have to take handle. Only one window, right? Handle is enough. It will return you the window ID of that original window, default window in a string format. Okay, string. I'll simply say string main window ID is equal to, okay. Now we got the window ID using which we can switch back when it is required later. It will come to use later for us. So now what I'll do is I'll click on this link, which will open another window. After clicking this link, we'll have two windows instead of one window. So how to open this window? Inspect this link on the main window, and here is the link text, and write down driver.find element by dot link text by dot link text. Provide the link text locator and say dot click. That's it. This will open the new link. Open this link. And now we got another window. At this position, how many windows are there? Two windows are there. So what I'll do is driver dot get window handles. I'll say at this location, we have two windows. So get window handles. This get window handles will return you a set of string. Okay. So I'll say window IDs. Okay. And the return type is set of strings. Set is, set is from Java collections, and these window IDs will be stored in a random order because it is set in collections, will store the things in a random order. We don't know in the first position, either the main window ID is stored or child window ID is stored. We don't know because of this fetch. So we have to figure it out. Okay. So we have to figure it out. So how to figure it out? So I'll tell you. Okay. Now we have two windows. We have captured this. Okay. So then here I'll write for int I is equal to 0, I less than, how many window IDs are there? We can get it from here. Dot size, I will say dot size semicolon I plus plus. Okay. Like this, we can iterate when int I is equal to 0, I less than. If two windows are there, it will iterate two times. Okay, like that. Now inside this for loop, we have to switch to one window. We don't know which window we are switching. Switch to dot window, and okay. Okay, otherwise we do one thing. Instead of this normal for loop, we'll use for each loop. That's a better way. For each and every window ID is what? String. Okay. For string, window ID colon window IDs. Okay. Like this, I'll write window IDs is this set of string. So it will assign one of the window. It may be a main window or child window. We don't know. So somehow it will be there. We'll switch to that window. Driver dot switch to window. I'll say dot window, and I'll provide this window ID here. We don't know whether this window ID is storing now a child window because set of string will store this any elements in random order. Now, once you get this window, once you switch to this any of the window ID, we have to confirm whether that is a child window or not. How to confirm? So we have to see different ways. Maybe we can check the URL. If the URL matches, okay. If the title is good, we can match the title. Otherwise, if the title is not good, we can check the URL. Okay. If the URL of this page matches, then we can do that. Okay. So what I'll do is after switching here, I'll write the logic like this: driver dot get current URL dot equals. If it is equals dot dot, it's not coming. Current URL dot equals. Okay, and here in double quotes, give the URL. If it matches this URL, means the URL is belong to the child window. We are now on the child window. We can confirm and we can perform the operations. What operations? For example, you can do any action instead of simply closing. You can get this heading text, whatever the 404 not found is there. I want to retrieve that. So here h2 tag is there. So I'll simply say driver dot find element by dot XPath /h2 /h2 and say dot get text between the tags. 4 not found is the text between the tags. Heading string heading text is equal to child window heading text, that is system.out.println heading text. Okay, now simply after printing this, there's no need to iterate anymore. Okay, we have to come out of this for loop. So to come out of the for loop here, I'll simply say break, because the task is done, right? So why to iterate again? Simply break it. Or you want to close the window, right? So here better driver.close, child window will close here. So I'll just give some time here before closing. Thread.sleep. I'll just give some 3 seconds before closing so that not feel any problem. Driver.close. And once you break out here, now once this text is retrieved and printed in the output console, now we have closed the child window. Now, if you want to perform any operation on this main default window, again you have to switch back to the main window. How to switch back to the main window? To switch back to the main window, you can write down driver.switch to .window, and here on the top we have captured with get window handle. In the beginning itself, we captured the main window ID. Give that main window ID here. That's it. Now perform the operations. For example, into this text area field of the main window, I want to type my name like this. Okay. For that, I'll right click inspect, and it will contain an ID. Copy the ID of the text area field. Copy this and simply write down driver.find element by .id. Provide the ID locator and say send keys. Give my name here, Arun Moturi, and put a semicolon here, and finally say driver.pitch. Done. Okay, and before quitting the browser, Thread.sleep, I'll say again 3 seconds so that you can see this text being written. So now run the code. This is the way, guys. This is the way to switch to handle the pop-up windows or close the pop-up windows. They have only asked me to close a pop-up window, but I'm showing the entire code. Okay, you have to somehow switch to the child window, and then once switched only, you can either perform operations, or without performing operations, you can close the child window, up to you. Okay, now run this code. For closing, you don't have to retrieve the heading and all. I just made the extra code here for you guys to understand. This driver.close will work. Okay, once you confirm that you have switched to the child window, you just close the child window. Okay, that will solve the problem, right? So first main window is opening. You click on the link and a pop-up window has come. It will retrieve this text, close the child window first, switching back to the parent window after 3 seconds, typing the text, and after 3 seconds closing. You see 404 not found also got retrieved. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. We have to use this get window handles and switch to window kind of commands to do this thing. So hope guys you got the complete answer for this question. So I'll copy this code and paste it here as a sample. So you can take it from here or take it as a reference. Okay, whatever the code I have written, you can take it as a reference here. Fine. Okay. So guys, that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, give the example for method overloading implementation in a Selenium Webdriver library. Let me answer. In Selenium Webdriver library, we have a lot of predefined classes, interfaces, and they have predefined methods. I'm going to give you an example of one such kind of predefined methods which belong to the predefined classes and interfaces of Selenium Webdriver library. Okay, where this method overloading concept is implemented, of Java is implemented and all. So the example is nothing but frame related example, guys. Okay, so most of the people may have already worked with frames. Okay, so if on a particular page there is a frame, and on that frame or inside that frame, if there is an element, then in order to perform operation on that element inside the frame, first we have to switch from the page to the frame. Okay, driver.switch to frame command we have to use. Okay, then after switching to the frame, then only we can perform the operation on the element. Otherwise, we'll get no such element exception, right? That is the thing. But there are several ways for switching to the frame. Not always the frame will have the ID. Okay. In some cases, the frame will have the ID, guys. Okay. With the help of the ID of the frame, we'll switch to the frame. Okay. In some cases, ID won't be there, but name locator will be there. So driver.switch to .frame of the same frame command, but in place of ID, you are passing name. This is overloaded method. Okay. Here frame, you are passing the ID locator. Here frame, you are passing name locator. Either of the things you are passing. But the method name is same. There's no separate method like frame ID kind of method or frame name. Okay. So we don't have to the predefined methods don't have to be a list of 10 or like that for each and every category, right? Rather, the same command frame is being used, but the whatever the value you are passing to that frame command or method is changing. Okay. Dynamically, internally, it will take care. That is called as method overloading. Frame with ID means that particular predefined method implemented, overloaded method in that class of that frame. Okay, will be called accordingly. Frame of name. Then, if ID is not there for the frame for switching or locating the frame and switching, and name locator is not there for locating the frame and switching, we can also use frame of web element. Okay, this is the final option that we have. We can also pass the web element. If you are passing the web element, this overloaded method of the frame web element. Okay. So internally in Selenium Webdriver library, for each and every implementation, frame ID, frame name, frame web element, there is separate method there. Okay, in a class. And but when you are calling it, you simply pass ID, name, web element. You don't have to write frame ID of ID, frame name of name like that. You don't have to write simply frame of ID. Automatically overloaded method of frame ID will be called. The same method, methods having the predefined methods having the same name in Selenium WebDriver library, simple words, okay? And one more variation is also there, overloaded variation for frame, that is frame of index. Let me show you practically this overloaded methods of this, okay, frame, overloaded frame methods in the Selenium WebDriver library. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID, remove all this stuff. It's not required. Simply just write down the code here. I'm not going to run this, but I'm going to simply show you. Okay, driver.switch to, I'll say frame. You see, a lot of overloaded methods are coming. When I say switch to, frame means you can either provide index, or you can provide either name or ID, or you can provide web element of the frame. Okay, three overloaded methods are coming. Okay, three. Either you can pass index, or you can pass the, in double quotes, you can pass the ID locator value, or name locator value. Okay, whatever the web elements name locator, frames name locator value, or you can pass a web element. Okay, whatever the driver.find element kind of thing you can pass here. Okay, so like that. So this is one of the example, okay, of method overloading implementation in Selenium WebDrivers library. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of depends on methods attribute in TestNG library? Let me answer. By specifying this attribute before a method, that method can depend on one or more methods. Okay, let me practically demonstrate how that is possible. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID where we have the sample TestNG project. In that we have a class. Here, I'll create some method, public void sample one method, and I'll convert this method into the TestNG test method first of all, @test. Okay. For the mouse on this method, and import this from TestNG library, and simply write down system.out.println and sample one method got executed. Okay, then I'll create few more methods. So here I'll just give the priority as 1 for this method so that it will run first. Okay, priority is equal to 1. So if there are multiple TestNG test methods here, the priority 1 method will run first. Okay, this one has a second priority and just make it sample 2. Okay, so now here I'll say sample 2 method got executed. Okay, sample 2 method got executed. Okay, done. Then I'll copy this one and create one more. And here I'll simply give depends on methods attribute and say is equal to, if you want to specify only one method name, then you can do like this, okay? Sample one you can say. Okay, this one is 3. And this one is also 3. Okay, if you have only one method, you can write like this. Depends on methods is equal to sample 1. So this method is only going to be dependent on sample 1. If the sample 1 method gets executed, then only sample 3 method will get executed. If this fails, okay, if this is executed and is passed, then this will be executed. But if this method got executed but failed, in that case, this method won't be executed because this method is depending on this method which need to be passed for this dependent method to get executed. Otherwise, it won't be executed, guys. Okay, so let's run this and see. So at this time, this one is going to be executed and is going to get passed. There is nothing in this code which is going to fail this test method. So, okay, since it's going to be executed and passed, this method, which is depending on sample one method, will definitely get executed. Let me right click and say run as TestNG test. You will see all the 3 test methods will be executed. In the output, you can see sample 1 method got executed, sample 3 method got executed, sample 2 method got executed. Okay, fine. This method got executed because this got executed. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to write some code which is going to fail this test method int I is equal to 10 divided by 0. So this statement is going to throw an exception known as arithmetic exception. Because of this, the TestNG test method is going to fail. Or I can provide an assertion saying assert.fail or something also. That's also fine. Somehow, because of an assertion error or exception, the test method is going to fail. Because this gets failed, this won't be executed. Okay? We can see that now. Only this method and this method will get executed, but this sample 3 method will not get executed this time. You see, sample 1 got executed, sample 2 got executed, but can you see anywhere sample 3 got executed? No. Okay? Because of the arithmetic exception in the sample 1 method, the dependent method got skipped. It got skipped, guys. Okay? Sample 1 got failed, because of which the dependent method got skipped. And there's one more thing where here using this attribute, this method can not only depend on a single method like sample 1, I can make this method dependent on multiple, more than one method. So I can put curly braces here like this, curly braces, and put a comma here, and I can provide the list of test methods on which the sample 3 method is dependent on. Okay, I'll remove this code which is going to throw an exception and fail this test. Now, both of these test methods on which the sample 3 is dependent on are going to be executed and are going to get passed, and sample 3 method also will get executed. Okay, so let's run this. So sample 1 and sample 2 are going to get executed and get passed. So sample 3 also will get executed. Sample 1 got executed, sample 2 got executed without any issues, no failures. So sample 3 also got executed. If any of these methods on which the sample 3 method, test method is dependent on fails, then this is not going to get executed. For example, here I'll say int I is equal, or I'll simply write assert dot fail. Okay, directly fail. When this statement get executed, the test will fail since one of the test method out of this test methods on which this particular test method is dependent on is failing. Hence, sample 3 method will get skipped and it won't get executed. Okay, this one will pass. This one is going to fail because of assert.fail, and because of which this method which is dependent on these 2 test methods, if one of these methods out of this list of methods fail, then this method also will fail. Right click, say run as TestNG test. See, sample 1 method got executed, sample 2 method got executed, and sample 3 got fail. I mean, sample 1 got executed, sample 2 got executed, but it got failed. You see, one of the test method which sample3 is dependent on got failed here, and because of which sample3 got skipped. It didn't get executed. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is what the use of depends on methods attribute in TestNG. So if any of the methods on which this attribute specified method fails, okay, dependent method fails, then this method provided with this attribute will not get executed. Okay, that's the purpose. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, using which attribute we can name a data provider method in TestNG. Let me answer. The attribute is none other than name attribute. Using this name attribute, we can name a data provider method. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project under which we have this class created. Here, I'll create a method, public void, I'll say sample login test. Okay, like this. Now, this method need to receive the username and password, multiple sets of username and password. Username and password. Otherwise, email password we can say, or username password is also fine. Okay. Here, I'll just write, instead of real Selenium code, I'll write some sample print statement saying user got logged in using username colon plus this username and password. Which password? This password. Okay. Just say plus and password, give that like this. Okay. Now I'll convert this into the TestNG test method. Over the mouse, import it from TestNG library. Now this TestNG test method need to receive multiple sets of data from a data provider method. So I want to create a method which is going to supply the data to this TestNG test method, public void, okay, data supplier, okay, sample method. You can give any name to this, that's okay. Okay. But you have to provide the annotation known as data provider annotation to convert this method into a method which is going to supply the data to the TestNG test methods. Import this data provider annotation from TestNG library. And now here, create two-dimensional object array and create multiple sets of data, okay, that you need to pass. For every set of data, inside this curly brace, mention this curly braces. For example, here Arun and comma, that is a username, this is a password. This is one set of data. Now this one is Varun and comma 456, and this one is Tarun, comma 789, like this, three sets of data. And here I need to provide the name, and I would like to return the data. And this method is going to supply this multiple sets of data to this to any of the TestNG test methods, and the return type should be the two-dimensional object array. Now fine, so far so good. Now I need to make a connection between this data provider method, okay, and this TestNG test method, because this TestNG test method need to receive this multiple sets of data. Hence, here beside the @test annotation, I'll provide data provider attribute, and I would like to specify the name of the data provider. Okay, if this data provider is not named using the name attribute, you can directly provide the method name like this. So let's run this code, and you will see that you have to directly provide the name of the method in the data provider attribute as a value. Okay, if you have not named this data provider method, still the connection will be will be done. And since there are three sets of data, this TestNG test method is going to run 3 times. Okay, and with the different usernames and passwords. Okay, there are 3 sets of data, so TestNG test method will run 3 times. Let's run this. But we have not named this data provider using the name attribute still. Okay, but it is going to work. Here in this case, you see it has worked. The same TestNG test method, that is sample login test method, got executed with multiple sets of data, that to 3 times. Okay, it got executed 3 times. You see, 1, 2, 3 with different sets of data. But you can additionally name this data provider. Okay, let's say I would like to name this data provider as okay, data supplier. Simple name I'm giving. Instead of data supplier sample method, I'm giving data supplier 1 or something like this. I'll give. Okay, this name I can provide here. Instead of the method name, you can give the name of the data provider, which has been specified with the help of name attribute. Okay, if you have not used this, you have to give the method name here. Okay, as a data provider value. But if you have named the data provider, use the name attribute, then you have to provide this as a value of the data provider. Okay, so people generally name the data provider and give that name as a value to the data provider to make a connection between this data supplier method and the TestNG test method. It is going to work. So the answer for this question is, using this name attribute, we can name the data provider. Okay, you see the same result we got. The same sample login test method got executed 3 times with different sets of data. You can see it here. And in this case, we have properly named the data provider method. Okay, and we have passed that name here. Okay, instead of providing the method name, we can give the name that we have given to the data provider. Okay, that's the advantage of the name attribute. So hope guys, the answer you got it. Using which attribute we can name a data provider method in TestNG? Using name attribute. Okay, and what is the advantage? You already got to know with the practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of context click command in Selenium Webdriver? Let me answer. Context click is a predefined method of actions class using which we can perform the mouse right click operation. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser and for maximizing the browser. Here I need to open the application URL. I'll take this as a sample application URL, umai.blogspot.com. Copy this and paste it here. Now, I would like to right click. Okay. I would like to right click on a particular element. Which element? Any element, that's fine. For example, I would like to right click on this link. I should get this right click options like save link as, copy link address, okay, along with these options and all. So let's see what will happen now. So I'll inspect this link and it has an ID. I'll create a web element for this link on which I would like to right click. Driver dot find element by dot ID, provide the ID of that hyperlink on which I would like to right click. Okay, I'll say link element. Any element you can take, you can right click even on button, anything. Okay, but in this example we have taken a link. Okay, now create an object for actions class, because this method, context click method, belong to the actions class. It is a predefined method of the actions class. So first we need to create an object for this actions class. Actions is called new actions, like this. And in this constructor you have to pass a driver. This WebDriver's driver you need to pass in the constructor of the actions. Then hover the mouse and import this actions class from Selenium library. And now write down actions dot. Now you'll get this with the help of this object reference actions, you can get the command, that is a context click command. Okay, there are two variations here. If you simply want to right click on the top left corner of the page, you can go with the context click, or if you want to right click on a particular element, you can use context click web element. Okay, there are two variations there. So this link element only I'll give. But if you run this code, it's not going to work unless for any predefined method of the actions class to work. At the end, you have to end it with perform. Okay, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, now since I added perform at the end of this context click, it's going to work, and it's going to right click on that hyperlink as I mentioned. So right click run as Java application. Let's wait for the browser to launch. Then once launched, it will get maximized. It will open the application URL. And after that, it will right click. You see, you got the same options as clearly right click, mouse right clicked on the hyperlink, open link in new tab, open link in new window, open link in incognito window, save link as, same options came. Okay, that we thought of. Now, if you have not provided this web element and still use this context click, then somewhere here on the left corner of the page, a right click will come like this. Okay, right click will happen like this, but it's better to right click on the elements. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is, what is the use of context click? Using context click, we can perform or automate the mouse right click operation, and it's a context click is a predefined method of actions class. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the symbol used before attribute name in XPath expressions? Let me answer. In XPath expressions, if you have to specify an attribute, before that attribute name, you have to specify the symbol known as symbol. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open some sample application, say omea.blogspot.com, and I would like to locate any element. And for that element, I'll be using some, I'll be creating some XPath expression and all. Let's say this text area field. Inspect this text area field. And this is HTML code. And using this HTML code, I would like to create an XPath expression to locate this text area field. I'll select this text area field related HTML code, select this and say Control F. When I press Control F together, I'll get this text box field. Here I can create the XPath expression. And here you can see there is an ID. I'll copy the value of this ID. And here the tag name is text area, // text area, the square bracket, okay. ID, if I say directly give ID is equal to the value of the ID, it is not going to work. What is the reason? The reason is before this attribute name, if you are specifying some attribute name in XPath expressions, they should be preceded by this symbol. ID is going to work. Not normal ID is not going to work. Is a symbol that we have to use before this name of the attribute. Not only ID attribute, any attribute you use. For example, here rows attribute is there. So you can say rows is equal to 10 like this. Okay. Any number of attributes you can use. But the thing is, before the attribute names, you have to use symbol. Okay. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, relative XPath expressions start with which symbol? The answer is relative XPath expression start with // symbol. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open one sample application and I'll show you how to create a relative XPath expression or how to write a relative XPath expression for one of the elements. So I'll take one element, let's say this login button I'll take. For this login button, I would like to write a relative XPath expression. I'll first inspect this login button on this page. And the HTML code of this login button is displayed here. It has the input as a tag name, okay, and the type as button and value as login. So by looking at this, I would like to create an XPath expression which is of relative type, relative XPath expression. So I'll copy this value, and select this line and say Control F so that I'll get the text box field to type the XPath expression. So this is input tag and the value is login. /input value is equal to login. Okay. You see, this XPath expression, that is relative XPath expression, is able to locate this login button. And if you can clearly observe, this relative XPath expression is starting with which symbol? Actually, two symbols, two forward slashes. Okay. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is actions class in Selenium Webdriver and what are its predefined methods? Let me answer. Actions class is a predefined class in Selenium Webdriver library. And using this predefined methods of this actions class, we can handle several or different mouse and keyboard events. Okay, like coming to the mouse, if you want to left click the mouse or right click the mouse, or you want to double click using mouse, or you want to drag and drop using mouse, like such kind of mouse operations can be automated with the help of the predefined commands or methods of the actions class. Similarly, using the predefined commands or methods of the actions class, you can also automate or handle the keyboard events. Suppose you want to press a keyboard key, you want to press enter key on the keyboard. Okay, you want to press and hold the keyboard key, and then later whenever you want to release, you want to release. Okay, like that several operations, that is mouse and keyboard actions or events, if you want to automate, then we have to use the predefined methods of the actions class, and we can use this mouse and keyboard events in combination also. Okay, so using an object of the actions class, you can call multiple as a chain, you can chain the multiple methods or commands of the actions class, so that multiple operations of either mouse and keyboard or mouse plus keyboard can work together. So these are few methods of the actions class that we generally use in real time a lot. That is click, this is a left click, double click, it will double left click, context click, that means right click, it will perform the right click operation, move to element, it will move your mouse onto the element, so that on a particular element your mouse will be hovered. Send keys, if you want to press and immediately release the key, if you want to press and release the key immediately, then send keys command. Okay, then key down is for pressing and holding the key but not releasing. Whenever you want to release that pressed and holded key using key down, whatever the key that got pressed down and holded, to release that we have to use key up. Okay, then drag and drop. So if you want to drag one element onto the another element, you can use drag and drop. Drag and drop by, if you want to drag an element either horizontally or vertically on scroll bars or whatever it is, okay, some kind of slider kind of bars, if you want to drag and drop the elements to some distance vertically or horizontally, you have to use drag and drop by. And for all these commands, that is mouse and keyboard automated keyboard actions related automated commands, to work at the end you have to use dot perform. If you don't use perform, for example left click, directly if you say actions dot click, it is not going to work. At the end you have to say click dot perform, then only it will work. Suppose you are using multiple commands together, let's say first you are moving to the element, then you are clicking move to element, and web element you will give inside this dot click of web dot click. Then if you say, if since you have multiple commands in a single chain, chain of commands are there, to build that chain you have to use build command, and to run them or to make them work, or okay, to actually make them work, we have to at the end we have to provide dot perform. Okay, so that's the thing guys, that's the thing. So these are the different predefined commands that we regularly use or generally use as part of automating the mouse and keyboard events or actions in Selenium automation, and all these predefined methods belong to the actions class. So if I have to practically demonstrate, it will take a lot of time for all this stuff, but I will demonstrate one or few examples. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, then maximizing the browser. Here I need to open the application URL. So I'll do one thing, one simple operation I will do, where one or two operations. Okay, let's say first I'll go to omai.blogspot.com. First I want to move my mouse onto these blocks. Once it is there, from there I would like to move my mouse onto Selenium Byron. Then I want to left click here, mouse left click. Okay, so that this option will get selected. That's what I want to automate first. So I'll give the URL here. Then first I need to create an object for the actions class. Actions is called new actions. Okay, then pass the driver here, the WebDriver's driver, whatever the WebDriver's driver you are using, just pass it here. Import this actions class from Selenium library over the mouse and import it from Selenium library. And after that, write down actions dot move to element. Which element? Web element. Okay, move to which web element? I would like to move my mouse onto the blocks menu. Inspect this blocks inspect, and it has an ID. Copy this ID of the element and create a web element. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator of that blocks menu element. Blocks menu element is equal to the return type of the find element is web element. It will come here by creating a local variable. Copy this web element and paste it here. Now, after moving the element, okay, I want to perform, simply perform. So if I say perform, only one command is there. So I'm directly using perform. If I don't use perform, this command is not going to work. Okay. If I say perform means my mouse will move and hover on this blocks menu. So let's run this step by step. We'll go. This is the purpose of the perform command. Without perform, this command is not going to work. Okay. And don't fiddle your mouse here and there while the script is running, because this is all about, automating the or handling the mouse and keyboard events. Okay. You see, mouse has been hovered onto the blocks menu, not the real mouse. Internal, there will be another cursor kind of stuff which is invisible that will go and hover on the blocks, and you can see the options coming. Now from there, I want to hover onto the Selenium Byron. So what I will do here is, from there, I would like to say dot again here. Okay. Again, actions dot move to element. I'll say move to element. Okay. So which element from here I would like to move on to this Selenium Byron. Let's say inspect this. And sorry, here I'll inspect better. Inspect the Selenium Byron. And you see, I can create an XPath expression for this. I'll copy this text first of all. And here anchor tag is there. Control F /A/span text is equal to, like this some XPath expression I'll create for that option to be located. Copy this XPath expression and create a web element here. Driver.find element by.xpath. Provide the XPath expression of that Selenium Byron option. Okay. Selenium Byron option. Okay. I'm just giving a short form. This is also an element over the mouse and say create local variable. So that the return type of the find element will come here. That is the web element. Copy this and here paste it here and say not you see, first you went there, after that you hovered here. Now I want to left click on my mouse. To left click on the mouse, there is a command known as click command. This is a mouse left click command. Okay. So now there are two commands. Okay. In a single line, there are two commands. Earlier, move to element was the only command, so directly I have used dot perform. But since now in this statement, there are multiple action commands. So I have to say dot build, dot perform. Okay. Dot build, dot perform. Now right click run as Java application. First, it will hover on the blocks menu element. After that, it will hover the mouse on the Selenium Byron option. And then it will left click, mouse left click on that option, so that the option will be selected. And you'll be taken to that page. You can quickly see that blocks menu, Selenium Byron, it will click on, mouse left click on Selenium Byron. So you'll be taken to that Selenium Byron blogspot.com page. So this is good. So far, we covered click. Similarly, double click is there to perform double left click, context click for right click, move to element already covered. Send keys for keyboard keys, guys. Okay, so I will demonstrate something about send keys also. What I can do here is, let's say, one small example I will take to show you how actions class can be used to handle or automate the keyboard actions. Okay, it's the same application I will take. But here what I'm going to do is, if I click on this link is opening in the same tab. So, or what I can do is, I want to press something, right? So I'll take another application. Let's say tutorialsninja.com/demo application. Okay, I'll take this application and I'll go to the login page. Here, if I give some credentials like this and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't want to click on the login button. Rather, I want to press enter key. Okay. So copy this URL and paste it here. Now using the actions class, you can say actions dot. Okay, once you are on the login page, dot send keys, you see either you can use send keys of web element or char sequence. If you use web element, send keys of web element, if you use here, you can type the text also. Okay, into this email address, you can type the text also. You can use in different ways. Same send keys command you can use in different ways. ID is there. So I'll create a web element for that. Driver.find element by.id. Web element for that email address field. Okay, what is the field here? Email address, right? Email field, I'll say. Email field, simple words. Email field. It is a web element. Now simply, what I'm going to do here is, okay, I'll say, okay. So here I'll do one thing. I'll say email field dot send keys, and into that I'll type the text, that is the email address I'll type. Here, this is a normal send keys command from Webdriver. So it will type whatever the text you are giving. Okay, done. Now I would like to, enter the password into the password field and inspect this. Inspect this and here ID is there. Copy this and create a web element out of it. Create a web element, driver.find element by.id. Provide the ID locator of that password field. Create a web element. That is the password field is equal to, and hover the mouse on this and say create a local variable. And now into the password field also using the send keys command, you are typing the text. Okay, that is password 1 2 3 4 5 is the password. Now I would like to press the enter key. I would like to press the enter key. For that, I need to use actions class. Till now, actions class was not required. Here I can create the action class object. Now say actions dot send keys. This send keys command is different where you are passing the keyboard keys. Okay, how to pass the keyboard keys to the send keys? Keys is a predefined class in Selenium, and say dot enter. Okay, keys dot enter dot perform. That's it. You'll enter the email address into the email field, password into the password field, and press enter key, which is nothing but this login button will be clicked indirectly. Okay, this form will be clicked. Okay, and you will get logged in. If you are logged in, means you are good. Okay. Let's run this code and see whether using the send keys we are able to press and release the key immediately or not. So using actions class, we can simulate not only the mouse actions but also the keyboard actions also. Keyboard actions or events also. You see, we got logged in successfully. I'll log out manually. Done. Done, guys. Hope you got the idea about the actions class and what is the purpose and what are its commonly used methods or the generally used methods. Okay, this much is enough. Okay, more than enough. Okay, so with practical demonstration, I have answered this question for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to switch to another window using Selenium Webdriver. Let me answer. In Selenium Webdriver, we have a command known as .window command. Okay. In order to switch to another window using Selenium Webdriver, we have to write this statement like driver.switch to .window, and in that window command, we have to pass the window ID to which you want to switch. So you can open multiple windows while running the Selenium automation scripts. You can have multiple windows open either in new tab or in a new window itself, new pop-up kind of window itself. So you can switch to from the main window. Selenium focus will stay on the main window only. And if you have to perform operations on that new tab window or new pop-up window, you have to switch the Selenium focus from the main default original window to the child windows or new tab child windows or new pop-up child windows. Okay, so with the help of their IDs. Okay, so how to do that practically, I'm going to demonstrate in this session. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, then maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL in the browser. So I'll open the application URL in the browser, that is omai.blogspot.com. Copy this. And here there are two things. So if I click on this link, it will open a new tab. Okay, this link will open a new tab. This new tab is also a new window. Okay, so and also when I click on this link, it will open a pop-up window. Okay, multiple things are coming. You see, either new tab or new window, they will be coming. Let's automate them. So first, I would like to click on this link. I'll inspect this link, and that link, let me inspect again. It has an ID. Copy this ID of the link and write down the code here. Driver.find element by .id. Provide the ID of that link. Say .click. So when I say .click, it will click on this link, and in the new tab, this new window will open in the new tab. Okay. And now I would like to click on this link, another link, with the help of the link text locator. So it will open the new window like this. Okay, so let me do this driver.find element by link text and provide the link text and say .click. Okay, now, so after doing that, what happens? Apart from new tab, this new pop-up window also will come. So now, let's say I would like to switch to this new tab window, and I would like to switch to this, and then simply I want to get what I want to get. Let's see, I want to click on this link otherwise. Okay, what otherwise no, I want to just verify whether or is there anything that I can perform here. I want to get the URL of this. Okay, I just want to get the URL of this page, or I would like to close this. Okay, I would like to close this tab, whatever it is. Okay, let's see what we can do. I would like to close that new tab thing. So for that, what I will do is here I'll say driver dot get window handles. Multiple windows are there, so get window handles. It will return in the return window IDs of all these windows that are currently opened by this time in set of string format. So window IDs, I'll say window IDs and say create a local variable. We got a set of window IDs. They will be stored in random order here because set in Java collections, whatever the window IDs are coming in string format will be stored in random order. We don't know in which order they are stored. So the first window ID can be may or may not be, we don't know which window. It may be default window. It may be one of the new tab window, a child window, or new tab. New pop-up window, child window. We don't know which window that is. Okay, so we have to find it out. For that, since this is a collection thing, I'll use for each loop for each and every window ID. Whereas each and every window ID is of which type? String type. String window ID colon window IDs, like this I'll say. And for every window ID, I'll just try to driver.switch to dot window of, I'll give the window ID. Okay, I'll switch to one of the window ID, but I don't know which window ID that is, whether it is a default window or any of these child windows, we don't know. But how to confirm? If driver dot get title, after switching to a particular window, one of the window, if the driver dot get title equals, if it is equal to, let's say in this case, when I click on this link, this new tab Windows title is what? Selenium 143 is the title. So I'll give that. If it is equal to Selenium 143 title, then I would like to do something. Let's say I would like to, get the URL of this. I would like to print the driver dot get and URL and print it out. Okay. And I will give you string URL is equal to. So then after that, I'll print it out, system.out.println URL in the output. And after that, I will close the window, driver.close. Let's see whether this is working. On a particular window, I am switching and I'm retrieving the URL of this window, and then I'm closing this window. Let's see whether that is happening or not. So let's run this. Right, run as Java application. So mainly, we have to use driver.switch to dot window command. And in that window command, we have to use window ID. We have to pass the window ID on which we want to switch on, okay, which window we want to switch, and then you see it has closed the Selenium 143, and in the output console we should get the URL of the page. Okay, currently 2 windows are open, 3 instead of 3 windows, only 2 are there. One of the new tab window is closed. Okay, after printing the URL of that window, it has been closed. So here clearly you can see the code, guys. Driver.switch to dot window off. We have to pass the window ID. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what does Thread.sleep method does in Selenium Webdriver automation code? Let me answer. First of all, Thread.sleep is not recommended to use in Selenium automation. Okay, that's the first point. And it can be considered as a last option if none of the Selenium WebDriver inbuilt waiting mechanisms like implicit wait, explicit wait things are not working, then we may go for Thread.sleep as a last option, but directly it is not recommended to use in Selenium automation. What is the problem then? Okay, so what will happen if you use it? Okay, and what will be the problem? The problem is all about fixed wait time. Let's say I'll take few examples to show you diagrammatically. For example, this is let's say 0 second. This time is 0 second. Okay, at this point. And let's say this one is 10 seconds. Okay, here I'm giving 10 seconds. 10 seconds. And let me draw a line. So between 0 to 10 seconds, any time in between, the element may come. Okay, and element may not come exactly at 0 seconds. Sometimes at 1 second, it will come 2 seconds. After 2 seconds with a delay, it may appear on the page 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, or maximum 10 seconds sometimes, like that. Let's assume. So now, since the element is not coming with a fixed time, sometimes it may come early, sometimes it may come late, something like that. Okay. What I have done is I have used, if I have used thread.sleep, okay, thread.sleep, this sleep is a static method and thread is a predefined class in Java. And here we have to provide milliseconds to use. If I give like 10,000 milliseconds, okay, it is nothing but equal to 10 seconds. Okay. If I give the wait time for thread.sleep as 10 seconds in Selenium automation, now let's assume that when you are performing the operation, at third second, the element came. The element appeared on the page at third second. Now thread.sleep is saying 10 seconds, but the element already have come. So will thread.sleep, perform the operation at the after 3 seconds, or it has to wait for the entire 10 seconds? It has to wait for the entire 10 seconds. So this time is wasted. This extra 7 seconds is wasted because it's not a smart wait. It's a fixed wait. If you say 10 seconds, it will wait for 10 seconds. For example, if I take an example of you meeting a friend and your friend said that let's meet at the particular coffee shop at 4:30. And what happened was you are very punctual. Your friend is also kind of punctual kind of mentality. So to not, miss the time. So what you have done is you have started early and you reached the coffee shop by 4 o'clock itself. Your friend also in the same manner, he or she also thought the same thing. And at 4 o'clock only, your friend also arrived. Now you both arrived way before 4:30. But you thought of meeting at 4:30. You are there at 4 o'clock. Do you stare yourself even though your friend is visible without talking and without meeting, just waiting for 4:30? That's not a good idea, right? Thread.sleep will do that. Okay. Even though your friend came, you are not going to, you are there before your friend, but you are not going to do anything. So what will happen if this particular time is wasted? You see, when the element comes in 3 seconds and extra 7 seconds are being wasted, okay? The Selenium script will wait because of this thread.sleep, because of its 10 seconds, but the element came in 3 seconds. Since it is not a smart wait, it will wait for the entire 10 seconds and this extra 7 seconds will be wasted, because of which the performance, okay, performance of the automation scripts will go down and the execution of the scripts will be slowed down. Okay, performance will go down because the scripts will execute very slow. Okay, here and there, if you are using thread.sleep, because of that fixed wait, if the elements are coming before time also, then nothing is happening, because of which it will take more time to run the scripts and the performance or execution time will increase. Okay, performance will reduce, degrade, and execution time will increase. Okay. And not only that, sometimes what happens is you have fixed the time as 10 seconds, but the element came at 15 seconds. Okay. We don't know. That may happen in rare cases, but maximum to maximum thread.sleep we gave as 10 seconds. So what's the problem here? If the element is coming behind this 10 seconds, the script will fail. Selenium will not be able to find the element. But in case of Selenium inbuilt weights like inbuilt weight and implicit weight and explicit weighting mechanisms. Under explicit weighting mechanism, we have normal or general explicit weighting mechanism and fluent explicit weighting mechanism. Any of these weighting mechanisms which are inbuilt in Selenium are smart by default. That means even though you mention here in this case, what I will do is, even though I mention like 50 seconds or 100 seconds, otherwise 100 seconds as a wait time, but the element comes in 3 seconds, remaining 97 seconds will not be wasted. At 3 seconds only the operation will be done. Okay, Selenium will identify that the element has come within 3 seconds only. I don't have to waste the remaining 97 seconds. The script will continue without wasting the extra 97 seconds. Or sometimes if the element is taking more time here, 100 seconds, that is too much, right? 15 seconds also will be taken here. Okay, like that. So this kind of flexibility will get in the inbuilt mechanisms in Selenium, but coming to thread.sleep, it's a fixed weight, and because of it, which it has a lot of problems. Okay, like slowdown of the execution scripts and brittleness in the scripts, because sometimes the element may come late than the fixed time and the scripts may fail. So hence Selenium Webdriver weighting mechanisms or inbuilt weighting mechanisms are recommended, and thread.sleep should be only used as a last option. last and final option when inbuilt mechanisms of Selenium WebDriver are not helpful for you, then only you will finally go for Thread.sleep. Okay, very rare cases you may have to go. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is a headless browser? Let me answer. In Selenium automation, we can run our automation scripts in headless browser mode. So what will happen when you run your scripts in headless browser mode? It can be Chrome browser or Firefox browser. Any of these browsers can be run in headless mode. So headless means it doesn't have any head, right? The meaning of the headless means it doesn't have any head. That means the headless browsers are going to run your Selenium automation scripts in an invisible mode without displaying any graphical user interface. You will not see anything on the screen. Everything will happen in the background without you seeing anything on the screen. No graphical user interface, no browser, no application visible. Okay. No application pages or elements on the pages visible. So script will run in completely in the background in an invisible mode without any graphical user interface. That is what is headless browser execution of the Selenium automation scripts. So in Selenium, if you want to enable this headless browser mode, then we have to use some options, Chrome options for Chrome browser like that, Firefox options for Firefox browser, etc. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you so that you will get more idea. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I'll just clear all this stuff. So I'll take one application URL. So this is the application URL I'm talking about, omaya.blogspot.com. I'll copy this URL. The application looks like this, graphical user interface. Now, I would like to get the title of this page. I would like to get the title of this page, string title, page title. I'll just print it out. Very simple script this is. And after printing the title, I would like to quit the browser, driver.quit, I will say. Okay, run the script. Right click, run as Java application. You will see the graphical user interface will now come because this is not headless browser mode. It is a normal mode. So we'll see the browser graphical user interface. You can visually see the browser opening up, maximizing, opening the application URL, closing, and it has even printed the title of that page. But what if I have to convert this script into headless browser mode? That is Chrome headless browser mode in this case. For that, first I need to create an object for the Chrome options. Chrome options is equal to new Chrome options. Like this, you have to create an object for the Chrome options. Hover the mouse on the Chrome options and import it. Now say options dot add arguments. Okay, add arguments inside that double quotes and give a value known as hyphen headless. That's it. Simple. Okay, this is what you have to enter in the argument. It is an argument. Okay. Now copy these options for which headless browser mode is applied and paste into the Chrome driver constructor like this. Now run the script. In this case, you will not see anything on the screen. You will not see any browser opening up, no graphical user interface coming up, but you will get the result. That is, title of the page will be printed in the output console. You will not see any browser opening up. Just you will get the output in the output console. You see, you just got the title of the page printed and the script has run in the background in browser headless mode or headless browser mode. So hope guys you understood what exactly is a headless browser. So and how to use this headless browser in Selenium automation. The advantage of using the headless browser is since there is no need to load the graphical user interface for executing the automation script, the script is going to run a way faster. Okay. The script will run faster. The disadvantage is you will not see any GUI on the screen, but advantage is the script is going to run very fast. Okay, because of that headless enabling, since there is no need to load any graphical user interface. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how frequently do you use Thread.sleep in Selenium automation? Let me answer. We shouldn't be using this Thread.sleep frequently. Okay, in our Selenium automation, we should not use Thread.sleep frequently. Okay, and it should be your last option. Okay, if you think to use Thread.sleep for implementing the waiting mechanism in our Selenium automation scripts or waiting for a particular element in the Selenium automation script, then Thread.sleep should not be used frequently. Rather, it should be your last option. You should consider it very last. If nothing is working, then only we'll go for Thread.sleep. So if you get this kind of question in the interviews, you have to simply say that, okay, I don't use this Thread.sleep frequently in my automation code. Okay, it has some disadvantages. Okay, I'll not ignore it. Rather, I'll consider it as a last option. Okay, because whatever the inbuilt waiting mechanisms we have in our Selenium WebDrivers library, like implicit waits, explicit waits, these waits are kind of smart waits. Okay, they wait for the element. So they will not wait for the entire fixed time. For example, if you say Thread.sleep 10 seconds, even though the element comes or appears in 3 seconds, Thread.sleep still waits the entire 10 seconds. The extra 7 seconds will be wasted, and because of which the execution will slow down. Okay, the performance will reduce, and as it slows down the execution of the scripts because of the fixed wait time, though the element has appeared after 3 seconds, but still Thread.sleep is waiting for the entire 10 seconds. Okay, so that's the problem. That's one problem with Thread.sleep when compared to the smart waits we have in smart inbuilt waits we have in Selenium WebDriver. Not only that, guys, sometimes, okay, because of fixed waiting mechanism, let's say you have mentioned Thread.sleep as 10 seconds, but the element came at 15th second. What will happen? The test will fail. Brittle test. Okay, the test will fail because Selenium Selenium will wait only for that 10 seconds because of Thread.sleep. Thread.sleep is from Java anyhow. It will halt the program for 10 seconds. So Selenium will wait for this Thread.sleep condition to complete. Once 10 seconds is completed, it will try to perform operation on the element, but the element is not there. Because of that, test will fail. What if I use inbuilt waiting mechanisms that we have in Selenium WebDriver? They are very smart. At the same time, can give bigger number like 100 seconds, 200 seconds also. If the element comes in 3 seconds, the smart waits, that is inbuilt waiting mechanisms, implicit wait, explicit wait in Selenium WebDriver will wait only for 3 seconds, right? Extra, whatever the seconds you gave, okay? If you gave 100 seconds, extra 97 seconds will not be wasted. Okay, if you give 10 seconds, the extra 7 seconds will not be wasted. Brittle test won't be there because you will give some extra, buffer time. Because since Selenium WebDriver waits, inbuilt waits are kind of smart waits, so you can give bigger number when compared to Thread.sleep, which are fixed waits. So when generally instead of 10 seconds, you may give like 30 or 40. So if the element comes in 15 seconds also, no problem, right? It will wait. Okay. So 30 seconds we have. So it has the capability to wait. And if the element comes way before like 3 seconds, extra 27 seconds will not be wasted. Okay. So execution will not get slowed down with smart waits in Selenium WebDriver. So that's why you have to answer like, I won't be using. Okay. How frequently do you use Thread.sleep? Means I don't frequently use Thread.sleep. Okay. So as it slows down my execution of the scripts, okay, because of its fixed wait time, okay, and also sometimes the test will fail because the element may appear behind this fixed time, so the test may fail, okay. So I'll consider that as a last option. I prefer to use inbuilt waiting mechanisms in Selenium WebDriver like implicit and explicit, okay. So that should be your answer, guys. Okay, that should be your answer. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how does Selenium interact with the web browser? Let me answer. Selenium will not directly interact with the web browser. Rather, Selenium will interact via the W3C protocol and browser drivers, okay, to interact with the web driver. Let me diagrammatically explain this for you. So let's say in an IDE like Eclipse IDE or IntelliJ IDE, there you will be writing some Selenium code in some language, let's say Java language, okay? Selenium Java code, let's assume, or Selenium Python, Selenium C, any language code you can say. This is IDE, okay? Some editor, Eclipse IDE or IntelliJ IDE. Now, when you run the scripts here, directly the scripts will not run on the browser. This side we have a browser, okay, on which the scripts are running. It can be a Chrome browser, Firefox browser, whatever the browser, okay? There are different browsers, right? So based on the browser name mentioned here, the scripts will run on a particular browser, but not directly, okay? The scripts will not run directly, okay? So there are different browsers. Let me copy paste things, okay? Fine. So let's draw these 4 browsers. So now what happens in between before the scripts are directly run on the browsers are the Selenium will not directly interact with the browsers, and the Selenium Java automation code or Selenium any language code will not directly run on the browser. So rather, in between, we get something known as W3C protocol first. Okay, via W3C protocol. Okay, W3C protocol is like a kind of a language or communication you can say between the Java code and the driver executable files. Okay, so W3C protocol will convert this Selenium commands into an understandable things that browsers can understand or drivers can understand. Okay, here we have something known as drivers. For every browser, there is a driver executable file. Okay, there's a driver. For Chrome browser, we have a Chrome driver.exe. For Firefox browser, okay, we have geekodriver.exe. For Edge browser, edgedriver.exe is there. For Safari browser, Safari driver.exe file is there, like that, and so on. Okay, driver executable files are there. Now these scripts, when you run, they will be via the W3C protocol, they will be communicated to the respective driver executables. Okay, if you mention Chrome browser here, Chrome driver.exe and Chrome driver.exe file, this is driver, guys. Okay, driver.exe files, these are, okay, driver exe files. Same thing here, same thing here, same thing here. Different browsers, driver executable files. Okay, according to the mentioned browser name here in the Selenium. For example, if you mention Webdriver driver is called Chrome driver, then W3 protocol will transfer it to the Chrome driver.exe, and on the Chrome browser, the scripts will be running. Okay, with the via the driver only, the scripts will be running. Okay, if Firefox Webdriver driver is called to new Firefox driver is mentioned, then W3C protocol will divert these commands via the W3C protocol to this geekodriver.exe file, geekodriver. Okay, geekodriver.exe file, and this geekodriver will run the scripts on the Firefox browser. Okay, like that. Okay, different browsers. So if you get this question in the interview, you have to simply say that the Selenium automation code will not directly run on the browsers. Rather, via the W3C protocol, the Selenium code will be, okay, will interact with the driver executables of the respective browsers mentioned in the code, and driver executables will run the code on the respective browsers. Okay, this is what should be your answer. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to click a button without using click command in Selenium. Let me answer. If you are not going to use the click command in Selenium, or for some reasons the Selenium WebDriver command click is not working, then in that case, we can or we may go with something known as JavaScript executor in Selenium WebDriver, using which we can run the JavaScript code. Okay, and we are going to write the JavaScript code which is going to click on the button. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to the Eclipse IDE, where I'll be writing some sample Selenium automation code. That is a WebDriver. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay, and after that, say driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get. I'll give one application URL here in the get command to open the application. So I'll go with this sample application omai.blogspot.com. Paste it here. Once we go here, then we need to click on this, let's say this button. but not using the normal Selenium WebDriver click command. Okay, rather we will be running some JavaScript code in the Selenium automation scripts to click on this button. So first, what I will do here is I'll just inspect this button. I just need to locate the button or create a web element for this button by locating it as an ID. Copy this ID and create a web element. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator and say dot click. Okay. Once you say dot click, you see if you use this Selenium WebDriver direct command dot click, it is going to click on this button and you'll get this kind of alert. But the problem here is, as per the question, we should not be using the direct Selenium WebDriver click command. So I'll simply put a semicolon here without using the click command. Rather, the find element will return you the web element. Okay, that is button element. The return type of the find element is web element. Hover the mouse here and say create local variable. Now I will be writing some code to run the JavaScript. Okay, so for that I need to typecast the driver. With a JavaScript executor. So here in the circular brackets, write down JavaScript executor. Okay, and here say give some name like JSC short form or whatever the name you would like to give for this object or variable. Now say create local variable. Now hover the mouse on JavaScript executor and import it from Selenium library. Now using this object reference, you can call this command, that is execute script command. Okay, take this command and here you need to write the JavaScript code here in double quotes. And here in the argument place, I'll provide this web element. And this web element is at the index 0 as per this command. So arguments of 0 dot click, I'll say. Arguments of 0 dot click. When I do that, when I say arguments of 0 dot click, it will click on the button. Okay, this button which is at the 0. If you have multiple elements, right, you can put a comma here. This will be 0, that will be 1, 2, and so on. Since it is at the 0 location, you'll say arguments of 0 dot click. This is the first argument, so 0 at the index position. Okay. So using the JavaScript click command, we are clicking rather than using the Selenium WebDriver click command. Let's see whether this script is working or not. If it is working, we'll get the alert displayed. Okay. If that particular button on that this omai.blogspot.com application is clicked, you will get an alert on the page. That proves the button has been clicked. So without using the general click command of Selenium WebDriver library, we are able to click on this, the button, and we got this alert. This button has been clicked with the help of JavaScript click command rather than Selenium WebDriver click command. So this is an alternative way, And if you get this kind of question, give this thing, Using JavaScript executor, we can do that, And this is the code. So if you want the code, I can get you the code also. Copy this and paste it here. That's it. You get the code. Done, guys. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you check whether the field is editable or not using Selenium? What do I mean by editable or not editable? For that, I'll show you an example. So if I take you to one sample application like omai.blogspot.com, here we have this text area field and it's editable. I can type my name into this, right? Because it is editable. Whereas if I take this read-only text box field and if I try to type my name is not getting typed into this text field because this is non-editable. It's not possible to edit this field. So how to find whether a particular field is in editable mode or non-editable mode in Selenium? For that, we'll be using this command get attribute and pass the attributes for this read-only kind of fields, right, which are not editable. If you inspect, there will be one attribute in the HTML code known as read-only attribute. You see, so this HTML code has an attribute known as read-only, because of which only you are not able to edit this text. If you remove this temporarily, and you will be able to edit the text. Again, if you refresh it, it will lose the capability because it's a temporary change that I have done in the HTML code here. So there is a this is the field which is not non-editable because it has the read-only attribute. Okay, so to find out or to tell or to check whether a particular field is editable or not editable using Selenium WebDriver, with help of this read-only attribute, by checking it, we can do it. So this get attribute read-only command. Okay, if you say get attribute read-only for that particular element, and if this get attribute returns true, okay, it will return true for the elements, such kind of elements which are in read-only state having this read-only attribute, then Boolean value read-only will be returned. If in case this, if you try to find whether this particular field is ineditable, it's editable actually. In this case, you will get attribute of read only will return a, instead of Boolean value, it will return null. Okay, in case of that, it will return null. Okay, so this is the thing. So then how to write the code and all, let me practically demonstrate that for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation for code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL in the browser. Copy this URL and paste it here. And first, okay, what I will do here is I'll create, I'll inspect this web element, which is editable actually. This exterior build is editable. You can type text. So it has an ID. Copy this ID. And I'll simply say driver dot find element by dot ID, provide the ID locator, and create a web element out of it. Okay. That is nothing but what field, some field I will say, field element. Okay, field element. And I'll create a return type for this return type of this find element will get added here to the find element field element thing. Create local variable. You got the return type of this find element came here. Okay, so now I need to check whether this particular field is in editable state or not. So how to do that? Okay, so I'll simply take the field element and say dot get attribute. Okay, get attribute, and I'll just simply pass the attribute name as read only. Okay, if that particular field element has this read only attribute, then this get attribute is going to return what? True. Boolean value true. Otherwise, it will return null. Okay, if it is not available, if it is not, if it is editable, then it will return null. Okay, string is editable or something. I'll write otherwise editable. Okay, I'll simply write editable status or something. Okay, there are two things here. In one case, it will return a Boolean value. In other case, it will return null. Okay, not the same data type. Even though string is mentioned here, a lot of people may get confused that, okay, we have to compare in string and all, but that is not going to happen. So I'll write something like Boolean. I'll write some logic here. Just observe this. Is editable, is editable or not. Okay, is editable is equal to, here I'll play a trick. That is, I'll simply say editable status. Okay, if it is not equal to null. Okay, if it is not equal to null means when it will return null. It will return null when that particular field is editable. Then it will return null. If it is not equal to null means that is read only. It's non-editable. Okay, and also at the same time, if editable status, okay, status, I need to compare that with a Boolean value dot equals, or what we can say, equals, if it is equals true. Okay, I'll say true. It's a Boolean value. Okay, if editable status dot equals Boolean value true. Okay, then also it is a non-editable field. Okay, right? So I do have to put a circular bracket here. If any of this condition, if both these conditions met, like if it is not equal to null and at the same time it is returning a Boolean value true, in that case, I have to put a not operator here so that it will return it will change. If this, if it is not equal to null, if it is true, okay, and editable status dot equals true is also true. True and true will return true, and not of true will return false. So is editable will become false. That's correct, right? That's the logic. Okay, if you understand this line, everything is done. Now you write the code like this. If is editable, okay, if it is true means what? It is really editable. Okay, the field is editable. Okay, try to understand the 20th line, then everything will be clear for you. Okay, so field is editable. Else write down system.out.println field is not editable, and I'll simply say driver.quit here, driver.quit. That's it. Now run the code, right click, run as. In this case, this text area field, this particular field is in editable state. So what happens in this case is get attribute read only will return null here. Okay, since it returns null, editable status not equal to null will become false. False and something is false anyhow. Not of false is true. So is editable will become true and field is editable. Yes, that's correct, right? Field is editable. Okay. So we should get field is editable printed in the output console and the browser should quit. 1 minute. Let me close. Let me run this code again. Right click run as Java application. This time, since that text area field is in editable state, it will print field is editable in the output console. Just observe that. Yes, field is editable came. Now, in place of this find field element, I'll give a different one. Okay. So I'll change, I'll take this field which is non-editable. I cannot edit this field, which is a read-only field, which has this read-only attribute available. I'll take the ID of this field and simply replace this ID with this ID. Okay. Read-only field ID. In this case, this read-only field dot get attribute read-only. Since read-only attribute is there, this will return true. Okay. So editable status not equal to null is true now. Editable status dot equals true is also true. Both are true means this will result true. Not of true means false. This Boolean value will be false. If false means else block will be executed where field is not editable will be printed. That's correct, right? This particular field is not editable. It's a read-only field. Run this. This is the logic you have to write, guys. Okay, just practice this logic. It's kind of tricky, but you may get this kind of question in the interviews sometimes, and a lot of people may get confused. Really, like is enabled, is editable, both are same or not, like that. They will be confused. You see. Okay, again, the field is editable, got printed, but field is non-editable. Why it's coming like that? Maybe here I made a mistake. Let me check. Small mistake, guys. I have to provide double quotes here. That's the thing that I was missing. So it will return string, right? String, okay? It will return the string. The return type is string. So true is in the should be in the double quotes, okay? So again, I'll go back to the text area field to see whether it is working fine or not for the text area field, first of all, because there was small problem in the logic where I didn't cover this, okay, true in double quotes because this is string. So fine, anyhow, let's change this ID back to the text area field and run this code. And you should print the field is editable because this text area field, which is editable as per the logic. You see, field is editable got printed. Now I'll take the ID of this read-only field, which contains read-only attribute here. Okay, and I cannot edit this field. Such kind of field, it has an ID. Copy this ID of this field, and we should get the answer as we should get the output as field is not editable. I'll change the ID here. That's it, and run the code. This time we should get field is not editable. Then the logic is correct. Otherwise, the logic is wrong still. Let's see, and let's hope for proper output this time. Field is not editable should be printed in the output. You see, field is not editable got printed. This is the logic you have to follow, guys. A tricky small logic. This line is very important here. And don't forget to provide double quotes surrounding this true thing. Okay. So it's hope you got the answer. Okay. Hope you got the idea how to check whether it is editable or not. It's not enabled. They're asking about editable. Okay. Don't get confused in the interviews. Okay. So when they ask for editable, you have to do this logic. If they are asking about enabled means there is a simple command in Selenium that is enabled command. Hope you got the idea. So I'm just pasting the code in the notes here. You can check out the notes, okay, for the reference of this code. So that's all for this session. Hope you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how Selenium Webdriver works. Let me explain. So how does the Selenium WebDriver actually work? When you run the Selenium WebDriver automation scripts, how these automation scripts are going to run on the browser. Okay, all these things internally, how it happens, I'm going to explain here. So let's say this is your computer machine. In your computer machine, you are using one of the IDE. It may be Eclipse IDE or IntelliJ IDE. Okay, and in this IDE, you'll be writing some Selenium code, Selenium WebDriver code in any programming language that is supported by Selenium. And this is Selenium WebDriver API. Okay, it has a lot of commands. Guys. Selenium WebDriver API will have a lot of commands like programming language like Java has a lot of commands. So now, when you run the scripts, when you run the scripts, what happens is a HTTP request will be generated for each and every command in the Selenium WebDriver API. Okay. So in the Selenium WebDriver script, whatever the API commands you are using from Selenium WebDriver API, for every Selenium WebDriver API, HTTPS request kind of request will be generated. Okay. And here the protocol will be W3C protocol. Okay, W3C protocol. Via this protocol only, this HTTP request will travel otherwise. Okay, to where it will travel based on the commands and instructions given. Okay, via this HTTPS HTTPS using the W3C protocol, this particular HTTP request will hit the appropriate driver. If you are using the Chrome driver, okay, WebDriver is called new Chrome driver like that, then here that respective driver, okay, that is Chrome driver, okay, will be, this request will reach the Chrome driver. Simple. Okay. So if you are using WebDriver driver is called new Firefox driver, then your HTTP request will reach the other driver, that is Gecko driver. We generally call that as, for Firefox, we have the Gecko driver. We have something like Gecko driver and so on. There are different drivers, guys. Okay. Like Edge driver, we have Safari driver and so on. Okay. Now, these drivers are like HTTP servers. Okay. They receive this HTTP request and process the request. And according to the instructions received from this Selenium WebDriver API language code or whatever the programming language code, this servers will process this request received via the HTTP protocol via W3C protocol transformation and all, and they will run on the respective browsers. For example, Chrome driver will run the scripts on Chrome browser, whereas this Gecko driver will run the scripts on Firefox browser. This Edge driver will run the scripts on, okay, the protocol is HTTP. Via the W3C protocol, HTTP request will be traveling and it will reach the respective driver, which are nothing but HTTP servers here. Okay, Edge driver or Safari browser. Here, Edge browser will be chosen by this driver. Okay, Edge driver. And Safari will choose Safari browser. Okay, like that respective browser, the scripts will run based on the browser mentioned in this Selenium automation code. Now, once the execution is going on, some status will be received back by these drivers, which are nothing but HTTP servers. Okay, status will be received back by this driver executables or HTTP servers, and via the same protocol, via the same HTTP protocol, I mean HTTP response request via the W3C protocol, the response will go back to this IDE which is running the scripts, and next line in the Selenium WebDriver code will run, and again one more HTTP request will be traveling via the W3C protocol, and it will reach the respective driver, which is HTTP server, okay, internally, and it will choose the browser and run the script on the browser based on the command, okay, command received via this HTTP protocol, HTTP request, okay, via the W3C protocol, and the script will run here, okay, on the browser. So this is what happens until all the lines in the Selenium WebDriver API got executed. Okay, this is a to and fro thing. Here, HTTP protocol, HTTP request will be created for each and every command or instruction, and W3C protocol will transfer this, okay, to the respective driver, and driver will process it and run it on the browser. Process, interpret time, run it on the browser and get back the status back, result back, and again by the same HTTP response request by the same W3C protocol, it will go back to the ID where our automation code is there. Based on that response coming, again, next line will run and all. And this will continue until all the lines in the Selenium WebDriver, Selenium automation code are completed. So hope guys, you understood how the Selenium WebDriver works internally. Okay. So we can write one thing, okay, how it works internally. Otherwise, different answers will come. Better the interviewer will, if the interviewer is asking kind of question like how a WebDriver works, you need to ask him personally, like, okay, are you asking me how it works internally? Like that, okay? So because this question will be generally based on internal working only. Why they will ask how WebDriver works, okay? How WebDriver or Selenium WebDriver works internally is a question, and this should be your answer. This should be your answer, okay? So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is by class in Selenium WebDriver? By is a predefined class in Selenium WebDriver. Okay, it's one of the predefined classes in Selenium WebDriver. And this by class, that is by predefined class, contains some predefined methods, which are all static methods. You can directly call these methods of this by class using the class name, that is by.id, you can say. Okay, by.name, by.class name, by.link text, by.css selector, by.xpath, by.tag name, and so on. Okay, all these are static methods of the by class. Based on the locator you want to provide in your Selenium automation script for helping it in finding the element, that particular method you have to use. For example, if you have to help Selenium in finding an element with the help of ID locator, use ID predefined method with the by class, by.id. If you have XPath locator for helping Selenium in finding the element on the web page, use by.xpath, like that and so on. Okay. So this by class, along with its predefined method and the locator, will be provided as an argument to the find element or find elements Selenium WebDriver commands. Inside this find element and find elements command, we are going to pass this by dot predefined method along with that locator. Okay, locator, whatever the ID locator or whatever the locator you want to pass in this XPath, that along with the by class will be provided as an argument in this find element and find elements commands. So just to conclude, by is a predefined class in Selenium WebDriver having this kind of predefined methods, and it plays good role in locating the elements on the web page. Okay, it will help Selenium in finding the locators or elements on the web page. Let me practically demonstrate so that you will get a clear-cut idea what is by class in Selenium WebDriver. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, then maximizing the browser. And here we are going to open the application URL. The application URL is, let me open this application URL in the browser like this. Open this URL in the sample browser, say Chrome browser. This is a sample application. Here we have a text area field. Let's say I want to locate this text area field. I want to help Selenium, okay, with the help of locator in finding this text area field on this web page. For that, I'll inspect this text area field. And here, if I look at the HTML code of this text area field, it has an ID with attribute value. I'll copy this value of this ID attribute, and here I'll write down driver dot find element. Okay, you can either use find element or find elements. Okay, if you have multiple elements to be located, you will use find elements. If you have single element, then find element. Then by dot ID. Okay, because this element has ID locator, copy this and in double quotes, paste it here. Now say dot send keys. This is a Selenium command anyhow. You see, here by is a predefined class in Selenium WebDriver having some static predefined methods like ID name. Any based on the locator type, you have to use this predefined method. Since we have the ID locator type here for helping Selenium in finding the element on the web page, we are using the ID predefined method of the by class. Okay, this one is being passed as an argument to the either find element or find elements command. And once this element is located, then we will perform the operations on the element like send keys, etc. etc. Okay, in send keys, I'll just enter my name, let's say Arun Motori. Okay, my name will be typed into the text area field now. Okay, hope you have got some idea what is a by predefined class in Selenium. Okay, you see over the mouse, you see it is from Selenium library, and this is static method of this by class. That's why you are directly accessing the ID method using class name like by.id. It's one of the static predefined method of the by class. Okay, to this you have to pass a locator type. Okay. So if you are giving ID means ID locator you have to pass. If you are saying by.name means your name locator you have to pass. If you say by.xpath means xpath locator you have to pass, and so on. Now run this code, right click run as Java application. You'll open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and it will open the application URL in the browser. In a while, just wait. The script is running now. First, it will open the Chrome browser. Then it's going to maximize the browser. Then you see, it has typed my name into the text area field because, okay, we gave send keys command here, and we have located the element with this, and by.id has played a role in locating the element in the on the web page. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write XPath by using contains function. Let me answer. First of all, this contains function belongs to XPath language. Okay, in XPath language, there are different functions. Contains function is one of them. So using contains function, we can locate the elements, okay, using the partial text, okay, which is constant, which is not changing text, okay. Whatever the portion of the text which is not constant, which is changing dynamically or due to some XYZ reasons it is changing, we'll exclude that text, and remaining text which is constant, okay, that we'll use, okay, to locate the elements with the help of contains function. This text which is constant can be in the beginning of the text. This contents constant text can be in between of the text, okay, or it can be at the end of the text. No matter where it is, we can use a contains function to locate the element with that constant text out of this entire text. Some portion of the text is dynamic, some portion of the text is context, okay. No matter where the context text is inside this text, we can locate the elements. Fine. Next one is attribute value, okay. So, when you inspect an element, it will contain different attributes with different values. For example, if you want to locate the element by using the value of a particular attribute of that element, and if that particular value contains some changing, okay, something that is changing every time you refresh, or today it's there, tomorrow it's changing, or something like that, whatever it is. It has some constant thing, constant value, but some other portion is not constant. In that case also, wherever that constant value is there in that entire value of this attribute, okay, it may be in the beginning, middle, or end, we can use contains function of the XPath. Let me practically demonstrate so that everything will be clear for you. First, I'll go with the text, okay, and for that, I'll take you to some sample application, that is domain.blogspot.com. And on this application, you see there is practice automation here. Assume that, okay, this automation here is going to change, okay. So it's not a constant thing. Tomorrow practice Selenium here may come, okay, we don't know. Some portion of the text is constant, that is practice is constant, which is in the beginning. Fine. So in that case, if I inspect this, and if you have to locate it carefully, we have to locate it, okay. Why? Because tomorrow this particular automation here changes to Selenium here, then things will change, okay. So how to locate this? Control F. With the help of the text I want to locate. So I'll simply say /p contains. I'll use contains here, okay. If I use text, for example, instead of contains, if I use text is equal to practice automation, practice automation here, okay, and press enter. You see it's locating, but tomorrow, let's say this particular text got changed a bit, okay. Let's say tomorrow this particular text has changed a bit. Where is the edit option? Okay, so let's say instead of Selenium here, Selenium here also I'll change 143 or something. I'll say change. Okay, temporary change, guys. No need to worry much. This is a temporary change. So in this case, if I say practice automation here, it's not locating. Why? Earlier it was practice automation here. Now this portion has changed because of it things are not working out. So what if I use contains here? Contains function, and first argument of this contains function is this text function. I'll put a comma here and close here. Okay. Now I'll keep only the constant value that is not changing. Okay. Practice Selenium 143 in practice automation here. Practice is constant, which is not changing. So practice only I'll keep, and remaining this portion I'll remove. Okay. Contains text practice. No matter what text it will change, it doesn't matter. For example, here again, if I edit practice, okay, software testing, okay, like this, still it will locate. No problem, it will still locate because this practice is constant. Whether this practice is in the beginning or in the middle, in the end, doesn't matter. For example, if I edit this like this, okay, again, if I edit and I'll say, I'll move this practice to the end, okay, still no problem, it will locate because practice is somewhere in this text. Okay, contains will work something like that. Okay, contains the text practice. If this element contains the text practice either in the beginning, middle, or the end. Now I'll move it to the middle. I'll show you one more thing. I'll move this part to the middle. Still it will locate. You see, still it is locating. It should contain practice text. Okay, so this is the purpose of the contains function with the text, and I'll show you the same thing with the attribute value with one example. This is a temporary change, guys. Refresh it, everything will go off. Okay, and I'll get back to the original things, practice automation here. So I'll take you to the Facebook application, and just see here, there's a login button. Inspect this. Inspect this. When you inspect that, you see, I would like to locate this login button with the help of this ID. I'll copy this ID, and I would like to locate this element, and I'll simply say Control F button at the rate ID is equal to, I'll give that value. Now it will locate, no problem, it will locate. Okay, this time you see this HTML is getting highlighted, and when I hover here, this is highlighting this login button, so everything is fine. Now if I refresh the page, you see before refreshing here at the last two characters you see here, the value of this ID attribute plus are there. Now refresh here, they change. Now plus is not there, some Vivo came. Okay, u_0_5 is same. Control F, you see, u_0_5_ is same, up to underscore is same, but last two letters Vivo, instead of that plus is there. That's the problem. So it will not locate because this is not constant. Only this portion is constant. This constant can be in the beginning, in the middle, or at the end. Okay, and if you use contains function, it doesn't matter where it is. Okay, contains, the first portion is at the rate ID, comma, and here provide circular bracket, and remove this thing that is changing. Only keep the constant. Now, no matter how many times you refresh, whatever the last two characters are coming, doesn't matter. It will still locate. You see, it will still locate. This is going to work. Okay. So like that, guys. Okay, this constant can be in the beginning, middle, or at the end. That's doesn't same thing that applies with the text whatever the text I covered, right? Here with attribute also you can use contains function. So hope guys you got a detailed idea about how to use contains function in XPath expressions. Okay, and what is its purpose? So let me just make it more better. Write XPath by using contains function. Okay, fine. So this is how we have to write the XPath expressions using the contains function. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, absolute XPath expressions start with which symbol? Let me answer. All the absolute XPath expressions start with single forward slash. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open one application, sample application. Or let me open this one. This will be easy to understand. Let me open this. Okay, let's take this application. Very simple application, guys. Okay, let me inspect this and I'll get this HTML code. This is very simple web page, so we can clearly see the entire HTML code of this page. Like this, you see HTML, under the head body tags are there. Under the head we have the title, under the body we have the paragraph tags. So select somewhere on this HTML code and say Control F. Okay, and here you'll get the text box field. Okay, when you say Control F, select one line and say Control F, any line on this HTML and say Control F. Okay, now using this HTML code, I'll write some absolute XPath expressions. You see, absolute XPath expressions, any absolute XPath expression. For example, I want to locate this HTML tag. I said already, the absolute XPath expressions will start with which symbol? Single forward slash, right? Single forward slash, and what is the tag name here? HTML. Type HTML. That's it. It will locate this HTML tag. For example, if you want to locate this head tag, then also we have to start from the root, and that is from HTML, and then go for the head. Okay. So all the absolute XPath expressions start with single forward slash HTML. Again, single forward slash. From parent to child also, we have to use the same single forward slash and head. Okay. Now, if we want to locate this title using absolute XPath expression, again the same thing. Single forward slash, all the absolute XPath expressions start with single forward slash HTML. Child element is head. Head's child element is title. Like this, we can locate the title. What if you want to locate this paragraph? So for that, again, single forward slash, you have to start with HTML. Under the HTML, body is one of the child. Head and body, two are children of the HTML. I'll go with the body. So slash body, and under the body, we have the paragraphs. So slash b, it will locate two paragraphs actually. If you want to locate the first one, let's say only the first paragraph, if you want to locate instead of two, write one. It will locate the first one. If you want to locate two, write two. Okay. So anyhow, whatever the absolute XPath expressions I'm demonstrating here for several examples here in this page, simple page, all the absolute XPath expressions are starting with which symbol? Single forward slash. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, in what situation Selenium finding element get fails? Let me answer. There are several situations because of which the Selenium automation scripts will fail in finding the elements or element. Okay. So first one is the timing issue. So if the element is, coming with a delay, okay, because of the Ajax calls or something, if the element is coming with a delay after some time, if it is coming, Selenium won't wait for that elements. Okay, by default, Selenium won't wait for the elements and the scripts will fail. So let me practically show you each and every, okay, thing that may cause failure for Selenium in finding the elements. First one is timing issue. I'll show you one example. Here we have some sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL in the browser. Let me open the application URL. That is, this is application URL. Copy this URL, paste it. I'll take one example on this application URL page where you can see there is a drop down button already there. But when you click on the drop down button, the options are not coming immediately. They're coming with a delay. You see the Flipkart option has come with a delay. So I want to click on that Flipkart option. So for clicking on the Flipkart option, first I have to click on this drop down button. I'll inspect this drop down button. And it doesn't have ID locator, name locator, but class locator is there. I'll copy this and simply write down driver dot find element by dot class name and provide the class locator and simply say dot click. This will perform the click operation. And once the click operation is done, the options are not coming by default. Okay, whatever the options that I want, Flipkart is not coming by default. I'll inspect the Flipkart option. And without waiting for this Flipkart option, it is a link text locator. You see anchor tag is there, text between the anchor tag. So without waiting for the Flipkart option, I'll simply say driver.find element by dot link text. I'll give the link text locator here and say dot click. Okay, there is a timing issue here. Okay, after you click on the drop down button, there is a timing issue. Flipkart option won't be there on the page. Okay, in time. Okay, so it will take some time for the Flipkart option to get visible on the page. And by the time Selenium will not be able to find the Flipkart option and will fail the script. Okay, so that's what is going to happen. Just see here. I'll run this code. Right click, run as Java application. You see, it has clicked on the drop down button. Flip cut option came after a delay, but it's nothing is happening because when Selenium was finding for that flip cut option, it was not there. So no such element exception has been occurred. Okay, this exception came because we have not waited. This is a timing issue. Okay, so how to solve this timing issue? We can go with the fixed timing mechanism from Java like Thread.sleep and wait for this flip cut option, or we can either implement implicit wait or explicit waiting mechanisms that I'm not going to demonstrate anyhow. Okay, I'm just going to show you the problems. Okay, in which cases the Selenium will not be able to find the elements. Because of the timing issue, flip cut option was not found by Selenium. Okay, then incorrect locator strategy. Okay, let me remove this part and let me, you see, this is a proper locator, right? Drop button is a proper locator. If I say 1, 2, 3, okay, drop button 1, 2, 3, in that case, what will happen? Drop button 1, 2, 3 means in this case, okay, it's a wrong locator. If it is incorrect locator, then automatically the Selenium will not be able to find this, right? And it will fail. Run this. Intentionally modified this class attribute, proper correct class attribute class locator to incorrect class locator. Okay, so whatever the locator incorrect, if it is there, means Selenium will not be able to find the element with that incorrect locator. You see, it has not clicked on that button, and instead we will get an exception known as no such element exception again. Okay, so this is the reason. This incorrect locator is the reason. Okay, then what next? Then next we'll go with the dynamic content. Okay, sometimes dynamic content will cause problems. So for dynamic content, I'll go with this facebook.com page. I'll just give this URL in this script. Okay, so I'll remove this line. Now what I want to do is, without entering the email password, I would like to click on the login button like this. Okay, and you'll get this message. That's okay. So, but what the problem here is, I'll inspect this login button. Just see what's happening. When I inspect the login button, this is the HTML code of the login button, and it has an ID. Copy this ID of the login button and say driver.find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator of the login button and simply say dot click. It looks everything is fine. Now you run the script. The script is going to fail. I'll tell you the reason after failure. Okay, Selenium will not be able to find this element. There is a reason why. Because that login button that I am trying to click is dynamic in nature in case of ID locator. Did you click on the login button? No, login button has not been clicked. Instead, what happened? You got no such element exception. What is the reason? The reason is, you see, the reason I'll tell you. Okay, now it is NE8, right? When you copied this ID locator, it's last two letters are NE8. Simply refresh the page. Okay, now is it NE8? U underscore 0 underscore 5 underscore is same, but after that NE8 is not there. What is there? PJ is there. So the ID attribute value is dynamically changing, because of which this became an incorrect incorrect or dynamic locator, because of which the script failed. Okay, Selenium was not able to find the element because of this kind of dynamic content. Okay, this is one of the example of the dynamic content. Sometimes, you know, in when you refresh the page or when you are using the application, different things may come. Okay, at one point of time, one functionality may appear, other time another functionality, or the HTML code may change, underlying HTML code will change dynamically. We don't know. Whatever the reason may be, if something is dynamic, the scripts will fail, like the Selenium will not be able to find the elements. Then iframe. The required element is inside the iframe. Okay, so iframe example, I already tell you, like this is the example I generally take. So in real world, for example, this is your friend's house, and the friend's house, there are some rooms. Okay, these rooms are like frames. Okay, this house is like a page, the web page. On the web page, there are in the web page there are some rooms. These rooms are frames: frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, and so on, like that. Some frames are there. So now your friend is not here somewhere, not directly in the house. Okay, or your friend is sitting somewhere here. Okay, doing some work here. Now you want to visit your friend. Now if you travel like this and go to the house of your friend, can you find your friend? No, you cannot. You'll not be able to find the friend at your at this page level. You have to get into this room where your friend is actually working or staying. Okay, then you will be able to meet your friend. The same thing with the iframes also. Okay, so if a particular element is inside an iframe, okay, on the page there will be some iframes like this kind of rooms. Inside the iframe, if the particular web element like button, radio button, whatever things are there, if you want to perform the operation, you have to switch to these frames. You have to take the focus of the Selenium from the page level to this frame level, then only you will be able to perform. Otherwise, if you don't do that, if you don't switch the focus of the Selenium to this frame, then Selenium will not be able to find the element. So for this, guys, I'll take one example. I'll take one example. I'll take this internet Heroku app. I'll take you to this page. And on this page, somewhere we have this frame related frames. Okay, frames kind of link. I'll go to the page. I'll go to the iframe. And here, what I want to do here is I want to clear this particular text, and in place of this particular text, I want to type my name. That's what I want to do. So by default, it will happen or not. Let's see. I'll just modify the URL here. And after going to that page, this page, okay, this iframe page, I simply want to clear this particular text first. Okay, I'll right click and inspect. And I'll take the locator and all. Okay, there is a body and here paragraph. This is the one, right? This text I want to clear. So for that, I'll create an XPath expression. This paragraph tag doesn't have a proper ID or something. So I'll just take the parent's ID and create an XPath expression using it. Copy this and simply say Ctrl+F /body. Sorry, I did some mistake. Let me do it again. Inspect. Select this and say Ctrl+F. You'll get this box. After that, just go to that paragraph and here we have the ID. Copy this ID and here type. Okay, /body square bracket @ID is equal to give the ID of that parent element. Under the body parent element, we have the paragraph that you want to clear. Okay, like this, you have to locate the paragraph. Copy this. Now create like this. Driver dot find element. Driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression and create a web element first. Okay. Text inbox. Text inbox. Okay. Whatever the name you want. That is an element. Over the mouse and say create over the mouse on this text inbox and create local variable. Now simply what you have to do here is simply you have to say text inbox dot clear. You have to say text inbox dot clear the text. Okay, whatever that. And in place of that, text inbox dot send keys, I would like to type my name into the text box or more to like this. Okay, put a semicolon here. Let's see whether this will happen or not. This is not going to happen because we are inside a frame. Okay, this element is inside a frame. So let's wait. It will open the Chrome browser. Then maximize the browser. And after maximizing the browser, you see it's not clearing the text, nor it is entering my name. Okay, let's go to the Eclipse IDE and see. You already got no such element exception. What may be the reason? Here in this case, the reason is this particular element that you're talking about is inside a frame. Okay, it's not easy to find here. So one way to find it is right click here, somehow right click somewhere. If you're getting view page frame, reload frame options, means this element is inside frame. Another way to find it out is inspect this. We already have installed the selector sub add-on. If not, go to selector sub. Okay, selectorsub.com. After going there, just click on this selector sub. Then scroll down. Here I am using Chrome browser, so click on install for Chrome. You'll be taken to the Google Chrome store for selector sub add-on. Okay, and it's saying remove because I already have installed. In your case, add to Chrome will come. And you'll get a notification like confirm kind of thing. After that, in the manage extensions, it will be there. And just select the pin option. It will be visible here. Okay. So that's the process. After that, restart the browser once to use the selector sub properly. Okay. So hoping that you understood how to install selector sub. Then way to get a selector sub. When you inspect this, okay, this element you want to locate, right? So click on this 2 arrows and click on selector sub. Here clearly selector sub is saying that this particular element that you are locating is inside an iframe. First, you have to switch to the frame. It is saying it's giving the frame related options also. You see, frame, whatever the frame that scroll up with this, indication, you can scroll up to see whether this particular element, you see, it's really inside a frame having some ID. First, you have to switch to the frame and then do the operations. So I'm not going to give you the solution anyhow, but I just wanted to show that if a particular element is inside the frame, Selenium will not be able to find the element. Okay. So problem statements only I'm covering in this session, guys. Okay, I don't want to cover the solutions. Okay. So solutions are already covered as part of other answers for the interview questions anyhow, other interview questions. So here only different problem statements I am covering. Okay. In which cases Selenium will not be able to find the element and fails. Page structure or code changes. Okay. Page structure or code changes because of this also. So while you are working on one day, something is there and another day something got changed. For example, I'll tell you. For example, you are automating this my.blogspot.com and you want to click on this button, click to get alert button. You got a alert. Okay. So this is fine. Inspect this. Inspect this. You are writing the code properly. It has an ID. This particular button has an ID. Copy this ID. First copy this URL and paste it here. And after that, I want to click on this button. So I inspected this button. It has an ID. I'll copy this ID attribute value, ID locator, and simply say driver.find element by.id. Everything is fine. No matter how many times I'll run, it will work fine. Okay. But there is a situation where Selenium will not be able to find this element. I'll show you that how. Okay. Now run this code, right click, run as Java application. It's going to pass. It will be able to click on the button and you will see the alert. If you're getting the alert on the page means, okay, we are able to locate the button properly and button has been clicked properly. Okay. Alert is coming means everything is fine. You see, you got the alert means this click to get alert button got clicked. No matter how many times you run, the script will pass only. It will not fail. This time, second time I am running, it will pass. This time also it will pass. You see, this time also it got passed. Okay, everything is fine. Everything is running smooth. But I'll show you one problem where I'll just take you to this. I have the access to this since I am the person who have developed this page and all. I have the access to how to modify all the stuff here. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go to that back end of this particular application and I would like to change some code there. Okay, so for that I'll go to layout and so where is that button? Alert demo button. Click on this edit. And you see there is some script here. There's an ID alert one is there. I'll change it to 2. ID value I change it back in the background. Okay, in the backend. Okay. Now save this. Now this time refresh. And after some days I didn't know that the ID value of that particular button got changed by the developers. Okay, developers will keep changing the application, right? They may do any changes to the application. This kind of changes may happen. This is one of the example of the changes. They may do a changes in a different way too. But for this change, what happens is developer, I don't have the knowledge as an automation tester. I don't have the knowledge that while I'm writing the script, I got the alert one as the ID. But developers have changed it. Okay, later due to some XYZ reasons, they changed it. I don't have that idea. Now the code was fine only, but when I run this time, this is going to fail. Because the ID is no more alert 1 in the HTML code of that particular button of the page, but rather it has changed to alert 2, because of which the button will not be clicked and you will not get any alert. And you'll get this no such element exception. This may be one of the reason, okay? So for the ongoing page structure or code changes, this kind of situations you may face. And again, you have to reinspect the elements. Okay, there is no other way. You have to inspect this and get the correct locators and again change it. Okay, I'll change it back anyhow. This is just for the demo purpose I did. So alert demo, I'll just change it back to alert 1 so that the script will work again. Okay. So this kind of changes also Selenium will not be able to find. Authentication pop-ups. Sometimes what happens is when you are running the scripts, some authentication pop-ups will come in between. So let's see whether I can explain this with an example or not. I don't know, but I'll try. I'll just go to the makemytrip.com and so you see some kind of boxes and all those things are coming. Light boxes are coming. Some kind of okay. I need to close this light box here. Okay, this kind of thing comes means I need to close this light box. So I have to inspect this light box. If they come in between and if I want to, okay. So let's not worry about them. I don't want to give a solution here. So what I want to do here is I simply want to click on this Delhi. Okay, this just this Delhi I want to click. I'll not be able to click on the Delhi. I will not be able to inspect Delhi because when I right click here, automatically this changing to the text box field. This is not the locator I want. I want a Delhi, this text to be located. Okay. So in that case, right click some in the blank area, like right click somewhere in the blank area and click on the inspect option and select Delhi. This is the way. Okay. And it has an ID. Copy this ID. I would like to click on the Delhi. So I'll write the code here. Driver.find element by.id.click. This is fine. The URL I need to change. I'll copy this URL and change. Let's see this will happen or not. Before this happens, I'll just give some Thread.sleep so that we can, for demo purpose, we can see how the things are happening. Okay, 5 seconds, 5000 milliseconds, that is 5 seconds. Okay, for the mouse, add throws declaration. Okay, now run the script and see what's going to happen. Whether this the Delhi text will be clicked or not, whether okay, that either Delhi or whatever the city that comes, that will be clicked or not under the from. Okay. So let's wait for the page to load. You got a pop-up kind of stuff. You got an light box kind of stuff. Now after 5 seconds, let's wait for 5 seconds. I think it's more than 5 seconds already. Okay, and let's see the output here. You got element click intercepted exception. Okay, you got a different exception though. This kind of exception came because Selenium is trying to click on that. Selenium is trying to click on that from city kind of name, but to the surprise, we got this kind of light box. So the solution is we have to first close the light box. Then, maybe using mouse or something, you have to click somewhere here on the logo or something, and then you click it, it will work. Okay. I'm not going to give the solution, but I'm going to show you the problems where Selenium will not be able to find the elements on the screen. Okay. Find the elements and it gets failed. Some kind of authentication pop-ups or light boxes kind of stuff will come in between our elements and we'll get kind of click kind of interception exceptions we'll get, and because of which Selenium will not be able to find the elements. So what is the next thing? So already authentication pop-up, click intercepted exception also covered, but I'll cover it with a different example anyhow, a simple example. So one more example I'll take. So one more thing is hidden elements. What is this hidden elements? I'll tell you. So on this page, there's a button here. You see under hidden button label, there is a button, but that is hidden button. Okay, it's not visible on the page. Inspect this label here and you can see the HTML code. You see input tag and there is a button and there is an attribute known as hidden. If you remove this hidden, the button will appear here. Okay, where is that? Hidden button got appeared here. Again, if you add the or refresh, simply refresh here. This is a temporary change, right? It is a refresh. Then again, hidden attribute came and the button got hidden. Again, if I remove this hidden button will appear. What I want to do is I want to click on this hidden button. It has an ID. Copy this ID and write the code. id.click and simply I'll change the URL here, application URL. So if you try to click on the hidden buttons, then also you will get Selenium will not be able to find the things. Okay. They are not on the page. So let's see what is going to happen. So the button is not there. Hence you got element not interactable exception. Okay. When you try to click on a hidden button, you will get element not interactable exception. Okay. That is one of the case. Fine. So fine. That's good. So last one is click intercepted exception. Okay. Click intercepted exception. I'll give you one example. Okay. Simple example I'll give you. On the same page, guys, what I'm going to do is I want to click on this link. Normal time, you can click on the link directly. But what I'm going to do is first I want to hover the mouse on blocks. Now, this blocks menu is hiding this link. When the blocks menu is menu options are hiding this link, I would like to click on the link. Is it possible? No. Okay. You will get element click interception kind of exception. So what I'll do here is first I would like to hover the mouse on these blocks so that this menu will come in between this link. Okay. So what I have to do is actions is equal to new actions, and I would like to pass the driver here. Actions will simulate the mouse and keyboard actions. Hover the mouse on this and import this actions from Selenium library. Now say actions dot move to element and web element I have to give. What is the web element here? In this case, web element is blocks menu. Inspect that blocks menu and it has an ID. Copy this ID and create a web element out of it. Driver.find element by .id, give the ID of that blocks menu, and simply say .click. That's it. And sorry, .click not. Put a semicolon here and create blocks menu. Blocks menu element is equal to the return type of the find element will come and add here as a declaration over the mouse create local variable. You see the return type of find element is web element that got declared here. Okay, copy this and paste it here. Move to element and simply say dot perform. Okay, then what will happen? When I write the code like this, the mouse will hover on the blocks menu. Now what I want to do next is when the blocks menu is hovered and the blocks menu is covering this link, I would like to click on this link, okay, which is being hidden by this blocks menu. Okay, it has an ID. Copy this. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID and say dot click. Now the script will fail. It will not be able to click on the Selenium 143 link because these options will come in between. Blocks menu options will come in between. That's the reason. Okay. You see, blocks menu option came in between and Selenium 143 link has not been clicked. Okay. And you will get element click intercepted exception because of that reason. Okay. How to overcome this? You have to get rid of these blocks. Okay. Whatever the options that are hiding this link, right? We should get rid of these options. Okay. First, once these options go away, then only you can click. That's the only solution. Okay. People keep asking me, okay, how to overcome this, click intercepted exception. And the answer is very simple, guys. Simple means whatever that is coming as an abstraction or on the way for Selenium in clicking this link, what is coming in between, that should go off. That should somehow we have to write the code so that these options will go off. Then you can perform the operation. Okay. You understood the point, right? You have to get rid of these options, okay, which are coming in between this. If you are able to write the code for getting rid of these options, which are coming in between or hiding this option, once they unhide this option, then you can perform the click and you will not get click intercepted exception. Okay. So hope guys, you got the practical demonstration of different situations in which Selenium will not be able to find the elements and instead it fails because it's not finding the element. These are the several possible reasons. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to handle dynamically changing IDs in Selenium automation. Let me answer. First of all, what exactly are these dynamically changing IDs? Let me show you practically. I'll take you to one sample application. That is facebook.com. Here we have the login button. When I inspect this login button has an ID attribute, which we can use as an ID locator. But the problem here is some portion of this ID. Sorry, let me do it again. When I inspect this login button, you see, the problem here is some portion of this ID is not constant. It keeps changing. It's kind of dynamic. Some portion or some part of this ID attribute value is dynamic. It's not constant. And other part is constant. Some part is not constant. Okay, how can I prove that? So I'll copy this. Okay, I'll copy this and paste it here. You see, this is the ID we had. Now refresh the page simply. Now, again, inspect this login button. You got this ID, copy this ID and paste it here and compare these two things. Are they same or different? They are different. So this part is constant. U underscore 0 underscore 500 up to this, it's constant. But last two characters, JJ is there, UD is there. They are changing. Okay. Again, if you refresh, again that ID attribute value changes for that login button. Okay. The last two letters are changing. You see, up to here it's constant, but last two letters are changing. So such kind of dynamically changing IDs, how you can handle. It all depends on the XPath expressions. In XPath expressions, we have functions like starts with and contains, using which we can handle this dynamically changing IDs. So starts with can be used if that particular constant part. Okay. In this example, where is the constant part? Okay. Constant part is in the beginning. right? This part, starting with constant. In this case, we can use starts with. But if the constants part is not in the beginning, sometimes this constant part may not be in the beginning. It may be in the middle. The previous, the first two characters may change, okay? And this constant part may be in the middle portion of this ID, or sometimes this constant part may be at the end, and the first two letters may be changing, okay? In that case, we cannot use starts with. So we have to use contains, okay? Then in that case, we have to use contains, okay? Starts with can only be used if the constant of that particular ID is in the beginning, okay, from in the starting position. But if it is in the middle or at the end, we have to use contains instead, okay? So whether it is starts with, middle or ending, we can, all the time we can use contains. So without going for starts with, we can simply directly straightforwardly use contains. Whether the constant is in the beginning, middle or end doesn't matter, okay? So that's the thing, guys. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you, how to use contains to handle this dynamically changing IDs. Okay, so for that, this is the case, right? So we had this case where I'll copy this ID and create an XPath expression. Control F. Here button tag is there. So what I'll do is I'll simply say /button @ID is equal to, I'll give this. And if I give this, there is a problem here. Okay, this time it will locate, but if I refresh the page, the ID value will change. Control F. This is the old ID. A8 value is old. Now WW came. So if I press enter, you see this XPath is no more locating this login button. Okay. So what I will do here is I'll write contains function. You can either use starts with also, because in this case, the constant part is in the beginning. Starts with also you can use, but I prefer to use contains. It will work for all the things. And provide all this stuff inside the circular bracket and replace this equal symbol with comma. That's it. Now, inside the contains function, we have passed the ID attribute whose value is, containing the constant, that is u_0_5_ up to here only. The last two characters you have to remove. Okay, only constant part you have to put. Now you see it's locating the login button. If you refresh also, nothing will happen. Still it will locate because constant part will not change. So Control F, and you see the constant part has not changed. Press enter. Again, still it is located. No matter how many times you refresh, the dynamically changing ID, okay, element can be located. Okay, this is how we have to handle the dynamically changing IDs in Selenium automation with the help of this XPath functions like contains and starts with. In this case, we can also use starts with because the constant part is in the beginning. So here instead of contains, you just replace the contains with starts with. Still you will be able to locate. Still it will work. Refresh, it is going to work. Control F, press enter. You see still it is working. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to refresh a page using Selenium Webdriver. Let me answer. In Selenium Webdriver, we have a predefined command known as refresh command. Okay, we have to use it something like this: driver.navigate.refresh. This is the way to use this command. When you use this command, immediately the web page will get refreshed. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser, and here we need to open the application URL. I'll take any application URL, say, I'll take the selenium143.blogspot.com URL, copy this URL, and paste it here. Once you paste it there, now I would like to refresh this page. Simple, you have to write driver.navigate.refresh. Like this, you have to write. Just for demo purpose, I'll just add Thread.sleep of, let's say, after 3 seconds. Okay. So it will wait for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, it will refresh the page. Let me run this code and see whether the page is getting refreshed or not using this refresh command. This is a syntax for using the refresh command in Selenium WebDriver. Okay. So the script is running. It will first open the Chrome browser. Let's wait for the Chrome browser to launch. The Chrome browser has launched. It will get maximized. It will open the application URL. After loading this application page, after 3 seconds, you observe guys, it's refreshing again. You see, it got refreshed. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to get the name of the browser using Selenium Webdriver. Let me answer. In order to get the name of the browser that you are using in your Selenium automation script in Selenium Webdriver, we have to write this code. Let me practically demonstrate how to write this code. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser. It's already clear that we have to get the output as Chrome. Okay, we have to get the browser name as Chrome. Okay, so this will open the Chrome browser. This will maximize the browser, and here give any URL. Okay, it doesn't matter what URL you are giving. I'll just simply give some sample application URL like omai.blogspot.com that I generally use in demonstrations. Now comes the logic. Okay, this logic we have to write to get the or to retrieve the name of the browser from the Selenium automation script and print in the output console. So for that, I'll have to get this WebDriver's driver here and typecast the driver with remote WebDriver. Remote WebDriver. Like this, you have to typecast. And now provide the circular brackets to this and say dot get capabilities. Like this, you have to write a method. Okay, these are all predefined stuff. Now here I'll say cap is equal to and hover the mouse on this and say create local. Here we should get capabilities actually. If you're getting some object or something, capabilities. Okay, like this. Now hover the mouse on the remote WebDriver and import it. Now hover the mouse on capabilities and hover the mouse on this capabilities and import it from Selenium. Okay, that's it. This is a line you have to carefully write. Once you write this line, use this object reference, that is capabilities cap kind of object reference, and call the method get browser name. Okay, get browser name. This will give you the browser name. Okay, string browser name. Okay, so I'll print it out. System.out.println browser name is plus browser, this particular browser name. Not only browser name, we can also get many things here. As you can see, cap dot. If you say get means, you can also get the browser version also if you want to. Okay, so here get browser name is coming. Get browser version is also coming. You can also get the browser version. So let's see which browser version we are using. String browser version is equal to, now print it out. Okay. Actually, we have to only get the browser name, but since the time has come and the situation has come, I'm also showing you how to get the browser version also, okay, of the browser. So here I'll simply write down browser version colon plus browser version. Now simply quit the browser. After these things are done, simply quit the browser. Driver.quit, run it, right click run as Java application. In the output console, we'll get the browser name and browser version. Browser name is Chrome and some browser versions. Let's see what is the browser version that is there in my machine. Let's see. Okay. So you see, browser name is Chrome and browser version is 115.0.5970.171. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to disable cookies in a browser. Let me answer. In a browser, if you want to disable the cookies using Selenium WebDriver, we have to write this code using the Chrome options and add this argument known as disable cookies argument. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. And here I need to open any application URL. Okay, anything is fine. For example, I would like to open this URL, that is tutorialsninja.com/demo URL. Let's see if this URL is opening. Yes, you can take any URL, no problem. Just paste it there. And after that is done, now how to disable the cookies. Okay, So this website is going to add some small text files into your browser when you access this application for several reasons, to track the user behavior or whatever it is. Okay, let's not go dig deep into what exactly cookies are now, but some cookies are like small text files which will be added by this application into your browser. Okay, but if you want to disable such kind of cookies, okay, then we have to simply write down Chrome options. Okay, Chrome options is equal to new Chrome options. Okay, since it is Chrome browser, I am writing Chrome options. So hover the mouse on this, import it from Selenium library. Now say options dot add arguments, and here mention the argument, that is hyphen disable cookies. Okay, let's cross check. You see, hyphen disable cookies. That's it. Once you do this, you just don't forget to copy these options to which this disable cookies is applied into the constructor of this Chrome driver class here in this example. Okay, that's it, guys. And run the code. Simply run the code. The cookies will be disabled in this script. Okay. Whatever the cookies this application is going to add are going to get disabled. Okay, in this session. Cookies are disabled. You cannot see like whether cookies are disabled or not here visually, but they are disabled. Okay, cookies are disabled in this case. Fine. So this is the code, guys. This is the code you have to remember. Okay, to disable the cookies in your browser. Okay, browser using Selenium or whatever it is. Okay. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. Just these two lines will do the thing, and these options you have to pass into the browser driver class. Okay, constructor. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to work with a radio button in Selenium Webdriver. Let me answer. In Selenium Webdriver, we can work with a radio button using some commands like click. Using this click command, we can select a radio button. And using the isSelected command, we can check whether the radio button is in selected state or not. So these are the two commands that we can use to work with a radio button. Let me practically demonstrate these two commands for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser. For maximizing the browser, here we need to open the application URL. I'll take you to the sample application, that is omaya.blogspot.com. So I'll copy this URL and paste it here. And here you have a radio button. Okay. So first I want to see, or here also we have some radio buttons. Okay. First I want to see whether I can select this radio button or not. I would like to select this, let's say out of male, female, I would like to select male. Okay. Male radio button, I would like to select. Inspect this male radio button and it has an ID. Copy this ID. What command we have to use to select this radio button? Direct dot click command. Okay. Simply write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Okay. By dot ID and provide the ID locator of that radio button and say dot click. Now this command is going to select the radio option. You see, before running, mail option is not selected, and now after running, you will see that the mail option will get selected. Okay. So this is a mail radio button. Okay, done. So fine, it is done. Then one more command is also there to see whether the radio button is in selected state or not. So how to check that whether the particular radio button is in selected state? For example, here we have multiple radio buttons. Bike is in not selected state, whereas bicycle radio button is in selected state. Car is in not selected state. Let's find it out how to use this command to see whether this radio button is in not selected state and this radio button is in selected state. Okay. Further, I'll again switch to this Eclipse IDE, and here I'll remove this line. Application is same. So what I will do here is I'll simply right click on this bike radio button, which is currently not in selected state. And what I can do is a value bike is there, input value bike is there. I'll copy this. I'll create an XPath expression out of this. Control F2/input @ value is equal to bike. Like this I'll give. to locate the bike radio button. Only one element is getting located. Copy this and create web element driver.find element by dot XPath. And here give the XPath expression of that bike radio button. So bike radio element, okay, button element, okay. So hold the mouse and say create local variable. The return type of the find element, which is web element, will come here. Now I want to see whether this radio button is in selected state or not. If bike, this element, bike radio element dot is selected, this is a command, guys, okay, that we can use. This will return true if this radio button is in selected state, okay. System.out.println. In that case, I will say radio button is in selected state, okay. Otherwise, if this is selected, returns false. When this radio button is not in selected state, it will return false and will go to the else block, where I'll print it out saying system.out.println radio button is not in selected state, okay. And finally, I'll quit the browser, guys, simply, okay. Now, what should be printed in the output? Radio button is not in selected state should be printed in the output console. Let's see the output. What should be printed? Radio button is not in selected state. You see, radio button is not in selected state got printed. Now, what I will do is I'll take the another radio button, bicycle radio button, inspect this. Okay, here we got this bicycle. Copy this bicycle value and replace this bike with bicycle. It will locate the bicycle radio button got located, which is currently in selected state. This XPath expression I'll copy here and go back to this and replace this bike XPath expression with bicycle XPath expression. And here, instead of bike, I'll write bicycle radio button, and I'll copy this and say bicycle radio button dot is selected. In this case, what should be printed? Radio button is in selected state should be printed because bicycle radio button is in selected state on the application. So I have run the code, and in the output we should get radio button is in selected state. So this is how we can work, okay, with the radio buttons in Selenium. You see, radio button is in selected state got printed. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain Assert.assertEquals in TestNG. Let me answer. Assert.equals is one of the assertions that is available in TestNG. Apart from Assert.equals, we have different assertion types like assert true, assert false. Okay, directly assert.fail is there. Okay, like that, many type of assertions are there in TestNG. But this question is specifically asking us to explain about one type of assertion in TestNG, that is Assert.equals. First of all, why do we use assertions? Why do we use TestNG assertions in our Selenium automation scripts? To verify the test, to check whether the test is passing or failing, we use this assertions. Okay. Now, using this Assert.equals, we can compare the expected value with the actual value. For example, you want to verify the title of the page. Okay. What is expected title? For example, some expected title is there, like your store title is there. Now, what is actual title? Whatever the Selenium automation code you are writing for retrieving the title of the page, that is the actual title. Now we are going to compare your expected title with the Selenium retrieved actual title. If they both match, the test will pass. If they don't match, the test will fail. That's what is Assert.equals. Let me practically demonstrate that with an example. For that, I will switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. Here we need to open the application URL. So I'll take this application, that is Internet Heroku application. I'll take in this case Internet Heroku app. Okay, let's see what is the title here. The internet is the title. Okay, so I'll take this URL. I'll take this URL and paste it here. And now I would like to retrieve the title. First, I will write the expected title. Expected title, what I am expecting. The page should contain the title as the internet. Okay, the internet should be the expected title. Now, what is actual title? To get the actual title, we have to write the Selenium automation tool to retrieve the actual title from this page. Okay, while the script is running. To get the title, driver dot get title is the command. Okay, this is one example, guys. I'm only explaining about title, but you can verify a lot of stuff using assert equals. So if you say get title, it will return you the title in the string format, string. This is actual title. Okay, this is actual title. Now you want to check whether whatever the title that is retrieved by Selenium is matching with expected title or not. Okay, if they are matching, the test should pass. Otherwise, the test should fail. Okay, here I'll convert this normal method into the TestNG test method. So public void I'll say verify title test method. Okay, I'll just do some random name, and I'll provide the annotation on the top of this @test annotation, and hover the mouse on this @test and import it from TestNG library. Done. Now I'll use assertions. Assert.assert equals. From TestNG library, I have to take. Okay, here there are several variations, like you can compare Boolean values, you can compare byte values, you can compare character values, you can compare string values. Take one thing, no problem. And here instead of Boolean values, just clear this stuff and hover the mouse and see first what is there. First one is okay. So give double quotes here. String, right? For now, just to see whether what first one is actual, second one is expected. Actual is here. Copy this actual and paste it here. The second attribute value is expected. Give the expected title here, this case. Now, sorry, I did something. Expected title and paste it here. Okay, there is a problem. Okay, here it got pasted. That's a problem. Okay. Now it will be fine. So fine, no problem. Now, if the actual title is matching with expected title, then the test will pass. After that, I'll quit the browser, try.quit, and see whether the test is passing or failing. Run the script using TestNG and see that if this particular verified title test method passes, that means this assertion has passed the test. Let's wait. You see, it has passed. The test got passed, guys. Okay. That means whatever that is expected happened. Okay. Expected actual title got matched with the expected. For example, if I am expecting some different title, let's say here, instead of this, I am expecting the internet or the Heroku, I'll say. Okay, Heroku. Now, whatever I'm expecting will be definitely different from the actual title, and this will not match, and the test assertion will fail the test. Okay, this time the test will fail. This time we are intentionally failing the test by expecting a wrong title. Okay, actual title is retrieved properly, but we are expecting a wrong title to see whether that assertion is really failing the test or not. That's the only reason we are doing that. Okay, so you see browser has also not closed because there is an exception or failure here. The reason behind that is, you see, verify title test method expected the Heroku, but found what? The internet. Actual was internet, but expectation was Heroku. Because of that, assertion got failed. You can also see it here. You see, this particular test method got failed because of this assertion error. It is expecting the Heroku, but found the internet. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the most commonly used predefined functions of XPath expressions or XPath language? Let me answer. Here, I have listed some 5 XPath functions that we can use in the XPath expressions or while creating the XPath expressions for locating the elements. They are text, contains, starts with, last, and position. Out of these 5 also, even more than 5 also exists. But these are the general ones that people refer to. And out of these 5 also, the top 3, that is text, contains, starts with, are most commonly used. And out of these 3, again, text, contains are priority 1, priority 2 kind of. Okay. These 2 are mainly used. After that, starts with. Okay. Most commonly used are text, contains, starts with. For this question, the answer is these 3 functions of XPath. That is text, contains, and starts with. Remaining, you don't use that much. Okay. Maybe you may get a situation where you have to use, you may use it. Okay. But majorly or most commonly used ones are these 3. Okay, fine. Anyhow, I'll demonstrate all these things for you. in a practical way. First, we'll start with the text function, how to use a text function. Simple. Let me go to this sample application, omai.blogspot.com. And in this, here we have a check this button. I would like to locate this, inspect this. Once I inspect that, here I'll get the HTML code of this particular button. I can see the HTML code. You see, button is there, no ID, name, class name. It's not a hyperlink. So either we have to go with the CSS selectors or XPath expressions. I'll prefer the XPath expressions. I'll copy the text which is there between the button tags. Okay. I'll copy the text which is there between the button tags. I'll simply say Control F. And here I'll type /button. And there is some text between the tags, right? For referring to the text between the tags, I'll use text function is equal to give this text in the checkbox fields. Now this is locating this button. You see, this XPath expression, which is using the text function, is able to locate this particular button with the help of the text that is there between the tags. That's the purpose of the text function. Okay. Now what next? Text function, there is a rule like you have to provide the entire text. For example, if I only say check, there is a problem. It will not locate. But still, if I want to locate, then what I have to do is I have to use contains function. Okay. Contains I have to use. And inside the contains, I'll provide this text thing. And I'll replace this equal with comma. You see, now it's able to locate still. You don't have to give the entire text here. Partial text you can give to locate this button. Okay. You see, but text function, if you are only using text function, text is equal to, then entire check this text you have to give. If you are using contains, you have to give the partial. Okay, you can give the partial text, either check or this, whatever it is. Okay, so that's what is the contains. Okay, we generally use text and contains, and contains can also be used with @ attributes, @id and all attributes you can use. So for example, here, let's go with one example. Okay, so I'll just go with this Facebook example. And here, inspect this. There is a problem statement. After understanding the problem statement, you will understand why you have to use contains with the attributes. Okay. When I inspected this login button, I got this HTML code, and here we have the ID. Copy this ID and say Control F. Simply say /button, /button. Okay. If I say @ID is equal to, give the value of the ID. Okay, like this. You see here, u_0_5_ n plus is there. That is ID. I copied here. Now it will locate. You see, now this particular XPath expression is locating this login button. Now if I refresh and say Control F and press enter, now it's not locating, because you see this ID got changed a bit. Not the entire ID portion is constant. Rather, you see last two letters here, instead of n plus, we got a new two letters known as K. But u_0_5_ is constant. So what I will do is, here instead of providing @ID thing, which is not working because this ID value is keeping on changing, the last two letters of the ID is keeping on changing, I'll simply write contains here, contains, provide the circular brackets here, and here I'll remove this equal symbol with comma, that's it. Okay, now press enter. So still the problem, because you are providing the entire ID value, whatever the ID which is not constant, which is changing, right, which is getting modified, right, remove that, only keep the constant which is not changing even after refresh. Okay, now you see it's locating. No matter how many times you refresh, with the help of this contains, okay, you can also use the not only text. Okay, contains can also be used with the text function or @ID, up to you. Okay, you see it's still locating. Hope you understood text and contains. Now starts with when you compare with contains, almost same guys, but the contains can accept the constant text which is there in the beginning, which is there in the middle, which is there at the end of that particular value or text, but starts with the constant text. For example, in this Facebook, where is a constant text? u_0_5_ is a constant text which is not changing. The text is in the beginning, not in the middle, or not in the end. So here in place of contains, you can also use starts with, because the starts with will look for this constant value which is in the starting position of the value, u_0_5_. Okay, done. So this is how it works, guys. Okay, but not always you can use starts with, because if, for example, this first two letters are also changing, only middle letters are not changing, in that case you cannot use starts with, you have to go with contains. So I generally prefer contains over starts with case. Okay, but knowledge purpose, you have to know this starts with also. And apart from that, we have last and position kind of stuff. Okay, so what I'll do here is I'll just inspect one this fruits kind of stuff. Inspect this. Okay, and I'll create an XPath expression to locate this fruits individually first. And if you can see here, there is an ID. Copy this ID on the top of this list and create an XPath expression. /div at the rate ID is equal to give the ID. Okay, under this div, somewhere here we have the li text or ul tag /ul/li. I'll say. Okay, now here if I say li here, 6 elements are getting located. That means all out of all these fruits are getting located. When I click on this down arrow button, just look at this UI and see that apple, mango, orange, banana, grapes, pomegranate. Okay, these are the 6 items that are getting located with this single XPath expression. But I would like to locate only the apple, so I'll give 1 here. Okay, so now what's happening? Only apple is getting located. If I give 3 here, 1, 2, 3, orange should be located. Okay, press enter. You see orange got located. Oh, orange got located. Okay, now if I give 6 here, pomegranate is getting located. Okay, so but there is one problem. Let's say the problem here is on one day there will be 6 fruits here. Another day this website people may mention 10 fruits, and some other day only 3 fruits they mention. The number of count of fruits may differ, and they may add more fruits into this list or remove the existing fruits from the list. So the count is not constant. Okay, if I think that the count is not changing, there will be only 6 fruits, then I can get the last fruit by giving 6 here, because here 6 fruits are there, 6 is the last number, so I can locate the last one. But if this number is changing, then still if I want to get whether it is 5 fruits or 10 fruits or 15 fruits or 20 fruits, whatever that is, if I want to get that, in place of this number, you just give the last function. That will locate the last fruit. Okay, no matter how many number of fruits are there, last fruit will be, okay, that is the last. Okay, so in some cases you may have to use last case. Okay, then position. The other one is position. The position also somewhat related to this. For example, if I give 1 here, this is nothing but the position only, but optionally I'm not mentioning the position. Okay, here instead of 1, simply putting 1 here, I can simply write the position function and say equal. Okay, this is also fine. Without this also it is working in the same manner. Okay, by providing, this is optional guys. Okay, without saying position is equal to also working. Okay, if I give position 3, you see orange will be located like that. Okay, but this is optional. If I remove also, no problem. Okay, so if you want to explicitly mention this 3 as position is equal to 3, then you can mention, otherwise it's not required. Okay, so these are few regularly used functions. Okay, and out of this the most commonly used ones are this top 3 one, that is text, contains, and starts with. So hope guys you got the answer with this answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions, that is how to get the snapshot using Selenium automation. Let me answer. First of all, snapshot means a screenshot. So how to take the screenshot using Selenium automation? They may ask you in the interview sometimes as how to get the snapshot. It actually means that how to take the screenshot using Selenium automation. So this is a code for taking the screenshot. So let me practically demonstrate how to write this code for you. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have this sample project containing this main method. And here we have some sample Selenium automation code, which will open the Chrome browser, maximize the Chrome browser. And after that, it has to open the application URL. Let's say I would like to open this application URL, that is omega.blogspot.com. Copy this URL and paste it here. Now you need to write some code for take here. I would like to take a snapshot. Take a snapshot. Snapshot is nothing but the screenshot. Okay. So here, to take the snapshot, I have to use this driver and typecast a driver with takes screenshot and provide a circular brackets dot get screenshot as like this. And here inside this, you have to say output type dot file. Now here, write src file is equal to. Now hover the mouse on the take screenshot and import it from Selenium library. Now hold the mouse on this, and whatever the return type of get screenshot as with this file type output type as file will come here. Okay, you see file has come here. That's fine. Now the next thing that you have to do is, so where you want to take the screenshot. Okay, what is the location in this project where you want to take the screenshot? So here under this project, this is a demo 3, right? This is a file. And okay, so where exactly in this project you want to take the screenshot? Right click on the project and create a folder. Just name the folder as screenshots. You can give any name and just giving screenshots as a folder. And I'll right click on this and copy this path. Okay, and I'll simply write down here dest path is equal to, okay, destination path. This one is string type. And here I'll give double quotes and give the entire path. And I would like to give the name of the file, the screenshot file. Let's say home page dot extension is PNG. Put a semicolon here. Now write down file handler is from Selenium. In Selenium, to copy this source file, which has taken the screenshot with the help of get screenshot as and stored in the SRC file. Right? That screenshot I need to store at this destination location. For that, Selenium is providing a predefined class known as file handler class, and I have to say dot and say copy. Okay, copy. This is from Selenium library. After you say copy, just hover the mouse here and say add, ignore the exception for now. In real time, you have to use try catch blocks. Here SRC file is there, and here you need to provide new file, and in the new file constructor, give the path, the destination path. That's it. Like this, you have to write the code. These lines will take the screenshot. Okay, these lines will take the screenshot. Okay, wherever in the script you want to take the screenshot, this line should be there. After that, I'll simply quit the browser. Driver.quit. Before running the script, the screenshots folder is empty. And now after running the script, you can see that there will be a screenshot taken of the home page of this omai.blogspot.com sample application. Let's wait for the screenshot to be taken. What is the problem? Nothing happened. Okay, so I just ran with the help of TestNG. I have to simply say right click run as Java application. It's okay. The main method, right? I'm running the main method, so I have to use the Java application to run it. Okay, it will close and just refresh the screenshots folder. And you will find a screenshot here. You see, you can open the screenshot. Open with internet web browser or whatever it is. Okay, so here it will. This is a screenshot, guys. Okay, .png extension. The given location, the screenshot has been taken. So you can also go to the location in your machine where the screenshot is saved. You can go to this location like this. And in your machine also, in the screenshots folder in this project folder, screenshot has been taken and stored with the PNG extension. This is a screenshot taken. So hope guys you understood how to take a snapshot or screenshot using Selenium automation in this session with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to verify the text inside a text box field is present or not using Selenium automation. Let me answer. In Selenium Webdriver library, we have a command known as getAttribute command, to which we have to pass the attribute name of the element, that is value. Okay, attribute name of this text box field, that is value attribute name, we have to pass. The value of this value attribute is nothing but the text that is stored inside the text box. Okay, that is there inside the text box. Okay, using this command, with this, by providing this value attribute name, we can retrieve the text that is there inside the text box. And once it is received, okay, retrieved, we can compare it with whatever the text we are expecting to be there in the text box. And if they both match, then the test will pass because of some TestNG assertions and all. The text can pass. Okay, let me practically demonstrate how to do this stuff. Further, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code already written inside the TestNG test. Okay, and here this will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and here it will open the application URL. So let me open this application URL. Let's say omai.blogspot.com. Once the URL is opened, paste it here. And once the URL is pasted here, I would like to retrieve this particular text. Okay, so first of all, I'll write string expected text, expected text. Okay, expected text is equal to whatever the text that I am expecting to be there in the text box field. That is the Selenium Webdriver text should be there. Selenium Webdriver. And using automation, I would like to retrieve the same text. That is, I would like to inspect this and using this ID. Okay, I'll copy this ID. I'll copy this ID text box one. Okay, so driver.find element by dot ID provide the ID locator and dot get attribute. You have to use this command, right? Get attribute. And for the get attribute, where is this particular text that is there in this text box field stored? It's stored as a value of this value attribute. So give the value attribute, copy this name of value attribute and paste it here. So this command will get the value of this value attribute, which is nothing but this Selenium Webdriver text that is there in the text box field. And it will return in the form of a string. So here string actual text, okay, is equal to. Now I need to compare this expected text with actual text to see whether we have a proper text, okay, that is there inside the text box field. We have to verify the text that is there in the text box field or not, okay, is correct or not. For that, I'll write assert. Since it is a TestNG test, I can simply write assert.assert equals assert.assert equals and just take one thing. And here, do one thing. Here, first one is actual, second one is expected. Actual, I'll say this is actual text, okay, that we have retrieved. And in the second one, you have to give expected, okay, expected value. And if they both match, the test will pass. Otherwise, the test will fail. I'll simply quit the browser. Now run the script, right-click, run as TestNG test. That's it. Let's see here what's going to happen. It will pass the test because whatever the expected text is will be retrieved by the Selenium also and will store into the actual text. They both will match and the test will pass. Okay, the test got passed. You see, the test got passed. That means whatever the actual text is matching with the expected text and the assert equals is comparing these two texts. If both are equal only, it will pass the test. Okay, since the test got passed, we can assume that we got Selenium Webdriver text retrieved from the text feed. Okay, and we have verified it successfully. So hope guys you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are ancestors in XPath and tell me the syntax. Let me answer. In XPath expressions, we can use different types of XPath access. For ancestors, we have this XPath access known as ancestor : followed by the tag name. So this is the syntax, guys. Okay. So for example, if you want to know the or locate the ancestor of this paragraph having this ID, then after this, we have to write like this: ancestor : HTML. HTML is the ancestor of this paragraph. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this application that I have created, which is a very simple page having just 2 paragraphs. I'll inspect this. So using this second paragraph, I would like to locate the ancestor. Okay. So under the body tag, you can see there are 2 paragraphs. Let me locate the second paragraph. I would like to locate the ancestor of this paragraph, that is HTML, with the help of this paragraph. Okay. So for that, I'll say Control F and I'll copy this ID and say /p square bracket @ ID is equal to para2, and to this there should be an ancestor, right? So to this paragraph, HTML is ancestor. So if I want to locate this ancestor HTML with the help of this paragraph, I have to write / ancestor XPath access. There are several XPath access like parent, child, descendant, ancestor, and so on, sibling, and all those stuff. Okay. So ancestor is one of them. And using this, we can locate the ancestor. You see, HTML is not the parent, rather parent's parent. Okay. So that's how we can say it is an ancestor. So ancestor and tag name is HTML. You see, with the help of this ancestor, I'm able to locate this HTML tag or element with the help of this paragraph. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which symbol we can use in place of text function in XPath expressions. Let me answer. So which symbol we can use? Instead of text function, you can use a symbol known as dot symbol. Both will do the same. Either you use text function in XPath expressions, or in place of the text function, if you use a dot symbol, both will do the same. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open one application, that is sample application. On the sample application, I would like to locate this button. There's a button having this text. I'll inspect this button. And you can see here, this button has, okay, this button has some text between the tags. There's a starting button tag, this ending button tag, and there is some text between the tags. Copy this and say Control F and say /button, text is equal to, like this you will write. Okay, it can locate. Now, using the text function in XPath expression, we can locate the button like this. Okay, that's good. Some text between the tags we are using here and assigning that to the text function. And using that, we are able to locate this button. And in place of this text function, we can also use a shortcut symbol in XPath expression known as dot. Both will do the same. Either you can provide the text function, or in place of the text function, you can use a symbol known as dot. It will also do the same thing. Okay. So text between the tags can be passed to this dot, which is nothing but a text function, shortcut of the text function in XPath expressions. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So which symbol we can use in place of text function in XPath expressions? That is nothing but dot symbol. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to switch from frame to main window in Selenium automation. Let me answer. In order to switch back from a frame to the main window, we have to use this command known as default content command. Let me practically demonstrate this command for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL. So for this example, I'll take you to one sample application, that is the Internet Heroku app. When you search for this Internet Heroku app, you will get this link. And just go down and you will see something known as frames. Go to that frames page. In that, go to the iframe page. Now here we have a frame. Okay, this particular text is inside a frame. What I want to do is I would like to clear this text, and in place of that, I would like to type my name. So for doing this, we have to switch to the frame. Okay, without switching to the frame, this will not happen. Once you switch into the frame and do these things, then you come out of the frame. Now what you have to do is you have to retrieve this heading. Okay, let's say you want to retrieve this heading and print in the output console, but this particular text is in the main window. Okay, it's not there inside the frame, it's outside the frame on the main window. So you have to switch back to the main window by using this command known as default content. Then only you can retrieve this particular text. So this thing I'm going to demonstrate practically how to do that and all. Copy this URL and here, go back here and paste this URL here. Now, first thing is that I would like to, switch to this frame and clear this content out. For that, I'll simply, right click and, inspect this. This is using inside the frame. Inspect this particular part is inside a frame. You see there is an iframe here to which we have to switch. I'll copy the ID of this iframe and simply say driver dot switch to dot frame. If I'll give the index in double quotes, I'll give the index, ID of the frame, and I'll switch to the frame. So using the ID, I'm switching to the frame, and inside that frame, we have this paragraph text. Okay, let me inspect this. This particular paragraph text is inside the frame. You see, this frame, inside the frame only, this text is there. So in order to clear this particular text, I have to first switch to the frame, then perform the operation. So further, I'll just for this paragraph thing, text to be cleared, I'll create an XPath expression using this ID and all. Control F /body @ ID is equal to give the ID of that body. And under that, somewhere here, paragraph tag is there, /p. You see, now it is located. This text I would like to clear. So I'll now, since I have already switched to the frame, I can clear the text. Driver dot find element by dot XPath, use the XPath expression of that field and say dot clear. Then I would like to clear this and then type my name into that. Again, I'll copy the same thing and say dot send keys. Dot send keys and give my name here. Just give my name, Arun Motori. That is also done. Once I enter my name here, once I type my name here, then what is the next one? I would like to switch back to the main window. Okay, I would like to switch back to the main window. Currently, the Selenium focus is inside this frame. I would like to get outside of the frame, that is onto the main window. Okay, this is what happened so far. Okay, let me explain diagrammatically. You see, let's say this is a page. Inside the page, there was a frame. Okay, in the frame, there was an element. So what you have done is from the main page, from the page level, you have switched to the frame. Okay, using this option, driver.switch to .frame. And after performing the operation here, now there was a situation where you have to go back to the page level. That's the main window. Okay, and here perform the operation. Okay, to switch back from this frame, Selenium focus was switched from this page level to the frame. Now to switch back the Selenium focus from this frame level to the main window level or main page level or default page level, then simple command is driver dot switch to dot default content. If I write this, it will, wherever you are, how many levels of frames you are, if there is a frame inside this frame and you are switched, wherever you are, if you want to get back to the original page level or main page level, simply say switch to dot default content. It will get back to the page level. Okay. And now here, inspect this. And this is an H3. Simply say /H3. And you see only one element. Copy this XPath expression and driver dot find element by dot XPath, give the XPath expression of that H3 and say dot get text and it will get the text. Okay. String page heading. So without switching back to the main page or default page, you cannot retrieve this particular page heading. Okay. System.out.println page heading. Okay. Fine. Let's see whether these operations are inside the frame are being done, and after that we are able to switch back to the parent page or main page or main window or whatever you say. Okay, default window or what default page, and after that you are able to retrieve the heading of that page and print in the output console or not. Let's see. Right click, run as Java application. Okay, nothing got printed. There was a problem also. Okay, WebDriver is called new Chrome driver. Here itself the problem is there. Okay. Fine. What we can do is like we were using the older Selenium version. Maybe something got changed. Let's go with the latest Selenium browser version, Selenium thing here. Go to selenium.dev and go to downloads. The script has not been executed. We have 4.11.0 here. Let's see what is there here. 4.11.0. Okay. Let's see. Now save this. Close. Okay. 4.11.0 version of Selenium Java I'm using. The latest version so if you use the old version, right, sometimes the problems will come. So let me use the latest version and let me run it again to see if everything is fine or not. Okay, I have run the script. Let's see whether the script is running or not. It has opened the browser. Open the application URL, page, clear the text. It would have switched back to the main page, and then it would have retrieved this page heading and printed in the output console. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to use the default content. So with practical demonstration, I have explained how to use default content to switch back from frame to the main window or default window or default page or main page. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, do we have first function in XPath expressions? The answer is simply no. There is last function, but there is no first function. Okay, in XPath expressions, we have a function known as last, L-A-S-T, the circular brackets, but there is no first function. So let me practically show you how to use the last function. So for that, I'll open any application URL and say omai.blogspot.com, this sample application URL. And here we have a list of fruits. In this, what is the last fruit? Pomegranate. I would like to locate that. Okay. Tomorrow, there will be here 6 fruits are there. Tomorrow, 7 fruits. Day after tomorrow, there may be 15 fruits. Okay. Other day, we may have only 3 or 4 fruits. Okay. So if the count of the fruits changes, and still if I have to find the last fruit in this particular list, then we cannot give a particular number, right? Okay. That's where we have to use the last function. Okay. Let me inspect this and let me demonstrate what I'm explaining here. So here we have an ID. Copy this ID and create an XPath expression. And control F /div @ID is equal to give the ID of that div section. Under the div section, somewhere here we have the UL /UL/LI. Total 6 fruits got selected. You see apple, mango. You can see on the UI here. When I click on total 6 elements, you can see on the UI apple, mango, orange, banana, grapes, pomegranate. Okay. So in these things, I want to find locate only the first fruit. Okay. So apple. So I have to give in the square brackets, I have to give 1 so that apple will be located. If I give 2 here, you can see on the UI, the moment I give 2 here, mango got located. If I give 3 here on the UI, orange got located. If I give 4 here, banana got located. 5 here, grapes got located. 6 here, pomegranate got located. So I have to, in this today, when I'm creating this XPath expression, I have to give the number 6 here to locate the last fruit in this list. But tomorrow, the number of fruits in this list may change. Okay, either the count of the fruits may get reduced or may get increased. Whatever the reason may be, the last fruit may not be at the 6th position. So that's where the problem comes. If you still want to find the last fruit, if this list is dynamically changing every day or whatever it is, then we have to simply use, instead of giving a number, just use the last function like this. Okay. No matter what, it will locate the last fruit in the list. Okay. You see only one, that is the last fruit in the list got located on the UI. Okay. So we have the last fruit. So people may ask, okay, is there any first function? The answer is no, guys. There's no first function. Instead, you can simply give 1, right? No matter how many fruits are there, 1 will still work, right? So what's the use of the first function? Okay. Here the question is being asked as, do we have first function in XPath? The answer is no, guys. So we have to clearly mention that there is no first function, but there is last function. Okay. But we have last function in XPath expressions. Okay. XPath language, or instead you can say XPath language. Okay. In XPath, we have last function, but not first function. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which locator type is powerful than any other locators? Let me answer. First of all, we have different type of locators like ID locator, name locator, class locator, link text locator, CSS selectors locator, XPath expressions locators. Okay, out of all these locators, XPath expressions are powerful. Okay, out of all these locator types we have, which is powerful? XPath expressions are powerful. Okay. Why? Because using XPath expressions, we can find almost all elements. Okay. We can locate almost all elements using XPath expression. That's why XPath expressions are powerful. So there may be some situation where a particular element may not have ID attribute, so ID locator may not be possible. And some other element may not have this ID and name, so ID and name locators may not be possible. Some elements may not have ID name class, so these three locators may not be possible. And some elements may be there which are not IDs, name, class, and also they are not hyperlinks. So link text is possible only for hyperlinks. Okay. If the elements are not hyperlinks, then these four are not possible if they don't even have these attributes also. Okay. Then only two viable options are CS selectors and XPath expressions. In that, XPath expressions are powerful because of a concept known as XPath access. Okay. Because of this XPath access, okay, because of this XPath access, XPath expressions can locate any element on the web page. Almost all elements can be located, okay, by XPath expressions because of this XPath access. And this is a final savior for everyone, okay. So if you are unable to locate an element because of ID, name, class, linked CS selector, the final savior for us is XPath expressions, and which can, these XPath expression locators can locate almost all elements on the web pages, okay. And that is possible with the help of XPath access concept in XPath expressions, or different type of XPath access available in the XPath expressions. What are the different XPath access available? So here we have something like following: XPath access, then preceding : XPath access. Then we have following -sibling : then preceding : -sibling : then we have parent : then child : then we have ancestor : then we have descendant : like this. Different type of XPath access exists in XPath expressions, because of which only XPath expressions are powerful locators out of all the located types we have, and because they can locate almost all elements on the web pages. So hope guys you got the answer for this question in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is Git? Let me answer. Git is a version control system or version control software. Okay. So what does it do? It tracks the history. Okay. And it lets you work together. So let me give you some diagrammatic explanation so that you will understand how Git is a version control system and how does it track your history and let you work together with other colleagues in your or at your workspace in your project. Okay. So here is the thing. So what happens generally is, let's say in a single project, let's say this is a project that you're working, and as an automation engineer, let's assume, okay, and you see this is you, and this is other person who is working along with you, and this is another automation tester. Let's say these four people are working on the same project. Okay, in the same project, these four people are working, and these four people are automating. Let's say this person, that is you, are automating some test cases related to login functionality. Let's assume this person is working on logout, automating the logout scenarios or logout test cases. This person is working on search functionality. Okay, let's say this person is working on register functionality. Okay, automating. All are automating simultaneously. So at the end, what we have to do is, you cannot keep your code with you, right? The project code need to be there at a single place. Okay, it cannot be there in your machine or your friend's machine or your colleague's machine or any other's machine. But at the end, once you finish creating the automation scripts for the task that is assigned for you, then it's your duty to put your code, okay, or place your code at a location where the project code is maintained. Okay, so maybe a centralized repository. You can call that as for now as a centralized repository in centralized repo or repository. It can be online. It can is generally online these days. Okay, it's on the cloud. It's not a machine that you can see in your office. Rather, it is a centralized repository which is there on the cloud, like Google Drive, Gmail, etc., which can be accessed via the internet. Okay, and this has some space where you can upload your code and all those stuff. Let's say initially what you do is you have automated this and you have to put your code here, right? You have to place your code here. Now the other person has also completed this functionality, and this person also has to place the code here in the centralized repository, and this person also completed and has to place the code here in the centralized repository, and this person has completed and has to place the code here in the centralized repository. So everyone is working together as a team and placing their code at a centralized location, and this code is automation code of the entire project. Okay, instead of a single functionality, it's a project automation code is placed here, and this code is being worked by all the different people in the team. Okay, so this is the case in real time. Now, how to upload this code here? How, you see, the code will be there in your laptop. Let's say this person has his own laptop, this person has his own laptop, this person has his or her own laptop, this person has his her own laptop. So initially they will write their code in their laptop, and from that laptop they have to move the code to the centralized repo, right? From the laptop they have to move the code to the centralized repo like this. And okay, this is what is happening. To uploading the code, okay? To upload the code to the centralized repository, what we use Git. We use a Git software, okay? We use a Git software, and this software has some commands using which we can upload the code. I'm not going to reveal the commands in this session, okay? Because that will be out of topic, because Git is a big topic. I'm just explaining what exactly is Git, uploading the code, okay? We can using Git, we can upload the code using some separate command will be there in the Git. And this Git, before uploading the code, this person, let's say you are uploading the automation code of login to the centralized repository. First, you have to install Git in your machine. Okay, Git installation should happen in your machine as a software. Git is a software actually. Okay, it comes as a software. You can go to the web and search for Git. And I'm not going there also. I'm not going to show you the website from where you have to download and all. Okay, because that will deviate the topic. Here only conceptual wise and explaining. You have to download the Git and install it in your machine, and then after that you are entitled to run some commands in your machine. Okay, there will be some Git command line kind of tool from where you have to run some commands, some kind of Git sort of commands which will upload the code. Like that, everyone will be uploading the code. Suddenly what happened was there was a new person who has joined the team, and this person doesn't have any code in his or her machine, okay, because there's a new joining. So everyone is already working on the project and they're automating the stuff, and this person is brand new. This person, he or her, don't have any code which is already written. So what this person has to do is, this person has to first download the code, not uploading, okay, has to take the copy of this code, entire copy of the code, okay, download the entire copy of the code. For that, there will be another Git command. For uploading, there will be a Git command. For downloading, there will be a Git command. Okay. So once downloaded, this person starts working on one functionality and again uploads the code. Now, these people doesn't have the code updated by this person, and they have to update their code. Okay. They don't have to download the code, entire code. Rather, they have to update the code, update the new changes in the central repository and get the latest copy of the centralized project code into their machine. So here it's not about downloading, but it's updating the code. Okay, updating the existing code with the latest code. And this person, before uploading, also have to make sure he downloads updated code and then uploads the latest code. So like that, everyone will update their code, update the latest code, patch up their code, whatever they worked on, and upload the latest code. Downloading, uploading, downloading, uploading, updating. This kind of stuff happens between the machines, and Git software will allow you to allow all these people in the project to work together as a team. Okay, and not only that, because of this, many people working on the same project and they're uploading their code here, there are some chances that one of the person may upload a faulty code, some wrong code. Okay, this person, let's say this person has uploaded some faulty code, and some errors are coming for everyone, then what these people can do is they can revert the code to the previous version. When someone uploads the code, a new repo will be created automatically. Okay, like this, some version history will be maintained. Original code, first version will be there. Second version of the code, someone has uploaded the code with the updated code. Second version will be there. If some other person, some other repo with all the code with the latest changes will be there. Like that, multiple repositories, multiple folders will be, or repos will be maintained in the centralized repository with multiple versions, so that if, let's say, this person has uploaded the code and the version 5 came, and previous versions were version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4, and this code is giving the errors for everyone. So what the team will do is they will revert back to the 4th version which was working fine, like that. Okay, and once the fix the coding, this person will upload the code again. If everything is working fine, they'll move on with the versions. Here version history is maintained, and while the people are uploading the code, they'll put the comment saying that we have worked on this. Okay, this has been updated. This functionality has been automated as part of this check-in and all those stuff. Okay, so this version history. So all the version history will be maintained. Multiple copies of the same project code will be maintained for every small change that is uploaded here. Okay, so people working together may make the things clumsy, and because of that clumsiness, the project will fail. Okay, errors will come. So it's better to maintain the version history and maintain who has uploaded the code, at what time the person has uploaded code, what is the name of the person, and what the person what type of work the person, or what work the person has uploaded the code, what were related to which work the code has been uploaded, and all those version history will be maintained here, so that if any problem goes on, we can revert back, okay, to the previous versions. That's what is called as version history, or tracking the history, whatever you say. Okay, with Git, this kind of tracking of the history is possible with via some Git commands. When you're uploading the code, you have to mention some comments saying that, okay, so uploading the automation scripts for login, so and so login functionality. So people will know that this person has uploaded the code at this particular point of time on that particular day. Okay, and for that particular functionality, that person has uploaded the code, and whether the code is working fine or not, like that. Okay, tracks the history of each and every person, which is very crucial in version controlling softwares and version controlling systems these days, because multiple people are working on the same project at the same time. And obviously, if you're tracking the history and making the people to work together, like downloading, uploading the latest codes and all in between their machines and centralized repository on the clouds, okay, that means version control system or version control software will allow you to work the team together. This is the main thing about the version control systems or softwares. And Git is free. It is free for you. You can freely download it from their website, and it's open source. You can, even the developers of the Git has put the whatever the code they have written for developing the Git software open for the public. You can download the code and you can enhance it if you want. That is out of reach for us, but if you're really that kind of person, you can go to that horizon. And super fast. You see, unlike version control systems which are older, SVNs, and people used to use SVNs and create local repos in their office networks and all, which used to create the repos, and they used to take a lot of time. But this Git is very fast, super fast, will create version copies very fast. Okay, and many other advantages are there. And how to use it? First, you have to, as already mentioned, I'm not going to show you practically, but in your all the people in this project working on the project, all the people who are working on this project have to first install the Git software in their machines from the website of Git, and later they have to use different Git software commands. A lot of commands are there in Git for performing various operations, like uploading the code to the centralized repo, updating the code into their local machine, or downloading the entire code. Like that, every operation has a separate Git command that you can run in the Git software command line tool after installing the Git software in your machine. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is Maven? Let me answer. Maven is a build automation and dependency management tool. There are two things in this statement explaining about Maven. One is Maven is a dependency management tool. Other thing about Maven is a build lifecycle management tool or build automation tool. Okay. So I'll explain in detail what exactly is this dependency management and why we are calling the Maven as a dependency management. Okay. For that, let me switch to this Eclipse IDE. Okay. In this Eclipse IDE, first I'll create a normal project. Instead of creating a Maven project, I'll create a simple Java project first. So for that, I'll simply click on File and say New and select the project here. And here I'll search for Java. Okay, Java project. And whatever that comes here, either here or here, you can select any of these options and click on Next. I'm creating a normal Java project. I'm not creating a Maven project here. Okay. So here I'll say normal Java project. Okay. Like this, you give some name, click on Finish. The project got created here. The normal Java project got created here. Expand this project, you will get this Java library. And along with that SRC, under that, these days you are getting this Java file, which is not required. Delete that file. Now, under SRC, right click and select New and select Class. And just name this class as, say, demo class. And auto-generate to create this main method code. Okay. Class code will be auto-generated and main method code inside the class will be auto-generated for you. Like this. And whatever the comment that is coming here, remove that. And inside this main method, write some Selenium automation code like Webdriver, driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay. Like this, you write the code. Pour the mouse on the Webdriver, and you will not be able to import this Webdriver library because in this project, the Selenium library is not there. Only Java library is there. That's why you are able to write this Java code here. But when you are writing the code related to Selenium automation tool thing, okay, Selenium library code when you are writing, you are getting errors and you are unable to import this WebDriver interface or Chrome driver class from Selenium library because in this project only Java library is there. Selenium library is not there. Then what we have to do in this normal projects is everything will happen manually because this is not a Maven project. To simplify the process of downloading and configuring the libraries for you. So this is a simple project. You have to do a lot of hard work here. Right click on the project, click on new and select a folder and name the folder as lib or library, whatever the name you want. And now go to the official website of Selenium where you can get the jar files of Selenium library. So selenium.dev, this is official website of Selenium. Go to downloads. And in the downloads, in this section, Selenium clients and WebDriver language binding section, you'll find this stable 4.1.0. Click on that. In a while, we'll see the jar file. Okay, here you see the jar file of Selenium Java is getting downloaded. Let's wait for the download to be completed. Let's wait for the download to be completed. You should get a folder option here so that you can go to the folder and go to the location where this zip file of Selenium Java has been downloaded. Okay, let's wait for this to be completed for a while. So this Selenium jar file or zip folder has been downloaded here. Let's directly go to the downloads folder and you can see a zip file here. Okay, extract that zip file. Whatever you have downloaded just now from the website, you just extract here the zip file and click on extract. It will get extracted into another folder in a while. Let's wait for the extraction to be completed. So we are doing everything manually here. So if you want a library to be added to your project, this is a lot of headache, a lot of work. You have to go to the some library related website. You have to download the library by yourself in the form of some zip file or jar files. Okay. And then, do a lot of work, manual work. This is all manual work, I can say. Not only Selenium, you can take any library. Okay. There are different libraries like Selenium library, TestNG library, extend reports. For each and every library, you have to go to their official websites, download them, extract them, do all these steps manually. And after that, once you get the extracted things, okay, then you have to copy these jar files. You see here, there are some jar files I'm copying. Selenium, this is a process. Copy these jar files. I'm taking the example in this session as a Selenium, okay? Copy and go to the project, and here under the lib folder, whatever I created, I'm pasting it. Similarly, go inside the lib folder and copy all the jar files, okay? Copy all the jar files, copy it and paste it. Right click and paste it. Once you paste all the jar files, so right click on the project, select properties, okay? Select properties, and you see just copy pasting, downloading, copy pasting doesn't work. You have to configure these jar files. You see, this looks like simple text files here. So what you have to do is right click on the project, go to these properties and select Java build path, click on libraries tab. If you are getting this class path option, select the class path option. If you are not getting, don't need to select the class path option. Okay, if you are getting the class path, you have to mandatorily select the class path option and say add jars, and this section will appear with the list of projects in this Eclipse ID. I'm selecting the current project as normal Java project. Expand that. In the lib folder, you have all the jar files. Select all the jar files. Shift select all the jar files and say OK and say apply, and then say apply and close. Once you say this, once you do this, in a while, you see, you got some icon here. This says that these jar files have been configured. Now, once that is done, hover the mouse on this WebDriver, and in a while, sometimes it will not come. Again, hover. It's still not coming actually somehow. Save this once. Hover the mouse. Okay. I just did that, but still it is not coming. What about Chrome driver? Cannot be resolved to a type. Okay, so there is some errors here, and the Selenium jar files are configured, but still it is not working. Let's see which Selenium 4.11.0. Okay, configuration is done. Somehow hover the mouse again. Change to WebDriver. Selenium support decorators. No. Okay. Something is not working still. Let me restart this Eclipse ID once. In such rare cases that will happen. Just restart that Eclipse ID. I think I copied everything right. So if I don't miss everything, then it should be working fine. Let it restart. Let the Eclipse ID restart for us. Maybe the latest version of Selenium, we may have some issues or something. So don't worry. Let's let the Eclipse ID restart. Click here. Let it restart. We have closed the Eclipse ID, right? We have to manually restart it. Manually click to restart or to start again. You see a lot of problems, right, in configuring the jar files of Selenium library. Let's wait. For the Eclipse ID to launch. Let's wait. I think I copied everything. Now let's see what will happen this time. Over the mouse on this WebDriver. Are we getting this time or not? Let's see. Okay, hover. This time also it's not coming, but it's asking me to change to some WebDriver decorator, and it's the library is working fine, but the way it is working fine is different somehow. Okay, something got changed. Let's say in okay, the latest version of Selenium. So whatever it is, something is not working here. Somehow WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. From the jar files, it is not working. Maybe this is not the way to download the jar files. Recently, some changes happened where the way to download the jar files is different for different browsers and all. I don't know how. That's fine. Leave it. But somehow the library is active. Okay. You got some import statements and all. That's fine. Okay. But the topic is getting deviated, so I'm not taking that much interest in what is happening. But here, you see, dependencies have to manually download, configure in this project and use it, right? Somehow these libraries are coming and the errors are going. Okay. So hover the mouse and change the WebDriver. Somehow WebDriver decorator is also from Selenium library. You see, org.openqa Selenium. So something is coming. That's not a big deal. Okay. You are able to use the Selenium code inside the Java code after you have added the Selenium library to this project. But this can be done in an automatic way. We should not be doing this much of hard work. Tomorrow, if I have to change this version of Selenium from Selenium 4.11.0 to 4.12.0, in that case, it's going to be a big problem. Okay, if I have to change it to 4.12.0, it is going to be a big problem. Why? I have to delete, I have to unconfigure all these jar files. I have to delete these jar files. Again, I have to download the jar files of latest version 4.12.0, copy them here, configure them, again import here. Okay, this is a ongoing process which is not recommended. Okay, that's why we'll not use the normal projects. Instead, we use Maven projects. How to create the Maven projects? I'll tell you. This is a dependency management tool. Maven is a dependency management tool. So we are going to use Maven. For that, click on File, select New, and here select Project and search for Maven. And when you search for Maven, under the Maven folder, you got the Maven project. Click on Next. You see how simple it is going to be to download the Selenium jar file. Click on Next again. Here it is retrieving some archetypes. Let's wait for the archetypes to be retrieved here. After that, we'll search for something. So here, after archetypes got down, archetypes are like templates, Maven project templates. Maven, type Maven. Here in this filter, type Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start. Search for this. And this will be filtered. All the archetypes having this search time will be filtered. And we have to go with Apache 1, Apache Maven thing. Instead 1.4, click on Next. And here, we have to write the project name. Just give the project name as Maven sample project. Okay. And here, give some group ID, like short form you can give or any group ID. It doesn't matter. This is the project name. You just give some group ID, some random group. The package name also give as mpack or something. Give some random package name and click on Finish. A Maven project will be created in a while. And for the project to be created, some process will be going on. Let's wait for the process. So it's still 33%. In a while, some build process will run. In recent times, we are getting this kind of build process. Just maximize it so that you'll understand what's going on. See, Maven build process is going on. Just maximizing this. Okay, generating project in is asking for yes or no. Give Y for yes. Click on press enter. Build success. After this build success, the project will be added here. Maven project will get added here. Let the progress complete here. 77% of progress, 100% done. And now expand this project, Maven sample project. Expand this src test java mpack and delete this file which is coming by default. Under this is a template. This is one of the template in Maven. And here under the mpack, create a demo class and auto-generate this main method. All this is from Java language. Java library is already there, so you will not get any errors with this Java code. You see, already Java code is written, and for this, no errors are coming because of this inbuilt Java library for this Java project in this Eclipse ID. But when you write the Selenium code here, WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. One statement if you are writing means what's happening. Let's see. Hover the mouse on this WebDriver, and you are not able to import because in this project, Maven, the Selenium library is not there. But in this case, you don't have to go to the official website of Selenium and download the library files of Selenium, copy them, paste them into the lib folder of this project. All these manual tasks you don't have to. Simply go to this pom.xml file. And in the pom.xml file, let the pom.xml file open like this. If it's opening like this, for example, it's opening in the overview tab, the pom.xml file will look something, let it load like this. So you have to go to the pom.xml here sub tab, and then you will see some XML content. In that, go to the dependencies section, and here already one JUnit dependency is there. Along with that, I'm going to add the dependency of Selenium. For that, I need to go to the mvnrepository.com. Okay. For all the libraries to get in the dependency mode for Maven projects, you have to go to mvn repository and search for Selenium Java here. When you search for Selenium Java here, you'll get this link. Click on this first one, Selenium Java, and take the latest 4.11.0. Copy this Maven dependencies. Come back here, paste it. Once you paste them, you just need to save the project. And what will happen here is Selenium jar files will be automatically downloaded. You don't have to manually download them. You just have to add the dependency tags under this dependency, this section of this pom.xml file, which is coming by default in the Maven project. And this jar files of Selenium will be automatically downloaded and put under here. Okay, you see, already you got the Selenium jar files under this Maven dependencies automatically, and they already got configured also. You don't have to follow some big steps. Now, since it is done, now hover the mouse on WebDriver and just hover the mouse on the WebDriver. See what's happening. It's taking some time. Hover the mouse. What's happening? Yeah, something got changed in Selenium, looks like. Okay, so this was not the case earlier. WebDriver cannot be resolved to a type. They are asking us to use WebDriver decorator somehow. Let's find it out what's going on. Okay, like this you can use. You see how simple it is to use this dependency management now, right? This is how simple it is to use a dependency management. You don't have to do all the manual things. Tomorrow, if this version changes, for example, if you're going to the back version, let's say I want to use the older version of Selenium 4.10.0 or the latest version of Selenium 4.12 in tomorrow. For now, old version I'll go 4.10.0. Save this. You see, it will automatically remove the 4.11.0 and automatically add the 4.10.0 now. Okay. And now see in this oldest version, what is there? WebDriver. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Now hover the mouse on this WebDriver. Now again, it is asking me to change somehow. So what's going on here? The old version also same thing. Fine, no problem. We'll figure it out. What's going on? That's okay. So somehow you are able to use the library of Selenium. Up to that you can remember. Remaining you can ignore. So fine. So this is what is called as dependency, not only for Selenium, TestNG libraries, any libraries, JUnit libraries, extend report libraries, all the dependency management will be done automatically by Maven. Okay. Now the next thing is the build lifecycle management. Maven can also be used as a build lifecycle management. This is generally used by the developers, not the software testers. Developers have to, they have to build and give you the software for testing or something or for delivery into the market. Okay, they have to build it. Okay, they have to either give you the URL of the application for you to use, or they have to give the exe file of the application. For that, they have to clean up the code, they have to compile the code, they have to pack the code, they have to install the code, they have to deploy the code. Then only the software will come in the required URL or exe or whatever the format or APK format. And then either the testers will use it for testing, or if it is deployed into the, in public, then it's live and end users can also use it. Okay. That build lifecycle management will be made simple with the help of Maven. Okay. Maven has some commands here. Okay. So you can see here, right click on the project and say, you see, all these things are coming. Maven build. If you say Maven build, all these things will happen. Maven clean, compile, install, test, verify, everything, and build will happen. Okay. This build lifecycle management for developers is made easy with the help of Maven. These are the two important points about Maven. Someone is asking about Maven. The main thing for automation testers is dependency management. You don't have to download the libraries manually, copy them, paste them, configure them, and use them. Rather, you simply go to the Maven project's pom.xml file and copy the dependency tags of that particular library and save the project. You will get automatically the library of that particular, okay, will get downloaded, particular thing or library will get downloaded and automatically configured, and you can simply use it straightforward. That's what is called as dependency management. Coming to the build lifecycle management, it is for developers. They have to manually do the build lifecycle management, like clean the code, compile the code, pack it, convert into package, pack it into packages, install, and then deploy all the stuff. Okay. So that is done automatically with the help of, that can be done with the help of Maven. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between SVN and Git? Let me answer. Nowadays, everyone is using Git. No more people are using SVN. In olden days, people used to use SVN, but nowadays people have migrated to Git because it's the best now. Okay, both are version control systems. If anyone asks you what are these SVN and Git kind of things, they are version control systems or version control softwares, okay, which maintain the versions in the project. When multiple people are working together in the same project, and if they are changing, keeping on changing the code of the software or automation code or whatever the work they are doing, for every change, a version will be maintained at a centralized place. Okay, that's why we call that as version control system. A copy of a version of the code. If some other person changes, an entire copy will be with that latest changes will be maintained again. Okay, so diagrammatically, if I have to represent, it will be like this, something like this. Let's say this is the project. In this project, multiple people are working. Let's say this one person, this is another person, this another person. Let's say these four people are working on this project, and they have a centralized place so that whatever the code they are working, ultimately they have to push here. Okay, they have to push the code here into a centralized place. Okay, so that all the project code will be there at a centralized location. Now, this is possible with the help of either SVN or Git. Okay, both are version control systems, and they will help you to upload this code, download the code from the centralized place to your local machine of this person. Okay, either uploading or downloading, uploading, downloading, uploading, downloading. Okay, all this can be done with the help of SVN or Git. Okay, and this SVN and Git maintains the version. When someone, because multiple people are working on this and changing the code of this project at a centralized place, some versions will be created. Version 1, okay, copy of the code, entire copy of the code in the version 1 will be there. Now if another person has changed the code, a version 2 along with this code, some other latest code, another copy or folder will be created in the centralized repo. Okay, if another person tomorrow v3, why these versions are created and all, why only one copy of the project code is not maintained, why different versions are getting created and multiple copies of the same project code is created for every change? Because let's say in the version 4 some problems came. So let's say this person has uploaded this latest code, and this code, after this person has uploaded or updated the code here, uploaded the latest code here, the project code has started failing. So people will come together and discuss, and then they will decide to revert back the code to the previous version. Okay, version. They will identify the person who has uploaded the faulty code, and this person will revert back to the previous code and run the scripts or automation scripts and all. And meanwhile, this person will fix his code and make sure that he upload the proper code here, and then we'll go forward. Okay, so versions will be keeping on created when multiple changes happen. So what's the now you got the idea about the version control system. Both SVN and Git can be used as a version control systems or softwares. Okay, but SVN is the oldest and it is the latest that people are using nowadays. SVN is like outdated now. No one is using nowadays. Okay, so but coming to the difference here, the question is all about difference. Okay, you can say SVN is old one, Git is the latest one, and people are using Git over SVN. That is one of the difference you can say. On the top of that, the main difference between SVN and Git is SVN maintains a single centralized version control system like this. Okay, only at a single place. This centralized copy will be there at a centralized location, only one centralized location. Whereas a Git maintains distributed version control system. The centralized repository, a separate centralized repository will be there for this person. will be there for this person, this person, this person. Okay, internally they are communicating, but virtually there are separate centralized repositories. Okay, this is called as distributed kind of thing. Okay, this is the latest way of doing the stuff. All the copy of this each and every centralized repository will be there, so that what is the advantage? If a separate copy is maintained, then this copy will be available for this person in offline also, so that without the need for the internet, the cloud thing and all, this person can push the code offline. Okay, to this associated centralized repository. Here distributed separate centralized repositories for each and every person in the project. Okay, whereas in SVN only one centralized repository. Okay, but here then some communication between the centralized repositories happen, and a separate centralized repository will be maintained, and because of which a lot of work can be done faster, and the faster thing will be there, and also the offline work can be done, and many other advantages are there. Okay, so if someone asks you what is the main difference between SVN and Git, you have to say that SVN is the old one and it is a centralized version control system. Only at a central location, only one repository will be there. Whereas Git is a distributed version control system, maintaining separate centralized repository for each and every machine or person who is working in the project. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to compile and run Java code using command line. Let me answer. In order to compile and run the Java code using command line, we need to have some knowledge about these commands. Okay, that is Java related commands that we have to use to compile the Java code and to run the Java code. These are the two commands: javac name.java, that is file name.java, and Java, this one to run Java and name of the Java file name. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate this for you so that it will be more clear for you. For that, I'll just go to some location in my machine where I have a clarity or clear thing. Okay, you can go to any location in your machine, simply right click and create a new text document. Okay, and just open this document. Once you open the document, here write the Java code. Just give some name of the class and all those stuff. Public, the font may be less. Let me increase the font size. Public class. As a sample demo. Sample demo is the name of the class I'm giving. This is the starting of the class, this is the ending of the class. And inside that class, create a main method, public static void main. And inside the main method, write the string of args. This is the starting of the method and this is the ending of the method. And inside the method, write down system.out.println. And I would like to print my name, okay, in the output. When this program gets executed, this print statement should print my name in the output. Okay, that proves that the program has run. Now save this file, save as, and in the same downloads location, let me save this with the sample demo, the same file name, that's sample demo dot java as the extension. And here save as type as all files and click on save. Now close this and observe that the sample demo.java file has been created. Okay, the original one you can delete and you can keep the sample demo.java. And this file has a Java code. To run this Java code inside the sample demo.java file, first we have to compile this. Okay, in Java we have to first compile this. For that, we have to go to the location where this Java file is available. This is the location, right? So type cmd and press enter. And the command prompt will open from the downloads folder. And here type javac. This is a command for compiling. What is the command? Javac, and give the name of the file. Give the name of the file, that is sample demo, and extension is .java. And press enter. The compiling, if there are no compiler errors, the compiling will be done and will be shown like this. The .class file will be created. And the next command for running the Java code after compiling is to give Java and name of the file. Okay, so Java space name of the file is sample demo and press enter. This will run the code in that particular file and you'll get the output. You see my name got printed in the output console. That proves that this particular Java code inside this file got executed. Okay, So open this code and check what code we have written already. Okay, this is the code we have written. It will print my name, and in the output, it has printed my name. This proves that it has run the code. Okay, these are the two commands that you have to know. These are the two commands: Java C, name of the Java file .java, and to run it, Java and name of the Java file. Okay, with practical demonstration, I have answered this question for you. That is how to compile and run the Java code using command line. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different plugins used for Maven? Let me answer. There are several plugins in Maven, and I'm going to list down the important plugins that we use normally. So one is a Maven compiler plugin, which is used in Maven projects for compiling your source code. Whatever the code you are writing, it may be automation code or development code. To compile that source code, we need this Maven compiler plugin. Okay, it will be there in your project. Okay, if you open your project and see, it will be available. Okay, without this, compiling won't be done. And we have other plugin, that is Maven Surefire plugin. Okay, and without this, we cannot, with the help of Maven, if you want to run the tests. Okay, in Maven projects, you can run the test using TestNG or something like that. Sometimes you want to test, you want to run the test with the help of Maven. In Maven projects, you want to run the test with the help of Maven itself. Okay, using the Maven options. Right click, then run as, then select Maven test option. Okay, and for that option to run the test in your project, we should have this Maven Surefire plugin. It's very important plugin, guys. Okay, this is very important plugin. So that we use. Okay, without this, the automation tests won't run. Okay, then we have Maven failsafe plugin. And this plugin is one of the plugins in Maven, and it is for executing the integration test during the integration test phase of the build lifecycle. Okay, the other plugin. And we have other plugins also, like Maven jar plugin to create the jars out of the compiled classes and other things. And Maven install plugin to install your project things in your local Maven repository. Okay, in your local Maven repository to install your project artifacts. We need this plugin to deploy that artifacts to be available for other teams and all on a remote Maven repository. This is for local Maven repository. Here, this deploy plugin is for deploying them into a remote Maven repository. Then Maven clean plugin to clean the you see, again, if you are running the old one in the old, let's say already you have run the test and all. In the old run, you may have some left out things. Okay, some generated output or dart class files, compile dart class files. Okay, so in the old run itself, it will be there. Again, freshly, if you want to run, Maven clean plugin will clean the things from the older run, and again freshly will make sure that it will compile and all those stuff, test and all those stuff. Okay, that is Maven clean plugin. So these are few plugins, and there are many other plugins, guys. Okay, these are just few plugins I am saying, but there are many other plugins. Okay, we have in Maven. So these are the important plugins that you can answer in the interviews. If you get this kind of question in the interviews, just answer such kind of plugins. Okay, this plugin names you try to answer. And apart from this, we have Maven war plugin and many other plugins. Okay, site plugin, like many plugins are there. So these are the important ones that you can remember and answer in the interviews. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between Maven plugins and Maven dependencies? Let me answer. So coming to the Maven dependencies, we specify the dependency tags of third-party libraries like Selenium, TestNG, JUnit, extend reports, Cucumber, etc. in the pom.xml file of this Maven project. Okay, I'll show you practically. Let's say this is a sample Maven project, and if you go to this in the Maven project, by default pom.xml file will be there. In that, if you go to the dependencies section of this pom.xml file, you will find the dependency tags. For example, here you have the dependency tags of the JUnit. You also have the dependency tags of Selenium Java. Okay, like that you can have the dependency tags of several third-party libraries that are there in the market, like TestNG, Extend Reports, Cucumber also, along with these things in the pom.xml file. Okay, so what is the purpose of this or of adding these dependencies in the pom.xml file of this Maven project? It simplifies the downloading. Okay, it automates or simplifies the downloading of these third-party libraries and configures them automatically. Okay, automatic downloading of these libraries and configurations. Without these dependencies in the pom.xml file, it will take a lot of time for you to manually download the jar files of this JUnit for the libraries and copy those jar files into these projects and configure that jar files in the project. That is a hectic process. But here, by simply adding the dependency tags of the JUnit, automatically the libraries of this JUnit will be downloaded in this project under the Maven dependencies here, and they will be configured automatically in the project. You don't have to do any manual steps to download or configure the third-party libraries in your project because of this dependence. That's the main thing about Maven dependencies. But coming to the plugins, these are extensions to the core functionality of Maven. Okay, plugins means extensions. By default, if you create a Maven project, everything will not come by default in the Maven. Okay, to get the extra things, okay, that is extensions or extra additional stuff with the default Maven project in the pom.xml file. In the same pom.xml file, here under the build plugins management, you have to add the respective plugins. There are several plugins of Maven, like Maven Clean plugin. If you have this plugin, it will clean the earlier generated reports and .class files before running the things again. Okay. Then Maven Resources plugin, then Maven Compiler plugin to compile the source code of this source code written in this project. Maven Surefire plugin to run the test with the help of Maven. Okay, if you want to run this test created in this project, automation test or whatever the test created in this project with the help of Maven, then we have to use Maven Surefire plugin. Then Maven jar plugin to create the jar files. Okay, with the whatever the files we have. Okay, like that we have install plugin to install the artifacts in the local Maven repository. Deploy plugin to to deploy the artifacts at the remote Maven repository. Site plugin, Maven project info reports plugin, like that many other plugins also exist. Plugins are like extensions. Okay, there's an example only. There are also dependencies are also in the same pom.xml file. Plugins are also mentioned in the pom.xml file, and and the purpose here of the plugins is different. It's not about the third-party libraries. It is to enhance enhance or customize the build life cycle of your project. Okay, so by enhancing the adding more extensions or additional functionalities to the Maven, we can enhance or customize this build life cycle of your project. Okay, so main purpose of Maven projects is for dependency management and build life cycle management, right? Plugins will come into the build life cycle management, whereas dependencies will come into the dependency management. Okay, so plugins are also specified in the pom.xml file, executed when specific build goals like Maven clean install tests are invoked. Okay, so here if you right click on this project and say run as, because of these plugins, you'll get these options like there are some options like coming Maven build, Maven clean, Maven install, Maven test. Okay, when you these are like Maven goals actually. When you select any of this goal, appropriate plugin will be invoked. Okay, and based on if that plugin is not available, you will get an error. Okay, let's say if you say right click and say run as and Maven, if there is something like Maven clean kind of thing. Okay, if you select Maven clean, but if here Maven clean plugin is not there, then you are going to get an error because you don't have that functionality available in the default Maven. So you have to add this as an extension or plugin. You should mention this plugin in your plugin section of the pom.xml file. Then that Maven clean will happen. Otherwise, that goal, Maven goal, like MVN clean or right click Maven clean will not be working. Instead, you will get some errors. So hope guys you got the exact difference between the Maven plugins and dependencies and how they are different. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you define dependencies in your Maven project? Let me answer and practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Maven project, which is already created. In this Maven project, here we have a sample file demo. In that we have the main method. And in this project, already we have added the dependency tags for Selenium library. Hence, we are able to write the Selenium code here. You can go to this pom.xml file of this Maven project. If you go to the dependency section, you can see here clearly that already we have added the dependency tags of Selenium Java. That's the reason we are able to write the Selenium automation code, okay, in the Java files of this project. So what if I would like to have a TestNG library now? How to add the dependency tags of a third-party library like TestNG, etc. in this project? We have to go to this pom.xml file. I don't want the JUnit library. Let's say I would like to have a TestNG library. So I have removed the dependency tags for JUnit library from here, saved the project. So JUnit library will get removed from this project. Okay, automatically unconfigured from this project also. Now I would like to add the dependency tags for, okay, I would like to define or add the dependency tags for TestNG library. For that, we have to go to MVN repository. Whatever the library you want, whether it is Selenium Java library or TestNG library or any other like extend reports, okay, or whatever it is, you have to come to this MVN repository and search for here TestNG. Let's say this time I want the dependency tags of TestNG. I would like to define this TestNG dependencies in this Maven project. So TestNG came up here. Click on this link, and the latest version is 7.8.0. I'll click on that thing, and I'll copy this under the Maven tab of this 7.8.0 of TestNG. We have this dependency tag code. Just click here. It will be copied to your clipboard. Come back here, and go to the pom.xml file of this Maven project, and simply paste down here. Okay, paste it here. Control V. You see, just organize this thing so that it looks good. That's it. You see, TestNG dependency tags have been added to the dependency section of this pom.xml file. Now save the project. The libraries of this TestNG will be downloaded and automatically configured in this project. Okay. Once downloaded, they will appear under the Maven dependencies. So you just scroll down and see if there are any TestNG related. You see TestNG got added here. If you remove it from here, if you remove the dependency tags from here, for TestNG and save this, TestNG will go off now. Okay, after saving it, after this loading process complete, you see TestNG has gone away. Again, when I add the dependencies, dependency tag for TestNG library or whatever the library, and click on save, you will get the TestNG option like under the Maven repository, Maven dependencies. Okay, you'll get the TestNG. You see, libraries got added and automatically configured also. So now instead of using the main method here, I can make this method as a TestNG test method, like a public void and say sample test. Okay, remove this thing. I'm converting this main method into the TestNG test method at the rate test. Okay, for the mouse on this at the rate test and import it from TestNG library. Okay, that's it. Now you may add different libraries. Okay, it's very easy, right, to define the different dependencies in your Maven project. Whatever the library you want, okay, it will be automatically downloaded and configured in your project. When you add the dependency tags of that particular library from MVN repository, copy from there and paste into the in between the dependency tags here. This is how we have to define the dependencies. Okay, there are many other dependencies apart from this TestNG and Selenium Java. These are third-party libraries only. We have few more, many other dependencies like extend reports and all. Okay, if you want extend reports, okay, extend reports, search for extend reports, search here. Okay, so you see you got the dependency tags for extend reports here. Okay, this is the one. Click on this and take the latest version, and you can copy here. Or you want a POI API library. Okay, search for POI here and you'll get for POI we need multiple libraries like POI for reading the data or writing the data into the Excel files using automation script. POI we need, POI XML we need. Okay, then a few more things are needed here. Okay, POI XML, XML schemas. Is there any other thing? Okay, whatever the libraries you need, just go here, copy the dependency tags. Okay, and go to the here and paste it here and save the project. Libraries will be automatically downloaded and configured. So hope guys you got the idea like how to define dependencies in your Maven project. This is the way we have to define. We have to go to the pom.xml file and add the dependency tags. Okay. The answer is we have to go to the pom.xml file of the project and copy the dependency tags of the required libraries required, okay, and copy the dependency tags of required libraries from MVN repository website and paste it into the dependency I guess. Okay, it's dependencies, I guess. Okay, dependencies section of pom.xml file. That's it. Okay, this is the answer. With practical demonstration, I have explained for you how to define the dependencies in your Maven project or Maven project. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is Maven and its advantages of using it in your Selenium project? Let me answer. So what is Maven? So we already know that Maven is a dependency management and build management tool. Okay, that is a simple answer for what is Maven and what are its advantages of using it in our Selenium projects. So I'll show you practically. These are the 4 advantages and many other advantages also exist, but these are the major advantages that you will get of using this Maven in our Selenium projects. Okay, so first thing is project structure. Okay, so if you go to any let's say Eclipse IDE editor and when you create a Maven project, I'll show you when you create a Maven project, it will not be created in a normal way. Once created, you will see a project structure. Okay, I'll show you the process of creating the Maven project. File new and select project and select this, just search for Maven here and you'll get this Maven project in the list. Click on select and click next. Once that is done, again click next. Here you will get archetypes. These are the templates. Okay. So with this archetype templates only, you are going to get a structure for the project. Whatever the structure you want, there is a predefined structure template that is already created for you. You don't have to create all that packages, folders, and all those stuff. A predefined structure is created in the form of these archetype templates. So in that, we generally choose Maven. You have to filter that. There are a lot of templates here. Okay, there are a lot of templates here. We have to filter out the templates. Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start. This is the template we generally use. Okay, in our Selenium automation projects. Just go for the version 1.4 and above whenever. Okay, click on. You see that is and next thing is that when you search for Maven archetype quick start version is 1.4. One more thing is here it should be from Apache. It should not be from any other. It should be from Apache. Okay, make sure. This particular template we'll choose so that we'll get a particular project structure based on this template. And here give the project name, whatever the project name. Let's say Maven advantages demo project. Okay. And here EMA DP, just give some group ID. Doesn't matter. Okay, I don't want to go into that area why I'm giving this. This is the project name, main thing, and it just give some short form or whatever it is. And here simply give some package name also. Don't worry too much about that. Once this is done and click on finish with a given project name, a Maven project will be created. Okay. So before it gets created, nowadays a build process is going on. So it will not be directly created. You see, there are 3 projects, 4th project to be created. Before that, this build process will keep on going on here. And it will ask you for yes or no. Y for yes, just type Y and press enter, the build success will be happen. And once that is done, you see here, Maven advantages demo project got created for you. Okay, expand that and you will come, you see by default, it is coming with some kind of structure. I have not created this SRC main Java. I have not created this package or these files and all. It's coming with some structure, you see. So it's coming with some structure, okay, a by default structure, and this pom.xml file is also coming by default, okay. So this is the first advantage you get with Maven okay, of using, instead of creating a normal Java project in Eclipse IDE, if you create a Maven project, you'll get a project structure, okay, like this. Based on the template you selected while creating the project, you'll get a appropriate project structure. So the next thing is all about Maven is about dependency management, okay. Dependency management means, I'll tell you. So I'll go into src test Java, I'll delete this Java file which is coming by default, and I'll create my own file. So I'll delete that and right click on this package and select new class. I'll simply say demo class, and with yeah, after create, I'll create a demo class, and in the demo class I'll create a method, public void sample test method, okay, and here I'll write down system.out.println Java code sample test got executed, okay, it got run, okay. So if this print statement got printed means this particular method got executed. So right click on this and run as, you will not get any option to run, because in Java it has to be a main method, but I don't want to use the main method. So what I will do is we have some libraries like TestNG, okay. Instead of using the main method, I can convert this method into a TestNG test method, and still I can run it without it has to be a main method, okay. So for that to happen, but TestNG will not come by default in this project, okay. So in this project, only Java library is coming by default and it's automatically configured in this. But if you want to get the TestNG library, okay, what we generally do in normal projects is we have to go to their official website of TestNG, download the jar file, copy the jar file, and create a folder under this project and paste the jar files of the TestNG here. Then rightly configure and all those stuff. All the things we have to do manually. But in Maven projects, this manual process is removed, eliminated, and this downloading and configuring of these libraries is automated. How? We simply have to go to the pom.xml file of the project, okay, and in the pom.xml file you will find some section known as dependencies section. Here, if any default dependencies are there, you can remove while creating the project. Now in between the dependency tags, you need to add the dependency tag of TestNG, okay. How to get the dependency tags of TestNG? Simple. Click on this browser and then search for mvn repository and search for TestNG, and you'll get the TestNG. Click on the TestNG and go with the latest version of TestNG 7.8.0 here. No, if you have any other latest version at your time, you can go with that version and copy the dependency tags. Come back here and paste it. That's it. Now press tab, save it. The moment you add the dependency to this dependency tag of TestNG library to the pom.xml file and save the project, the libraries of this TestNG will be automatically downloaded and they will be automatically configured. So when I write @test here, annotation from TestNG library over the mouse on @test, I'll be able to import this @test annotation from TestNG library. You see, this is how simple it is. Now I can run the test. Right click run as. There's one more thing that we have to do for TestNG, that is we have to install a plugin of TestNG, otherwise it's not possible. But anyhow, we are able to use the library. We are able to import it, right? So now if you want any other library other than TestNG, okay, let's say Selenium library. For Selenium library also, if you are going with a non-Maven project, then in that normal project, you have to create this kind of folder like lib folder. In that you have to copy paste all these jar files of Selenium library. These jar files you will get from the official website of Selenium. You have to go to the official website of Selenium, and in the downloads tab, downloads the page, you will get a link for Selenium Java to download this jar file, zip file of this containing these libraries. You have to extract that zip file. You have to copy the jars from that zip folder of Selenium Java. Create this lib folder in the normal Java project. It's not a Maven project, and paste all the jar files and right click, then go to properties, select the Java build path, this is a manual process that people do, okay, libraries, and select the class path, add jars, and then select the project, library, and select all the jar files of Selenium, apply and close. Then it will be configured. This much process. Tomorrow, if the version of Selenium changes, again you have to unconfigure all these jar files, okay, again by going to the build path and removing from there, and then delete these jar files from the lib folder. Again go to the official website, download the latest library jar files of Selenium, okay, from the official website, and copy the jar files here and again configure them. This is a repetitive process, and very hectic process and a lot of maintenance here. But if tomorrow, if the version of TestNG changes, okay, from 7.8 to 7.9, just give 9 here. That's it, okay? Okay, and 9.0 and save this. Okay, it will be done. For now, we don't have that version anyhow. So we can go back if required. Save this. You see, you'll go, it will get back to the older version of TestNG. Okay, you see how simple it is to download, automate the process of downloading and configuring the libraries. You can here add the dependency tags of Selenium. Okay, you can add the dependency tags of extend reports. Okay, many other libraries like this. Okay, like POI API for reading and writing the data into the Excel files. A lot of third-party external libraries if you want to add to your project. Okay, Java is coming by default. If you want to get some third-party libraries that are not by default in the project, then you have to go to this pom.xml file of this Maven project and add the dependency tags of that third-party libraries and simply save the project. This dependency management will make the things automatic by automatically downloading the libraries and configuring them in your project for you by removing the lot of headache that you have in the normal Java projects. Okay. So hope you got the idea about the dependency management. Now the third one is build management. Okay. Build management is all about, developers mainly. Okay. Software developers mainly what they do is they write the code for developing the software and they have to, clean any earlier runs of the code. And then again, after cleaning the earlier reports and the .class files, they have to compile the code. So new .class files will be created. They have to install it. They have to test it. They have to deploy it on remote machines and all. Okay, so to give you some URL or exe file of that software. Okay, for that to happen, Maven has a lot of commands. Okay, so right click, run as. You see all these things you can do. Maven build, Maven clean, Maven install, Maven verify. Okay, all these goals, Maven goals are there. Okay, as part of the build management. So to deploy or deliver a software into the market, or to give a software for testing purpose to the testing team, or to give this workable software to some other developers to cross check or whatever it is. Okay, so they have to put all their code together, clean the code, compile the code, package the code, and then deploy the code to you. So all these things to simplify, we have this Maven, okay, build management. Okay, Maven, what is Maven? I told you in the beginning, right? It's a dependency management and build management tool consisting of all these goals, okay, which can be used for, all this purpose, okay? So cleaning, compiling, and general purpose. And all these things are automated. Build management things are automated with the help of Maven, not only dependency management. In automation, mainly dependency management, but coming to the overall development and all, okay, that build management. So coming to the build management, we generally use this particular code, okay? Right click run as. Maven clean we can use, Maven test we can use, okay? These are the two things we generally use. Maven clean, compile, and test. These are the three things we use. But other goals we generally don't use as an automation. Okay. So if you go for development, they will be using a lot of stuff. But in testing, we use clean, compile, and test. Okay. Then with the help of Maven, you see, if you have Maven, right, there's one more advantage where you can run the tests. Okay. Run the test using Maven. Run the test using Maven. We can run this particular test with the help of Maven. Okay, for example, there are some classes and all containing some TestNG tests or whatever it is. And if you want to run them, okay, with the help of Maven, if you want to run, okay, generally by default, you will be able to run with the help of TestNG because these are TestNG annotations and all. But if you want to run them with the help of Maven, so Maven provides you some plugins like Maven Surefire plugin like this, Maven Surefire plugin. If you don't have this plugin, it's not possible for you to run. Okay, we have to make sure that Maven Surefire plugin is there inside this plugin section of the pom.xml file. That's one requirement. Okay, then you can run the tests. You can run the unit tests with the help of that. Okay, these are nothing but unit tests. Okay, so but I want to run this test with the help of Maven. One more thing you have to do is rename this class name demo from demo to right click refactor. Where is refactor? Refactor rename to. Simply add some test keyword there. Okay, in the class, better at the end of the class. Okay, now you just right click on the project and say run as Maven test. This particular test will run with the help of Maven. See whether it is running or not. Yeah, is running using with the help of Maven. It is running. Okay, not with TestNG or something. Maven has a mechanism where with the help of that Surefire plugin and by renaming the class names by providing the test keyword in the class names, we can run the tests. Okay, you see sample, the print statement got printed, sample test got executed, got printed. Okay, that means this particular test got executed with the help of Maven. Okay, if you want to run the test with the help of Maven, we need the Maven. Okay, and other thing that we generally use in Selenium automation projects is to run the scripts from the command line. How to run the scripts from command line? Let's go to the, if you don't have this Eclipse ID, but you have this project in your machine, let's assume that. Okay, you can even close your, then go to the resource. What is that? Oh, 1 minute. Right click, just select properties, select resource here if it's not selected by default. This is the location where your project is there in your machine. Go to the location of this Maven project, and Maven allows you to run your scripts from command line. Okay, you don't need Eclipse ID kind of tool. Okay, let's say your friend has already created this project and has shared this project with you, and in your machine this Eclipse ID editor is not there. Let's close this Eclipse ID editor, and let's assume that I don't have the Eclipse ID editor in my machine. Now I'll simply go to the project location in my machine that assume that this project has been shared with by my friend to me or my colleague to me, and I have to make sure that this pom.xml file exists here, and then select this, type cmd, you'll get the command prompt at this location of this project where the pom.xml file of the project exists, and here type mvn test and press enter. So you have to install Maven for this. Okay, so this is possible, but you see I cannot, I just removed all the stuff from my machine. So you need to have Maven. You have to go to the official website of Maven and download the Maven, and put that, extract that somewhere, and configure that Maven in your, like you configure Java, right? Similarly, you have to configure Maven. Then this command line will work, and you'll be able to run your scripts from command line. Okay, but I don't want to deviate there because it will take some lot of time. That is a different thing, right? So downloading Maven and configuring it. Okay, so don't worry about that. But here, remember that as one of the advantage of Maven is to make the scripts run from command line. Okay, if your requirement is to run the scripts from command line, then you need Maven. If you are able to run the scripts from, if you are able to run your automation scripts from command line, then the same commands you will provide in the continuous integration tools, okay, CI/CD tools like Jenkins, okay, and automate the process of invoking the automation scripts from your machine. So like this, Maven plays a very huge role or a very important role in your projects, okay, and automation projects. So these are the main ones: project structure, dependency management, build management, running the test using Maven, okay, Maven goals and all, running the scripts from command line are possible. Because of this, we can integrate our projects with Jenkins, so that Jenkins is an other topic altogether, right? It will automate the process of invoking the execution of the automation scripts. Okay, you don't have to run the automation scripts. Jenkins will run the automation scripts for you. Okay, even though you're sleeping at night at 2 a.m. and Jenkins, you can give a goal for Jenkins or a order for Jenkins saying that, instructions to Jenkins saying that at 2 a.m. come to my repository and run the scripts. It will be running the scripts for you. Okay, that is possible only when you make your project possible to run from the command line with the help of Maven commands. Okay, like this, many other advantages are there, but these are the major ones I would like to mention as part of the answer for this question. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the name of the Maven folder which contains all the libraries? Let me answer. It's none other than Maven dependencies. If you have created a Maven project, okay, in that project, you will get something known as pom.xml file. In the pom.xml file, there will be some dependencies section. In that, dependencies tags, starting and closing dependencies tags. If you add the dependency tags of any libraries like TestNG, Selenium Java, Extend Reports, POI API, etc., okay, the libraries will be automatically downloaded and will be kept under this Maven dependencies section or folder. Okay, I'll show you practically how does it look like. So I'll just go to this one of the things where we have this Maven dependencies. I'll go to the pom.xml file of this Maven project. So I'll show you first when there are no libraries there, then how does it look like. So I'll just go to the dependencies and remove one of the dependencies that is already there here. Save this, and you will see this Maven dependencies folder getting disappeared in a while. Okay, let's wait. You see, Maven dependencies got disappeared. Now, once there are no Maven dependencies, I would like to add the TestNG library for this project. In order to add the TestNG library to the project, I have to go to the website known as MVN repository. I just need to go to this mvnrepository.com, and in that MVN repository, just search for TestNG, any library that you want in your Maven project. Click on this TestNG. You'll get to this page where 7.8.0 is there, which is the latest version when I'm recording this session. At your time, it may be another version available. Copy this, click this under the Maven tab. It will be copied to the clipboard. Come back here and paste it here. Control V. Now save this. Now you will see the Maven dependencies folder coming up again with that just now downloaded TestNG libraries. Okay. Now, if you want few more libraries to be added, like let's say Selenium Java library you want. Selenium Java you search for and go to the Selenium Java and click on this latest version. Copy this, paste it here, tab, save all, save this project. And in a while, you will see that the libraries for this Selenium will be automatically downloaded and configured under this project, and they will be available under this Maven. You see, all the libraries came under this Maven dependencies. Now you got the answer, right? What is the name of the Maven folder which contains all the libraries or third-party libraries or external libraries? Anyway, you can ask the question. It is nothing but Maven dependencies folder. Okay. So with practical demonstration, I have answered this question for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to handle the dynamically changing IDs in automation, that is Selenium automation. Let me answer. First of all, when your application has dynamically changing IDs for some elements, then locating such kind of elements with the help of ID will become, or ID locator will become difficult. In such cases, we have to go for XPath expressions, because in XPath expressions, we have a function known as contains function, using which, okay, using this contains function, we can handle this dynamically changing IDs. Okay, we have other functions also in XPath, but only one main function that we can use in XPath expressions to handle any type of dynamically changing IDs is contains, or we can also go with starts with function. But comparing with the starts with function, contains function is more better. Okay, because this dynamic part, changing part of the IDs can be in the beginning or in the middle or at the end. No matter what, you can use contains function. But with starts with, the constant part should be in the beginning and dynamic changing part of that value of the ID should be at the end. So to avoid such restrictions, we can directly go and use contains, because it doesn't matter where you are dynamically changing value text of that ID is there in the beginning of the value of that ID attribute, or in the middle or in the end, doesn't matter with contains function. Okay, so I use contains function. Okay, so I'll just open this one of the application where I can demonstrate this. I'll open this in here. I'll just open this facebook.com and I would like to locate this login button. I'll inspect this login button. When I have inspected this login button, when I inspected this, sorry, let me inspect it again. When I inspected this login button, this is a Google Chrome DevTools coming up here. This is HTML code. As you can see, there is an ID. But this ID values will keep on changing. Okay, I'll copy the value for now and create an XPath expression. I'll show you. /button @ID is equal to, I'll give the ID attribute value and it will locate the login button. Okay. Now, if I simply refresh the page, the ID attribute value will change. And because of which the originally created XPath expression, this particular XPath expression is not going to locate the login button anymore. Why? Because earlier 9R was there in the end. Now you got K /. Again, refresh, you'll get one more ID generated. This ID is called as dynamically changing ID. Okay, dynamically changing ID. So the changing part is at the end. No matter whether the changing part is beginning, middle, end, you can simply use contains function in this XPath expression. Instead of writing like this, you can say contains function. You can mention this contains function inside square brackets and cut this ID and put it as the first argument of this contains function, put a comma and take the value and put it as a second part of this contains function and remove this equal symbol. And in this, only put the constant part, whatever the dynamic changing value is there, remove that from this. And just press enter, you see you're able to locate. Now refresh any number of times, doesn't matter if the ID changes, still it will be located, okay? This time 9F came, but still this login button will be located. So hope guys, you understood how to use contains function in XPath, and with the help of the contains function in XPath, how to handle the dynamically changing IDs in Selenium automation. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain different Git commands. Let me answer. There are several Git commands. I cannot explain all the Git commands as an answer for this question. Rather, what I choose to answer is whatever the commands that I have personally used in real time. Okay. Whatever the commands that I have personally used in real time in my projects, when I was working in the projects, okay, those commands I have listed down here, but in Git, there are several commands, okay. So let's go with the important major commands that are generally used in real-time projects for various purposes, okay. So you already know that the purpose of the Git, okay. First, you need to understand the purpose of the Git. What is the purpose of the Git? You see, let's say there is a project. In this project, there are several people. Okay, otherwise I'll just take this one person, this another person, this another person, another person. Let's assume these are the 4 people who need to create or write the automation scripts for this project, one of the project. Okay, they're working on the same project. This is a project. In that project, there are 4 automation engineers who need to write the automation scripts in Selenium, etc. Okay, they have their own laptops, local machines. Okay, we call them laptops or local machines. They have their own local machines where they are writing the code. But ultimately, the code need to be centralized. The entire automation code that has been developed by these people who are working for this project need to be centralized and put at a single location, right? So for that, the centralized location nowadays is something like a remote cloud repository, remote cloud repo. Cloud means on the internet, okay? Remote cloud repo. One of the example software which allows us to create this kind of remote cloud repos is GitHub. Okay, we have several other, but GitHub is something like that famous. Okay, it's on the cloud means on the internet like Google Drive, etc. Okay, so now here the code need to be there, but these people are writing the code in their local machines. Okay, these people are writing their automation scripts in their local machines. So after this person writes the code need to be uploaded here, right? Even this person writes the code need to be uploaded here. The code need to be uploaded here. Once this person also completes, code need to be uploaded here, right? Now, a new person has joined the team. This person has joined a bit late. And by the time all these 4 people have already written the code and they're pushing the code into this centralized repo. Now the project code is available here. Instead of this person going to each and every person here, what this person does is he will get the URL of this GitHub repo from this any of these 4 people and will download the entire code, will clone the entire code. Downloading means entire code they are downloading. Okay, that is here uploading is happening, downloading of the code is happening. At the same time, one more thing will happen. Let's say after this person has uploaded the code, now this person has downloaded the code and has made some modifications, and with the latest additions, he has added. For example, this person has automated the login scenarios. This person logout scenarios. Okay, so login scenarios he has downloaded, and for logout scenarios also this person has written and uploaded the code. Now the latest code is this one. This is old code. Now in this person's machine, the old code will be there. Now this person has automated few other scenarios related to login. Can he directly push the code, upload the code? No, this is not possible. What this person has to do is, this person has to first download the latest code to his machine, add his changes, and then upload the code. Then only the system need to accept. Otherwise, conflicts will happen. You see, this latest changes will get overridden by this person's code. if this person doesn't know that other person has made changes to this project code, project automation code. Similar thing applies for everyone. Before they upload the code, they have to update their code. Okay, instead of cloning the entire code for as a new person, this person has to update their code with the latest code, and then whatever the changes they have done, add the changes to this updated code and then upload. Then the system will accept without any cost. And also for every upload thing happening, a version history is being maintained. Okay, version 1, version 2, version 3, and so on. Because if any person has uploaded the code and that particular code after uploading that by the person is not working, the repo is failing, in that case we can revert back to the previous version. Okay, so here we have to use some git commands to either clone the entire code, upload the code, update the code, okay, and many other things. For each and everything done by these people on this GitHub centralized repo, cloud repo, to communicate with the help of Git software, which is like a command line tool where we can run the commands, Git commands, like this kind of commands, git init, git config, and all. Okay, so they have to run some git commands, okay, to make all these operations between the local machines and GitHub remote cloud repo possible. Fine, so far so good. Fine, so next thing is, what are those kind of commands? Okay, now you understood how the people are working together as a team in this project, right? Now understood. So what are the different majorly used commands in real time for such purpose? Okay, git commands. Okay, there will be something like command line like git bash kind of thing. After you open the git bash, in that you will create a folder, and you will initialize that folder using the git init command. Okay, you will initialize the folder for git using git init command. So to initialize a new empty Git repository in a directory, what is the use of initializing an empty folder in your laptop? You are initializing an empty folder as a Git repository. Okay, using this command. If you run this command inside that folder, a .init file will be created, and that proves that your hidden .init file will be created. That proves that your folder has been initialized as a Git repository. Okay, so what is the purpose of doing that? You see, once you make an empty folder in your computer with the help of git init command as a git repository, empty git repository, whatever the changes you do for that inside that folder will be tracked by the git. Okay, git sets up the necessary data structures and files needed to start tracking changes to your project files. Whatever the files you are going to add to that folder, they will get tracked. Okay, because here a lot of communication is needed. Okay, who is doing what is needed, and the version history is maintained for all this communication to happen. Okay, and also when you are uploading the code or downloading the code to see whether your code is the latest code or not. Okay, when you run some commands like git status, you will get to know what is the status of the current git. Okay, is it in sync with the git cloud repo or not? Such kind of things to happen, that should be a git repository. Okay, if you add some files and then you say git status, it will say that whatever the files that are there in your local repo are not there in the GitHub cloud repo. Okay, such kind of tracking of the changes between your local repo and the cloud repo can only be done in the git repositories. And to create a folder and make that folder as a git repository, we have to run this command. Hope you got the idea. Then git config. Now there are several configurations you can do with the git config. For example, here we can specify the username. Okay, we can specify the email address of the user of that local machine where git folder is initialized and all. Okay, you can configure your username, email address, and etc. Many other configurations which are used to identify your commits. These configurations are used for identify your commits. Apart from that, there are many other configurations apart from identifying the commits and all. There are many other settings and all those stuff. Okay, that are possible. This is to break the ice between your local machine and the GitHub cloud repo, because whenever you run the commands, they know that who is actually pushing the code. Okay, Arun is pushing the code. Arun having this particular, because there may be many Aruns. So Arun having this particular email address is pushing the code, okay, or uploading the code, etc. Then git clone. I told you already, right? This person who has newly joined don't have to go to any of these people and copy the hard copy of this, okay, by putting a pen drive and all. Rather, this person will ask any of these guys to share the GitHub repo URL, remote cloud repo URL, and using that URL and using this command like git clone git URL dot git, something like this will be there. And by putting that command, okay, it will create a copy of whatever the git repo, cloud repo is there. That entire copy will be copied to your that new Jenkins local machine. Okay, or anyone freshly want to download the entire project code, okay, or project automation code, okay, that is there in the cloud repo so far, they can use this git clone. Okay, then git status to track the changes, okay, the current status of the git repo, local cloud repo, okay, to show you the current state of your working directory in your relation to the git repository. Okay, in your local machine, there is a whatever the git folder repository you created, that is a local repo. Whatever that is there on the cloud, a centralized place where all the project automation code is actually uploaded to there, that is a remote cloud repo. Okay, this is a remote cloud repo, this is your local repo. Okay, to track the changes, okay, to track the status between this and this repos, local repo and cloud repo, remote repos. Okay, the current status. For example, let's say in your local machine you have modified some files. These modifications are not there in the cloud repo, remote cloud repo. In such cases, if you say git status, it will tell you which files you have modified and which files you need to upload onto the remote cloud repo, so that these changes will be in sync with the remote cloud repo. And next thing is which files are staged for a commit. Okay, so you cannot directly upload the your whatever the changes you have made in your local machine into the GitHub cloud repo, remote cloud repo. Rather, first there are some process where first you have to this modify git status. When you say, it will tell you all the list of modified files which need to be uploaded. Then second thing, what you do is instead of directly uploading, you will stage them. Okay, you have to go to the next level. Okay, directly you cannot upload here like this. Okay, from here to here it will not get uploaded. There are some stages in your local repo, they are there, and then some staging area you have to move. Okay, you have to move from here to the staging area, then commit. Once committed, then you can upload. These are some steps. Okay, they're in your machine, then move them to the staging area. From there, commit it. Once you commit with some message that need to be tracked for the version history, and then you push the code. Okay, these are some steps. Direct uploading is not going to happen. So in which state we are? Okay, let's say you have modified the files, but you have not added those files to the staging area. Okay, let's say here you have modified the code here, but you have not moved the file, this particular files, to the staging area. Okay, the staging area first you have to move. To move that files to the staging area, we have this git add dot, which will add all the changes in your repo at a go. Instead of adding each and every single file separately, if you say git add space dot, then all the files which are modified in your machine will be moved to the staging area with the help of git add dot. Okay, if before git add dot, git status will be showing you the list of files that are modified in your machine at the and then after you say git add dot, this, if you type git status, you will see that these files have been, which are modified in your local machine, it will show that they have been moved to the staging area and they will be in kind of red color. Before moving to the staging area, they will be, here, after moving to the staging area, they will be in green color. Before moving to the staging area, they will be in red color. Okay. So once they are in green color and there are no more files that are modified in your machine and all the modified files are moved to the staging area, that is phase one, then you're going to commit. Then you're going to commit. So once you say commit, okay, once you say commit, then if you say git status after committing using this command, after you say commit, it will go to this level. Okay, from staging area to the commit level. Okay, this phase two then. Okay, then if you say git status, at that time it will say that your changes are ready to be uploaded to the cloud repo. Okay, commit means pakka kind of thing, final. Okay, final, I am ready to upload. Then you will say commit. Okay, one staging area, then confirm. To confirm that, you will say commit, and then which files like that. Okay, so after committing, if you say git status, it will tell you like now you are ready to upload your changes to the remote cloud repo. Git add dot, already told you, it will move to this staging area. Then next, after the files have been moved from the modified state to the staging area with the help of git add dot, okay, then git commit -m means m stands for message, and you have to provide your message. What is the purpose of your uploading? You have to mention. I'll say that I have created some 5 automation scenarios of login functionality. So and so, some message I'll write down. Okay. Or I have updated some scripts. I have deleted some unwanted code. I have whatever the things that you have done in your local machine that changes, you have to mention here and commit it, saying that, confirming that with this message, I'm confirming that I'm ready to upload. Okay. It represents a snapshot of the changes you have staged from staging area to the commit area. It will create a snapshot. They allow you to track and manage changes to your project over time. Okay. Fine. So because of this commit message and all, once you push the code, after you push the code right here, version history, if you see who has committed the thing code and what type of commit it is, what is the reason for committing, uploading, and all will come here. Okay. This commit message will appear here after uploading. Okay. That's the purpose of the commit. Then finally, once you commit and say git status, it will tell you that you are ready to upload your code. For uploading the code, you have to say git push. Okay, git push origin main, like this. If you say, okay, so if your remote repo have a branch like main, sometime master will be there, whatever the branch name is there, that you have to provide here, either main or master. Okay, so to upload your local commits to your remote. Finally, when you run this, your code will be uploaded to the remote cloud repo like GitHub and all those stuff. And there's one more thing, that is git pull. Okay, there's one more thing. Let me write down that. I'll tell you. Right. Let me move it to the end. Git pull. Git pull. So git pull is a kind of command where to update your code. Okay, to update your code from cloud remote repo to your local machine. What does it mean? It means that, you see, this you have uploaded the code, no problem, and after that some other person has downloaded your code, uploaded the code. Now latest code is here. Now this person has again want to upload the code, push the code, but this time a conflict error is coming because this is not the latest code, because this person has already made the changes. So this person has to get the updated code here first, and then add his changes to this updated code, then upload. Okay, to do that, here you're not cloning, you're pulling. Pulling means it will update your code in the local repo. Then you can add your changes or modifications to the updated code or the latest code, then upload. There will not be any conflict. It will allow. Okay. To do that or make that updating of your local machine code with in sync with the cloud repo code, because other people also may update the code in the remote cloud repo. To get the latest code, you have to use git pull. Okay. It will not get the entire clone, but it will download the latest updates and modify your and update your existing code with the latest code. Okay. So, but git clone is like entire copy or dumping. Okay. But this is not dumping, it's updating. Okay. So, oh guys, you got the idea. These are the major important commands that we generally use in real time while, while uploading the code, downloading the code into the remote cloud repo from our local repo with the help of Git. Okay. Git is a software, guys. You have to install in your machine. When you install that software, you'll get a command line tool like git bash, we call. In that command line tool, we have to run all these commands and make the things possible. So it's a CI/CD kind of okay, continuous integration, continuous delivery related tool. It will help that in the process. So that's all for this session. Hope you got the answer for this question. Try to answer all these comments, then you're good to go. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, from where the Maven project will fetch the downloaded jar files from. Let me answer. In Maven project, we generally go to the pom.xml file and add some dependencies of different third-party libraries like TestNG, JUnit, Selenium, extend reports, Spy API, log4j, and all those stuff. And when you provide the dependency tags there in the pom.xml file and save the project, the jar files of such libraries will be downloaded, okay, and will be configured for the project. Okay, from where these jar files will be fetched then, okay, from where they will be downloaded and from where this Maven project will fetch the jar files into the project, okay, as part of configurations and all. So that is from a, the answer is nothing but that is from a local repository. Okay, that is a .yum2 folder will be there. I'll show you where exactly this folder, under this folder, some repositories folder will be there. In that we can find. So let me practically demonstrate so that you'll be able to get the answer for this question in a proper way. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID. I'll just go to one of the sample Maven project. In that, we can find this pom.xml file I'm opening. And if you go to the dependencies, here we have TestNG dependency, Selenium Java dependency. There is one more Maven project, and in that pom.xml file is there. Let's see what kind of dependencies are there. Here also, the same two dependencies are there. Whatever that is, earlier we may have JUnit dependency, okay, added and removed from this section, whatever it is. Once you add the dependency tags here and save the project, in your computer machine, okay, in your computer machine, if you go to your drive, where users folder is there, C drive or something, users folder. In that, go to the username folder. My username folder is Aruniam. In that, if I go, you can find this .yum2 folder. Okay, this is Maven related folder, yum2 folder. If you go there, inside yum2 folder, you'll find this repository folder. In that repository folder, you will find all the libraries. Okay, that Maven project is fetching from this local machine. Okay, this is a local repo. Actually, this is a local repo of these jar files of different libraries that we have for now or earlier used in our Maven projects. Okay, if you remove this also, the jar files of this library will still be there in that local repository folder. It will not get deleted. Again, if you add, if the same version is there, it will first fetch from the local repository only. Okay, it won't take it from somewhere else. So this is a local repo maintained. Once downloaded, the jar files will be put under this local repository, and no matter how many Maven projects you create, they will refer to this local repository and check first whether whatever the dependency tags we provided for that, the libraries are existing in the local folder or not, local repository folders or not. If not, only then it will get from somewhere else, okay, from the remote locations, remote repositories. Fine. So if you can see here, earlier we used to have JUnit in this dependency tags for the Maven. In the previous videos and all, if you have seen, JUnit dependency tags used to be there. Now they are not there. I have removed, but still JUnit folder is there. In that, if you go inside the JUnit, you'll find, you see, several versions are there. You can get all the jar files of that JUnit. Okay. Not only that, for now you see TestNG dependency is there. We can find the TestNG dependencies here. Somewhere hiding inside the org folder. Okay, we have to search and find. There's no other way. You go to the org folder, you can find the TestNG here. In the TestNG, you see ReportNG related is also there. TestNG related is there. Whatever the libraries have used so far in my computer machine as part of different projects in my computer machine. You see how many TestNG versions are there from long back. Okay, the TestNG versions are still residing. This is the latest, I think so. You see. Okay, just go and see the jar files are there. From it is fetching. Okay, from it is fetching the jar files. Okay, it will not directly download, because you see, to download it will take some time, right? So it will first take. Okay, it's like a cache kind of thing. Local repository is a kind of cache, browser cache kind of thing, where you don't have to download every time. Okay, if downloaded, it is put at that location, and if it is already there, and again if you are requesting the same TestNG thing, it will go to the local repo and get it. No need to download again from the internet and all. Okay, so that's what is the funda. So like that, you whatever the dependency tags you added here as part of the pom.xml file under the dependency tags. Okay, now or in the past or in the future, all the jar files for that libraries will be added to your local repository. That is the yum2 folder under the repositories folder, username folder, under that yum2 folder, under that repositories folder. Okay, in that repositories folder, you will find all the jar files of different versions of libraries. Okay, every copy of the version. Okay, even though you have upgraded to the latest version, old version jar file still exists. Okay, in that local repo. So tomorrow also, if you create new project and use any of that library with that version and all. If it is already there in the local repo, it won't download it again. Okay, it will simply fetch it from the local repo. If not available only, it will go for the other place. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is from where the Maven project will fetch the downloaded jar files from the local repository, that is users folder, username folder, under that M2 folder, under that repositories folder, you can find them. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, in Maven, do we have to manually download and configure or update the required jar files in the Maven projects? The answer is simply no. We don't have to manually download any jar files or copy them into our project and configure them to use those third-party libraries. Okay, rather Maven will automatically download the jar files for us and automatically configure the jar files for us or libraries for us in the Maven projects. That will happen how? With the help of dependencies. Okay, so we have some websites like MVN repository website where we can simply go and search for the required library and you will get the dependency tags of that particular library, and you copy the dependency tags, come to the Maven project, go to the pom.xml file, add the dependency tags of that library that you copied from the Maven MVN repository.com, and just save the project. Your library will be automatically downloaded and configured. The jar files will be automatically downloaded and configured in the form of libraries. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this answer for you so that it will be more clear for you. Okay, so for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample, this project, Maven project this is. And in this project, what I will do is I'll simply close all the files. And in this project, we have this pom.xml file. Open the pom.xml file. And in that, you will find this dependencies tags in the pom.xml file. In between the dependency tags, you have to add the dependency tags of the required libraries, whatever the libraries you want. Okay. For example, I would like to add the dependency tags of TestNG library. I'll go to the MVN repository. This is a website, mvnrepository.com. Search for the required library, that is TestNG. And in search, you got the TestNG, org.testng, click on that. And go with the latest version at your time. When I'm recording this session, I have the 7.8.0 as the latest library. In your case, it may be another library. Just click on that library and copy this Maven dependency tags, come back here and paste it. Okay, that's it. Tap just to organize. And once the moment you save this here, Maven dependencies kind of folder will come. Under that, this library will be there. Okay, just save this. You will see a kind of folder coming up in a while. You see Maven dependencies folder came, and under that you got the TestNG library. Now, if you want another library, let's say, okay, not only TestNG is one of the third-party library, you got all the jar files in the POM, okay, to get that library, and they're configured also in this project automatically. And apart from that, you can also get any other library. For example, if you want Selenium Java library, just search for Selenium Java, go to this, take the latest version, copy this, come back here and paste it. That's it. Now tap, now save this. That's it. You'll get the Selenium Java libraries in a while. You see here, you'll get Selenium Java libraries in a while. You see Selenium Manager, Selenium Java, everything came. Okay, like that, how many libraries you want, that many dependency tags you get from the MVN repository website. You just search. You want JUnit, search for JUnit. If you want POI API, search for POI, like that, and so on. And copy the dependency tags. Come back to the pom.xml file, paste them. The jar files will not be automatically downloaded, but also they will be configured automatically. Everything will happen automatic way. You don't have to manually download these jar files from the official websites and copy them here and configure them here. There is a hectic process. So rather simply add them to the pom.xml file, automatic download and automatic configuration will happen. And you can simply, in your files, you can simply use them. Okay. You see here, TestNG library is already there. It's fetching. Here you can write the Selenium. If you want Selenium library, if you want, for example, we can write WebDriver. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver, like this you can write. Over the mouse on the WebDriver. Since the library is just now added, you should get the suggestion. Let me hover it properly. Sometimes it will not come. It will take a while. Let me hover it again properly. You see, I'm not getting, but in case if you're not getting, do one thing. It's suggesting me to go for WebDriver decorator. This problem may sometimes occur for some people. Anyhow, it occurred to me now. So I'll say fix project setup and here select this one. Okay. Selenium HQ and I'll say okay. That's it. You see, our WebDriver got imported. Hover the mouse. Import this Chrome driver also. Just fix the project setup. Sometimes it may happen. Okay. Otherwise, it's not required. You see, I'm able to use the Selenium library. I'm able to use the TestNG library and all those stuff. Okay. I don't have to manually download and configure the jar file. Simply add the dependency tags of the required libraries and copy those dependency tags from the mvnrepository.com website and paste into the pom.xml file under the dependency tags and just save the project. Your jar files, that is required libraries, will be automatically downloaded and configured for you. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different phases of Maven build lifecycle? Let me answer. There are different phases in Maven build lifecycle. They are nothing but clean, validate, compile, test, package, integration test, verify, install, deploy, site. These are the different phases, okay, of Maven build lifecycle. So each and every phase has its own purpose. For example, if you say mvn cleans, mvn space clean in the command line, it deletes the target directory. Okay, in the Maven project, generally we get the target directory after running the scripts. Okay, this target directory generally contains the output reports and all those stuff. Okay, that target will be deleted. Okay, target directory will be removed and all the build output will be automatically removed. That is what is clean. You are cleaning the previous run output. Okay, then validate. This is to check whether all the necessary information is available or not to go for the next phase. For example, in order to compile, okay, we have to first validate to see whether all the necessary information is available and everything is in place. Okay, that is validate. Then if you say mvn compile, it will compile the source code. Whatever the code you write here, it will be in the .java format. It will be compiled and a .class file will be created for each and every .java file in this project. Okay, that is mvn compile. Then test. It will run the test. You see, every automation script in the Maven projects here, whatever the script you are going to write as part of this method is considered as a unit test only, okay? Because we are using the either JUnit or TestNG unit testing frameworks or testing frameworks. So when you say mvn test, all these unit tests will run, okay? Then package. If you say package, then the compiled code, okay, it takes the compiled code, whatever the code that is compiled here, right, that will be taken and packaged, like packaged into some jar files or war files. For example, here, if you go to the Java library, you will find the jar files, okay, each and every, this is a jar file, this contains some packages and all those. This is the process of packaging, okay. Java is built by some Java developers and it is packaged in this jar file format. In the jar files, again, packages are there, like that. So in Maven projects, if you want to package your source code, compiled source code, which is compiled in a distributable format like jar file, this jar file you can share with your circles and all, right? Jar or war files, both are same, okay? Java archive, they are like zip files, okay? Packaging. With the help of mvn package, we can do that. Then integration -test, okay? This phase will run the integration tests on the package, okay? It will run the integration tests on the package. Then verify. Verify is something where to check if there are any bugs left out. Okay, it will check the quality of the package that is packaged here to see if there are any bugs using the tools like find bugs and check style. Then we have install, which will install the package into your local repository so that for use as a dependency in other project. Okay, so it will deploy the package. Package will be there in the form of jar file and that jar file will be used as a dependency in other projects. Okay. So that is installed in the local repository. This is, if you say deployments, it will be deployed into the remote repository from not in the local repository, but to the remote repository where other people and other developers and projects can access. Okay, can use in their projects. Then finally, site. This phase generates site documentation for the project. Okay, will generate the documentation for the project. These are the several phases, And there's one thing that you have to know. If you say ambient test, automatically clean, validate, compile will first happen, then test will happen. Okay. You don't have to separately run ambient clean, then ambient validate, ambient compile, and then say ambient test. You simply say directly say ambient test. Automatically, internally, ambient clean will happen, ambient validate will happen, ambient compile will happen, then ambient test will happen. This is applicable for all the phases. Okay. If you say verify means first clean will happen, validate will happen, compile will happen, test will happen, package will happen, integration test will happen, verify will happen. Like that case. Okay. So these are like sequential phases. Whatever the last kind of phases you take, the before phases will be automatically incorporated. You don't have to call them separately in the command lines and all. Okay. You don't have to separately compile. If you say ambient test, automatically clean, validate, compile, and then only test will happen. Okay. Internally, you don't have to run each and every command for each and every phase of Maven build life cycle. So hope guys you understood the different phases of Maven build life cycle in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is Jenkins? Let me answer. Jenkins is a CI/CD tool. This is a straightforward answer for this question. If someone asks you this question, straightforwardly, you can mention Jenkins is a CI/CD tool. So what is CI? CI means continuous integration. What is CD? CD means you can either say continuous delivery or continuous deployment. Anything is fine. Okay. So straightforward answer is Jenkins is a CI/CD tool. Okay. But to understand Jenkins, I'll explain more. Okay. Jenkins is not specific to testing industry. Rather, it's not just specific to software testing or test automation. Even developers can also use Jenkins. Okay. So it automates. Okay. Why developers? Developers can use the Jenkins for automating the building process. Okay. It will build all the thing. Okay. Compile the code and all those stuff. And, finally, it will deploy the code kind of stuff. Okay. Build the code, test the code like Maven does. Like build lifecycle and all is there in Maven, right? The similar way, Jenkins can be used by developers for automating the, okay? Maven will not automatically do that, but Jenkins will automate that process of building, testing, and deploying activities, okay? So automates means in Jenkins, the thing is you can create jobs, okay? So if you go to the Jenkins website, you'll understand with the logo itself that a server logo will be there. You see, you can go to the official website of Jenkins, that is jenkins.io. There is a logo, okay, like this kind of logo. Okay, so yeah, this kind of logo or something. So where you see it is a server kind of stuff. Okay, in waiter or server who is ready to serve you. Okay, you just give the instructions and that this person is going to serve your request. You have to assign a job and that person will do the job kind of stuff. Okay. So from the logo, you understood that you have to just give the instructions to Jenkins and Jenkins will automate that process of building, testing, deploying in development. But when you are answering this question in the interviews, keep in mind that you are attending the interview in terms of automation, a test automator. Okay. Test automation engineer kind of perspective, you have to give the answer. In test automation, we mainly use Jenkins to automatically invoke the scripts. Okay. Whatever the automation scripts you want to run, okay. If you want to run, you have to manually go to that particular IDE, like Eclipse IDE, where the scripts are there in the project and all, and go to the appropriate file and right click run as, and then run manually. But with the help of Jenkins, you can give the instructions to Jenkins so that Jenkins will take that as a job. And when that particular time occurs, when that condition meets, Jenkins will automatically run your scripts. For example, a real world example I will give you guys. Okay. So let's say there is an apartment building and that apartment building has a lot of flats where people, different families are living in that flats, very big community, let's say. And to safeguard that community members have appointed some security people, okay, or watchmen or whatever the kind of people you call. They work in the different shifts, morning shift, night shifts, and all those stuff. Whether you are available or not, they will take care of the security measures, okay, so that no thief or someone enters your house and stole your items. So the same way in automation, let's say at night 2 o'clock, if you have to run your automation scripts, will you be available? For one day, you will be available. Okay, if you have to work in a night shift, you will be there and you will run the scripts, and that's fine. But daily at 2 a.m., you have to be awake and run the scripts. That's not possible, right? Why? Because you will be sleeping. At the time, you guys will be sleeping. Okay. So we have to assign such kind of jobs to Jenkins kind of thing. We have to create some jobs in Jenkins and clearly give the instructions to the Jenkins saying that run so and so code at night 2 a.m. That's it. Jenkins will take care of the stuff. Okay. So that's how Jenkins work. Okay. So this is one example. Let's say there's one more way Jenkins can help you. Every day at 4 p.m., you have to run the scripts. Sharp 4 p.m. You have to run your scripts, test automation scripts, let's say. Every day you are running, but after some months or something, you forgot. One day you forgot to run the scripts at 4 p.m. because of your busy schedule at office. So your manager will come and the manager will ask you, why didn't you run the scripts today at 4 p.m.? You are supposed to run the scripts. This is a human error that is common. Okay, people tend to forget the things, right? So that's where Jenkins will come. Jenkins will come into the picture, where while giving the instructions by creating a job in Jenkins, you will clearly mention that some kind of code you will mention in Jenkins specifying that every day at 4 p.m. the scripts have to be automatically run. The invoking or the execution of the automation scripts to run is made automatic. Okay, you don't have to manually go and run the scripts. Jenkins will remember its job and it will trigger the scripts. It will invoke the scripts automatically. Okay, your intervention is not required. Coming to the developers, they automate a lot of stuff with the help of Jenkins. Our test automation engineers generally automate the invoking of the automation scripts at the odd time or at regular intervals or whatever it is. Okay, but developers use Jenkins for automating the building process of the software code they have developed, testing of that code, and deploying activities. Okay, so that developers will do, but our answer should be Jenkins is a CI/CD tool. In automation, we use Jenkins to automatically invoke the scripts. One more place where in test automation we can use Jenkins. Okay, is like, you see, these days, whether the developers or automation engineers, what they are doing is they are writing the code and pushing the code. Like multiple people will be there in the project working as automation engineers or developers, and they will be collectively writing the code and pushing the code at a centralized repository. And now what's the use of Jenkins means? You can set up Jenkins or create a job in Jenkins or provide instructions in the job in Jenkins in such a way that when someone checks in a new code, uploads a new code, latest code into Jenkins, latest code into that centralized repository, Jenkins should be able to detect that some changes, some latest changes happen to that automation code or developed code, and it should be able to invoke the automation scripts to run on the latest code. Okay, it will run the latest automation scripts for every change. For developers also that is applicable for every change, because developers are nowadays working in CI/CD kind of environment where daily they will not push the code at once. They can push the code multiple times, multiple developers, multiple check-ins they will do to the code. They will upload the code multiple times. The latest code, right, keeps updating, and for every version, okay, a version will be created, right? A subversion or a copy will be created for every check-in. On that copy, the scripts need to run to see if any problem in that code. Okay, so it applies for automation, it applies for development. So this is how Jenkins is mainly used. So hope guys you got an idea what exactly is Jenkins. If you get this question, basically explain that in automation perspective, but for additional knowledge, also remember this for development point of view also. It is a CI/CD tool, continuous integration and continuous delivery. Okay, so in development, delivery is mainly used, and testing, continuous integration. Okay, continuously automation engineers are pushing the code, and the code is getting updated. For every copy of the code, new copy of the code, the scripts need to run. Okay, to see if everything is working fine. and we should get the results. So, and at odd time, the scripts need to run, or every day frequently at a particular point of time, the scripts need to run. We need to create jobs in Jenkins and give the instructions in Jenkins in such a way that at odd times it can run, or in frequent and at the same time every day, or how frequent it has to run, that we can schedule. And and again I told you, right, continuous check-ins will happen for every check-in, for every small modification in the automation code, the scripts need to run automatically. That automatic invocation of the execution of the automation scripts is done by Jenkins. Okay, that's the main thing, guys. So hope, guys, you got an idea what exactly is Jenkins in this session. So this much of explanation, if you give for what is Jenkins, that is more than enough in the interviews. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to download Jenkins. Let me answer. In order to download Jenkins, we have to go to the official website of Jenkins, or we can do a simple Google search. So for that, I'll open the browser and I'll simply search for Jenkins space download. Okay, these two keywords you give and press enter. You'll get the official website of Jenkins here. You see Jenkins download and deployment. Jenkins.io is official website of Jenkins. Under that, we are directly being taken to the download page. Click on this link, you'll be directly taken to the download page of Jenkins.io official website. And in this page, you should go for the LTS, okay? Long-term support. We generally, whatever the Java or any other software, if you use, we generally go for the LTS, which has long-term support. So instead of weekly releases, go for the LTS. And this side weekly releases, this side LTS. As you can see, download Jenkins. The latest LTS version we have is this one. And don't go for this one, go for this one. And in that, we have to download the .war file. Okay, LTS version of Jenkins WAR file. So just click on this. In a while, you see it started downloading the Jenkins.war file here. Let's wait for the download to finish up. So within some seconds, it will finish up. So as you can see, guys, this has been downloaded and we got this folder option. We can just click on this and can find the, you see, this is the Jenkins.war file. This is how it looks. Okay, this is how we have to download Jenkins. So hope, guys, you understood how to download Jenkins. In order to download Jenkins, we have to choose the LTS, that is long-term support one, and that also the file should be of .war file. Okay, so with practical demonstration, I have shown you how to download Jenkins in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to install Jenkins. Let me answer. In order to install Jenkins, first we have to download Jenkins. So how to download Jenkins? For that, we have to visit the official website of Jenkins like this, Jenkins, or you can even search like this, Jenkins download and search. And in the search results, you will get this official website of Jenkins with this icon. Jenkins.io is the official website of Jenkins, and you can directly go to the download page by clicking this link. Now you are on the download page of this official website of Jenkins, that is Jenkins.io. And in that, we have to look for the LTS version. Okay, and these are not LTS versions. They are getting released weekly. LTS means they will be there for a long time and they have the supports. They will get updates and all those stuff. Okay, and these are stable actually. Okay, these are not stable much. So we'll go with the stable LTS versions. So under the stable LTS, scroll down. Here you will see download Jenkins. This section is stable LTS. This is like weekly releases. We have to go with the stable LTS. Under the stable LTS, download Jenkins LTS kind of version, whatever the latest version at your time that is. When I am recording this video, this is the latest version. At your time of downloading Jenkins, it may be another version. That's okay. Whatever the version that may be, you have to look for this .war file, generic Java package .war file. Okay, under LTS. Click on this. In a while, this Jenkins war file will get downloaded. Okay, you see it started downloading. Jenkins.war is getting downloaded. Okay, So let's wait for the download to finish up. Won't take much time. So once the downloading of this Jenkins.war file is completed, then yeah, it's completed. Looks like it got completed. You will get this folder option, show in folder, and you'll be taken to this downloads folder where this Jenkins.war file got downloaded. Now what you have to do is you have to open the command prompt at this location where this Jenkins.war file is downloaded or available. So for that, I'll select this downloads folder path and type cmd and press enter. The command prompt will open at this downloads folder location where this Jenkins.war file is available. Now I'll type a command that is java -jar, and you have to give this file name and extension Jenkins.war, war. Okay, java-jar Jenkins.war. This command, if you give and press enter, okay. So let's see what's happening. It's running and all. So it has to be installed. We are in the process of installing Jenkins. Let's see what is going to happen. Let's all these log messages come in. So it's giving you one password. As you can see, there is one password, right? This password we need, or you can also go to this location in your machine where you can find the password. Okay, you can copy from here, or you can go to this location in your machine to get this password, to copy this password. So what you will do here is how to get this password and all, we'll see it later. But if you run this command, this is a process of installing, guys. Okay, you will get this password, and this password is also available at this location. We'll later go to this location. For now, we'll open one browser. Jenkins by default will run at port number localhost colon 8080 port. Okay, by default, Jenkins will run at 8080 port number. That is a default port. If you want it to run at a default different port number, there will be a different command. Okay, so don't worry about that. So for now, by default, Jenkins will run at 8080 port number. Localhost means your computer machine. Instead of giving the IP address of your computer machine, you can write localhost and put a colon here. And after the colon, you give 8080 port number. Press enter. Let's see what will happen. You see, it's loading. Sign in Jenkins is coming. Unlock Jenkins. In order to unlock Jenkins, we need that password that we got it here. We have to either copy this password or we can go to this location. The easiest way is to go to this location, that is C drive. In the C drive, users folder, go to the users folder. In the users folder, you will find this username folder. In the username folder, you have to go to .jenkins. The .jenkins folder has been created here. Under the .jenkins, you will find secrets folder. Under the secrets folder, you will find initial admin password. Right click on this initial admin password and say open with, and choose some notepad file, notepad or some kind of software, and just once, and it will open in the notepad file. And carefully copy the password without any extra spaces and all. You see, I properly copied the password without any extra spaces and all. Now go back to that page to unlock the Jenkins, and here paste the password. That's it. Now click on continue. Just click on continue. Just click on continue, and it will give you this customize Jenkins, install suggested plugins. Select this, install suggested plugins. Okay, you see, we have to wait until all these plugins get installed. So I'll pause the recording, and once the plugins get installed, I'll resume. As you can see, all the plugins got successfully installed. The progress is almost at the end. Let's wait for this to be completed. Yeah, it's completed. And now it's asking you to create an account. So I just passed the process, guys. A lot of plugins will, turn into green. Sometimes what happens is the plugin will get failed, and, in that case, you have to reinstall again. For that, what you have to do is, again, you have to go to this users folder under my username. You have to go and delete this .jenkins and start this command line again and run this command again. In some cases, it will happen where some plugins will fail no matter how many times you try. the plugins will keep failing. In that, you have to clear your this Jenkins folder, guys. Okay, this problem may be faced by someone. Today, luckily, everything is working fine. Okay, so you can go to the users folder, username folder, and if some plugin is not has not got installed and you are not taken here, in that case, instead of proceeding, even after trying multiple times, it will give you multiple choice, multiple options where retry kind of thing. After multiple retries, if the plugins are not getting installed, then you have to come here and delete this .jenkins folder under this username folder and freshly open the command prompt and run this command again. And then again start the process, localhost 8080, and then install the plugins. You have to keep doing that until you come to this page. There is no other way, guys. Sometimes it may happen. These days, it's not happening much. But unluckily, sometimes due to network issues or whatever it is, we don't know, or the Jenkins side, the problems may be there. Whatever it is, you have to keep trying until you come to this page. And you give some username. I generally prefer to give my username as my first name and last name, Arun Moturi, and password. I'll give it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as a password. Okay, some simple password I'm giving. And full name I'm giving Arun Moturi as my full name, and save and continue, I'll say. So this is admin user we are creating. Is there anything? In email address it is asking. I'll give my official email address and save and continue. Okay. And then instance, and you want to keep it as 8080 only, right? This is fine. I don't want to change anything. If you have any other plans, you can update it. Save and finish. Jenkins is ready. This is how we have to install. Okay. And start using Jenkins. Make sure that when you are using Jenkins, this command prompt, CMD tool is still running. Okay. This command line is still open. If you close it, this access to Jenkins will go away. You see, we were able to log into Jenkins. You can log out, log in again if you want. And here is the way we have to do work on Jenkins. Okay. So if you close this command prompt and refresh here, you will get error. You see, the site can't be reached. So make sure that when you are using Jenkins, make sure that that command prompt is not closed. Okay, so this is the process of installing Jenkins with the help of this command known as java-jar jenkins.war, guys. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you start Jenkins? Let me answer. So, how do you start Jenkins? In order to start Jenkins, we have to run this command known as java-jar. Okay, the name of the war file of Jenkins, that is jenkins.war. Okay, we have to first download this jenkins.war file from the official website of Jenkins. After that, we have to install the Jenkins with the help of the same command. And for starting the Jenkins also, we have to use the same command. Okay, in the answers provided in the previous interview questions, okay, how to install Jenkins and all, you would have seen already how we have used the same command for installing Jenkins from the command line. Okay, after we have done installing, to start the Jenkins also, we have to use the same command. So whatever the war file I have downloaded for installing Jenkins earlier is available at this location in my machine. You can watch my previous answers for the previous interview questions where I have successfully or where I have clearly shown you, okay, how to download and install Jenkins, okay, previous interview questions, okay, before this video. So now once you have this jenkins.war file, you don't have to download it again and again for starting the Jenkins. We have closed the command prompt for installing Jenkins, and after starting it and configuring it and all, next time when you want to start Jenkins, simply come to this location, select this path where jenkins.war file is available and type cmd here and press enter, and a command prompt will come, and beside the command prompt you give java-jar jenkins.war. Okay, this is the name of the file Jenkins, and extension of the file is .war. But this is a command java-jar followed by the name of the file .war. Okay, press enter. Already the Jenkins has been installed, so it will not give you the password this time. Rather, it will start the Jenkins for you. Okay, next time onwards, once installation is done, initially if the installation is not done, the same command will give you a password. Okay, to install Jenkins in your machine. But next time, once you have done all the installation and all of Jenkins in your machine, Next time, it's not going to give you the password. Rather, it's going to directly start the Jenkins. You see, Jenkins is fully up and running means it has started it. Nothing much. Now, once it is started, you have to check once whether you are able to access Jenkins or not. Just open the browser. Jenkins will generally defaultly run in the default port number 8080. Just say localhost colon 8080. Okay, press enter. So since it is running here, you should not be closing the command prompt. You can minimize it, but you should not be closing the command prompt. In a while, you will get the Jenkins screen when you type localhost 8080. Let's wait. It's loading. Almost there. Yeah, it will ask for the username. I think I remember I have given the username while installing Jenkins in my machine in the previous video answer as Arun Muturi. And password I have given it as 12345. Just press sign in. You should be able to log into Jenkins. Okay. This command prompt should not be closed. That is very important. After you start Jenkins, don't close the command prompt. Okay, you see, you are able to access the Jenkins. You are able to start the Jenkins. But if you close the command prompt, this you will get some kind of unreachable kind of error. Okay, fine. So hope guys you understood how to start Jenkins in your machine. The same command that we have used for installing Jenkins in our machine, we have to use the same command for starting the Jenkins also with practical demonstration. I have answered this question for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you configure Jenkins? Let me answer in a practical way. So in order for me to explain how to configure Jenkins, you should already know how to download Jenkins. In the previous questions, I have answered this clearly. That is how to download Jenkins. But downloading Jenkins, let me recap it very fast. So you have to go to the official website of Jenkins, okay? Or you can say Jenkins download, and you'll be taken to this official website, Jenkins download page. Click on this link. And in this, you have to go with the LTS version WAR file. You have to click on this. A Jenkins WAR file will be downloaded. Okay, I'll show you how it will be downloaded. Let's say it will be downloaded in the downloads folder like this. Okay, like this. Okay. Then after that, what is the next step? In order to configure Jenkins, the prerequisites are first you have to download Jenkins in your machine like this, and you have to install Jenkins. In order to install Jenkins, select the path where the Jenkins.war file is downloaded and available. Type cmd here. Command prompt will launch at this same location. Okay, command prompt will launch at the same location where this Jenkins.war file is available. You see the downloads folder path, and here have to type the command java-jar Jenkins, this file name. What is the file name? Jenkins.war. Like this, if you type for the first time, it will give you the password. Okay. For the first time, it will give you the password. After you get the password, you have to say localhost. By default, Jenkins will be running at localhost 8080 port number, as you already know from the previous answers of the questions. And you see, this time Jenkins has not been started here. But if you get the password, it will take you to one unlock screen where you have to enter that password, and then you have to install the plugins, install the suggested plugins. Once all the installed suggested plugins are successfully installed, then you have to create an admin account and login. Okay. And next time when you want to start the Jenkins, again, you have to open the command prompt where the Jenkins WAR file is available. Okay. Only one time you have to install, right? After that, whenever you want to start Jenkins, you have to type the same command, Jenkins-jar, Jenkins, java-jar, Jenkins.war. Since it is already installed in my machine, okay, this time Jenkins will start. Okay. It's not going to give you the password. Only installation time for the first time. When you run this command, installation will happen. And for that, you'll get a password and all the plugins and everything using. So let's see, listed all plugins, started initialization. Should start the Jenkins in a while. And we'll be able to access this page. Okay. Okay. Jenkins is fully up and running. Now you got the, please wait while Jenkins is ready, or you can close this and relaunch it again. Localhost 88. Okay. Like this, you have to start the Jenkins. The previous question itself, I have answered how to start the Jenkins also with using the same command that we use for installing Jenkins. Same command we have to use for starting the Jenkins from next time onwards. And whatever the admin account I created while installing Jenkins, if I remember, the admin account I have given is Arun Motori, and password is 12345. Username is Arun Motori, and password is 12345, and sign in. Okay, it will sign you in. Once the sign in happens, then I'll show you how to configure Jenkins as an answer for this question. Okay, these are the prerequisites. Downloading, installing, and starting Jenkins are the prerequisites. Once the Jenkins is started and running, you should not be closing this command prompt. If you close the command prompt, Jenkins will stop running. Okay, so make sure that command prompt is there side. Okay, and once you logged into the Jenkins here, how to configure Jenkins? In order to configure Jenkins, you have an option known as Manage Jenkins here. Just click on this Manage Jenkins. You'll be taken to some Manage Jenkins page where you will see different options to configure Jenkins. So first thing to configure Jenkins is, you can see here, you're taken here. Okay, where is that thing? Yeah, here you see global settings. System or global tools configuration kind of option will be there. Just click on that. Configure global setting and paths. Okay, this is the first thing you have to do for configuring Jenkins. It's kind of slow, but let's wait. Okay, for this to open this system settings to configure the global settings. Yeah, it's loading. Somehow the Jenkins is slow today, but there's no other way. Otherwise, it will be fast. Yeah, once started, scroll down. Okay, so let's see. System, home directory, a lot of things. White period, Jenkins URL, pipeline, user statistics. Is I'm just looking for global tool configuration, but is this the one or not? I have to confirm. Global config, okay. If not, I'll go to other place. Email, no, I think so. Looks different actually. Where is global tool configuration? Which used to be there. Okay. Global. I'll just search for it. Global. Here there is one more thing. Configure tools. Maybe this one. Okay. They have changed some names, guys. So that's why I'm getting confused. In the older version of Jenkins, the other, yeah, this is one. Okay, you have to go to tools, guys, not that one. Okay. I have to go to the tools. It's nothing but global tools configuration. And here, you have this tool. You have to configure the tools actually. Okay, that's what I mean. So JDK, first configure JDK. And you see, don't select this install automatically. Rather, you give some name here, like Java underscore home. Like this, you give some name. Sorry, this is Git, right? Don't touch Git. Don't touch Git. Close this. Go with JDK installation first. Add JDK. Don't select this option. And here give Java underscore home. Okay, I was confused. I was giving it for Git. Java underscore home. And here we have to give the Java home path. Since Java is already installed in my machine, I'll go to the location where Java is there in my machine. C drive. Program file 64-bit Java is installed. So I'll go to the program files folder. And in that Java folder, in that, whatever the JDK version. Okay, this is the path, Java home path. Copy this and give it here. That's it. Once that is done, you have to go to, apart from JDK, you also have to configure Maven, add Maven. These are two are important. If any other things are required, you have to do it. But for now, this one, this one, JDK and Maven, I'll write. Maven installation, add Maven. Here, Maven underscore home you give, Maven underscore home. In my machine, Maven is not there. Install automatically if it is selected, just unselect that. And give the Maven home. And for that, in your machine, you have to download Maven. Simply say download Maven. You'll be taken to the official website of Maven, maven.apache.org download page. And here you have to download the zip file. I think this is the one. Just click on the zip file. In a while, Maven will be downloaded in our machine. Okay. So all these things we have to do, guys. Otherwise, we cannot configure Jenkins. Once Jenkins is logged in, we have to, next thing is we should not be directly creating the job, rather we have to configure these things and get the Jenkins ready, okay, with the configuration. Only installation, logging in is not enough, starting is not enough. We have to configure Jenkins. So as part of that, since already Java is installed in my machine, I have added the Java home path. And now Maven is not there, not downloaded in my machine. So I'm downloading it for you. If it is already there, that's fine. Otherwise, we have to download it, guys. Okay. Let's wait for the Maven to download completely. Here, download is still going on. Let's wait for the download to finish up. So it got downloaded. I'll just go to the location and I'll just simply extract the zip file. This is a way to, download Maven and configure it. Before configuring in Jenkins, you have to first have Maven configured in your machine. For that, you have to download Maven, extract the zip folder. Once the folder is extracted, is it done? Not yet. Now it's done. Once it is downloaded, go inside that folders and just copy that folder containing all the files of Maven, these files. This folder you copy, okay? And go to your C drive. Directly in the C drive, see if any other, no, paste it, Control V. And that Maven folder will be there in your C drive. Now, how to configure this? Go inside that Maven folder, copy this path, and type here, edit, environment, variables for your account. Directly got this. Now, under system variables, Java home is already there, right? Similarly, option is not coming as new. That's okay. Cancel it. Let's do that. Environment. System environment. Okay. Edit environment. It should come actually. Yeah, control panel should come actually. Okay. Now, once you, this is a correct one. Okay. Then go to advanced, click on environment variables. Now you got the new button. Click on new and here give Maven underscore home. Okay. And give the path that you have copied already. This folder path of Maven that you pasted into the C drive or whatever the drive. Say okay. And go to the path location. Click on edit. And in the Java, you see bin folder is there. Similarly, you add the thing for Maven. Just go inside the bin of Maven folder in your machine. Copy that and give it here. Say new again and say give it here and say okay, okay, okay. This will configure Maven in your local machine. Now to do the same in Jenkins in the tools section, like the way you have done for Java. Okay, Java home, you do it for Maven home here and go to this folder location. C drive, Maven folder, give this location, copy this location and give it here. That's it. Now say, that's it. These are the tools you have to configure. Apply, save, done. Okay, apply in it and save. You're done with this configuration of the tools. Then if you need any additional plugins like TestNG or whatever the plugins, you can go here, click on this thing. Let's say TestNG plugin is not there. With the suggested, whenever I have installed Jenkins for the first time, right, it suggested me plugins. Those plugins only I installed, but I didn't install the TestNG plugin. TestNG is that? Yeah. So I think I have to go for the available plugins and search for TestNG. Let's see if I get any TestNG plugin to install. Yeah, I got TestNG result. This is a reporting plugin. In Jenkins, if you want to get TestNG reports, you have to select select the available plugins, search for TestNG. And you see, this is all part of the configuration, okay? This is all part of the configuration where you have to get the things ready, Jenkins ready for whatever you want, okay? It has been successfully installed. Some extra plugins if you want to install apart from the suggested plugin during installation, you just go to the plugin section. That's it. You're done, I guess. Any other things? You can do a lot of configurations here. That's okay. And once the configurations are done, then you can create a job here. For sample, let's create a freestyle project. I'll say sample project job. Okay. Jenkins job. and you can configure the job also. Okay, to make the things working after configurations, you can create a job like this. Select the freestyle project, click on OK with this name. A Jenkins job will be created, and you will be taken to the configuration page of that job. Okay, you are not configuring Jenkins, rather you are configuring the job that you have just now created in Jenkins now. So as part of configuring the job that you have created in Jenkins, you see the question may come differently in the interviews. How do you configure Jenkins, or how do you configure the job in Jenkins? Okay, so you have to be clear about what you are answering. If it is a general question like configuring Jenkins, whatever I have shown you just before, like manage Jenkins tools and plugins configuration, that comes into the general Jenkins configuration. But if someone specifically asks you about configuring a job in Jenkins, okay, then only explain this one. Don't explain that part. Okay. So when they're asking how to configure Jenkins, you can answer two things. General Jenkins, how to configure using manage tools option and that what option plugins thing. And after that, you can also configure jobs in Jenkins by creating a job and, doing a lot of stuff by selecting a lot of configurations that you can explain. If they specifically ask you about how to configure a job in Jenkins, then only explain this part. Okay. Not that part. Fine. So in that, you see, my code is there in my local machine. So I'll keep the source code management as none. But if my code is uploaded on the GitHub cloud repo, then I would go with Git. Okay. This time I'm going with this source code management is one of the Jenkins jobs configuration that you have to select. And you have to select advanced here and use custom workspace. That's one more thing you have to do before going for source code management. Okay, in the general itself, you have to select the custom workspace and give the location of the project in your machine. So this is a project. I'll take one of the project. Okay, Maven. Which one I have code? I will check once. Okay. Demo test. Is there anything here? Yeah, some driver is called new from some Selenium is there. What about this one? I also have the same thing here also, and this one is a TestNG test. So I'll stick with the first one, I guess. Okay, let me stick with the first Maven project. One sample Maven project should be there in your machine, and it should have the TestNG test. It should open the Chrome browser, nothing much. Okay, so just to confirm. Okay, so fine. Assume that this is one of the sample tests you have TestNG test in your machine. This project location I have to give. For that, right click on the project in your Eclipse ID, say properties, resource. This is the location. Click on this option. It will take you to the project location in your machine. Go inside that project location, select this path, copy this path where you have this, this is a project location, and come back to Jenkins and give this directory as this project location. This is the first thing you have to do for configuring the Jenkins job actually. Then after that, source code management, either you have to select none or Git. If your code is there, not in your local machine here, whatever the project location we went there, if the code is not there here, rather it is there on the GitHub cloud, then you have to go with the Git and then give the Git repo URLs and all the stuff. Okay, I'm not going to cover that. Let's go with the normal configuration, that is source code management, none. This means that local machine only you have the code. Build triggers, if you want to, do a lot of like when Jenkins have to automatically invoke your automation scripts. If you know about Jenkins, what is Jenkins, that have answered in one of the previous interview questions in the series, you would have already known that the purpose of the Jenkins is to invoke the automation scripts automatically. You don't have to manually go and run the automation scripts. For example, at night 2 a.m., if you have to run the scripts, you may not be there, you will be sleeping at the time. But if you still want scripts to start running at 2 a.m., you may not be available, and you can assign that job to Jenkins. Or there may be some situations where every day at 4 p.m., you have to remember and run the automation scripts, even on weekends, let's say. Your manager has given you this task. Further also, there may be some situations where you may not be available on a particular day and you may forget on a particular day. So you can go with these build triggers and, change the settings in such a way that you can go with build periodically and give the settings here so that your build will run periodically, like at that particular point of time it will run. Okay, so there are a lot of examples here. Okay, you see a lot of examples are there. Let's go with some examples, like if you want every 15 minutes, if your build has to run, if your scripts need to run, you can go with this one. Otherwise, once a day on the 1st and 5th of like that, a lot of codes are there. You can go to the entire documentation. For now, I'll go with one of the one. Just copy this one and first one h by 15. Every 15 minutes, every 15. If you give the code here, it will give you the next build will run at 3:14. It's now 3:13. 3:14 it will run every and after that, after every 15 minutes, the build is going to run. Okay, like that. So next thing is a lot of things are there, a lot of varieties are there here. Instead of build periodically, right? Build after other projects are built, or trigger builds remotely from scripts. Many options are there here under build triggers. I'll just close the documentation here. It's kind of very big. And then you see poll SCM, lot of things are there, poll SCM, and to see any changes are there in the source code management. Accordingly, you can change the configuration of this Jenkins. Okay, many settings are there in Jenkins, and it's a very big thing to learn. Okay. The next one is to build steps. What you have to do is invoke Maven. Invoke top level Maven targets. Okay. If you already have configured normal Jenkins with Maven in the tools section that I have shown you before creating the job, right? Then you'll get this option, and you'll be able to select the option here and give. You should not be giving the ambient test or something. You can simply give text, that will be enough. Okay. And post build actions are like if you want to generate a report or something, publish TestNG results like that you can give, and simply say apply and save. That's it. Job has been created. And if you go to the dashboard, you can see the job that we have just now created and configured. Okay. And let's go to the location and see if there is a test keyword should be there. Otherwise, Maven is not going to run the test. Okay. And in pom.xml file also, we should have that Maven surefire plugin in the project. We have to make sure all these things are there. Otherwise, Jenkins will not be able to run. Okay. Maven surefire plugin should be there. Yeah, it is there. So no problem. I think when the scripts run, they will run. Okay. Every 15 minutes, this build is going to run. That's how we configured it. Or if you want to run it manually, then you can select this and say build now. Okay. Manually, you can run from here, or whatever the configurations you have done based on it. You see the build is running. For the first time, it will take some time. You can click and just go to that location and see console output and see what's happening. The command line of Jenkins. We have to wait. It will fetch for the first time. It will take some time. Next time onwards, it will be good. So this is a process of configuring Jenkins, and configuration of the Jenkins can be done. If you get this kind of general question, how do you configure Jenkins means, okay, they are not specific, okay, but you have to answer everything like normal Jenkins settings like tools, where you set Java home and Maven home, and after that any extra plugins you have to install plugin section. After that, how do you create a Jenkins job and configure? You see, the browser has been launched. That means it is working fine. The scripts got build success and everything is fine. Okay, you can go here and you see, and make sure that before you stop Jenkins and all, again go to the configuration of the Jenkins and make sure that you turn off that build periodically. Otherwise, it keeps running every 15 minutes. Okay, that will be a hectic thing for you to manage later. Okay, fine, done. So hope guys you understood how to configure Jenkins. But if you get a specific question like how to configure Jenkins job, then you should not be answering about tools and plugins. Rather, you should be answering about after creating a job, what kind of settings you can mention and all those stuff. Okay, configure as part of configuration. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which plugins you have installed by yourself in Jenkins? Let me answer. So the exact question is, when you install Jenkins, by default, it will suggest you some plugins to get installed. Okay. As part of the installation process of Jenkins, some plugins of Jenkins will be suggested to you, and you'll select that option and they'll be installed by default. But apart from those, okay, apart from those default installed plugins of Jenkins during installation, are there any other plugins you have installed explicitly by yourself? Is the question. The answer is, in my case, I have installed these two plugins. Okay, in your case, it may be other plugins, but in my case, I remember that I have installed Maven integrations plugin, and I also remember that I have installed TestNG results plugin in my case, apart from the default plugin suggested by Jenkins. Okay, let me practically show you how to install these plugins by yourself in Jenkins. So for that, first you have to start Jenkins using this command java-jar jenkins.var. Then Jenkins will be fully up and running. How to run, start and all, install and all I covered in the previous answers of the interview questions. You can follow them. And after that, when you say localhost 8080, because Jenkins by default runs on 8080 port number in your machine, localhost means your IP address automatically. And once you log in, you will be taken to the dashboard of Jenkins. And when you say create a job, here I'm getting freestyle project. But if I want to get the Maven project, I want to create a job with the help of Maven project. It is not possible. By default, it is not there. In Jenkins, it's not coming by default with the default suggested plugins. So I have to install a extra plugin. For that, I'll select Manage Jenkins, go to Plugins, and in that, available plugins, I'll search for Maven. And I'll get a lot of suggestions here. When I search for Maven here, a lot of suggestions. In that first one, you see Maven integrations is there. Select that. Click on install. In a while, Maven integrations plugin will be automatically installed here. Okay, will be installed here. Okay. We should get the green color symbols after installations. Success, done. Now you try to create a job. Now this time, apart from the freestyle, you are getting the Maven project. If your requirement is to create a job with the help of Maven project, then that plugin is for sure required. That's one plugin that I have installed in my case. And the other plugin that I have installed in my case is TestNG results plugin. Okay. So for that, again, I have to go to Maven, Manage Jenkins, click on plugins. Again, available plugins. Here I have to search for TestNG, and it will show me the TestNG results plugin. So this will, if after creating a job and when you run the job, if you want to generate the TestNG results report, okay, after running the job, if you want to generate a TestNG results report in your as a result of the Jenkins job running, then this plugin is required. Click on install. So similar to how Maven integrations plugin got installed, TestNG results plugin also got installed. Okay. And when you create a job, you'll come to know like, okay, when you create any job with the help of, just give some name, first project, or select either freestyle or Maven project, whatever the things, and say okay. And it will take you to the Jenkins configuration Jenkins job configuration page, where there will be something known as post build actions. Let it load, let the configurations load for the Jenkins job. So if you scroll down completely here, there are post build actions here. If you want to get this option, publish TestNG results, okay, that plugin is really required. If you have not installed the TestNG results plugin, you will not get this option. Okay, if you want to publish the reports of this job running the test automation scripts in TestNG results format, then that plugin is required. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to create a job in Jenkins. Let me answer. In order to create a job in Jenkins, first we have to start the Jenkins. And once you start the Jenkins and you log into the Jenkins, then you will be able to create a job. Let me practically demonstrate to you how to create a job in Jenkins. As I already told you, first we have to start Jenkins. So Jenkins.war file is already downloaded. How to download this Jenkins.war file? I have already answered for this question in the previous sessions. Okay, in the previous interview questions, I have answered how to download the Jenkins and how to install the Jenkins. Okay, once you download the Jenkins, install the Jenkins in your machine. To start the Jenkins, in the location or folder location where the Jenkins.war file is available, type cmd there, and here type the command. Okay, there is a command in Jenkins that is java-jar, and you have to give the name of the file with the extension, that is jenkins.war. Press enter. It will, it will start the Jenkins. Already Jenkins is installed, okay, downloaded and installed. So using the same command that we have used for installing Jenkins, we can start the Jenkins. We should get a message here saying Jenkins is fully up and running. Okay, so let's wait for the message to come. Then we'll Okay, Jenkins is fully up and running. Then we'll open any browser, and Jenkins by default will run on the port number 8080. Localhost means your local computer's internet, colon 8080 is the port number where Jenkins is running. This is the URL you have to give. And after that, you have to log into Jenkins. For that, I'll give Arun Moturi and I'll give the password as 12345. Click on the sign in. Once you sign into Jenkins, you'll be taken to the dashboard where you will have the options to create a job. Already one job is there, first project job. I'm going to create another job using this new item option. If there is no job, there will be multiple options. But if there is existing job, you have to say new item. And here you have to give the, let's say, second job. Okay, second job I am saying. And here you can either select freestyle project or Maven. I'm going with the freestyle for now. Say okay. Once you select okay, then you'll be taken to this particular second jobs configuration page. Okay, where you will find all the different configurations to create that Jenkins job. Okay, we have to configure that Jenkins job as part of this creation. Okay, so Jenkins job got created already, and we are being taken to the configuration page. So it's loading. Let's wait for the configuration to be appeared on the page. Once that is there, here say advanced, and you'll get this option, use custom workspace, and you have to give the project place. Okay, project workspace. Let's go to, in my machine, I'll just take one location where this project is available. One of the projects is available. So that is nothing but I'll be going here inside this workspace, and inside one of the Maven project I'll go, and this is the project location. Okay, where the form.xml file is available. You have to go there, and I'll be pasting that here. Okay, project location. And after that, I'll select none because source code management is there in my local machine. And then I'll simply go down and give the post build action as publish TestNG results. It will generate the TestNG results after running the scripts in this project. Okay, now click on apply, and after that save. Now once you can either go to the dashboard page or this job page. Okay, or you can go to the dashboard, and second project you can select here, and from here you can say build now, or you can click on the second job and you will be going to the job page, and here build now option is there anyway. Okay, you can click on the build now from either from the dashboard or from here, and you can see the scripts running. Just click on this. You see it's passed already. Okay, it's kind of very fast, and okay, it got run. Okay, console output, and see that font matching, but did not find any TestNG results. That's okay. Advantages demo project. I think I need to take a different project here. So I'll just go to the configurations of this job, and go to the project, a different project actually. So maybe Maven sample project I'll give the different project so that we can see something running. Then I'll go to this Jenkins page and advanced, and change this project location and apply and save. And again build now I'll say. Is it running? Yeah, it's very fast somehow. I don't know. Console output. Maven project, TestNG. Looking for TestNG results in workspace pattern. I think I have to configure it well. I didn't configure it well. Okay, it's looking for TestNG XML file to run the scripts. Okay, so what I will do here is I have done some mistake in the configuration. I'll go to the configuration. I missed some configuration in this while creating the job. I gave the project location, and I gave the source code management as none because my code is there in my local machine. And after that, this build steps I forgot. Okay, click on the build step and say invoke top level Maven targets, and here select Maven home, which I have configured, and then here say test. Instead of ambient test, give test. That's it. Okay, say apply save. This is missing actually. And now build now, it will take time. This time it will run. Okay, only one test is there which will open the Chrome browser. Nothing much. You see the script is running. You will see the Chrome browser launching up. Okay, to prove that. I think there is a problem with the project. It seems the build is failing. Okay, there's a problem with the project. Maybe I'll go with a different project. You see, maybe I have to take the other project I was talking earlier. So that is the Maven advantages demo project. Copy this project location, which has a test which will pass. And again, configure, go here and give the path here, advanced, give the proper project path which you want to run, apply, save. And then click on build now. This time, let's see. Let's see what's going to happen. You can click on this link also and say console output. You can see the console output going on. Okay, it's going on, running. It should launch the browser, guys. That's the only thing I'm expecting, nothing more than that. Tests are running now. Should launch the browser. Next, it's almost there. Yeah, browser got launched means it's working fine. Okay. Done. Test got build success. Test got passed. So this is what we have to do. Just create a job and give the proper configurations. Don't forget to give that commands and all while configuring. Okay. So let me repeat it to you to conclude. While creating the job, you have to give this project location, proper project location. You have to give proper project and give it as none. If the code is in the local machine, give as git. If the code is in the GitHub repo. And in the build steps, you give Maven home and give the goal as test. And here, TestNG results should be generated somewhere here. So go to that project and see TestNG results have been generated. Okay. Need at least 2 builds to show that trend and all. TestNG results are not coming here. Maybe at the job level, it will be there. Click on the job and you'll see this TestNG results and you'll be able to see the results. Okay. These are the results we got. This is the result. Okay. So one test is there that got passed. Okay. So hope guys you understood how to create a job in Jenkins and how to run the job also in Jenkins. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, on what platform Jenkins will work? Let me answer. If you get this question, here platform means an operating system or some kind of platforms where you can install Jenkins. Okay. Coming to the answer, first we can specify the different operating systems where we can install and use Jenkins. All the popular operating systems in the market like Windows, Mac OS, Linux, okay, everywhere Jenkins can be installed and used. Apart from that, these days we got some platforms. Okay. So, like a Docker, okay, and cloud platforms like AWS and Azure and virtual machines, etc. These kind of platforms also are supporting Jenkins. Okay. We can install Jenkins on Docker having some operating system like Windows or Docker having some operating system like Mac. Okay. There's a containerization platform. Okay. Docker is a containerization platform, which will save a lot of memory and space and, so lightweight kind of environment, you can say. It's a Docker is a lightweight virtual machine, you can say in other words. Okay. So even we have everything on the cloud now, like AWS, Azure, and all are allowing you to have this kind of things set up installed on cloud platforms like AWS and Azure. Okay, Amazon, AWS and Azure, etc. And many other Google Cloud, etc. are there also. Okay, so coming to operating system, these are the different operating system. Coming to the platforms, these are the different platforms. So when you get this question, you have to answer both OS and platforms. Okay, if they ask specifically about OS, you can only mention the OS. But when they are asking about platforms where Jenkins is going to work, means you have to specify both OS and platforms. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different plugins for generating reports in Jenkins? Let me answer. In Jenkins, there are several plugins for generating the different types of reports. The few of the major ones I've listed down here because I cannot list down everything for you. Okay, there are a lot of plugins in Jenkins. It's so extensible that for each and everything, for each and every reporting type, there is a plugin. Okay, so it keeps on going. The list keeps on going, but the major ones I have listed down here. If you get this kind of interview question, if you answer these plugins that I have listed down here, that will be more than enough. But understand that there are a lot of plugins. Okay. So Jenkins allows you to install different type of plugins for generating different type of reports for different test automation tools. Fine. So few are the ones like JUnit plugin, which generates the report in JUnit XML format. Then HTML publisher plugin, which allows you to generate the HTML reports. Okay. I'm talking about the plugins in test automation perspective, not in development perspective. There are other plugins for development teams and all, but coming to the test automation, JUnit plugin generates a JUnit XML report. Okay. HTML publisher plugin generates the HTML report. Okay. Test results will be automation test results will come in the HTML report. TestNG plugin. Okay. So TestNG HTML reports kind of. It's like it's not HTML or something like, but it's like a page where HTML kind of thing only, but it in a TestNG results page will come after you run the test in Jenkins. Okay. Cucumber reports plugin for Cucumber PDD kind of projects, right? There are some kind of plugins, okay, like Cucumber reports plugin, and some other plugins are also there, okay, which can help us in generating the reports for Cucumber based okay projects or frameworks, test automation frameworks. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. Just mention these 4 plugins, that will be more than enough. But in real time, there are different plugins for different things. Okay, for Allure there is one thing. Okay, a lot of things are there. Okay, but these are the major ones. Okay, so I generally use in real time. If you ask me what plugin I have used TestNG plugin. Okay, and this Cucumber reports plugin I have used. So that's what in real time I have used. But there are many plugins available in Jenkins, with providing it a lot of flexibility and extensibility to integrate with different automation tools in generating the reports. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the command used for starting Jenkins? Let me answer. We have to use this command known as java-jar Jenkins, which is the name of the Jenkins var file, .var extension. Okay, when you run this command in the command line where this Jenkins.var file is available, it will start Jenkins for you. But a prerequisite is that already this Jenkins.var file is downloaded in your machine, and also it is installed. Okay, using the same command, we can install Jenkins. Okay, for the first time when you run this command java-jar Jenkins.var, instead of starting Jenkins, it's going to install the Jenkins and it's going to give you a password using which you can complete the installation. After that, next time onwards, whenever you want to start Jenkins, you have to run this command. So assuming that you have already downloaded the Jenkins and you have already installed the Jenkins in your machine, okay, you see like this one jar file, Jenkins.var file, you have to download from the official website of Jenkins. And after downloading it, for the first time when you run this command, Jenkins will be installed, okay, password will be given to setup. And once that is done, once all the plugins and Jenkins got installed and logged in, then if you want to start the Jenkins, select this path, type cmd here, the same location of this folder where this Jenkins.var file is available, the command prompt will come. And here you have to type the command java-jar, and you have to give the name of the file with extension, whatever the name of the Jenkins file, Jenkins dot extension is var. Okay, this is the command you have to run. If the Jenkins is already there in your machine, okay, from the second time onwards, for the first time it will install, for second time onwards, it will start the Jenkins directly. So you should get a kind of statement saying Jenkins is fully up and running. Till then, we have to wait for Jenkins to start. So it's still not yet done. We have to wait for that statement saying Jenkins is fully up and running. So let's wait for some more time for the Jenkins to start. Yeah. Then still some more time we have to wait. It's almost there. Yeah, now you got the message. Jenkins is fully up and running. This means that Jenkins has started. Without closing the command prompt, you can open this browser and type in that browser. In the same machine, you have installed Jenkins. So either you have to provide the IP address of this machine, or you can even mention localhost. Localhost means IP address of this current machine, colon 8080 is the port number. Okay, by default, the port number where Jenkins runs is 8080. Press enter. In a while, you will see that Jenkins it will take you to the Jenkins page and ask you to log in with your credentials and all. Okay. So Jenkins is already fully up and running. This browser has to take us to the login page of Jenkins. Okay. Which proves that we were able to successfully start the Jenkins. Okay. It's currently loading now. It will take some time sometimes. Let's wait. Yeah, sign in Jenkins. If you're getting the sign in page, means Jenkins has successfully started, guys. Okay. So while using Jenkins, don't ever close this command prompt. Otherwise, Jenkins will stop. Okay, automatically. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So how to start Jenkins? Which command is required for starting Jenkins? This is the command that is required. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello friends. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to uninstall Jenkins. Let me answer. In order to uninstall Jenkins, we have to remove this .jenkins folder from users folder in our computer. Okay. So to practically demonstrate how to uninstall Jenkins in this machine, you should have already installed Jenkins in your machine. Okay, Jenkins is already there in your machine. Okay, we can uninstall it. So in my machine, Jenkins is already installed. To prove you that Jenkins is already installed in my machine, I'm going to show you how to start Jenkins. So I'll go to this downloads folder where this jenkins.war file is available. Here I'll simply say cmd and the command prompt will launch from here. Okay. And to start this Jenkins, which is already there in my machine, already installed in my machine, I just need to type this command java-jar. The name of this file is Jenkins. And the extension of this file is .var and press enter. The moment you press enter, you will see that Jenkins will start. Okay. So if already installed, it will simply say that Jenkins is fully up and running. It will take a while for this logs to come. So all these log messages are coming. At the end of the log messages, you will get a message saying Jenkins is fully up and running. If you get that message, means Jenkins is already installed in your machine and it has just started using this command. Okay. So let's wait for that statement to appear. Or we are almost there. And it will get displayed. Yeah. Now you got the message. Jenkins is fully up and running. This proves that Jenkins is already installed in our machine. Now, how to uninstall Jenkins? Okay, if it is already there in your machine, using this command, you can find out if you are getting this message that Jenkins is fully up and running. It means that Jenkins is already installed. Now, I'll close this command prompt. What I will do here to uninstall Jenkins is I'll simply go to my C drive. In my C drive, I'll go to this users folder. Okay, in users folder, whatever the username, current active username folder is there, go inside that. In my case, this is a username folder. And in that, you will find a folder known as .jenkins. Okay. It will contain all the files about Jenkins, its installation, plugins, and all those things. Okay. Simply select this file and press delete keyboard key. Okay. Just press delete on your keyboard. Delete key on your keyboard. Then what happens is Jenkins folder will get deleted. Once it gets deleted, Jenkins will get uninstalled. How can I prove you that Jenkins got uninstalled successfully? This time, when you try to start Jenkins using the same jenkins.war file, after deleting that .jenkins, when you try to start Jenkins using this jenkins.war file, instead of starting, it will give you a password. Okay. It will not start the Jenkins directly. Rather, it will give you a password to install Jenkins in your machine. Okay. Same command I'll give java-jar at the same downloads location where jenkins.war file is available. Give jenkins.war and press enter. This time you will see that it will not say Jenkins is fully up and running. Okay. Rather, it will give you a password to set up Jenkins and install Jenkins in your machine. So that .jenkins folder, if you delete, Jenkins will get uninstalled from our machine. Okay. You see, this time we got the password. Okay. You see, please use the following password to proceed to installation. That means Jenkins got uninstalled successfully. The moment you deleted that .jenkins folders from the users folder, Jenkins got uninstalled. So hope guys you understood how to uninstall Jenkins. okay, in this session with practical demonstration and how to answer this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to install Jenkins at a different port number. Let me answer. If you know about Jenkins and its installation, by default, when you install Jenkins with normal command without specifying any port number, it will get installed at a port number known as 8080. It's a default port number where Jenkins gets installed and runs on. But what if you want to install Jenkins at a different port number other than the default port number 8080? In that case, you have to slightly modify the command for installing Jenkins by adding this extra attribute known as --HTTP port is equal to, and you have to give a different port number. Okay, if you don't give this extra attribute with this command, then it will install at default port number 8080. But if you give this extra attribute, it will get installed at the desired port number, okay, or a different port number. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, you have to download Jenkins.war file from the official website of Jenkins. Already it is there in my machine. In the previous interview question videos also, I answered it, how to download Jenkins, okay? So hoping that you already know how to download Jenkins from the official website. Here, the place where this Jenkins.war file is available, select that path and type cmd here so that the command prompt will open at that same location, okay, where this Jenkins.war file is available. As you can see here, the command prompt got launched, okay, here. Now here I'll write down java-jar Jenkins.war. Till here the command is same, but if you press enter here, it will install Jenkins at the default port number 8080. But what if you want Jenkins to get installed at a different port number other than the default port number 8080? In that case, you have to give this extra attribute --HTTP port is equal to, and you have to give something like, for example, 2356. Okay, I'm giving a different port number 2356 and pressing enter. Because of this extra attribute, now Jenkins will get installed at a default port, at a different port number, that is 2356. Whatever the port number I gave, at that only Jenkins will get installed and will run on. Okay, so let's wait for the installation to be done. You'll get a password because for the first time you are running this command, so you'll get this password. So to unlock Jenkins and all. Now I'll open the browser and search and I'll just simply say localhost : instead of 8080, I'll give 2356. I think this is the port number I gave, right? 2356. Okay. Press enter. If the Jenkins is running here means, if you are able to go to the Jenkins page means, we were able to successfully install Jenkins at a different port number other than the default port number. Okay. So let's wait. Let's wait for the page to load. Sometimes it will take some time to load the page. At the port number, different port number 2356, Jenkins should get installed. Okay. You see? Please wait while Jenkins is getting ready. This means that Jenkins got installed or running at the 2356 port number, guys. Okay, nothing more than that. You can sometimes close it and again you open it, but you will get a different screen generally. Like this. Again, let me open the browser and say again 2356. Let's see. Sometimes you'll get that message. You just restart the browser with again run the port, run the Jenkins on that port, and you will get this unlock Jenkins, and you have to use this password to set up Jenkins and all. Okay, whatever the password you got, all the steps are different. Okay, but we were able to install Jenkins at a different port number. Okay, I have practically demonstrated this for you. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the default port number where Jenkins runs? Let me answer. The default port number where Jenkins runs is the port number 8080. Let me demonstrate this for you in a practical way. For that, I'll show you how to install Jenkins. Okay, using this command known as java-jar Jenkins.war. let me go to the downloads folder, and this Jenkins.var file will be available. So how to download this Jenkins.var file? You have to go to the official website of Jenkins, and from there, from the downloads page, you can download this Jenkins.var file. So as an answer for one of the previous question, I have shown you how to download this Jenkins.var file. Okay. Once this Jenkins.var file is downloaded, select this path where this Jenkins.var file is available in your machine. Type cmd so that the command prompt will launch at this folder location where this Jenkins.var file is available. Now type java-jar Jenkins.var. Okay. So don't specify any port number or whatever it is. Simply give this command java-jar Jenkins.var and press enter. In a while, Jenkins will get installed in this machine at the port number 8080. So how to prove that? I'll show you. Let's wait for the Jenkins to get installed now. Let's wait. You got the password here. You got the password here. So now just click on this browser and type localhost and colon 8080 is the port number. Okay, just type the port number 8080 and press enter. And if you are taken to that page, just give me a second. If this page loads and you are taken to the some kind of Jenkins page, then it proves that the default port number where Jenkins generally gets installed is that 8080 port number. You see, Jenkins icon already has come, and please wait while Jenkins is getting ready to work. If you get this kind of message, just close this, restart the browser, and again type localhost colon 8080 and press enter. Still the same message is coming. Your browser will reload automatically when Jenkins. Anyhow, this proves that Jenkins is already running at the default port number 8080. So when you install the Jenkins like this, java-jar Jenkins.var, okay, it will by default get installed at the port number 8080. You can see the port number 8080 here. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye.